is your radio novel. Hello and a cordial welcome to another radio novel. Our story, 64th Street Safari, is about a rookie Irish policeman who found himself the hunted instead of the hunter. One of the people on his trail was a beautiful young woman who just wouldn't let him alone. And now to our radio novel, 64th Street Safari. I'm sure a great many people have been laboring under the impression that the life of a patrolman in a big city is one of constant high-pitched excitement, speeding after gangsters, rescuing fair maiden, bossing people around. Sorry to disillusion these people, but the life of the policeman can be just as routine and dull as that of any other man. Most of the time they walk and walk, or they ride and ride down and around the same streets day after day. You can get tired of seeing the same people, the same cracks in the sidewalks, and hearing the same foolish questions, as one A.A. Callahan, rookie patrolman, found out.
Hey there.
What?
You having trouble?
I
know how it is. I can never open a door with an armful of bundles myself.
Yeah. It's a hard.
Where's your key?
What?
Your key.
Oh, yeah. Here.
Yeah, how's that?
Thanks.
Glad to help.
Well, good night.
Oh, just a minute.
Yeah?
You, dropped your newspaper.
Keep it.
Well, thanks, as long as you're finished with it.
Good night.
Tall one, Mike.
Not while you're on duty, and you know it.
Now, I'm too busy being friendly to argue with you. And besides, I'm off duty.
All right.
And don't give me a glass full of foam.
You're paying for it. There. What are you so friendly about?
Orders. Lieutenant's orders.
Oh, sure, Art. The lieutenant knows you better than you know yourself. It's about time you took that
He was
chip
talking
up.
to all of us, he was.
So friendly you are. What's in the news?
Yeah, same old stuff. That nightclub holdup last week.
Ain't they found out Logston yet?
Will you shut up and let me read my paper?
They know who he is, and still the whole force can't find
If I
him.
was a detective...
Which you'll never be.
I could find this log.
Oh, you could you?
I'd know right where to look.
Listen
Well,
to
I
him.
could.
Oh, what a laugh.
Give me I could find him in a week.
What week?
I'm not so dumb.
You're dumb enough. Here's your beer.
I got on the force, didn't I?
Thanks.
They made a mistake in the exam.
Could you pass him?
Sure I could.
Anytime,
Easy.
dumb cluck.
Look who's
I won't
talking.
argue with
Nothing
you.
to argue.
Oh, no.
Well, is there?
You a cop.
Detective.
I won't argue with you.
You know I'm right.
You never was.
I always
Not
am.
once.
Every
I
time.
won't argue
Every
with you.
time.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You loafer.
Look who's talking.
I won't argue with you.
Well, who's arguing? Want me to put a head on it?
Nah, I gotta get home. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mike.
Tomorrow, Art.
I'll be here.
How much?
A thin dime.
Hey, you. Hey, copper.
Be friendly, they tell me. You want me?
Yeah.
Well?
How would you like to take a little trip?
Trip? Where to?
Wherever you want to go. Florida, California, Cuba.
Hey, what's the joke?
No joke. How about it?
Now, you run along home, mister. Sleep's good for things like
You
that.
don't want to go?
Well, I'd like a pretty new car, too.
Maybe you can have it.
Hey, what's on your mind, anyway?
Here, present for you.
Huh?
$1,000 cash in small bills.
Well, what's it for?
For you, chum.
Yeah?
To take that trip on.
No, I'm not taking any trip.
Well, sure you are. You just said so.
Oh, I did?
The money talked for you.
Well, why should I take a trip?
Well, maybe you need a rest.
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You sure you got the right guy?
Oh, you're the one, chum.
Fellas look a lot alike when they're in uniform.
I got the right one. Well,
Well, chum, I don't know what it's for, but I don't take bribes. Now, you beat it.
Oh, you don't want to make a mistake.
I'm making no mistake, and you're going to get in trouble if you go around trying to bribe policemen.
You're in trouble already if you don't make that trip, chum.
I'm staying right here. Now, beat it before I think of a reason to run you in.
All right, if that's the way you want it. Nice to have known you.
On your way, Mac.
Okay.
Callahan started for his room on 64th Street. As he walked, he tried to figure it out. He mentally checked back on his beat to see if he'd heard about any dice games that might want protection. No, he couldn't think of one. He couldn't think of a store or building owner who needed $1,000 worth of silence. It was when he was almost to the brownstone where he lived when he felt that there was somebody on the street behind him. It was late and the street was practically deserted. He stopped and turned, but he could see no one. He started to walk again. Then he could hear the steps behind him echoing in the empty street. He was being tailed, all right. He walked to the next corner, turned around the building quickly, and waited.
Oh.
What's the idea?
What idea?
Why are you following me?
Following you?
Now, don't act innocent.
Well, why would I follow you?
That I don't know.
You're not that happy.
Now, never mind the jokes.
Will you let me by, please?
Not until I get a civil answer.
Don't make me call for help.
Now, look, lady, I'm a cop.
If you want, maybe you can arrest me for molesting an officer.
Wouldn't that look nice in the precinct blotter?
Shall we go?
I won't argue with you. Now, I live across the street. I'll go in, and you go home, and we'll forget the whole thing. Good night, miss.
Look out!
What?
You all right?
Where'd you learn to tackle like that? Not at Vassar, I'm betting.
Oh, that car would have hit you.
He didn't miss by much. Did you get his number?
Oh, I couldn't see it.
Well, that's the first thing you should always look for.
Well, he didn't have his lights on.
No lights. Streets ain't safe for anybody. Well, with these fellas who drink and drive and forget to turn on their lights.
Well, he swerved to this side of the street deliberately.
He did?
Right toward you.
You mean he tried to hit me?
He would have if I hadn't played football.
Well, thanks, thanks.
Well?
Officer Callahan, sir.
Yes, Callahan.
I had some unusual things happen to me, sir, and I thought I'd better report them to you.
Go on.
When I went off duty last night, a fellow offered me $1,000 to get out of town.
Yes?
He didn't say what the bribe was for, just wanted me to take a trip.
No cover-up for anything? Gambling? Vice?
That's what I thought, sir. But there's nothing like that on my beat. And then, after I started home, a girl followed me.
A girl followed you?
Yes, sir.
What's your way with women, Callahan?
Oh, it wasn't that at all, sir. Then when I crossed the street, sir, a fellow in a car tried to run me down.
Did you get his number?
Well, no, sir. It was kind
Don't you men ever remember instructions?
Yes, sir, but...
Get the license number. If you're dying, get the license number first.
Yes, sir.
We can't trace the car without the license.
What do you make of it, sir?
Make of it? What am I supposed to make of it?
I thought it was kind of strange, that's all.
Wait a minute. Aren't you the Callahan who's been pestering me with applications for the detective squad?
Yes, sir.
I see. Did anyone see this car that tried to run you down?
Yes, sir, the girl.
And did anyone see the girl?
Yes, sir. I saw her.
Anyone besides you, I mean?
Well, there was no one else on the street.
Mm-hmm. And the man you say tried to bribe you? No one else saw him either, did they?
No, I just come out of Mike's bar.
Now we're getting someplace. Mike's Bar and Grill.
There's nothing wrong with Mike's place, sir. I've known Mike for years.
You know the regulations.
Well, I was off duty,
How many
sir.
drinks did you have?
Just a small beer.
Just a small beer. You've got a good imagination, Callahan, but the gag won't
Well,
work.
there's no gag.
Why in sin would all that happen to a simple-headed patrolman like you, and in one night, too?
Now, that's just what I'd like to know.
Get out! Get out!
Well, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Callahan got out fast, figuring it was of no use to make the lieutenant angrier than he was. Later on that night, on his beat, while he was trying the doors along the business section, he got the feeling again. It was like his own footsteps were being echoed by the buildings. But the echo wasn't at the same speed. It continued down into the warehouse district. Callahan was getting annoyed. It was probably that girl again, and he turned to stop her when... The bullets hit the wall right where Callahan would have been if he hadn't turned back suddenly. They'd come from the alleyway across the street. Rookie Callahan ran up the street and crossed, throwing 2 snap shots into the dark slot between the buildings. Then he slid along the building wall toward the alley. He figured he was dealing with loft thieves, and his shots had scared them off. Then when he started to slide across the edge into the shadows, 2 more shots came. Callahan triggered at the orange flashes and heard a grunt. Then everything was quiet. He pulled out his flashlight and walked back into the alley. The same man who had offered him the $1,000 was lying on the concrete with blood in his face. Callahan phoned in the details from the call box on the corner. He waited there till the prowl car came up. It was the lieutenant himself.
What? Oh, it's you.
Yes, sir.
Loft robbery?
I didn't check, sir.
Why not?
Regulations, sir. They read...
Never mind. Where's the one you shot?
Over here, sir, in the alley.
Caught him in the act, huh?
No, sir. He shot at me first.
Huh?
I was on the other side of the street, and this...
Where's the body?
It's back this way.
So he just suddenly shot at you?
Yes, sir.
Now, you tell me why, if you hadn't spotted them, they'd shoot at you. Well?
Well, what, sir?
Where's the body?
Why, right here...
Right where?
Well, it was there on the pavement near the wall.
Mm-hmm. Not even a blood stain.
He must not have been dead.
Evidently.
He looked a mess, sir. I figured sure...
Or maybe there never was a body here. Well, let's get out of here.
Now, Lieutenant,
I thought I warned you about any more gags.
There was a body, sir. The girl was following me, and when I turned...
So, the girl's still following you, huh?
Yes, sir.
Then where is she?
She disappeared right after the shooting.
Why do they let lame brains like you on the force? I don't know.
It's the truth, so help me.
Callahan, this is going to cost you a suspension. You'll be lucky if it isn't permanent. Come on, Frankie. Let's get back to the station.
Now we'll see. You quit following me.
Will you let me go?
Now out with it. What's the idea?
There isn't any idea. Will you please let go of my arm?
You're not getting away this time.
Maybe I don't want to.
Now, why wasn't you here when I talked with the lieutenant?
Wasn't important.
Important? You just cost me a suspension, that's all.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Come on.
Oh, where are we going?
To the station. You're going to talk to the lieutenant.
Oh, what good will that do?
You saw the shooting back there, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, it'll change a few things for me if you tell the lieutenant...
But I won't tell anybody what I saw.
Now, lady...
I can't seem to remember anything about it.
And I suppose you weren't following.
Yes, I was following you.
Well...
But I wouldn't tell anyone about that either.
Oh, me.
Well, it's not as bad as you think.
Oh, it isn't, huh?
Look, let's sit down on these steps.
All right, I got nothing to lose.
Depends on how you look at it.
Now, why was you following me?
Well, I was trying to decide if I should talk with you.
Looking me over, huh?
You might call it that.
Well, speaking of looking, you're kind of cute, all things considered. What's your name?
Anne.
Anne what?
Just Anne. Incidentally, what does the AA stand for?
Huh?
A.A. Callahan. That's what headquarters told me. Well?
That I wouldn't even tell my best girl.
Oh? What's she like?
Who?
Your best girl.
Well, she's got blue eyes and dark hair, almost black. It hangs down just to her shoulders. Has a beautiful sheen to it, like soft velvet. Makes you want to run your hand over it.
Yes?
Her lips are, well, they're full and rich with a kind of little pout to them, just to match her nose. Lips that when you kissed them... I had to find out, didn't I?
Did you?
Just like they looked.
Callahan.
Yeah?
You like the country?
Right now, I like anything.
I know a place up near Little Falls. I have some friends up there. Let's go there. You'll love it.
Well, when?
Now, tonight.
You know, I think that might be a good idea. Now, just a minute.
Yes, Callahan?
So you want me to get out of town, too, huh?
Well, I thought...
And I was falling into it just as easy as you
But
please.
you'd like it up there
a man
with
ain't
all...
safe anymore.
Oh, I don't understand.
Sister, I don't know what your game is, but I'm buying none of it, do you hear? Not a single penny's worth. You can tell whoever sent you I'm staying right here, and he better try coming out open and honest if he don't want trouble. Now, on your way, and stop following.
Well, I hope you won't be sorry, Callahan.
Now, I'll take care of myself. Just you keep out of my sight.
It's a public sidewalk, remember?
Is that your car outside, Mike?
It is, and don't go putting no tickets on it.
I want to borrow it for a few minutes.
Sure, but don't go using up all the gas.
Oh, I won't.
Drive along the river. They like it best there, Art.
Who likes what best?
The girls. Moonlight over the water. Of course, you're too dumb to be romantic.
I don't want to argue tonight, Mike.
Who's arguing? Here's the key.
Thanks.
You see that girl was following you?
No, and shut up about her.
So touchy he is. I'd like to have a girl following me around.
Well, you can have her. She's right outside.
Is she now? Well, I think I'll take a look. She must be a terrible looker to tag after you.
You don't think she's there, huh?
I don't.
I'll show you.
All right. Where is she?
Right back near the corner.
I don't see nobody.
Well, she's there.
She is, huh?
Yeah.
Then why don't I see her?
You can't.
Can you?
No, but she's there all right.
Art, do you feel bad? You coming down with a fever?
Now, don't you start it.
There's a woman standing up there by the corner.
That's what I said.
But you can't see her.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Now, Art, you better come in. Art! Hey, wait a minute, Art. Wait. Art, where you going? Art, come back.
There were no cabs in sight, so Callahan knew the girl would have to do some running if she caught up with him now. Then a car came up beside him, just beside and not passing. It was a long car, big and heavy. There were two men in the front seat. They looked across at him, then one nodded. The man at the wheel pulled hard and their bumper jammed into Callahan's fender.
Well, that got him. Have to do things of myself, don't I? We better get out of here.
Take it easy. You want to be sure the cop is dead first.
I'll put one through his head, huh?
Nah, I got a better idea.
There's somebody coming down the street.
Dump a match in that gasoline.
Burn him, huh?
Get on it.
Sure.
Meet me back at the room and get rid of the car.
Yeah.
Callahan was shaken up and pinned under the wheel, but he heard the voices. One was of the man who had offered him the $1,000, the one he'd shot in the alley. He knew the other one, too, but he couldn't remember from where. The car was on its side, and yellow flames were licking around outside the windshield. He could move his legs and arms, and he finally squirmed loose. He tried to push open the door on the top side of the car, but it wouldn't move. It was getting unbearably hot in the wrecked car. Rookie Callahan beat against the glass in the window where it was cracked, but it wouldn't break. Safety glass. It was now getting smoky. To breathe was painful. He had to get out or burn. The fire would soon reach the gas tank. Then he felt a rush of fresh air, and a pair of hands were tugging at him. He squeezed up through the half-open door, fell to the pavement, and crawled away.
You're safe, Callahan.
Oh, you.
Yeah. Now you're glad I was following you?
Yeah. Thanks.
Are you burned?
Yeah, but not the way you think.
I was down at the other corner when it happened. I ran as fast as I could.
You see any guys around?
Well, that car that hit you drove off.
There was two of them.
Hey, you look a sight.
That other one, where was it?
You want to tell me about it, Callahan?
Tell you about it? That's just it. I got nothing to tell.
Oh, you don't expect me to believe that.
I don't care what you believe. I gotta go tell Mike about his car.
It wasn't your fault.
I know that voice.
What voice?
One of the guys in the car. If I could just remember where.
What would you do?
I know what I'd do, all right, and it ain't pretty to talk about. I hope Mike had it insured.
Maybe I could help.
The best you can do is get... No. Wait a second.
Yes?
You can't help, sister. You put them guys on me. You're behind the whole thing. Or you know who is.
Let go of me.
This time, now, you talk up.
You're hurting my arm.
Look what you did to me.
They say policemen are supposed to be your friends. There never was one who was in the least friendly or courteous or...
Hey, I think that's it. Be friendly. Public servant.
Where you going, Callahan?
A little business.
In there?
In this brownstone. That's locked.
Break it down.
I don't want to make that much noise. Just ring one of those buttons.
What's the gun for?
For business purposes.
Oh.
Get it.
What do we...
Now, not so loud.
What now?
I remember the key. First rear said.
Callahan,
You
maybe...
stand to one side now.
Trouble?
Maybe. I'll have to break this one down.
Is it...
Get to one side.
Hey, what?
Get him up, you. Don't try it.
What's the idea of busting into my room?
Attempted murder.
Are you crazy?
Up to now, I thought I was.
Say, you're the cop who let me in the door.
I am the one.
I don't get it.
Go ahead, play dumb.
There's nothing to play dumb about. You come breaking in here with your gun in your hand.
I was expecting your pal, mister.
You shot my hand.
Get up, the both of you. And there ought to be a prowl car down at the wreck. Run, bring him out front.
All right.
Now, out the door.
Hey, you're making a mistake.
You'll make one if you don't go out that door. Get moving.
And that's just like a dumb, lame-brained patrolman going in and doing the whole job yourself. Why didn't you ring the station?
Well, there wasn't time, sir.
I know. There's always an excuse. You know who you brought in, don't you?
Why, well, it was...
I can't take that away from you. Benny Logston. 20 big-time stick-ups, 5 murders. And we can trace them all to his gang.
What? Yes, sir.
I should have looked into your report, Callahan, but it sounded phony at the time, you've got to admit.
Well, it wasn't phony, sir. This guy...
I know. When you let him in the door the other night, he thought you'd remember his face, so he got to worrying. All he could figure was to get rid of you before you remembered where you saw Benny Logston. If you'd have done more than crease his gunsel in the alley, we'd have had something to go on. Everybody knows Slip was Logston's boy.
Oh, yes, sir.
Still not clear about the girl, but that story sticks, too. Joe actually saw her. That's all, Callahan.
Yes, sir.
Callahan.
Yes, sir?
Forget about the suspension. I'll see what I can do about that application for the detective squad.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Callahan.
Oh, you. Beat it. I want no party... No, wait a minute. Where'd you disappear to?
Why, I took a walk.
On purpose, I'll bet.
Yes, Callahan, on purpose.
Well, you ready to talk to me, or do I take you into the lieutenant?
Why I followed you?
Among other things.
Well, I was going to kill Logston.
So that's it.
I've been looking for him for a long time. The nightclub holdup gave me the chance, knowing Slip.
Yeah, but why did you want to do a thing like that?
I had a sister, Callahan, kid sister. She went away with Logston. Then I got word she died. In prison.
I see.
When you took me to his room tonight, I was sure I could kill him. I've thought about it so long.
But you didn't.
No. I guess I'm not a killer, that's all. And I feel better knowing it. It's like a cloud is lifted.
It has, all right.
Want a ride, Callahan?
What?
I got my car. I'm going uptown.
Oh, sure we do. Get in, Ann.
Oh, where are we going?
We're going to Mike's place. Least I can offer is for him to be best man. You think that's a good idea?
Oh, it's, no.
What's the matter?
What does AA stand for?
Well, I wouldn't even tell my best girl. But the missus... It's Arden Aloysius Callahan.
Oh. Well, I guess I can stand it if you can.
Well, it's a good Irish name. Uptown Joe and wide open. We're celebrating.
And so ends the radio novel 64th Street Safari.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Take one man with an irresistible need. Add a woman with an immovable heart. Offer him the solution to the problem at the price of oblivion. The total reads High Adventure. Meetings in order, friends and members. Welcome to the High Adventure Society. As we do each week at this time, we're gathered here to induct a new member. And all non-lovers of heart-stopping thrills and throat-clutching suspense had better withdraw. Because on the agenda is a subtly horrifying story called Flood Time, Ebb Time. Written by Hal Reed and directed by Robert Monroe. To tell it, here's the man who lived through it, Nick Page. Nick? Go ahead. Tell your story, Nick. We thought we might have some difficulty, friends, so I'll just start the story for him. It really begins, I guess, at the end of last summer. Nick and his wife, Paula, had spent the summer at the beach, I remember. And this particular afternoon, Nick was on his way home to the cottage where they'd been living.
Paula. Oh.
Hello, Nick.
Well, the birds are leaving. I just saw some mallards flying south.
Yes, now we'll really be alone.
Be wonderful, won't it?
Oh, yes. Wonderful.
Remember our first summer out here? We felt so bad about the birds leaving, we'd have to go back to town. Oh, who's that in the living room? Dad?
Yes. He brought that stuff from the apartment.
Well, aren't you?
I've got some things to unpack.
Let's see now. Spoons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hello, Dad.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Well, thanks for bringing the things over.
That's all right.
We'll need them this winter.
I want to talk to you about that, Nick. I took Paula to Dr. Davis today. Is he the nearest doctor?
Yeah.
I thought you were so worried about her. Bad weather, you could never get a doctor.
Well, it won't matter.
Nick, this is no place to stay out of season. These cottages are none too strong, and the surf here can be very rough. You're right on the beach, and a bad storm could wash his shack away before you know it. Be reasonable.
Don't you understand? What little time we have left, I want us to spend together. Alone.
Look, son. All right. But why pretend she's dying?
Why pretend she isn't?
There's only one thing wrong with that girl. She's unhappy.
She's not. There's never been a harsh word between us.
Maybe that's it.
What?
I don't know. Son, before you were married, you two were...
She hasn't changed.
That isn't what I meant.
There's never been anyone but Paula.
Yes, I know.
You don't understand.
Don't I?
We're happy together.
Are you?
Perfectly happy. Just let me alone.
All your life. And you still do it.
Do what?
Close your eyes to whatever you don't want to see.
What do you mean?
Oh, forget it. Finished unpacking?
No, I don't feel very well.
Uh-huh.
What'd the doctor say?
Finally got around to asking me.
Well, I didn't know you'd gone
Doesn't know what's wrong with me. Nobody does.
Didn't he prescribe anything?
Rest. That's all he knows.
Maybe that'll help.
I suppose so.
Good.
He'll be over again tomorrow.
Oh? Well, fine.
Paula, I'd think again before I stayed here.
It's too late for that. Our apartment's gone.
Well, she'll be all right. Won't you, Paula? If anything happened to you,
Yes, Nick. Get some bedding out of the storeroom, will you?
Oh, no, of course not. I'll be right back.
Well, your silver's unpacked. Want me to finish inside?
Oh, would you, Father?
Surely.
You have to leave right away.
I'm afraid so. Tell you what I think. He's got murder on his mind.
Where's Dad?
In the bedroom.
Alone?
I suppose so. Why?
Well, Nothing. I'll get that bedding.
Trying to kill her. That's what he's up to. He's trying to kill her.
Doctor?
Oh, can't you be quiet, Nick?
Oh, don't be frightened, darling. Dr. Morley. Oh, must be deaf. I'll be right back.
Don't hurry.
Dr. Morley.
What's the matter?
Where's Dr. Davis?
Give him a chance, Mr. Page. This storm...
Can't you do something?
Well, I'm not familiar with your wife's case. All I know is that Dr. Davis asked me to meet him here for consultation.
Well, why isn't he here?
You can't blame Dr. Davis.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, living out here at the end of nowhere this time of year. December is no time.
All right. Keep watching for him.
I can't watch for him. Talk to you, too. Murderer.
That's a lie.
What's that?
I'm not a murderer.
What? Who said you were?
You think I couldn't hear you?
Me?
Nick,
Who's that?
where are you?
Oh, Dad.
In here, Mr. Page.
What's the story, Nick? Is she...
What happened? You're
car stalled. The road's flooded. I had to wade.
flooded. He'll never get here now.
Got to get out of here.
But Paula can't go out in
She'll
that.
have to.
Are you crazy?
You can't stay here.
Doesn't matter now.
The house is liable to wash away.
Doesn't matter now.
Snap out of it, Nick.
She'll die anyway.
All right, we'll wait a few minutes. Maybe Davis will get here yet. Are you sure Paula's out there? I'll go talk to her.
Doctor,
Yes?
it's no use. He won't come now, not in time. How much longer has she got?
Now, Mr. Page.
Don't. I know she's dying. Isn't she?
Well, I'm not familiar with the case, but I certainly wouldn't say that she was dying.
How much longer will she live? Can she last out the day?
We can't wait any longer. The house will go any minute.
But Paula...
She's asleep.
Asleep? You sure she...
About time. That hypo
That was the house next door. Nick, get Paula.
I'll let her die in peace, can't you?
Doctor, can you wake her?
I'll try. Mrs. Page.
Oh, don't shout at her like
Wasted
that.
enough time.
All right. I'll wake her. Paula. Wake up, darling.
You can't wake her up like that. She's had a
Shut up. Paula. Let me kiss you awake. Here. Cold. Dead.
Nick.
What?
Nick.
Oh,
Come back, Nick.
Paula?
Come back.
Where's the doctor? And Dad? What happened?
Isn't it cold out there?
Cold. Paula.
It's nice and warm. Here.
Warm.
Come back. This way. That's right. Don't be afraid. Good. Come on, dear. That's right.
Nick?
Huh?
No, don't stop there.
Nick?
Don't stop. Come all the way back. Come back to me.
Nick?
Oh, Nick, don't turn around and go away again. Don't go away again. Don't.
Nick?
Huh?
Nick?
Yeah?
Have you seen what's going on outside?
Oh, what do you mean?
Come on, I'll show you.
All right.
See?
See what? Oh, mallards. Oh, the birds are flying south.
Yes, the summer's over.
Oh, you really as sad as all that?
No, not really. But I'm sorry, that's all.
Oh, about what?
Going back to the city.
Oh.
I wish we didn't have to.
Yeah, I know.
Nick, someday let's not go back.
Well, stay here all year round?
Uh-huh.
Well, these are only summer cottages.
What do we care?
Well, nobody stays here after September.
See what I mean?
Oh, Paula. You wouldn't be afraid
Of what?
being alone out here with me?
Uh-uh.
No telling what I might do.
Sounds wonderful. Oh, it's been a wonderful summer, Nick. Just like we always said it'd be, remember? Nick,
Yeah?
Remember the first time we saw the cottage?
Oh, from the cliff?
Mm-hmm. You chased me, and we both fell down, and that was when I saw the cottage.
Yeah. That's crazy, kids.
We were wonderful. We were going to be married that June and spend our first summer here, and there wasn't going to be a war, and the world was our oyster.
Fine couple of prophets we were.
Oh, Nick, we did have to wait so long for that first summer, didn't we?
I should have married you that June.
It doesn't matter now.
No.
As long as we've had our first summer, after all. But it's gone so fast. It's over so soon. My favorite summer, 1946.
Memorizing dates again.
Mm-hmm. I could press flowers instead.
No, thanks. That's even sillier.
Oh, you think I'm silly?
Oh, you're not so bad.
You're not so bad yourself.
Thanks.
Don't mention it.
All right.
You, don't mind being married to me?
Oh, hardly at all.
Thanks.
Don't mention it.
All right.
And what are we talking about?
I don't know, do you?
No.
Nick.
Uh-huh.
Do me a favor?
What?
Kiss me?
Kiss me. Cold. Dad. Oh!
Nick.
I kissed her. And she was... What?
Nick, come back. All the way.
But...
It's warm and safe, and nothing can hurt you here. Come on now.
Yeah.
Good. I knew you'd want to come back.
That's fine. Come on.
Nick.
What?
Don't stop, Nick. Keep on coming back.
Nick?
Oh, no. Don't stop.
Nick.
Nick, why do you turn away like that? Don't go away again.
Nick. Nick.
What?
I thought you wanted to walk.
Oh, all right.
Nick.
Uh-huh.
Where'll we live?
Oh, I don't know, Paula.
Well, it's important.
Is it?
Not really.
You like that song, huh?
Mm-hmm. Race you to the top of the cliff. All right, Slowpoke.
Hey, hey! Hey, come here, you little devil. You.
Stop it. Stop.
You stop.
You make me fall. Nick.
Oh.
Oh, no, look what you've done.
Well, it's your own fault. You...
Nick.
Oh, what's the matter?
Look down there on the beach.
Oh, the cottages?
The white one with the red roof.
Yeah.
I've decided.
What?
That's where we're going to live.
Hey, take it easy.
What do you mean?
I don't even get my degree till June.
Well,
suppose I can't get a job.
You better. Besides, I'd marry you anyway.
Oh, fine. And then what?
And then we'll really be together. All the time.
Oh, boy.
And we'll live in that house down there.
Can't. There's only a summer cottage.
Well, then we'll spend our first summer there.
Next summer?
Mm-hmm. Unless there's a war.
There won't be any war.
Just purring.
Purring?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It's been a good day, Nick. Seeing our house and everything. May 23rd, 1939.
1939. I'll show you how to make it a good year. Come here.
Lie still, Nick. You'll break the spell.
Oh, what spell?
Beast.
For me?
Yes, you.
It's the way you made me.
What?
Before I met you, I was just a scared little rabbit.
Huh.
Well, didn't I used to sit outside your house when you played the piano, too scared to go in and meet you?
You did?
Mm-hmm. But now, come here, I'll show you.
Oh, no, you don't.
Young lady, do you want to live in that cottage down there?
Yes, sir.
You want to marry me this June?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. You going to kiss me?
Yes, Nick.
Oh, Paula. Cold. Death.
Nick.
Yeah?
I told you not to go away again. Now, come back.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes, that's fine. Nothing to be afraid of. Nothing to worry about. Just come back. That's right.
Nick. Dad.
Nick, don't stop. Don't turn away now. Not when you've come so close to me.
Nick! Nick!
Don't go away again. Not again, Nick.
Doctor,
Yes?
see if you can rouse him.
I'll try.
Oh, Nick, now you'll have to start all over again.
Mr. Page, come out of it. There's no use.
Are you sure?
Quite sure.
Nick, can you understand me?
We'll have to leave.
Wait, Doctor, wait. Nick, we've got to get out of here. I can't carry Paul on you, too. You've got to snap out of it. I'll come back for you at the house, if I can.
Are you coming?
All right. All right.
Don't stay there, Nick. Come back, dear.
Maybe I... What?
Stop that now, Nick. Stop that, dear. You want to come back. You know you do. There's nothing to worry about. Here. Come back again. Oh, Nick, why didn't you come back?
Oh, water's too close. Drown if I... Dad. Oh, it's too late. I'm gone. Gotta get out of here. Gotta get out. Ground. Solid ground.
Mr. Page,
What?
are you all right?
Wet. Cold. That's all.
Well, you better get inside.
Inside?
It's cottage up against the cliff, behind the seawall. Come on.
There's water in the house. Had to swim. What happened to me? Some kind of dreams.
In here. Your wife's in the other room. She's...
I know.
You want to see her?
No. No, I couldn't.
Well, you'd better get those wet clothes off.
I kissed her. Then those dreams are... It's so real. There was a voice. Somebody's voice. She called me and I'd go, and then Paula would call me and I'd stop to see what she wanted, and that voice kept saying, come back. Heard it before. I was almost right up to her, and then Dad called me and I was drowning. Had to save myself. She sounded so nice. She said, warm, safe.
Mr. Page.
What?
I think I understand. This is real. Here, now. And you must hang on to it, like it or not.
What?
That other world is only in your mind. You live inside your mind, like crawling into a hole and pulling the hole in after you.
But why would I?
Well, for the small chance I had to observe your relations with your wife, my guess is the kind of life you had, you couldn't stand. You thought you were stuck with it.
Paula? It was perfect.
That's how it starts. Blinding yourself to the truth.
Paula was always perfect.
In your dream world, she is. But that isn't your wife. That's the woman you always wanted her to be.
The way I wanted her. Every time I kissed her, she was...
Of course. There's always something like that. That's what your mind did to punish itself.
Punish itself? For what?
Well, let's talk about that later.
For what?
For wanting her dead.
You're crazy. You're crazy.
Why'd you convince yourself she was dying?
She was.
No. Neurotic, that's all.
Davis put you on the case.
That's my specialty. Nervous and mental cases.
Crazy old fool. She's dead, isn't she?
Dead? She's healthier than I am.
She's alive?
Of course. She's asleep in the other room.
what you told me before. And when I kissed her...
I gave her a hypo this morning. It's a wonder she stayed awake as long as... Just a minute.
Gotta see. Paul! Breathe. Wake up, darling. I thought you were dead. I thought you were dead.
What place is this?
It doesn't matter. Let me...
Be careful, Mr. Page.
Go away, Doctor.
When you kiss her, it's quite plain how she feels.
Shut up.
What's he talking?
Forget him, darling. Let me tell you how much...
Now let me sleep, will you?
I understand. Later.
Yes, later.
Of
later.
course, darling. Close your eyes and...
All right, kiss me.
Sleep tight, darling. Cold. Yes.
Come back, dear. All the way.
Yes.
That's right. Come on, dear.
Mr. Page.
Don't stop, Nick.
No. I'm coming. All the way this time.
Mr. Page.
Good. That's a good boy. Come here to me.
I know who.
Of course you know me.
Yes. Yes, I do.
There. I knew you'd come back. That's my good little boy. Are you tired, Nick?
Uh-huh.
Here, I'll hold you right next to my heart. There. Now, sleep.
Yes, Mommy. I'm going to sleep here. All my life.
Flood time, ebb time. Another strange story of men and women that only can be called high adventure. Thank you, new member, and we'll place your story in the archives of the High Adventure Society and mark it whole for future publication. And at next week's meeting, friends and members, we're going to the big city for our story of action and suspense with Juniper Bush, which concerns itself with a man who lay unnoticed for 39 hours, 10 feet from civilization. His life dependent upon a single blade of grass. It's Juniper Bush, next week on High Adventure.
Featured in the High Adventure role of Nick was Lawson Zerbe, with Gene Tatum, Don Douglas, Joe Helgeson, and Abby Lewis. Broadcast engineer was Dick Quatermine, and the High Adventure Orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley. Remember, next week, Mutual presents Juniper Bush, a big city story of high adventure. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The American Forum of the Air will be heard 30 minutes from now over many of these same stations.
Jolton, makers of Old Spice aftershave lotion, for that top-of-the-world feeling after every shave. Bring you top of the world in action drama for men.
High Adventure.
Hello, friends. This is Ron, your host, and this is High Adventure.
or to be precise and practical, the weekly meeting of the High Adventure Society, whose members are those of you wherever you are who like stories of strong men, smooth women, and hard, fast action. If I said it more convincing, I'd get excited myself. Anyway, meeting's in order, and on the agenda is Flight to RENYAR, an aviation story of the new fighting the old, with a beautiful woman in the winner's circle. Flight to RENYAR, written and directed for the Society by Bob Monroe, another story of high adventure.
It's funny how many different ideas there are about flying. I guess most people think a pilot on an airliner has an exciting, thrilling job. Well, you'd be surprised how boring long hops can be to the guy up front, or how much hard work there can be when there's hard work to be done. To me, flying was just a business, no more. So I guess it was just plain boredom and the desire to make a few dollars that made me take the offer to ferry a ship south. I was waiting for assignment to the foreign schedule, so I had a month to spare, and that's how I happened to be landing a C-47 Solo on a strip outside of Diablo in the wilder part of South America. What a dump. Hey! Hey, you!
Yeah?
This for Diablo?
I hope so. If it ain't, they've been fooling me, too.
Wise boy.
Where you been?
Huh?
Come by way of Hawaii, maybe?
Sure, why not? I like flying twin engine without a co-pilot.
We had an ETA on you for yesterday.
Well, it happens, mister. I had to wait out up front in Caracas.
Bad weather, huh? Okay.
And I think I did pretty good on dead reckoning. Hit this spot right on the nose with no fixes, no navigator, no range stations.
We got a range station.
Well, how was I to know? It's not on the chart.
Okay.
Don't even have the name of the joint painted on the roof.
Okay.
Where's Conway Airlines?
You're looking at part of it.
I'm supposed to deliver to T.W. Conway of Conway Airlines. After that, show me some food, and I'll be ready to get back to civilization.
Okay.
Well, where's T.W. Conway?
There he is.
Where?
Up there.
In the AT-6?
Yeah.
Crazy flathead.
Huh?
He's coming right at us.
Yeah.
Buzz job.
Yeah.
Well, watch it.
Huh?
Down. That's fine.
What you so worried about?
I suppose that's his idea of a welcoming committee.
Come on, I'll show you the office. Speed will roll right up to the front door. He always does.
Somebody ought to teach him what you can and can't do with an airplane.
Somebody ought to teach Speed Conway.
Speed Conway?
Yeah.
Familiar name.
He was flying before you was walking.
Oh. Well, nice landing.
Never misses that Speed.
Speed Conway. Race pilot?
Yeah.
Well, so the 10 Goose finally came in, huh? Hello, boy. Thanks for bringing it down.
I got paid in advance. You T.W. Conway?
Sure.
Here's your invoice. One beat-up C-47. Now, is there a place I can get something to eat? And after that, will you tell me the best way to get to Santiago? I already got my ticket back, so if you...
Wait a minute. You just got here. What's the hurry?
Well, I have to go...
Come on in the office. Maria will sign the receipt for you. She's the one that keeps the books. After that, we'll go to the best foodery this side of Panama. Come on, boy. The Goose finally got here, honey.
I saw it land. It's beautiful.
The boy here set her down right on the edge, a perfect stall landing. So now you can meet a good pilot. Oh, excuse me, I don't even know what you call yourself.
Breslin, Fred Breslin.
Well, Freddie, meet the best and swellest gal ever to hang around an airport. I had to put Maria here to work to keep her out of the airplanes.
Hello, Freddie.
Maria.
And Freddie's hungry, and we got something to celebrate, so let's close up shop and have some fun.
What are we celebrating this time?
We're in business again. Conway Airlines now owns a 10 Goose. Okay, Freddie?
What?
You'll feel better after you come over to get some of Papy's roast beef. You coming, boy? We'll have to get washed up.
You should go with Speed. Your face is very dirty.
Yeah, I guess I'd better.
Now, there was the dinner. A little wine, Freddie?
Thanks. Go ahead and help yourself first.
I never drink when I'm eating.
Or at any other time?
Well, you feel better, Fred?
You're right about that roast beef.
Oh, you didn't answer my question. You feel better?
I feel fine.
Not going to bite our heads off anymore?
Don't tease him, Speed. He'd just come in from a long flight.
Well, that shouldn't bother him. Look at all the beautiful scenery he had to look at.
Trouble is, you're too busy to have a chance to see it.
Why, that's half the fun of flying. Getting up there, looking over the top of mountains, seeing as far as you can see. Yeah, boy, that's half the fun.
If you call it fun.
Listen to him, Maria.
Wisdom of youth.
A lot of work to fly in.
If by work you mean money, you tell me where it is. I gave up trying to make my first million with airplanes. Thought maybe I better have better luck with my second. But all I get is red ink, huh, honey?
Too much of it.
Now, sit still. I'll be back. I want to tell Papy we liked his roast beef. We're glad you brought the goose, boy. Now maybe I can make that second million for us.
Maria.
You like my name.
It fits you.
Thank you.
This your hometown?
Hometown? Oh, I have lived here all my life.
You speak English very well.
I studied with tutors.
Oh.
And speed completed my vocabulary.
I can imagine. Maria.
Yes?
You like the music?
It is always very soothing.
Care to dance?
I'm sorry.
Why?
I always dance first with speed.
I see.
Well, I got the music going.
That's fine.
Ah, it's a wonderful night. Big full moon, good food. Just a night to fly across to... Hey, Freddie, come on. I want to show you something.
Sure.
We'll be right back, honey.
I will wait. Give you to dance.
I didn't forget. Out here, Freddie. I brought you out because you being a pilot, I figured you could appreciate it better than anybody else.
Appreciate what?
Look at that bright moon. Clear, calm air. Wouldn't you like to be up there tonight?
I don't know. I'm pretty tired.
You couldn't be that tired. That's why we come here, in addition to the roast beef.
Why?
You can see so far from this patio. Just up on a little hill. You can see for miles and miles. Just to get up where you can see.
Yeah.
You'll know what I mean because you're a flyer like me. Out there in the west, you can't see it at night, but it's there. They call it RENYAR Pass. High up in the mountains. No man's ever been through it. Winds around, steep sides. Clouds are real mountains. No man's been through it. Someday, when I got nothing better to do, I think I can make it with a 6. Someday, I'm gonna try it.
We ought to go back in. Maria's all alone.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So anyhow, it looks like we're all set, huh?
Yes, we can start tomorrow.
What's all set, boy?
Ben has wonderful news.
I got all the bucket seats installed.
That's my Benny.
We can start service tomorrow, Speed, if you want.
Boy, do I want it.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Freddie?
What kind of service you going to start tomorrow?
Regular passenger service between here and the coast. How do you like that, huh?
That 47?
You said it. Now that Ben has seats in
Wait
the thing...
a minute. That ship needs a major. Engines won't rev up to rated RPM. The gas consumption is too high. The control...
You checked the ship, didn't you, Benny?
That's okay.
But I'll test hop it myself this morning. In the morning. Come on, honey. Let's see the... Get that music started.
Speed.
Yeah, boy?
You ever flown a 47?
Well, I must have sometime or other.
You got to follow procedures in a ship that big.
I'll figure them out as I go along.
You can't do that.
Well, sure you can. It's got wings and engine just like any other ship, doesn't it?
Yeah, but if you
then
don't...
what's eating you, boy?
It's your funeral. I just don't like to see you kill a lot of innocent passengers.
I never killed anybody in my life. Well, I tell you what. You stay over and check me out and before you leave. Will that make you happy?
I don't want any part of it. The ship is barely airworthy, and before you hop any passengers, you ought to get it in...
come on. Won't take over a couple of hours.
No, thanks. The flight down was enough for me.
Well, I ask you.
I wish you would stay, Freddie.
What?
I wish you would stay.
You're asking me to stay?
Yes.
Of course she is, boy. We're all asking you, aren't we, Benny?
Sure.
All right, I will. I'll start checking you out tomorrow.
Well, now we got that settled. Come on, honey. Let's see if we can get that music going again so we can dance.
What would you do if a beautiful girl asked you to stay, when you knew to stay meant to fight something with logic as your only weapon? Well, stick around and find out what Freddie did. For this is the beginning of another high adventure.
There's nothing like the thrill and excitement of a high adventure. But it's nice to know there are some things we can always count on. And every man listening can always count on Old Spice aftershave lotion for the perfect finish to a shave. Old Spice aftershave lotion is soothing, invigorating, antiseptic, and healing to the skin. It instantly takes away uncomfortable razor burn and adds real pleasure to your morning shave. In 2 seconds, its skin-tingling freshness has you wide awake and ready for the day. Old Spice aftershave lotion has a clean, pleasant, masculine scent that men prefer, not to mention the girls. That's why more men buy Old Spice than any other aftershave lotion at $1. Yes, you can always count on this to be true. That men who appreciate real quality, men who know the value of good grooming, use Old Spice lotion after every shave.
Let's continue our high adventure meeting and get back to Flight to RENYAR. Fred Breslin's story of high adventure.
It took more than a couple of hours to check Speed Conway out on the 47. After the first ride around the field, he was ready to take it himself, but I talked him out of it. Speed might have been the best seat-of-the-pants pilot in the business, but when it came to flying the gauges and instrument landing procedures, it was rough going for him. The day I was going to stay over turned into 5 and then a week. I'll give him credit. Speed tried. He tried hard. And the harder he tried, the more I noticed the change.
How am I doing, boy? How am I doing?
Watch your airspeed. Keep it constant. Also
I mean
to descent.
I mean about the beam signals. Right there, aren't they?
Sound all right to me. Just remember to keep to the side of the beam to protect against traffic.
There's no traffic around here.
Then why have a range station?
I got a chance to buy it cheap and war surplus. Makes the customers feel good.
Hold that airspeed.
I am.
Manifold pressure's up. They go together, you know.
Don't feel solid unless I keep her fast.
You got to follow procedures.
Okay, boy.
That's better. You're heading.
What?
Heading. You're off course.
Compass reads the same.
Go by the beam. Can't you hear it?
I always forget which is which.
Correct to the left.
Yeah.
To the left.
I'm doing it.
Now watch your airspeed.
It's okay.
Building up.
Get her on the course first.
Nose up.
Want to get her on course.
Nose up.
It's okay.
Watch the hangar.
What? Oh, I'm so busy.
I'll take it.
I'm so busy reading the instruments and listening to the signals.
All right, take her around and land her.
That's it, huh?
I guess so.
Handle it about as good as I'll ever do it.
Yeah, Speed, that's right.
Watch me bring her in when I'm looking.
Brakes.
Want to roll right up the hangar.
Well, not through it.
They'll hold. You just sit and... Hey!
Like that.
Okay, boy?
Yeah.
Let's get out of this boxcar. How'd you like that landing, Benny boy?
Okay. Why don't you use the idle cutoff?
What?
The idle cutoff.
Why, I don't want to keep them running any longer than I have to.
Yeah, but that's why it takes so long to start the engines. They load up if you don't use the idle cutoff.
Who and son told you that?
Freddie told me about it, Speed.
Oh.
It works, too. He was showing me.
Well, I'll try to remember next time.
Save me a lot of work if you would, huh?
Sure.
Now, don't forget it, huh, Speed?
I said I wouldn't. What else you want?
Okay.
Speed,
Well, honey, just what I want to see.
that was a beautiful landing.
Go home, tell your father and mother you'll be late. We're going to celebrate.
What this time?
This is something big. Freddie here says that I'm all set on the 47.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, I didn't mean...
Thank you for being so patient with him.
Well, it's only that I...
Freddie here took his time, but we finally did it, didn't we, boy?
Yeah, I guess so.
So now that the 10 Deuce goes into operation, I got some other big news to tell you. Tell you about the dinner. This time we're going to celebrate for sure. Come on, let's get washed up and get going. You coming, Benny?
Okay.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Now perhaps I can put some black ink in the books. There's no person in the world like Speed.
No, I guess not.
Oh, it's so beautifully quiet in the early evening.
Yes.
And now you will leave.
Tomorrow.
You have not danced with me?
Maria.
Yes?
This is the first chance I've had to talk to you alone.
Why do you hide behind words?
Maria.
That is what you told me. That sometimes words are not necessary.
No. Not necessary.
Freddie. I didn't know it was you until I didn't know what your name would be, what you would look like.
I had to find out. Couldn't leave till I found out.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Hey, Freddie, you better go on in and get cleaned up. You're going with us, boy. Oh, what's going on?
Speed, we have something to tell you.
What?
Freddie, tell him.
Well, that sounds foolish, but Maria and I,
You and Maria?
Yes, Speed.
Isn't it wonderful?
Well, yeah. Well, that is, well, that's sure something. Now we really got something to celebrate tonight. I'm sure happy for you. I'll get the car out and we'll go to Pappy's. Hurry up, kid. Don't keep old Speed waiting.
I'll wait for you at my house, Freddie. I'm glad Speedy's happy for us. Speed is so wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah. Benny. Hey, Benny.
Oh, thought I heard somebody.
Speed been around?
He's over by the 6.
Thanks.
Some party last night, huh?
Yeah.
Even Speed was late getting over to the field. What do you think of that?
No surprise after what he put away.
Nah. Hey, I told him I was going to major the engines in the 47s like you wanted them.
Fine. They need it.
I'll get on it tomorrow.
He's over at the 6?
Yeah.
I don't see him.
I think he's working in the cockpit.
What are you doing?
Oh, nothing.
Going up and ring her out?
I don't know.
You forgot to tell us something last night.
What, boy?
You said you had big news.
Oh, wasn't important.
Speed, I want you to know that I'll be...
Want to teach me some more about flying?
No.
If they got wings and an engine, I can fly 'em.
Come on, climb out. We'll talk.
No. You going back and tell Benny how to do maintenance right, the way it ought to be done. Hop down, boy. I'll stick to flying. Think I'll try that pass to RENYAR. Got nothing better to do.
Speed!
Be seeing you, boy!
Flying him before I could walk.
Is that Speed going up?
Yeah. Up where he can see.
Who else could it be? If not you, it must be Speed.
He's a great flyer.
He's going to stunt again. Look!
Yeah.
You said it's so strange.
Oh, it's nothing.
Hey, you see that, huh?
Yeah.
He's ringing out the 6 today, ain't he?
Yeah.
What do you call that stunt, Freddie?
Snap roll.
Just as it looks.
That's right. Hey, that one there's an Immelman.
Fred,
Huh?
something wrong.
No. I'd rather see him do acrobatics than try the pass.
Just watch old Speed. He can sure throw it around.
Old Speed.
I don't understand.
Everything is all right.
Look at this one, Freddie. Power spin, huh? Bet you never seen it done better.
No.
Old Speed's a hot rock today, ain't he?
It's enough, Speed.
4, 5, 10.
Start your pull
Fred!
out. Now.
8, 10.
Now.
Fred, what is it?
Pull out.
Hey.
Speed.
Whoo, for a second, I didn't think he was going to...
Tower, Speed.
Fred!
Hey!
The radio tower! Come on, we gotta get him out. What's the matter? Come on.
I better start majoring them engines.
What?
Get them started today, finish them a day
Are you
quicker.
crazy? That's your boy, Speed, in that crack up. You want him to burn to death? It's gonna fire up any second.
Speed always said that when he went in to walk away. Don't run to the wreck. Walk away as if it never
Speed has
happened.
got ideas aviation outgrew 20 years ago, and that's one of them. If he's alive, I'm going to try to save him. I think that much of him anyway. Silly romantic thing. Speed. I'm going to mark him. Pulse. Yeah, pulse. Breathing. Ben!
What help?
Still alive. Give me a hand.
Alive?
Yeah, alive. Now help me with him here. Put him down easy. Less we move him, the better. Open his jacket.
Okay.
Fred!
Stay back, Maria.
Speed.
Chest is crushed. Get him to hospital.
No hospital here.
Well, where's the nearest one?
I don't know. Speed.
Maria,
Yes,
where's the nearest hospital? And stay back.
hospital.
Where is it?
Over the mountains.
Where over the mountains?
At RENYAR. He's alive?
Yes. Ben.
Maybe a doc could take
Get
one
the
of the doctors.
47 gassed and bring it over here.
Okay.
Clouds over the mountains. How high do they go?
Like 16,000
All right, put some oxygen and equipment in the cabin. Maria, you're coming along to take care of them.
We don't have no...
You'll help as a co-pilot, Ben.
We don't have no oxygen equipment, Fred.
Oh, that's fine.
Bad crushed. He won't last.
You got charts on the mountains?
Yeah, over in the office.
Be sure the latest ones are clipped to the board.
But you can't make no 16,000...
He always wanted to fly RENYAR Pass. Okay, boy, we'll try to get him through it.
Huh?
Maybe I'm crazy, too. Let's go.
Hey, wait a minute. You don't know what you're asking for.
Speed thought it could be done, didn't he?
Well, he could do it, maybe,
That's
but...
the only way we'll get through. Now get on the gas pump.
Speed and me flew over the top of it once. You can't hold a level. The winds are too strong.
What's the matter, boy?
We will go, Ben.
Okay.
I'll get the charts. You gas up the 47.
Well, members, you on the edge of your seats? From here on, about 3 things can happen. Fred could try to get through the pass and fail. He could make it and save Speed's life. Or he could... Well, you don't want me to spoil it for you. And at this point, I think we're agreed it's the kind of story that can only be called high adventure.
If any of you men don't know what a grand feeling it is to finish off your shave with Old Spice aftershave lotion, you're missing something. Once you've tried Old Spice lotion, its bracing freshness is sure to become a part of your daily life you'll never want to miss. The ship-decorated bottles are man-tailored and man-sized. And here's something extra you'll be glad to know. The Old Spice bottle has an exclusive leak-proof stopper, which makes Old Spice aftershave lotion ideal to carry when traveling. So for all these good reasons, and for a wonderful sense of well-being after you shave, use Old Spice aftershave lotion tomorrow and every morning.
Back to Flight to RENYAR, Fred Breslin's story of high adventure, of life and death in an airplane flying through the Andes.
That's it up ahead?
Up the valley.
Not very wide.
Don't get much wider, neither.
Check the port engine mixture. Temperature's going up on her.
Hey, it is.
Well, here we go.
Mixture same as the other.
With it on full rich.
Okay.
Are we in the pass?
Just entering. How's speed?
Unconscious still.
Better get back and belt them down. It's going to be rough in here once we get...
Oil pressure's out.
Feather.
Vibrating. Shake the whole ship.
Cut switches.
She stopped.
Is it bad?
Get back with speed. Belt them down.
All right.
You're going to turn back.
Got to compensate.
Can we do it on one engine?
I don't know. We're lightly loaded.
You better make up your mind.
Yeah.
I knew them engines needed a major, eh?
What?
You going to turn back? If you don't now, you're not going to be able to. Not enough room between the mountains. Hey, Freddie, you hear me?
Yeah.
You got to make up your mind. You're going to turn back.
Huh? Turn back? Ha, ha, ha. Betty boy, we just started.
Okay, Speed. Okay.
Watch the temperature gauge. If it starts climbing, let me know.
Sure. Getting rough.
Lean her out a little.
Hey, we're losing altitude.
We're still climbing. The valley's closing in.
Huh?
Getting tight.
Hey.
Keep your belt tight.
We're lower than the ridge up there.
I see it.
Can't you climb this thing more?
Sit tight.
Heading right for it.
Increase RPM.
But we're heading for it.
Change that pitch.
Yeah, sure.
That's it.
Do something.
Hold on.
I'm going to hit it.
Hope the charts are right.
Watch it. What happened?
Make it show 1850 again.
Okay.
Clouds are coming down on the peaks.
How come we didn't hit the ridge?
Charts showed a turn to the left, banked around it.
Oh. You're going to have to go on instruments if them clouds come down anymore.
Can't get into those. Got mountains in them.
Oh.
We're almost to the hump.
How can you see?
I'm guessing.
Huh?
Relax, Benny boy.
Hey, we can't go through there.
I hope we can.
Don't look as wide as a wing.
I'm going to need your help, Ben.
Okay.
Call off the instrument readings. Go round the board, then start over again. I don't have time to look.
Okay.
Start with airspeed.
Airspeed, 140. Altitude, 12.5. Rate of climb, 0. RPM, 2100. Manifold...
Hold tight. This is the big one.
Cylinder head temp, 260. Oil temp...
You wanted to fly the pass, Speed.
Pressure...
Okay, boy.
110.
When you got nothing better to do.
Airspeed, 140.
Across the horizon, boy. This is it.
260.
Okay, Ben, I can handle it.
Huh?
We made it.
Well, I figured we would.
It is calm now. Are we all right?
Yeah, it was swell. Be in RENYAR in a couple of minutes.
I'm glad.
Speed ride the pass okay?
Yes.
It was rugged for a few minutes then.
Didn't bother him?
Hasn't regained consciousness yet.
No. He was dead when I went back to fasten the belts on him. I would have come and told you, but it was so rough I could not stand up.
Well, he flew to pass.
Yes.
When I go in, walk away. Don't run to the wreck. Walk away as if it never happened. Walk away and forget I ever hung around that joint.
There'll never be another guy like him.
No. Not completely.
Huh?
Not the wild, foolish Speed. But what he loved and what made us love him. I think so.
Yeah.
Don't you, Freddie?
What? Oh, sure. Now, honey, watch how I float her in right on the edge. You'll never know when we touch. Move over, Benny boy. Let her get a ringside seat.
Okay, Freddie. Okay.
Flight to RENYAR, pilot Fred Breslin's story for the files of the High Adventure Society. That boy had a pretty rough time, didn't he? Too bad he went through those mountains and then found out it was all for nothing. Or was it? Anyway, in the closing minutes of the meeting, we credit the members who participated. Assisting were John Larkin, Inga Adams, and Jim Bowles, with guest soloist Geraldine Beitzel, and music under the direction of Mr. Lou Davies. And next week, the High Adventure Society will present a very unusual story called Export Item, about a man who signed on a tramp steamer and sailed into world intrigue through a sea of life, love, and death. Sounds all right, doesn't it? Well, until next week's meeting, then, to make life interesting, good luck and high adventure.
Remember to join us again next week when Schulten brings you another exciting story of high adventure, Export Item. And remember, too, that Old Spice aftershave lotion gives you wonderful value for your money. There are two generous sizes of this quality lotion, $1 and $1.75. Look for the handsome red Old Spice cartons at drug and department stores everywhere. And for that top-of-the-world feeling, use Old Spice lotion after every shave.
Now, over most of these stations, American Forum of the Air on NBC.
Schulten, makers of Old Spice aftershave lotion for that top-of-the-world feeling after every shave, brings you the top of the world in action drama for men. High Adventure.
Hello, friends. Just as the man said, this is High Adventure. And in the event you're not sure what that means, I'll tell you. It means if you have the heart for it, one that can stand a little excitement, mister, sit down. We'll try and give it some exercise. High Adventure means a story of savage action and strong suspense. A story of a man like you, perhaps, who lives a normal life. But this man had one thrilling moment or incident which has but one definition: high adventure. And to prove our point, on the agenda is Sentinel on 73rd, written and directed for High Adventure by Bob Monroe, which concerns a man who saw too much, talked too much, and... well, you find out for yourself. Here is Sentinel on 73rd, told by the man it happened to, Stanley Trimmer's big city story of high adventure.
There's a great deal of truth in the old saying that if we could see ourselves as other people see us, we'd all be a lot better human beings. You never pay any attention to a saying like that until it applies to you. Well, it applied to me, and I found out the truth. I had a good job, head salesman for the used car department of a good dealer. Had a good wife and a comfortable living. I liked most people. I thought most people liked me. But I guess the real change began that evening I made Larry stay at the showroom with me, handle customers, while I made out expense vouchers for the last week. It was about 9:20 when we finally closed up, let ourselves out through the side door into the building lobby.
And I bet you we sell that convertible before another day's business. That's the kind of car that moves fast.
It's a dog. It'll stay on the floor for months.
You ever handled them before?
Why, of course I have.
Look, the kids come in, they look at it, they lay down their dough.
I know it won't sell. We'll mark it down tomorrow.
All right, lose money on it, see what Manny says.
That's the only way we'll get rid of it. I know.
I said all right.
Well, good night, Larry.
Where you going? Aren't you going to have a cup of coffee?
I want to phone May. I'm starting home. Besides, coffee keeps you awake.
That's just talk.
No, it does. I know.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
You can get out through the front lobby door. It's still open.
I thought they left the side door open.
It's the front door. I know.
If you say so.
Good night, Larry.
Hello?
May, I'm through. I'm starting home.
Yes, Stan.
You get my suit from the cleaners?
I couldn't find the ticket.
May, I told you it was in the top drawer of the dresser.
I looked, but it wasn't there, Stan.
It is. I put it there myself.
Well, I did look.
It's there. I know.
Perhaps you put it in
I'll show you when I get home.
It's the side door.
What?
Front door's locked like I thought.
Hello?
Now I'll try the side door. Good night, Stan.
Yes, good night, Larry.
Hello?
I'm still here, May.
What's the matter?
Just saying good night to Larry.
Oh, how's he getting along?
Got a lot to learn. I'll tell you about it when I get there.
All right, Stan.
I'll be home in about 20 minutes.
Be careful. The traffic on the drive's heavy this time of night.
No, it isn't. Not this late.
Well, the last time
I've driven it 100 times, May. I know. I'll be home in 20 minutes.
Yes, Stan.
Bye. Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you were waiting. Front door's always open. Larry doesn't know how to work the night lock. Some people never learn. I thought so.
All right. Stay back, will you? Want to see a dead body? Go to your old lady's funeral.
Stan!
What's going on, Larry?
Guy was just shot. He was stepping out of that car at the curb when bam, he gets it before he goes 3 steps.
That's terrible.
They're looking for the guy that done it now. They're going to close in, search the whole block.
They know who did it?
Yeah, sure. There's this guy in a gray overcoat. He walked right up, pulled out a gun, and shot.
You see it?
No, I got it from the policeman. They're looking for the guy in a gray overcoat.
Gray overcoat. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Officer!
Stay back, will you?
Officer, he's in that building. I saw him.
Who'd you see?
Man in a gray overcoat. He was in the lobby of the building.
Sure he had a gray overcoat?
I know. I saw him.
I didn't see him, but
he was there when I came out of the phone booth, right after you left.
What building?
There at the corner of 73rd.
Plenty of guys with gray overcoats.
Hurry, take a man and cover that building in the corner. I'm the devil.
I know it was a man.
How do you know?
He had a strange look on his face.
You saw his face?
Why, yes, I certainly did.
Got a good look at it, eh?
Oh, yes.
That's fine. More than anybody else has.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Any luck yet?
We got the whole block surrounded, sir. He can't get away.
No, they never do.
We got prowled cars in all 4 corners.
Why don't you find somebody who saw which way he went?
I've been trying to, sir.
You didn't have any luck.
I saw the man.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir, just before I came out of the building.
What building?
Northwest corner, 73rd, right over there.
Mike, you got the men checking on
Sure,
this?
they're working on it now.
Why didn't you tell me about this?
He just come up and told me about it.
Man wearing a gray overcoat?
Yes, he was.
Short, tall, or average height?
Tall.
Dark cat?
Why, yes.
Sounds like our killer. You got a look at his face?
Oh, yes.
You'd recognize him again if you saw him.
Why, yes, I certainly could.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
The boys found this in the phone booth in the building lobby.
Let's see it.
32 automatic.
That's about the right caliber for the hole in the guy's head. We'll check it in the lab.
I'll turn it over to the sergeant.
Now, mister, that gun makes it important.
Yes?
You're positive you can identify the man you saw?
Well, I know I can.
You have to be positive.
I am.
All right, come along.
What for?
You're evidently the only person around here who kept his eyes open.
Well, I...
They get away from us in spite of all we can do. They're that slippery sometimes. Well, we got you, mister, and you'll give them the chair.
I'll what?
Evidently, our killer slipped into your building, got rid of the gun in the phone booth, and then came out and joined the crowd. Without you, we wouldn't know him from the next guy, so come along. You're going to be busy.
Where are we going?
Station. Our net will bring him in eventually, and when it does, he won't get away. You'll be there to identify him. What's your name, mister?
Trimmer, Stan Trimmer.
All right, come along, Mr. Trimmer. Now, until we get our boy, you're an important man.
I am?
You are, mister. And until we do get our boy, we're going to see that nothing happens to you. Mike!
Yes, sir.
Put him in a prowl car. Take him down to the precinct station. Watch over him. He's important. Lock him up tight.
Yes, sir. Okay, let's go, mister. You're getting a free room and bath.
Well, thank you. I'll be glad to help. Larry, will you call my wife and explain for me? Tell her I'll phone her as soon as I can.
Sure.
Tell her the police want me for some very important work.
Well, that's stepping into it with your eyes closed, isn't it? Of course, it's a good thing for our friend Stan Trimmer to help the police if he can, but he seems too sure about everything. Anyway, we'll find out the truth, for this is the beginning of another high adventure.
They say it's dangerous to think you know all the answers, and I guess we'll have proof of that before we've gone much further with our high adventure story. But there are some things it's not only safe, but smart to be sure of. For instance, it's safe and smart for every man to know that Old Spice Aftershave Lotion is the perfect finish for a shave. Old Spice Aftershave Lotion is soothing, antiseptic, and healing to the skin. It instantly takes away uncomfortable razor burn, and your skin feels cool and refreshed. Old Spice Aftershave Lotion has a clean, fresh, masculine scent that men prefer, and we've heard it rumored that the girls like it too. No wonder more men buy Old Spice than any other aftershave lotion at $1. Yes, everywhere you go, you'll find that men who appreciate real quality, men who know the value of good grooming, say for that top-of-the-world feeling, I use Old Spice lotion every time I shave.
Now back to Sentinel on 73rd, as told by the man it happened to, Stan Trimmer. His story of high adventure.
It was all in the papers the next day. My name and picture on the front pages. Man killed was named Sadler. It was thought he had something to do with the underworld and gangs in the city. Police were very nice to me. When I objected to being in a jail cell, they put me up at a hotel, kept a patrolman to watch over me. My wife, May, came down to see me every day. I had her start a scrapbook of all the times my name or picture was in the papers. But after a while, after days of looking at police photos of criminals and watching them parade men before me, I guess the police began to get tired.
We'll be ready for you in a minute.
I'll be ready, Lieutenant.
I hope we'll have some luck today.
I'm sure we will.
Yeah. Your wife's outside.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Don't go anywhere.
I won't.
No, you wouldn't.
Stan.
Good morning, May.
Mr. Manny called this morning.
Oh, how is he?
He wants to know when you're coming back to work.
Oh, he does?
Stan, it's been weeks, and he has a right...
I can't help it if the police want me, can I?
No, it's just taking so long.
We haven't found the killer yet.
Are you sure you did see him, Stan?
May, I know I did.
All right.
Oh, here's some more clippings from the paper.
Yes.
Next time you come down, bring the scrapbook. I'd like to see it.
I will.
You pasted them in neatly, haven't you?
Yes.
Not any pictures like there was at first.
I guess the papers have lost interest.
Here, this is a good one in the papers here yesterday. Listen in the editorial section here. It seems now added to the list of the city's unsolved crimes is the Sadler killing. The police still have Mr. Stanley Trimmer, who can positively identify the murder in this case, yet so far they have been unable, and then there's some more of it. Be sure you underline my name, May.
I will.
All right, Trimmer.
I'm coming.
Stan, why don't you come home?
Why, I can't.
Why don't you just say you don't remember what he looks like? Then they'll let you come home and live a normal life.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
It's better than living
I
here.
told you I'm important in this case. Without me, they don't have a thing.
Please, Stan.
I can't. You know I can't.
No, I suppose not.
I'll see you tomorrow, May. And don't forget the scrapbook.
I won't.
Bye, dear.
Over here, Trimmer.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Sit down.
Yes.
All right, Mike, start him through.
Yes. First man, start cross. Come on, line up face front. That's it.
Any of those?
No, none of those.
Take them off. Bring on the next group.
All right, walk off to the left.
Sure you'd know him if you saw him, huh?
Why, I know I would, Lieutenant. I've told you that 100 times.
Yeah, just wondered.
I think you're doing a wonderful job, and I realize that it takes time.
Yeah. Bring him on, Mike.
Yes, sir.
By the way, the big boys are getting impatient.
I don't understand.
Very simple. We're getting no results. If we don't pretty soon, they're going to assign me to something else.
You mean give up?
No, just let it rest for a while. Wouldn't you like to go home?
Why, yes.
You must be tired of all this anyway, aren't you?
Why, no, of course not.
Now cross and face the center. That's it. Now, hey, take your hand away from your eyes over there. Come on, face front. Look into the light.
None of these, is it?
No, no.
All right, move them out.
Wait.
Hold it. Yeah?
That, the third man from the end.
Does he look like the one?
Let me see.
Well?
I think he's the one.
What?
Yes, he is.
You sure?
He doesn't have on a gray overcoat, but he's the one.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yes, that's the man.
Step him out of line, Mike. Third from the left.
Yes, sir.
Now, what do you say, Trimmer?
That's him.
You're not making a mistake.
I know, I tell you. That's the man.
You'll swear to that in court.
Of course I will.
All right. That's it, Mike. We got him.
Well, I guess you'll be able to get back to work, huh, Stan?
Yes, I will.
You sure shot off your mouth at the trial.
Only told what I know.
Yeah, I read this morning in the paper. He's going to get the chair.
Every word I said, they quoted me in the papers.
Well, now you can get back to selling cars, huh?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, I've been debating whether I should tell Manny that I'm quitting.
Quitting? What for?
Well, you know how it is, Larry. There's more important things than selling cars.
Oh, heck, you can move a lot of them now. What with your name and picture in the papers, everybody will know you.
Yes, but there's more important things to do.
Yeah, like what?
Well, after watching the prosecutor work in the courtroom, I don't know. Maybe I'll go into politics.
What do you know about politics?
I know more than you realize. I've got a little name now, so I think I'll... Oh, excuse me.
People look where they're going. Hey, what's the matter? What are you stopping for?
I don't...
What are you staring at? You know him?
No.
He must know you. He stopped and turned around.
No.
Hey, what's eating you?
We better get to work. Come on.
Hey, wait.
No.
You sick? Huh?
Gotta get inside.
I felt sick when I was...
It can't be. I know it can't be.
Hey, Stan, maybe you better see a doctor. You look white as
Where's the phone?
There's one upstairs in Manny's office.
No, I don't need it.
You got heart trouble, huh?
Operator.
Hey, your friend's outside the window looking in. See him?
Operator, I want... What?
I said your friend must have followed you. He's outside the window looking in. The guy you bumped into.
Operator.
Where?
There, by the door.
Oh.
Operator.
You want me to ask him in?
No.
Operator.
You better go home, Stan. You look bad.
Home, yes, home. Larry.
Yeah?
Would you mind driving me home? I don't think I can make it. Alone, I mean.
Sure. Come on.
May.
Yes?
Come here.
What is it?
Look out the window across the street there.
What?
See that man by the drugstore?
Yes.
You know him?
Can't see him very well.
You know him. See, he's walking under the streetlight.
No, I don't. Stan, won't you let me call a doctor?
No.
You look...
I said no. It's just my imagination. Yes, that's it.
We should eat some supper.
It's got to be.
Read in the paper that your killer's going to the electric...
Will you be quiet?
All right.
It's the door.
No, it's the phone. I'll get it.
If it's for me, I'm not...
Hello? Yes? Who's calling? Oh, just a moment. It's for you, Stan.
Who is it?
I don't know. He won't give his name.
Tell him I'm not... Tell him...
Tell him what? What, Stan?
I'll take it. Hello?
Stanley Trimmer,
Yes?
don't talk.
What?
Don't
What?
talk.
I don't understand. What? Hello? Hello? Don't talk.
Who was it?
I was sure.
Stan, what is it?
Call Lieutenant Boyle. Made a mistake, yeah?
Stan.
Tell him I made the wrong... Don't talk. There's a killer. No.
Stan, sit down.
I've got to think. Don't talk. Killer.
Stan. Hey, Stan.
Yes?
How come you're so late? Still feeling bad?
Yes, that's it.
Say, I sold the convertible. You remember you said... What are you staring at? You see somebody you know outside?
What? Oh, nothing. No, nobody.
Oh, yeah, there's a guy waiting for you.
Where?
Sitting back in that convertible. I told him I didn't know if you'd be in, but he said he'd wait around a bit.
Oh, it's you. Hello, Lieutenant.
Nice buggy. How much is it?
I don't know. Around 1,200.
Too much.
What do you want?
Yeah, I just dropped around to say hello.
Well, I'm very busy. I have to make up for time lost, you know. You know how it is.
Sure. Well, they took your killer up the river yesterday.
Did they?
Expecting somebody?
No, why?
Keep looking out that door.
Why, just looking for customers.
Yeah. How much is this one?
1,800.
So much. You know, Trimmer, I still can't figure a motive for that Collins boy.
Motive?
He didn't have an alibi. He had a conviction for robbery against him, but I can't see a weak-minded character like him walking right up and shooting down Benny Sadler. Nah. It takes a cold killer, a guy who'll knock off 2, 3 people, not give it a second thought. That's why we kept you guarded until you identified Collins and we got him pinned down. Looked like that kind of murder. You were safe. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh, well, you got him for us. He's going to burn in 2 weeks.
Lieutenant.
Yeah? Yeah?
I don't know.
Where are you going?
I just want to see. No.
Must be hungry for customers. Why not go outside and grab him instead of looking through the window?
Lieutenant, I made a mistake.
What?
I made a mistake. I identified the wrong man.
You what?
Collins wasn't the man I saw in the building lobby. He's innocent.
What makes you think so?
I saw the real killer on the street. I bumped into him a couple of days ago. Lieutenant, you've got to...
that's it. I never figured you'd get jittery.
I saw him and he...
Now, take it easy, Trimmer. Don't worry about it.
But I can't help it that innocent man is going to die. The real killer knows that I've talked to you.
Relax.
And the way he
over.
looked at me when I bumped into him, he knew
With
who I
your
was.
picture in the papers so much, how could he help?
Exactly. And then that
Now,
night...
Trimmer, relax, I said. I know all about it.
You do?
Sure, it's happened before, more times than I can count.
Has?
Sure. Witness well to put a guy in the electric chair, he gets conscience-stricken. Feels guilty. Have that terrible feeling that you might have made a mistake.
Yes, but I'm sure...
I know all about it. You try to pick out another guy's a real killer. That's what your conscience does. Believe me, it's all it is. Happens all the time. Too much excitement for you, that's all. Need a little relaxation.
Maybe that's it.
Sure, go home, take it easy. I'll drop around again after it's all over and you'll feel better. Just relax. You did what any other public-spirited citizen would do. That's what the papers said. You see. And relax, will you?
Relax. Yes, it's just the phone. Lieutenant, he called me on the phone and he said... He called me on the phone.
Hey, Stan. Manny wants to see you. Hey, Stan, where you going?
Get home. Safe at home.
Here's the evening papers, Stan.
You got all of them?
Yes. Getting quite cold out. Stan.
Yes?
It's been over a week. You've got to go out sometime.
I'm all right.
Phoned the showroom. They put Larry in your job.
What if they did?
I thought you'd like to know. Living off our savings, Stan, they won't last.
I know what I'm doing. Will you let me alone?
A beautiful new sedan parked across the street when I came in. Did you see it?
Yes.
Thought you might be interested, because it's the kind you always said you want to sell. And
I see it. I tell you I see it. What do you want me to do? Get down on my knees and thank you for pointing it out to me? I don't care what you thought. I don't care about anything.
Stan, is it because that Collins man's going to be electrocuted?
No, it's not that. It's not anything. Will you get out of here and stop asking me questions? Get out! Get out! Can't you understand what I want? Get out!
Yes, I understand. And that's the last time.
What?
You're never going to shout at me again.
May.
You've always been right. You've always known, and nobody else could be right. Then you happened to get your name and picture in the play because you're new, and it only made you worse.
May.
No, I'm not going to get out. You are. Take your scrapbook and get out. You get out. Get out.
No, May, no. All the time he's been waiting outside. I've seen him, May.
Get out.
May, no. No, May.
Well, things are getting pretty hot for Stanley Trimmer. He's lost his job, his wife threw him out, and someone who thinks he shouldn't talk seems to be following him very closely. What would you do if you were faced with a situation so clearly murderous, with you as the victim? Well, we'll find out. And by this time, I'm sure you'll agree it's the kind of story that can only be called high adventure.
I'm going to take you away from this tense moment of high adventure for just 45 seconds. But it's well worth the time because I'm going to say a word about the self-confidence that comes to a man when he's sure of good grooming. We all know how much good grooming really counts in business as well as in social life. That's why it's so important to make a habit of using Old Spice aftershave lotion with every morning shave. Once you've tried Old Spice lotion, its bracing freshness will become a part of your daily grooming you'll never want to miss. And you'll find that the ship-decorated Old Spice bottles are a pleasure to see and to use. So remember, for a wonderful sense of confidence and well-being, use Old Spice aftershave lotion tomorrow and every morning.
Now back to Stanley Trimmer as he continues his story of high adventure.
When May pushed me out of the house, I started up the street, and the first thing in my mind was to head straight for the police station. Then I heard the footsteps behind me. I knew if I headed in that direction, I'd never get there alive. He'd kill me before the police got there to save me. He'd have got me the moment he knew I'd tipped them off. And now it was too late. Too late to go to the police and convince them I'd been wrong. Too late to admit to the newspapers I'd been wrong, that I'd made a fool of myself. It was too late. There was only one place I could think of to go. And I headed there. I was afraid to look behind me. Finally, I didn't hear the footsteps anymore, and I looked and no one was following me. It was dark when I let myself in the showroom. Only light from the neon sign in the window to see by.
Don't turn them on, Jim.
What?
We can do without no lights.
What do you want?
Don't you know, Jim?
Well, no.
I said, don't talk.
Talk? No, I didn't talk.
I think you did.
No, I didn't.
Come back away from the window.
All right.
More.
Yes.
You see the heater, don't you?
Yes.
Just so you don't get ideas.
What do you want?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't have much money in my wallet.
Money?
I didn't tell anyone. I swear I didn't.
You swore to a couple of things that wasn't true. Yeah. Thanks, chum.
Yes.
But I just want to make sure you keep on doing good by me.
I will.
And there's just one way I know how to do it. I don't like wasting time checking up on you all the time, so tonight you made my waiting pay off.
If you kill me, and Collins will die for murder he didn't have anything to do with.
And I'm clean. Is that bad?
Yes.
Goodbye, chum.
You're not going to get away with it.
You're going to stop me?
Yes.
How?
Well, first I take some paper clips from the desk
Yeah?
here. Then I pick up the phone
No,
and
you...
dial for the police. That's the least I can do.
Goodbye, chum. Don't tell me I missed. Not a clean job, need some more. Well, I'll get you. I'll keep between you and the door. I can't lose, can I? Where'd I get you? In the arm? I don't want to shoot holes in these nice, pretty cars. Your boss might not... Cut that off! No, you don't.
I gotta. There.
You tricky, you little...
One more.
You think you can pull? Swear by this one. Noise.
Oh, they won't stick. I've got to make them stick. Somebody's got to hear.
Get away with it.
That's it. It's out cold. Set them over the air. Get the lights while I cook this racket.
Hey, here he is over here.
Enough light?
Fine, keep your eye on the punk.
Yes, sir.
All right, Trimmer, we can... Where you hit?
In my shoulder.
Ambulance, Mike.
Yes, sir.
With some trick. Using the paper clips to hold down the car horns, Trimmer. If we were outside, but we wouldn't have known anything was wrong, or if you were even inside if you hadn't pulled it.
I hope somebody would hear.
A man lost you when you took the subway. We figured you'd come here.
Your man?
Sure, we've been watching you for the last 3 weeks. I thought it over. I knew something must have scared you. You weren't the type to have a conscience. It was a hunch.
I tried to tell you. I guess I was afraid what would happen if you found out I was wrong.
Everybody's got a right to be wrong.
Yes.
The heater man over there must have been waiting inside here until the night you came down. Too bad you didn't tell us all about it. We could have protected you better. Anyway, Collins will go free, so you won't have to worry about your conscience. You'll have more headlines and pictures for your scrapbook.
I don't want them.
Oh, not worth the price of a bullet in the shoulder, huh?
No. It's more costly than that. I didn't pay it. May did. Larry, even Manny did. Man I never knew, stranger, that Collins, almost paid with his life. I'll pay them back. I'll pay them back.
I'm never sure of anything, mister, so I'll be watching. Mike, where's that ambulance?
Sentinel on 73rd. As told by the man it happened to, Stanley Trimmer. Thank you, sir. We'll place your story in the archives of the High Adventure Society, marked Hold for future publication. And if you ask me, I'd say that you do have a right to be wrong once in a while, but never in the wrong place at the right time, or the righting of a wrong can be left right out in the middle of... There, you see how complicated it can get? Well, anyway, featured in the High Adventure cast for this meeting were Wendell Holmes, Connie Lemke, Ross Martin, Maurice Tarplin, and Earl George. The High Adventure music is conducted by Lou Davies. And next week, friends and members, the High Adventure Society is proud to present one of the strangest tales ever to find its way into our society files. It's about 4 men who gambled with death for $1 million stakes, only to find that someone always loses. We call it The Snowmen. So, until next week and The Snowmen, this is your presiding officer saying, it's around you, no matter where or who you are. Only we call it High Adventure.
Remember to join us again next week when Schulten brings you another exciting story of high adventure, The Snowmen. And remember, too, that Old Spice After Shave Lotion gives you wonderful value for your money. There are 2 generous sizes of this quality lotion, $1 and $1.75. Look for the handsome red Old Spice cartons at drug and department stores everywhere. And for that top-of-the-world feeling, use Old Spice lotion after every shave.
Today, hear Comedy and Mystery with Henry Morgan and Chris London on NBC.
Schulten, makers of Old Spice After Shave Lotion for that top-of-the-world feeling after every shave, brings you the top of the world in action drama for men. High Adventure!
High Adventure, friend. That's what we call it. And as long as you're here, sit down and be a new recruit to the High Adventure Society. If you like your stories strong and savage, your heroes He-Man and hard, then you're qualified and your membership chair will be waiting for you each week. To those of you in the know who've been around before, sit tight. On the agenda is The Snowmen, written and directed especially for High Adventure by Bob Monroe. It concerns 4 men deep in the North Country who gambled desperately for $1 million stakes. But suppose we let you follow it through yourself. For here to tell it is one of the 4 men, Big Bill Ortman. The Snowmen, a Northwood story of high adventure.
Some men seem to get along fine working the same job week after week, year after year. Others, like me, never seem to be able to stay in one place very long. I was on the road when I was 12, moving from place to place, learning as I went along. By this time, I've been a good many ways, seen a good many things. And I don't know which is better off, me or the man who stays put. But I know this. I'll never go north again. I'll give it to you just as it happened. I teamed up with Wally, Bert, and Slim one night at Wildman's Landing. Split 4 ways, furs, gold, uranium, whatever we made. We headed up Chinook country, past LeBlanc. When winter came, we decided to hole up, and the bush pilot dropped the supplies we needed. The snow was already heavy when we were working the ridge that day. Wally was out on the trap line, and we were just killing time till he got back.
Break this up a little, Slim.
Sure. Let me see some of that you just broke.
That's sandstone.
Let me have some anyway.
All right.
Boy, if it wasn't so cold, I'd be hot.
I told you it was sandstone.
I guess so.
Heck, why don't we just stick in a little dynamite and blow the whole ridge apart?
We got one case left. We're not going to break it.
Sure save a lot of work with the pick.
Use your hands, not your mouth, will you, Slim?
What the heck's the hurry?
We're going to dig. Let's get digging.
Here, you take the pick.
What's the matter? High pockets getting worn
We're
out?
going to burn all the time. Take it out on a rock.
What's eating you?
Not a thing. We're all going to do our share. You too.
I'll swing it. Give me the pick.
I'm doing my share. Doing more than my share.
Don't try to be boss.
I'm not trying anything.
Nobody's boss.
This where you want, Bill?
Yeah.
Rock. More rocks.
That looks like something. You strike a seam?
Nah, I split a floater.
Hold it, Slim. Let's see.
Well?
Quit leaning on me, will you?
I reckon he's shooting.
A signal from the kid.
Let's get up the ridge. Had some luck with his traps, I guess.
I could use some fresh meat.
Yeah, or a good pelt.
He's over that way. Come on.
Got a bear, maybe.
Traps wouldn't hold one.
In the forest, near the break.
Sounds to me like it came from
near
over that...
Near the break. That's where it came from.
Yeah. He's made us come for no reason now.
Sure as heck would be funny if he got a bear by the tail and couldn't let go with it.
Shut up, Slim. Hold it.
Hey, Wally.
Come on.
Look what I found.
I hope it's something more than a jackrabbit.
What is it?
An airplane.
Sure is beat up.
Let's get a look at it.
I was going to string a new trap line through here when I thought the woods looked funny.
Shut up.
Been here a long time.
Yeah.
Bunch of skeletons inside. I thought I ought to sit...
Help me pull this stuff away, Bert.
Yeah.
Must have crashed mighty hard. Look at the way they're all jammed
Well,
in.
you going in or not, Bill?
Yeah.
I wonder how long it's been here.
Years, if you ask me. Look at the way that tree grew through that...
Yeah?
What do you think of this?
What is it?
You can keep your skeleton.
Uniform.
Well, what kind?
Hey, I recognize...
Nazi, that's a swastika. Nazi German.
Yeah.
There's something strange here. What would Nazi
Well, they didn't
officers...
get where they were going, that's one thing, sure.
No.
I guess they didn't know the war was over, huh?
Well, I'll be doggone.
What is it, Slim?
Come here.
What do you got?
I pulled open this suitcase. Ain't they pretty? Whole thing chock full of them. Ain't these diamonds?
Yes.
And look at here. What's these?
Emeralds, if they're real.
They're beautiful.
I think they are real.
Boy, wouldn't my old Sioux girl look pretty with some of these hung on her. She'd be so set up...
Let me have some of that stuff, Slim.
Sure.
Are they real?
That big one must be 4 carats.
Sure make a sight, don't they?
Are they real?
Yeah, they are.
They're mine. I was here first.
Now, hold on a minute. I found that suitcase.
I found the plane, didn't I? I found the plane.
But it was me who opened the suitcase.
They're mine.
You would have never found them if I hadn't opened the...
both of you.
We made a strike.
I found them.
Bill, you know what junk like this is. Have we got something?
Yeah.
Is it worth much?
Yeah, it's worth something.
How much?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe $100?
More than that, I know.
1,000?
You want to guess?
Yeah, just rough. How much?
Somewhere over $1 million, depending on the market.
Well, what do you know?
$1 million.
You sure?
I said I was, didn't I?
All right.
We split it 4 ways.
I found it. I ought to be having the
It's
biggest...
a strike. We agreed whatever it was, we split 4 ways. Any objections? We'll haul up in the cabin for the winter like we planned. Then in the spring,
In the
we'll get
spring,
out.
what do we have to stay for now? We each got $250,000.
It's too late to make the trek out. We'd never get there.
Reckon that's so, but it sure would be nice.
Bert's been up in this country more than I have. Ask him.
We can make it out if we started now, couldn't we, Bert?
I wouldn't any more think of... Yeah, we can make it.
Big snow's coming in any day. I'm not going to get caught.
We can make it, I tell you.
Sure we can. We made our strike. Why stay up here if we don't have to?
Have you ever walked 1,000 miles on snowshoes at 30 below zero?
Well, I'm for trying it.
What?
I'd sure as I'd rather die in the snow than have you fellers cooped up in a cabin for 6 months together. I'd never know who slit my throat.
Slim's right, Bill.
Well, I want to get a
Shut
chance...
up, Wally. You got the picture, Bill? Already we've been fighting each other. You want to spend 6 months with Wally, Slim, and me, and wonder if you're going to wake up the next day with us splitting it 3 ways instead of 4? I don't want to.
You three go on. I'll come out next spring.
No.
Let him stay if he wants.
We're going to need all our supplies to get us out. We can't leave you enough to last you, so you don't stay. I say you're overruled. 3 against 1.
That the way you and Wally want it, Slim? All right. Let's get going.
The sooner the better.
Get ready for me, Texas. I'm coming.
Come on, Bill. Snap out of it. We're rich, man. We're rich.
Yeah, if we live to spend it.
Well, now, there you find 4 men who struck it rich with a vengeance. They each have $250,000 in diamonds and jewels. But the main problem is for them to get to a place where they can spend it. That means Big Bill, Wally, Slim, and Bert start out across 1,000 miles of ice and snow. And what happens along the trail is anybody's guess. But that's not unusual, friend, for this is the beginning of another high adventure.
According to our high adventure story, it seems it's easier to spend time than money. And sometimes it's a lot more profitable. So let's spend a profitable minute talking about good grooming. I don't mean just the Saturday night kind of grooming when a fella gets all slicked up for a big date. I mean the everyday attention to detail that means a really well-groomed man. The kind of man, in short, who uses Old Spice lotion every time he shaves. Once you've tried Old Spice lotion, the aftershave lotion, its bracing freshness will become a part of your daily life you'll never want to miss. Old Spice aftershave lotion is soothing, antiseptic, and healing to the skin. It instantly takes away uncomfortable razor burn, and your skin feels smooth and cool. Old Spice aftershave lotion has a clean, fresh, masculine scent that men prefer. Yes, everywhere you go, you'll find that men who appreciate real quality, men who know the value of good grooming, say, I use Old Spice lotion every time I shave.
And now back to the Snowmen, Big Bill Ortman's Northwood story of high adventure.
Back at the cabin, we divided up the diamonds and jewelry as nearly into 4 equal parts as we knew how. Slim cut up some canvas and sewed 4 bags, one for each of us to carry his share of the strike. Then we packed our rolls and started across the snow. Bert led the way because he knew the territory better than the rest of us. It was going to be a hard enough trek without getting lost. The weather was good to us the first week, with only light snow and temperature not much below 0. It was a hard pace Bert set, and nobody talked much during the day. At night, we'd eat sourdough meals and roll in around the fire.
Boy, will my Sioux girl be glad to see me. I show her all them diamonds, she'll never let me go.
She let you go before.
Yeah, but I couldn't buy her no pretty things then.
She'll want you to marry her. That's what they all want.
Listen to the big man with women.
Yeah.
Well, they do.
I told old Sue I was going north to make my fortune, and she said, don't come back till you do. Well, I got my fortune. I'm coming back.
The government doesn't take it away from you.
Yeah, you're going to have to pay income taxes now, Slim.
Heck, I'll tell them an uncle left it to me. I got so many uncles, they won't know the difference.
Then you'll have to pay inheritance taxes.
I'll figure away.
I wonder how they got there. Who? Those fellows in the airplane.
They crashed. Anybody could see that.
That's simple.
All right, you tell us.
Airplanes crash all the time. Nobody finds them.
That's not what I mean.
Been there for years, hadn't it?
I had a hard time seeing it was covered with brush. I was right on it.
There were no search parties even for this baby. Why? Because nobody knew it was coming, so nobody knew it crashed.
I don't get it.
Yeah, you're too dumb to. A plane load of German Nazis flying somewhere with a suitcase.
They were running out. They were losing the war, so they grabbed what they could and they ran.
Oh, shut up.
That sounds like what could have happened.
That's what did happen.
Nazi big shots. Getting out while they could.
I wonder who they were.
Well, I'm sure as heck not going back to find out.
When we get out, we can tell the government. One of them
You're not going to tell anybody.
I don't see any reason.
You're not going to tell anybody about it. None of us are going to talk about it. You want to keep what you got?
He's right. You got to be careful. We'll confiscate the stuff and we won't get a penny.
We ought to get
We
some
don't
of it.
take the chance. We don't talk.
I'm going to get the sack. Get off my bedroll, Slim.
I'm not on it.
This one's mine.
I ought to know. I carried it.
Get off.
That's yours, the other side of the fire.
I want to go to sleep.
Go on, I'm not stopping you.
May look like yours, but it's mine.
I always sleep with my head...
Are you going to get off?
I ain't going to get off what's mine.
I want to go to sleep.
Quit pushing me.
Go get your own.
You can't do that.
I did it.
Got me all full of snow.
Too bad.
Now you're going to get off. Yeah. Think you're so big.
You want some more? Get up.
You've been asking for
Drop
it.
the knife, Slim.
I'll cut you wide
Let
open.
him come. Let him come. A good 45.
You think
Slug
you
him.
can scare me? You
Come
got
at me with a knife and I'll let you have it. So help me, I'll let you have it.
All right, can it, both of you. What difference does it make whose role it is? They're all the same.
Big guys always think they can push folks around.
You shouldn't have pulled a knife on.
Shut up, Wally. Let's get some sleep.
Go on, take which one you want.
I don't care. Don't make no difference.
Make up your mind.
Wally, get some more wood in the fire.
It's got enough now.
It'll go out before morning.
Why do I always have to do it?
Because you can't do anything else.
Oh, I can.
Oh, I'll do it.
Well, you gotta sleep to live. I want to live to spend all my strike.
What's that?
Coyote, maybe.
Wolf. Yeah, haven't seen him up this way for years. It's a wolf, all right.
Well, he won't bother us as long as we're together. It'll be rough going if that snow gets heavier. Sure we're going in the right direction, Bert?
Leave it to me, will you? I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, maybe you do. Bert. Wally, Slim, time to roll out.
Leave me alone, will you?
Let's get up, fix some grub, and get moving.
Oh, it's a hurry.
Listen.
What?
Feel it?
What's the matter now?
It's out northwest, all right.
Wind?
Yeah.
It's not snowing.
It will be, like you never felt snow before.
When it does, we want to be on our way as far as we can get.
Roll Slim out, Wally.
Why do I
Wake him up.
All right, all right.
I'll fix up the fire.
Where's the coffee?
And the other pack.
Come on, you lazy bum, wake up.
Oh, that Wally drives me nuts.
Good for the little stuff.
I guess so.
Bill, Bert.
What's the matter? You're not man enough to wake him?
Come here, come here.
What is it now?
Can't you get him up?
Look. He's dead, you see? He's dead.
Yeah.
His own knife in his chest.
It's cold. Must have got it sometime during the night.
With his own knife.
Who killed him? Who did it? Oh, what's the matter? I don't think there was anybody near us for at least 100... Don't look at me. I didn't do it.
Where's his bag of stuff?
Must be under him. Help me lift him up.
I didn't do it.
There it is. I got it.
Well, what do we do with it?
Split it up.
Why not?
You gotta give me my share.
Shut up, we will.
Now we each get a third.
First, let's get one thing straight.
What?
Now we know just where we stand.
Go on.
What do you mean?
Slim didn't stick that knife in his own chest, and he didn't fall on it. One of us doesn't mind a little killing.
I didn't do it.
You, Bert, or Wally here figured they'd rather have a third than a fourth.
Or you. You could have done it.
You fought with Slim last night.
Bert, give me the shells out of your gun.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll need
Give them to me.
All right.
All right, Wally, you next.
I don't have any gun.
The little automatic you carry inside your jacket.
How did you
Give
know
it to me.
I don't like it.
How about yours?
Yes, yes. How about your rifle?
You watch. Now, let's see any of us find a bullet for his gun.
I'll never find him in the snow the way you threw him.
It's dangerous. What if we need a gun for...
It's a good deal more dangerous for a killer to have a loaded gun in his hand.
I didn't do it.
Well, you shut up. You're always whining.
All right, let's get Slim buried. Don't want the wolves eating on him. Then we're moving, and we're keeping on moving. It's safer that way.
Can't stand too much of this.
Oh, you gotta keep moving.
Ought to be getting into the blank soon.
Not for a couple of days yet.
The way I figure it, we should get there in a day or tomorrow.
What's the matter? You getting tired?
I can make it. It's Wally.
What's the matter with him?
Been dropping back.
Well, let him.
If you take a slower
If he
pace...
can't keep up, let him come along by himself.
You can't do that.
Let him
He'll
take
die.
care of himself. If he's weak, that's his business.
Hold up until he comes along.
Let them do it.
He's lost us. Slowing us hard.
Now, that's his tough luck.
I'm going back and find him.
Go ahead. Go ahead and help it, dumb least. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Wait.
Can't be far back.
Wait. If you think you can put one over on me, huh?
Man's covering up fast.
Well, if you're going back, you're going to take me.
Keep walking then.
Smart guy.
Help me watch the trail. Snow's covering
How'd
it.
you get it all for yourself?
What?
I'll go back for $350,000, too.
You don't make sense.
Make plenty of sense, smart guy.
There he is.
Always they call me a mama's boy. My heart's all right.
Come on, kid, get up.
I'll show him. I'll go be a man. Be like other men. Nobody can take care of me.
You can't lie down, kid. It's too cold. You're free.
I'm all right, Bill. I can let go of that.
Bert, he won't be needing it.
Give it to me.
Give it back, Bert.
So you can get it.
You're not going to take my bag of money. You're not.
Shut up.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
It fainted.
Wally.
Let him lay. Come on, we got to keep moving.
Come on, Wally. Snap out of it. You'll freeze in 5
Let
minutes.
him lay.
Yeah, I guess I will. He's dead.
Not so quick.
Must have had a stroke. Too much effort. I don't know. So that makes 2 of us. 50-50 split. Right down.
Now, can you hear me, Big Bill? No 50-50 split. No split at all. First, you're... Now, that makes 4. You hear me, Big Bill? I got all 4. No split. $1 million. Now, I'll get your boots off so you can't follow me. Not that you could find your way out. I've been leading you around in circles for 2 days, but you wouldn't wear out. You wouldn't get tired. Why, you need me to hit you again? Gun butt's good and hard. It's harder than your skull. I've been up here for years trying to hit a strike, and when I do, you think I'm going to split it with 3 greenhorns? Yeah, sure I will.
Bert.
Come on. Try to follow and freeze your feet.
I'll get you.
Sure. You keep going around in circles. The snow will cover my trail, then you'll lay down and sleep.
I'll get you.
If you can catch me. Lay down and sleep.
I'll get you, Bert. I'll get you. I'll get you.
Well, I certainly didn't give you a wrong steer, did I, members? How would you like to be hit over the head in sub-zero blizzard 100 miles from nowhere, stripped of your boots and left to lay down and sleep? How does it end? Well, we'll find out. But we're sure of this. Big Bill Ortman is telling us the kind of story that can only be called high adventure.
Just before we head into our rugged high adventure finish, let me tell you about a perfect finish. If any of you men don't know what a grand feeling it is to finish off your morning shave with Old Spice aftershave lotion, you're missing something, because Old Spice lotion is the perfect finish for a shave. You'll find its skin-tingling freshness will make you feel wide awake and ready for the day. Old Spice aftershave lotion has a convenient dispensing top, and the handsome ship-decorated bottles are a pleasure for a man to see and to use. And here's an important extra. The Old Spice aftershave lotion stopper has an exclusive leak-proof feature which makes it ideal for traveling. Try Old Spice lotion tomorrow morning and be sure of a perfect shave every time you shave.
And now for the climax of The Snowmen, as told by Big Bill Ortman, his story of high adventure.
I must have passed out again from the blow Bert hit me on the head. When I came out of it, my feet were cold. Then I remembered Bert, and I wasn't tired anymore, and the fire in my chest made me forget the cold. I was going to get him. Bert had made a mistake. He'd taken my boots, but he didn't think about Wally. The kid's boots were tight, but I got them on, covered his body with snow, and picked up Bert's trail just as the snow was covering it. He'd be moving fast, but those 4 bags were heavy. He was packing them, and I wasn't. Luck was with me. The snow stopped near the end of the day, so I didn't have any trouble tracking him. At the end of the second day, I saw him in the distance, a black dot against the snow. I think he saw me, too, because he tried to move faster. The next day, I caught him by a frozen lake. The ice was jagged where an avalanche had broken through.
Bill? What's the deal, huh? 50-50. Right down the middle. Keep after me. I'll club you with a rifle again. You hear? Okay for a deal? Okay for a deal, Bill?
No deal.
50-50.
No deal.
$500,000 apiece. That's plenty for each of us. To live big the rest of our lives. All right?
I don't want...
I didn't fix you good enough, huh? Maybe this time...
Don't try it.
What?
Don't try it, Bert.
Where'd you get that knife?
You keep forgetting about your partner.
I told you I'd give you half.
Slim gave me the knife. I pulled it out of his chest and kept it.
Look, you're a hard guy like me, Bill.
Slim gave me the knife and Wally gave me the boots.
You're crazy.
Share and share alike. That was the deal when we teamed up at Wildman's Landing. That's what Wally and Slim want.
Sure. But now that Slim and Wally are dead...
Share and share alike.
Sure.
Slim and Wally are dead. Share and share alike.
I don't get what you mean, Bill.
You will.
All right. Come on. Come on, follow me across the lake. But you're not going to get nothing. You're not going to get nothing.
I'm going to get you.
When it snows again, you'll miss my trail.
I got 2 partners to help me.
You'll miss my trail. And you go around in circles until you... Hey! Oh! Bill! Bill, give me a hand! Bill! Bill, water is freezing.
Walked on thin ice too often, huh?
I can't keep myself up. Will the ice breaks off?
I'm going to let you die.
You have all of it. The whole in your butt. Bill, give me a hand.
I don't know.
Look at my back. It'll come down with me. The whole $1,000,000. Give me a chance. Give me a chance, Bill. Give me a chance.
All right. All right. Hang on. Gotta get you back. Freezing.
No, you don't.
Gotta keep you from freezing. Gotta keep
Not cold. You're not gonna get it.
Roll over.
Slim was sneaking around, trying to take my share, but I got him. I got him good.
Bird.
Him sneaking around when we were sleeping, but I got him.
Bird, how far is the nearest settlement?
What?
Gotta get you there fast.
I'm okay.
Which way do we go?
I can make it.
I'll help you.
Let go. I can make
Which way?
South. Southwest.
Can't stay here. Gotta keep moving.
Let me rest for a minute.
You want to feed the wolves?
Wolves? No.
Come on.
I gotta rest.
Gotta keep walking.
Let go. I'm not gonna get them. All mine.
Go on. Keep walking.
Not gonna get them.
Hang on my shoulder. Gotta keep walking. Keep walking.
How do you feel today, Osmond? Better?
Yeah, I guess so, Doc.
You'll be as good as new in a few weeks.
Bert's dead, huh?
He was dead when the bush pilot spotted you and picked you up. Immersion in water at those temperatures is almost always fatal. Within minutes, unless immediate medical attention is given. You were yelling at the wolves and dragging his body through the snow when you were found.
Out of my head, was I?
Oh, something like that. Oh, by the way, there were 4 bags of pebbles in your partner's pack. What do you want us to do with them?
I don't care. Turn them over to the government. Pebbles?
Yes, we thought they might be ore samples, but analysis did...
Pebbles? Those aren't pebbles. That's $1 million in jewels.
Oh, you must have had a hard time, Morton. There's nothing but pebbles and bits of rocks in the bags. I'll have the nurse give you another sedative so that...
In all 4 bags? Nothing but rock?
All 4 bags full of it, yes.
Made a switch. Who? Bert? No. He was sure he had it. Wally could have.
We'll give you something to rest.
Slim. Bert said he was sneaking around. What? Slim. Slim. Easy going, Slim. Smarter than all of us. And we buried his pack with him somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. I don't know where.
Right back with one. I'll get a sedative for you.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Now, you relax. If the man was ever shot clean through with luck, you're it.
Luck?
Well, if it hadn't been a clear day, that bush pilot would never have spotted you. You'd still be walking out there. Or probably would not be doing anything more at all.
Lay down and sleep, huh?
Exactly. If they hadn't been able to land and fly you in, we couldn't have saved your legs. You and your 3 partners were crazy to try to walk out this time of year.
Yeah. We were crazy.
You couldn't pay me $1 million to try a hike like that.
What?
I said you couldn't pay me $1 million to do what you did.
That's what I'm trying to figure.
Well, I don't understand. What are you trying to figure?
Look out the window.
Yes.
You see the kids playing in the yard?
Oh, yes.
They're making snowmen. Then they throw at 'em and break 'em up.
It's a child's game.
But what's their price for making 'em?
Price?
Would you make snowmen for $1 million, Doc? Me? I don't know. I still don't know.
The Snowmen, Big Bill Ortman's Northwood story of high adventure. And thank you, Bill. We'll place it in the archives of the High Adventure Society, marked S for Savage, and hold it for future publication. Let's get a little heat in here. I feel cold. Anyway, I'm sure you'd like to know the names of the folks who gave you that fine performance. In the leading role was Don Douglas, with John Larkin, Joe Helgeson, and Jack Orison. Our High Adventure Orchestra was, of course, conducted by Lou Davies. And next week, friends and members, High Adventure is proud to present one of the strangest stories we've ever found. Return Match, which concerns a man who was charged with a murder he didn't commit and had to face death in order to prove he didn't. So until next week, this is your presiding officer saying, it's all around you. Whatever you do, wherever you go. Only we call it High Adventure.
Remember to join us again next week when Schulten brings you another exciting story of high adventure. Return Match. And remember, too, that Old Spice Aftershave Lotion gives you wonderful value for your money. There are 2 generous sizes of this quality lotion, $1 and $1.75. Look for the handsome red Old Spice cartons at drug and department stores everywhere. And for that top-of-the-world feeling, use Old Spice Lotion after every shave.
Today, hear Henry Morgan and Chris London on NBC.
Schulten, makers of Old Spice Aftershave Lotion for that top-of-the-world feeling after every shave, brings you the top of the world in action drama for men. High Adventure.
High Adventure. This is the meeting place for those of you who like to give your nerves a little exercise. Because we specialize in stories of hard, savage action designed to keep you right on the edge of your chair. This is High Adventure. At this meeting, Inside Story, a big city tale written and directed especially for High Adventure by Robert Monroe. It concerns 3 people, 2 of whom wanted to live and the other wouldn't die. Inside Story, as told by the man it happened to, a man called Jim Hannigan. His moment of high adventure.
The first day I joined the paper, I was called into the old man's office. All the guys out in the city room said he was tough, said he had ink in his veins instead of blood, so for me, just getting started, this was a high point. Well, like I said, I walked into his office, and if anything, they hadn't told me enough. He was tough, all right, and shrewd and calculating and knowing, too. But he told me some things that day that I've never forgotten. He said, Hannigan, I don't want any milksops on my paper, and I don't want any fancy Dans either. He said, I want circulation. And you don't get circulation by writing great literature, by having a heart. Smell out the story, write it in one-syllable words, and if anybody gets hurt by it, that's their lookout, not yours. Well, I remembered that, and he was right. I covered a lot of good stories and worked my way up the hard way. There are a lot of people who didn't understand, like Laurie, but I didn't let that stop me. I was coming to the office one morning late. I'd wound up the Flynn story the day before and been out doing a little relaxing.
Good afternoon, Superman.
Very funny.
Old man wants to see you whenever you're in the mood, Hannigan.
And tell him that... Oh, all right. Good morning, Laurie.
You trying to be funny?
What? Oh, you too, huh?
Well, after all, it is all.
Yeah, I know. Can't a guy relax once in a while?
Oh. Aspirin in your top left-hand drawer.
Oh, thanks. Any calls?
Burgess called. Wants to meet you for lunch.
Oh, I can't go
I made
through
the
it.
appointment for tomorrow.
Thanks. Anything else?
Mr. Taylor has the contracts ready.
Good.
And the old man...
Yeah, I know.
He sounded mad.
Oh, my head.
Go on in the office. I'll bring you some water.
Yeah.
Here's your hemlock, Socrates.
Thanks. Well, that ought to help.
Big night, huh?
Big head.
Where'd you go?
Don't remember after 10 or 11.
Date?
Yeah, I think so.
Pretty?
How do I know? I can't even remember.
It's nothing.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing at all.
Well, then?
But just for the record, Mr. Big, you and I had a small appointment last night.
We did?
We did? Yes, we did. And I gave up another chance to see South Pacific.
Now, don't let that worry you.
Just even say he's sorry.
I'll take you to South Pacific.
You've only been saying that for a year now.
Well, I mean it.
When?
Well, Saturday night. Yeah, Saturday night.
I'll believe it when
Okay, you call my ticket agent, tell him...
Oh, that's great. Now I have to get the tickets.
Well, it's just that I'm so busy.
Okay. Some date. Feel better?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, then you better...
Oh, no, you take it.
All right. Mr. Hannigan's office. Mrs. Carlton.
I'm not here.
Oh, Mrs. Carlton, this is Miss Jones. Can I help you? He's not in this morning. I see. Just a minute, please.
Well?
She's such a nice woman.
No.
Have a heart, Jim.
You tell her when that no good son of hers stops getting into trouble, I'll stop printing stories about him.
It's only a page 10 item.
It's a story.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mrs. Carlton. We've already gone to press. You're welcome. You're a rat, Hannigan.
Jonesy.
Yes, a first-class heel.
Gotta be tough, Laurie. Enough heart trouble in this racket without going soft. You think
I've heard it before, Jim.
Well, you keep forgetting it.
No, I don't.
Oh, come on, honey. Let's kiss and make up.
Don't you dare.
Baby.
Hannigan. Hannigan.
No, that's better. No, gotta go see the old
What?
man. I said I gotta go see...
beast.
Baby!
Oh, why do I let you do it?
You know me, business first.
Yeah, I know you.
Wouldn't want me to lose my job, would you?
Oh, no, that's the last thing I'd want to happen.
See? Now let's get down to work.
Character. I almost forgot.
What?
There's been a Mr. Rubo waiting to see you since 9 o'clock.
Rubo?
Said he knew you in school.
Yeah.
It's not my idea of a Yale man. I can stall him if you want to see the old man first.
No, better get it over with.
What?
I said bring him in.
Okay, but the old man's going to be sore. This is Mr. Rubo.
That will be all, Miss Jones.
Yes, Mr. Hannigan.
Oh, what can I do for you, Rubo?
Smart boy.
I try to be.
Little bit too smart.
What's that supposed to mean?
What you did to my boy Flynn.
He was a jerk.
Maybe so.
You know he was.
He had a lot to learn, but he was a good boy.
Depends on where you're sitting.
Now I can't learn nothing for 15 years. We don't like that.
Business risk.
Good boys are hard to find.
I got my own troubles.
We don't like it to happen again.
Tell your boys to be more careful.
I like you, Hannigan.
Thanks.
I don't want to see you get sick or nothing.
I see.
You start playing around with City
Look,
Hall.
Rubo, this is strictly business with me. I'm not cleaning up the city or riding any white horses. You got your racket, I got mine. If it's a story, I'm going to print it. That's all.
That's why I like you.
Tell your mob to smarten up. There won't be any trouble. But when they're jerks like Flynn, I'll get them every time.
Everybody makes mistakes.
And that's when I catch them.
I don't like that.
That's too bad.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Hannigan, but there's an old man outside who wants to see you right away. Says it's important.
Who is it?
Didn't give me his name.
Tell him I'll see him in a minute.
Whatever you say.
Well, anything else, Rubo?
Sure, I got plenty to say.
Well, I'm busy.
So I can wait.
Look.
Go and see the old man. I wait here.
You said your piece, now beat
Go
it.
on. I like your company, Hannigan. I wait here.
Okay. But I'm leaving the door open.
Smart boy.
Where is he, Laurie?
Out in the hall, boss.
Oh, now cut that. Why didn't you bring him in
He
here?
wanted to wait out there.
Okay. Keep your eye on that character.
Of course.
You wanted to see me?
I don't know what it's all about.
What do you mean?
Rubo told me...
What the... Stop him! Somebody stop him!
You all right, Jim?
Yeah, I'm okay.
The man.
Dead.
What happened?
I don't know. Somebody shot him.
Who?
I didn't see him. Just shot him and ran.
Where'd you get the gun?
I picked it up, pulled the trigger. It was empty.
I'll call the police.
Something happened, Hannigan?
No, you want to know.
Looks bad.
What do you mean?
Nobody out in the hall. We hit a couple of shots. They come out and found a dead guy.
No, you don't.
And you got the gun in
You don't pin this on me.
Flynn will be sorry to hear about this.
You crazy?
Not so loud, Hannigan.
Just before he got it, he said your name.
Can you prove that? See?
I don't care how it looks.
What you say, they make one mistake, that's when I get them? Every time?
Oh, you dirty...
Looks bad, Hannigan. You better clear out for a while.
Nobody's going to...
Lay low till it blows over. Go on before the cops come.
Maybe I will.
Go on, get going.
I'll see you again, Rubo. I'll see you again.
An old man shot down in cold blood in the offices of a busy newspaper. Hundreds of witnesses around and no way to prove your innocence. A ruthless game where the stakes are high and all the chips are blue. Don't go away, for this is the beginning of another high adventure.
They say there's a time and a place for everything. And though it may seem a little odd for me to interrupt at this grim moment in our high adventure story, this is the time and place I'm supposed to talk to you men about the value of good grooming and Old Spice aftershave lotion. But it's worth the interruption, because we all know how much good grooming really counts in business as well as social life. And we know the wonderful feeling of self-confidence that comes to a man when he's sure of his good grooming. That's why it's so important to make a habit of using Old Spice aftershave lotion every time you shave. Once you've tried Old Spice lotion, its bracing freshness will become a part of your daily life you'll never want to miss. Old Spice aftershave lotion is soothing, cooling, and healing to the skin. And it has a clean, fresh, masculine scent that men prefer. No wonder more men buy Old Spice than any other aftershave lotion at $1. So remember, for a wonderful sense of confidence and well-being, use Old Spice aftershave lotion every time you shave.
And now back to Inside Story, a big city tale of high adventure as told by the man who lived it, Jim Hannigan.
I'd been framed and framed good, so I got out fast. I knew it looked bad, but I had to take that chance. I got out in the street and headed for the nearest movie. I'd be safe there for a while, and I could do some uninterrupted thinking. Myself, I don't like the movies, but did you ever sit through one 3 times? Brother. About 9 o'clock that night, I went down to the lobby and called Laurie. I gave her the names of the 3 most influential people I knew in town, asked her to call them, and then meet me in the theater. Then I went back to the last row in the balcony to wait. In about a half an hour, I saw her struggling up the aisle.
I couldn't I?
Well, yes, I suppose you could.
And what do you mean by that remark?
Oh, I know you so well, Reggie. Far better than you think. Sorry, I forgot my outfit stock.
Thanks for coming, Laurie.
How long have you been here?
Since noon?
Got you dizzy? I brought a couple of sandwiches.
Yeah, I meant to tell you.
You could at least say thanks.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I had a fig Newton about 5. They're great for a hangover.
Eat these, you'll feel better.
Yeah.
What's the movie?
Is that important?
No, I guess not.
What about me?
I've seen it before anyway.
In the laundry tub all day while you're off gambling or hard-earned savings at the track. Did you ever think of that?
To tell you the truth, I haven't.
She's awfully attractive.
Who?
The girl in the movie.
Oh. Yeah, of course.
Because why, Jen?
Because I'm going to have another baby.
Oh, I say, Jen, oh, girl.
This as close as you could come to South Pacific?
Well, I wasn't in a position to be choosy.
Well, I think at least... Oh, sorry.
You really can't. You'd be home helping me take care of the house and things.
Well, see here now.
Yes, you would.
That sort of thing can be carried too far, you know.
You and I...
No.
You better?
Much.
Why'd you come here?
I couldn't go home. First I was going to go to your place, then I figured that'd be the second place they'd look.
What's it feel like to be the hottest man in New York?
It's not fun.
Of all the crazy things...
What?
Run away. Why?
I'll tell you later.
Every paper in the city has the story, pictures and everything.
Of me?
Full page. I couldn't forget you if I wanted to.
That's bad.
Why?
Cuts down my time. Few days and every jerk with a nickel for a paper will know me by heart.
Hey, will you two shut up?
Stop, blow.
Sorry.
Why doesn't he go someplace else if he wants to see a movie?
Bright remark of the week.
Hey, did you call Jenkins?
Yes.
What'd he say?
Sorry he can't help.
What is a district attorney for?
He said there was nothing he could do, and even if there were, he wouldn't do it.
Some friend.
Well, you weren't exactly kind to him during the gambling investigation.
Well, that's business.
Guess he figures so's this.
Yeah. What'd the old man say? What'd he say?
He said it'd make a better story if you got out of it yourself.
Oh, fine. Well, I'm not surprised. And how about Costello?
Same thing.
What do you mean?
He said it was about time you had some heat on the back of your neck.
Oh.
Well, Mad Dog?
What's the Mad Dog business?
That's what they're calling you in the papers. Mad Dog Murderers.
Laurie!
Hey, will you two shut up? Do I have to call a manager?
I'm sorry. Laurie, you don't think that I did it?
No. You're a rat, Hannigan, but not that much of a one.
Well, that's better.
What do we do now?
You've got to do it alone, that's all.
Okay, where do we start?
Well, let's see. Got the gun, but that's no help.
No.
The old man, the only thing I remember about him was that he had a wart in his left eyebrow.
That eliminates all the right eyebrow warts.
If I wanted a hard-up old man to knock off, where would I go?
City Hall.
The Bowery, yeah, that's it. Did the cops find anything on him?
Just his name. Cyrus P. Smith.
Oh, it'd have to be Smith. It couldn't be Brinkowski or something like
Hey,
that.
come on, Heath. If we're going to see the picture, we better...
Stay there, buddy. We're leaving. Let's go, Laurie. I got a lot to do. Tired?
Oh, no, I've been in training.
Well, I'm sorry it's taken so long.
That's all right. Nothing like walking the Bowery to keep a girl in shape.
You got to be careful. You can't tell the cops from the hoods down here.
It's all right.
You know, you're quite a girl, Jonesy.
Just about run out of joints, haven't we?
I mean it.
I think we've talked to every bum on the street.
I know you don't want to, but I'm going to talk about it.
It's hardly the setting.
I don't know. I kind of like it.
Character.
What do you want, Laurie? Did you ever think about it?
Oh, never. I just go home, climb into bed, and fall right off to sleep.
Oh, now be serious.
Why?
Because I am.
All right. I know what I don't want.
What?
I want to be able to sleep at night. I don't want to have to worry about my guy, where he is, what he's doing, what mobster he's playing hide and seek with tonight.
I see.
I want to go to bed and have him next to me and know he's going to be there every night for the rest of my life. If he isn't a big shot, well, what's the difference? As long as he likes my coffee.
Guy's got to do what he likes.
Some guys.
This guy.
So why did we start talking?
I don't know, Laurie.
Jim.
What?
Don't look now, but that crumb behind us has been following us for 2 blocks.
Where?
Don't look.
All right, just keep walking.
Uh-huh.
Act like nothing's happened. If we can make it to that alley. You still there?
Yes, he's gaining on us.
All right, walk a little bit faster, but not obvious. All right, come on, up this alley and run. Quick, hide in this doorway.
This is what I need.
It might be a cop.
Oh.
What do you want?
Run up a blind alley, didn't you?
What do you want?
Thought you could run away from me, didn't you? I know every hole in this street. Every one of them.
All right, you're a smart guy. Now, what do you want?
Don't make me mad. Could want most anything.
Jim.
Get away from her.
Hey, there goes my match.
Don't light another.
Better in the dark, huh?
Yeah.
Ain't you the fellow that was asking about Cy Smith?
What's it to you?
Okay, if you feel that way.
No, wait. What do you know about him?
Something.
I don't remember talking to you.
You didn't. I heard you asking them.
Well, why didn't you come?
Figured we could talk better business alone.
How much?
How much is it worth to you?
$10.
What'd you say, Hannigan?
25. 50, no more.
Fair enough.
All right, what do you know?
Money first.
How do I know you got what I want?
Okay, if you feel...
All right. Money first. Here you go. Oh, I haven't got my wallet. Laurie, have you got any?
Of course.
30, 40, 50. Now, what do you know?
2 days ago, Si came down to the street. Had $100 with him.
Where'd he get it?
Pay.
From who? Rubo?
No.
No, I knew he was smarter than that. Who?
Vince and Yetta.
That's worth $50. Come on, Laurie.
See you around, Hannigan.
Yeah, sure. We'll split a can of Sterno someday. Come on, Laurie. Vince Agnetta. That name rang a bell. One of Rubo's gunmen who'd been mixed up in a smuggling racket 10 years ago and had been sent up for 15 years. Probably out on good behavior. Maybe even made a break. I didn't know. First thing in the morning, I went over to the pool room where Agnetta used to hang out, but he hadn't been there for days. I was lucky and bought his address from a rack boy for $10. I beat it over to a tenement on the Lower East Side, but the landlady told me that he hadn't been there since yesterday. Then I remembered the shack on the west shore of Staten Island that had been used as a drop back in the smuggling days. I called Laurie, and she picked me up in her car at Times Square. She wanted to come along, but the pace was getting too hot. So I put her in a cab, took her car, and headed for Staten Island. There was a cop at the ferry entrance, so I went back to the Brooklyn Bridge and took the 69th Street ferry to the island. Things were going too smooth. I drove out along the west shore till there was nothing but me and the dunes. Through Green Ridge, then about 5 miles beyond New Springville, I saw it. One of those old weather-beaten houses with a lot of gingerbread. All the shutters were drawn, not a sign of life anywhere. I pulled into the yard. Somebody's home. Now cut it out! I want to talk to you, Agnetta.
Beat it, copper.
I'm not a cop.
Beat it.
I'm Jim Hannigan from the Herald.
Who?
Hannigan from the Herald.
Stand up. Okay, go to the front door. It's open.
Where are you?
In here. What do you want?
What happened to you?
Rubo tried to knock me over last night.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
How'd you get out here?
I got weight.
You hurt bad?
6 slugs in me.
Better get you to a doctor.
Hey, get back.
Okay.
What do you want?
What do you know about Cyrus B. Smith?
Plenty.
What?
I ain't talking.
I know you set him up for the job.
So?
Who killed him? Come on, Agnetta. Who you shielding?
Get back.
Why did Rubo have your gun?
Afraid I talk.
That doesn't make sense.
What?
He's afraid you'll talk, so he had you shot down. Now you won't talk? So what are you shielding him for?
Why should I help you?
Look, Agnetta, unless I get you to a doctor, you'll probably die. Then I'll never be able to get Rubo.
Suppose I don't croak.
You're dying on your feet right now.
Shut up.
There, you see?
Hey, get back. Okay. Okay, what do you want?
Who killed the old man?
I did.
You?
Yeah. Rubo said it was a soft touch, just routine. Then when I found out there was a big fish like you on the line, I wanted more dough. Always that way. I go with some little guy nobody cares about. Gets hushed up in a hurry, that's easy. Get a big shot mixed up in it. Everything goes haywire. Takes dough. I've been in it before, I know.
Rubo wouldn't pay you and tried to kill you so you wouldn't talk.
Yeah. Get back. You're not taking me in.
I don't want you, Agnetta. I want that big guy. If you sign a statement, I'll see it goes easy on you. Agnetta. Agnetta. Oh, he's dead. Now what? Phone. I gotta get to a phone.
Time is running out for Jim Hannigan. Every avenue is blocked, and the only man who could have helped him lies dead at his feet. We'll be in for the exciting climax. And by this time, I think we'll agree, it's the kind of story that can only be called High Adventure.
I don't know why they do this to me, but every time some poor soul has shaved his last shave in this high adventure story, I have to cut in about Old Spice aftershave lotion, and I accept the challenge. For every man alive wants to start off each day with that top-of-the-world feeling, and here's one simple way to help do it. Use Old Spice aftershave lotion. You'll find Old Spice lotion has a skin-tingling freshness that makes you feel wide awake and ready for the day. Old Spice aftershave lotion gives you wonderful value for your money. There are 2 generous sizes of this quality lotion, $1 and $1.75. Look for the handsome red Old Spice cartons at drug and department stores everywhere. And for that top-of-the-world feeling, use Old Spice lotion after every shave.
And now back for the climax of Inside Story. A high adventure story is told by the man who lived it, Jim Hannigan.
I called Laurie and told her what to do, then I beat it back into town. The guy at the ferry wanted to know how my windshield got busted. I told him somebody took a shot at me. He said I was lucky I didn't get hit. Well, I was back in town by 4 o'clock and went right over to Rubo's apartment. The doorman said he wasn't in, so I went up and waited. It's amazing how many doors a $10 bill will open. It was one of those real lush joints, all glass and chromium with a potted palm every 5 feet. I'd been there about a half an hour when I heard his key in the lock.
Oh, hello, smart boy.
You're not surprised?
Nah.
I said I'd see you again.
I've been expecting you.
Oh?
I thought you'd be here sooner.
I was tied up.
What do you want?
Plenty.
Drink?
Nope. We won't have time.
Are we going someplace?
Right down to the paper. I want to get the story before the cops do.
You're acting pretty sure of yourself.
Well, I know some things you don't.
Like what?
I found Vince and Yetta. Alive.
I was worried about Vince.
And he talked. Plenty.
I like to see Agneta.
Don't worry. He's where you'll never find him.
How do I know you're not bluffing?
Agneta hired Cy Smith for $100. Smith came to my office and got me out in the hall. Agneta shot him, but he thought it was a pushover. When he found out it was bigger than that, he came to you for more money. When you wouldn't give it to him, he threatened to talk. So your boys took him out for a little air. But it didn't work.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah, that's right. Want me more?
You make mistakes, too.
Oh, put the gun away. I thought of that, too.
What stops me if I shoot you now?
My office knows where I am. If I'm not back at the paper by 5 o'clock, they'll have you picked up for my murder. Oh, we got 10 minutes. What are you going to do, Rubo?
What can I do? You think of everything.
I thought you'd be smart. You've already got 2 murders against you.
2? Smith and who? Agneta, maybe? I knew you was bluffing, smart boy.
Give me that. Oh.
That teach you, punk.
I'll get you. Let go. You scum. Drop it. Drop it. Now, just you and me.
All right.
Like this. Not by no guns. No nothing. Just you and me. All right, get up, punk. You got more coming. I'll kill you. Oh, stop it. I'll kill you. I'm a kill you.
Stop. Stop. Do anything you say. Anything, Hannigan.
I've gone through a lot to get this story. Come on, smart boy.
Is your shoulder all right?
Yeah, it's okay.
Here, let me help you out.
Stop fussing.
Mean old man.
Oh.
There, see?
All right.
Love the excitement just before the curtain goes up.
Yeah.
I can hardly wait to hear some enchanted. You're not even listening, Jim.
There's Big Boss Scully.
Where?
Over there. With all the wheels from Universal Steel.
Hannigan.
Huh?
You promised.
But there might be
no more stories, remember?
Jonesy,
no more playing with dynamite. I want people to like you.
Okay.
And no more underworld connections.
I said okay.
That's better. There go the house lights. still like to know where you got the ticket. I would.
You're bothering people.
Well, I would.
Okay. Ruble.
Inside Story, as lived by Jim Hannigan. That one thrilling moment in the life of a man that has but one meaning, high adventure. And here's the fine folk who gave you those fine high adventure performances. Heard as Jim Hannigan with John Larkin, with Gene Tatum, Maurice Toppland, Phil Sterling, and Jack Orson. The High Adventure Orchestra was conducted by Mr. Lou Davies. And in next week's meeting, friends and members, we're proud to present a high adventure story of a man who returned from the war and fought his greatest battle at home. It's called The Circle Road, and in the leading role will be that famous personality of stage and screen, Mr. Burgess Meredith. So until next week on The Circle Road, starring Burgess Meredith, remember that wherever you live, whatever you do, it's there to see and find. And we like to call it high adventure.
Listen now to special news. Introducing new Shulton shampoo in a plastic bottle that absolutely cannot break. Knock it off the base and drop it on the floor. You'll never need to worry again about dangerous splintered glass. New Shulton shampoo leaves hair wonderfully clean, dandruff-free, easy to manage. And ladies, new Shulton shampoo has a brand new formula that actually gives your hair more glory lights. Try new Shulton shampoo in the unbreakable plastic bottle today. Only 85 cents at drug and department stores.
Enjoy Eddie Cantor and Bob Crosby tonight on NBC.
Kowalski was bearing down, and I was doing my best to hold up his fastball. But every time the ball smacked into my glove, the pain shot clean up to my shoulder. I didn't know if I could last out the game, but I knew I had to, or he'd have me where he wanted me.
This is Wild Pitch, a baseball story of the one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called high adventure. Adventure, the top of the world in action drama for men. Brought to you by Shulton, makers of Old Spice aftershave lotion, for that top of the world feeling after every shave. You know, back in the days when Take Me Out to the Ball Game was number one on the Nickelodeon parade, a fella getting ready to take his girl to the game would get specially slicked up for the big occasion. Well, times have changed a bit since then, for now, attention to good grooming has become part of a man's daily life. That's one reason why so many thousands of men today make a habit of finishing every shave with Old Spice aftershave lotion. Once you've tried Old Spice lotion, its bracing freshness will become a part of your daily grooming you'll never want to miss. Old Spice aftershave lotion is soothing, cooling, and healing to the skin. And it has a clean, fresh, masculine scent that men prefer. So here's a good tip on good grooming for every man listening. Try Old Spice aftershave lotion tomorrow, and you'll use it every time you shave. And now to our high adventure story, Wild Pitch, as told by the man who lived it, Windy Knowles.
I guess every rookie ball player dreams of that one big chance in the majors. That's what kept me going anyways. Bouncing along in buses, on overnight rides, sleeping in crummy hotels, grabbing a hot dog, running for a train. The dream was always there. 40,000 fans blowing their stacks and me banging one over the fence for the pennant. That's something to work for. I'd been out at Memphis, a farm club in the Seagull chain, for 2 seasons, and I was doing pretty good, batting .311 and catching every game. A couple of the scouts had come through early in the year, and Buzzy, our manager, said they was looking me over. We was on the road for Birmingham late in August when it happened. One of them real hot days, and we just lost a tough one in the 9th inning. The guys were coming in the locker room, and everybody was pretty beat.
What's the matter with you, Shorty? Lost it in the sun, Nick. You use sunglasses like Buzzy says you wouldn't have lost it. Get out my back, will you?
That was the ball game.
I know it.
What do you think we got a manager for?
What's the difference? We ain't gone no place anyway.
We could have a couple of guys to get on the ball.
What are you beefing about? I suppose you look good.
Break it up, you two.
Yeah, but when...
Game's over, forget it.
Okay. But if the dumb jerk would listen to Buzzy...
We'd be in 6th place instead of 7th.
Yeah.
Forget it.
How's your arm?
Bruise, that's all.
Let's have a look.
It's okay.
Let's see. Gonna be sore as a boil tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Last thing I want to be on a farm club is catcher. You're crazy. Up in the majors, catching's okay. But down here, the way these wild maniacs throw a ball, just as soon kill you as throw to you.
Shut up, Nick.
Well, it's true. Why don't you try pitching? I've been watching you in practice.
Shut up.
You got a nice, graceful motion. You might even make the majors as a pitcher.
Let's drop it, huh?
Okay. But I know. I've been upstairs.
Well, you ain't there now. You're back in the minors where you belong, you old phony.
Ain't another guy in the club I'd let say that to me.
That's why I'm saying it. You're still playing ball, ain't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's better. Anyone know how the Gulls did today?
Yeah, they won. Pachito pitched a 2-hitter.
No kidding. They'll cop that pennant yet.
You see the paper this morning? The Gulls bought Big Ken Kowalski from the Leafs.
Yeah? They must have paid a bundle.
What'd you say?
Yeah, paid $45,000.
Kowalski.
That's right. Kowalski. Were you deaf?
Huh.
What'd you say they paid for him?
$45,000.
Right, if that ain't pennant insurance.
What's the matter, Wendy?
Nothing. Gonna take my shower.
Be right with you.
Kowalski. Come on. Don't take all day.
Hey, what's eating you?
Nothing. I just want to get out of here.
Well, you don't
All
have
right. Hurry it up, you guys. The bus leaves in a half hour.
That's great. Don't even give you time to
Quit
take
your
it.
Come on,
beefing.
make it snappy, fella.
Yeah.
Where's Rindy?
In here.
Yeah. Hey, kid, I got news for you.
Huh?
Telegram came right after the game.
You
read
through the
it?
soap, Wendy?
Yeah.
I'll toss it over.
Go ahead, read it.
I'm all wet. You read it.
Okay. It says, put Knowles on next play in New York. Replacement to you from Elmira, signed Barney Patterson, Secretary of Farm System.
You're going to the majors, kid.
Sure he's going. Didn't I tell you them scouts liked you?
Did you hear that, Wendy?
Hey, wait a minute, Nick. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Nothing you can do about it, Buzz?
What do you mean?
I kind of like it here.
You crazy?
I don't know whether I'm ready.
Of course you're ready.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be on top of the world.
You don't understand.
Well, there's nothing I can do about it. You're going. Now, hurry up. Get your stuff.
What's the matter, kid?
I don't know.
Well, everybody's a little jumpy when they go upstairs.
That ain't it.
I remember I was so scared I couldn't eat.
Yeah, but...
Don't worry about it, kid. You got the stuff. I know you have.
Yeah, Nick. Maybe. I wired Mary to meet me in New York the next day. Then I bought every newspaper in town and hopped the plane. The Kowalski trade was in headlines, and down at the bottom of the page, a little story on me being brought in from Memphis. The Gulls' regular catcher broke his hand, and the second-string catcher had appendicitis. I met Mary at the airport and rushed right over to the field. We were playing the Blue Sox that afternoon, and our game-and-a-half lead was looking smaller and smaller. Kowalski was scheduled to pitch. I was rocky in the first inning, but after that I settled down. Got a single in the third, and from then on it was strictly business. Big Ed was pitching good, and his fastball was stinging. Long about the sixth, he started missing the corners, and I had the feeling he wasn't putting them where I was calling for them. There's nothing that's tougher on a catcher than getting set to take one low on the outside, and your pitcher grooves one high on the inside. Going into the ninth, we were ahead 3-2. We got the first two hitters, and then Danowski walked the next two men. Next batter got an infield single, and the bases were loaded with 2 out. I went out to talk to Big Ed.
Back to the bushes, Knowles.
You crazy or something?
I know what I'm doing.
Then start putting them where I call for.
Acting pretty big for a busher.
I'm telling you, keep throwing them like you are, and I'll miss one.
You catch him, I'll pitch him.
I miss one with the bases loaded, that'll be the ball game.
You're in the big time now, rookie.
You throw this one away, it won't be my fault.
Come on, Wendy, let's play ball.
Smarten up, Kowalski.
I know what I'm doing.
What's you doing, serving T-Knowles?
Blow.
What's the matter, kid?
Nothing.
Let's go then. Can't wait all day. Batter up.
Okay, baby, okay. Let's see that big rainbow. Bend in that big one. Hit it. Swing, shot, swing.
Ball one.
Yeah, wild as a woodpecker.
Keep your eye on the ball, Knowles.
I'm watching it.
Don't you know what you're calling for?
Sure I know.
Don't look like it to me.
Crazy jerk.
Who?
Kowalski.
Watch what you're saying, rookie.
Step in, Sour.
Okay, Pepe, let's see that high hard one. Blow it right past them, baby. Here it is, here it is. Out!
Ball two.
Dirty.
You okay, kid?
Yeah, got me on the arm.
Let me see.
It's okay, I tell you. Calling time.
Okay, kid, but make it snappy, will you?
Can't you keep your eye on the ball, Busher?
You out of your head.
What's the matter, rookie?
I called for your curve.
So?
What's the idea? Throwing your fastball.
Wasn't fast enough.
Yeah?
Next time I'll ram it right down your throat.
Okay, wise guy, you want to play rough?
That's the way I like it.
Break it up, Nose. Got a game to play.
Dumb jerk.
Can't you take it, Busher?
Hurry it up, kid. Get the crowd home for supper.
Yeah.
If Big Ape throws in my head again, I'll smack it right back in his face.
Step in, Sour.
Okay.
Here we go now, baby. Let's see that big floater. Winner right around his neck, Pepe. Swing, sir, swing.
There it goes. There it goes.
Wade, back.
It's in for sure. Yep, home run.
What'd you call for a knuckler for?
I called for your fastball, and you know it.
That wasn't a signal I saw.
All right. What happened?
The kid called for a knuckler.
I told you Sour can time a slow pitch, Windy.
Crazy Busher.
Mr.
Got
Mitchell.
a lot to learn, kid.
But just...
And the first thing's to take orders.
Never make a catcher out of him, Billy.
Okay, Ed.
And falling all over
That's
us.
enough now.
Making me look like a rookie.
That's enough, Ed. I better give you a rest, kid.
Okay.
There'll be other days.
Yeah, sure.
We'll let Halsey finish the game, Ed. Come on, Windy.
Yeah.
Don't let it throw you, kid. What was the trouble?
Nothing.
Just couldn't get started, huh?
It's nothing, Mr. Mitchell.
That you, honey?
Yeah,
Be with you in a minute. Just putting the potatoes on.
it's okay.
Paper's in on the chair. Did you find it?
Yeah.
Didn't know whether you'd get my message.
I'm here, ain't I?
I'll say you are.
Where'd you get that apron?
Borrowed it from the lady next door. You like it?
How much you weigh?
Who?
Lady next door.
Well, it's a little big, but that's all right. You can wear it
When I
you...
do the dishes? Come here.
With the potatoes.
Let 'em burn.
You'll be sorry.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, not a bad little dump.
I like that dump.
How'd you find it?
An agent.
Pretty smart gal.
Ball player's wife has to be smart. And besides,
What?
he was a golf fan.
Oh.
Well, you go on and read the paper. I can talk from the kitchen.
Yeah.
How'd it go today?
Okay.
All right, what happened?
What do you mean?
Whenever I get that okay, I know something went wrong.
No.
I would have listened, only I didn't have a radio.
I know.
What happened?
Just kind of rough, that's all.
Did you win?
No.
What was the score?
Lost at 6-3 in the ninth.
Who pitched?
Stop asking so many questions.
You'd be mad if I didn't.
Well,
What's the matter?
tired, I guess.
All right, we won't talk about it.
Kowalski.
What?
Kowalski pitched.
Big Ed?
Yeah, Big Ed.
Didn't he have it?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Well, that's a silly answer.
Well, let's stop talking about it.
All right. But I'll read about it in the papers tomorrow, so I might as well hear your side now.
Okay.
That's better. Now, what happened?
I was doing pretty good.
Did you get any hits?
Yeah, a single in the third. Was robbed of one in the sixth.
That's good. Go on.
Long about the sixth, Kowalski started missing.
Lose his stuff?
No, he just wasn't throwing what I called for.
What do you mean?
I'd call for a curve, he'd throw a knuckler.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Why?
Mary.
Yes, honey.
There's something...
What is it?
Nothing.
You were going to tell me something.
No.
Something important.
It was nothing.
What was it?
Nothing, I said. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Just tired. Plane trip and everything.
I'm tired too, Wendy.
I know. Let's forget the whole thing.
All right, if you want to.
What are we having for supper?
Sweet potatoes and ham.
Honey,
Yes?
I love you.
I wanted it to seem like home for you.
I'm sorry I lost it up.
I just don't like us to argue.
Me neither.
I know. Well, I'll get dinner.
Mary,
Yes?
They took me out in the 9th.
Why, Windy?
I looked bad.
Were you?
No.
Well, then why?
Kowalski made me look bad.
That doesn't...
Don't ask any more questions.
All right, Windy.
And don't look so hurt.
I'm sorry.
Can't a guy have a bad day once in a while? From then on, there was plenty of bad days for me. Didn't make no difference who was pitching. I was trying too hard. I never did look good. We made our last swing through the rest, and while the team was playing 500 ball, I made 6 errors in 23 games. Had 9 hits for 72 times at bat. They'd have sent me back to Memphis, except the team was winning, and there just wasn't anyone else could catch. We got back to New York late in September, a game out of first place behind the Blue Sox, and a big 3-game series with the Sox staring us in the face. Billy Mitchell, the manager, was being fried by the front office and the local papers, so he was taking it out on us. We dropped the first game of the series, and the next morning, Billy had us working like dogs. Kowalski was pitching batting practice. Billy was catching him. I was waiting by the cage for my turn.
You'll never be a hitter if you're going to slap at the ball, Hank. Swing through that arc, follow through. Now keep that bat moving. Okay, Ed, slide one down the middle. Now keep your eye on it.
Attaboy, Hank.
That's better, son. Now just time it. You swung too soon, that's why you pulled it. Give us another, Kowalski. That's the stuff. Now just keep that timing for the game this afternoon. You'll get yourself a couple of hits. Get going now 5 times around the field. All right, okay, Windy, your turn.
Well, if it ain't the All-American out.
Get off his back, Ed. Now, when are you going to stop swinging at them bad balls, kid?
I don't know, Billy.
You're a big guy with arms like you got. You ought to paste that apple over the fence.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to hit to get on base. There's a thing called a walk.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to work. Make some up, Ed. Give him some good ones and some bad ones.
Whatever you say, boss.
Now, keep your eye on it. Don't swing. It was way outside. Couldn't you see it was breaking off?
Guess I'm eager.
Sure, something's wrong. You got to follow that ball from the minute it leaves the pitcher's hand.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, now let's try it again. Give us another one, Ed.
It's a pleasure.
Now watch it, kid. Don't swing. What'd you swing for?
I didn't swing. I was protecting myself.
Kid.
He was trying to dust me.
Cut that out.
He was. That was right in my head.
I told him to mix him up.
You didn't tell him to dust me.
He wasn't trying
He was,
to.
I tell you. I seen guys killed.
Maybe you had enough for today.
No, you don't. Tell him to put one where I can hit it. I'll slap it right back in his teeth.
Wait a minute, son. Wait a minute. This is a game, you know. I won't have any feuding on my club.
Just put one in the strike zone.
Don't you forget it.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Busher? Can't you take
Cut it out, Ed.
Sure.
All right, now give him another.
I'll give him one.
Keep your eye on it. You hit him, kid. Where'd it hit you?
Shoulder.
Which one?
The left.
At least it's not your pitching arm.
Yeah.
All right, somebody get a doc.
It'll be okay.
Can you get up?
Yeah.
All right, take it easy. That's better.
I'm okay now.
Keep moving it. I don't want it to get stiff.
That's nothing, Billy.
Lucky it wasn't worse.
Yeah.
Windy, you crazy jerk. You could have knocked us right out of the pennant.
He was trying
I don't care what you thought. This team...
Leave him alone, boss.
Huh?
It was an accident.
No, it wasn't.
It was an accident, I tell you. Those things happen.
Okay, whatever you say, Ed. But Windy can thank you. He's still on this club.
But, Billy,
I'm telling you, kid, this happens again, you'll be back in the bushes so fast, it'll make you dizzy.
Come on, let's break it up, fellas.
All right, go on, kid. 5 times around the field.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Knowles. I'll do them with you.
You better go back to the clubhouse, Ed.
I'm okay now, boss.
Well, you know how you feel. You're the doctor.
Uh-huh.
Think you'll be able to pitch tomorrow?
Sure.
All right, get going. Keep moving that arm.
Sure, boss.
When did you find out about accidents, Kowalski?
I didn't.
I don't get it. You know you was trying to dust me.
Who'd believe you now, Busher?
Danger and excitement ahead for Windy Knowles. But that's only to be expected, for these are the keynotes of high adventure. I've got a feeling that actually living through the thrills and dangers of a high adventure wouldn't really suit me. I like my comfort too much. And speaking of comfort, I'd like to remind you men about the extra fine feeling of comfort you get when you finish your morning shave with Old Spice aftershave lotion. For Old Spice lotion has a skin-tingling freshness that makes you feel wide awake and ready for the day. Once you've tried Old Spice lotion, you'll know right away why more men buy it than any other aftershave lotion at $1. Old Spice aftershave lotion has a convenient dispensing top with an exclusive leak-proof feature, and the handsome ship-decorated bottles are a pleasure for a man to see and to use. There are 2 generous sizes of this quality lotion, $1 and $1.75. Look for the handsome red Old Spice cartons at drug and department stores everywhere. And remember, everywhere you go, you'll find that men who really value their own comfort say, for that top-of-the-world feeling, I use Old Spice lotion after every shave. And now, back to Wild Pitch. A high-adventure story about a ball player with a problem too deep in his heart to tell his own wife, who knows that every time he steps on the field, death may be riding on every pitch.
Finish your soup, honey.
I ain't hungry.
You wondered, eh?
Yeah.
And what's the matter?
I don't know. I just ain't hungry.
You can't keep up like this, Wendy.
I know.
Not eating, not sleeping.
I know, Mary.
No job's worth it.
It ain't the job.
All right, we won't talk about it.
Gotta win that game tomorrow.
Try to forget it.
Put us back in a tie for first place.
You won't win it if you sit up all night worrying about it.
Practically wrap up the pennant for us.
All right, who's pitching?
Who do you think?
Big Ed?
Yeah.
Everything will work out, honey.
Yeah.
Come on, let's dance.
Oh, Mary.
Come on, do you good.
Okay.
That's a fine way to ask your girl to dance.
Sorry.
I can remember when I couldn't keep you off the floor.
Yeah.
Now I have to drag you.
Ain't that bad?
Pretty near.
Cut it out, will you?
See? It's not so hard to take.
You said it was.
Hold me tighter. I don't know which way you're going.
You're not kidding me.
I wasn't trying to.
Sorry.
Oh, you
Big
hit him.
jerk. Did not.
I saw you had your eyes closed.
I did?
Yes.
I can remember when you used to keep yours closed, too.
Okay, it's a deal.
Why don't you look where you're...
It's all right. Just keep dancing.
Dumb ox.
Dance.
Yeah. Mary.
Yes, dear.
There's something I gotta tell you.
I know.
Yeah, well...
You want to tell me here?
I guess so.
All right.
Long time ago, when I just started playing ball...
Wow. If it ain't the Busher.
Kowalski.
Who is the cute little doll you got with you?
Beat it.
Come on, rookie. Don't beat it.
I told you to
Let's
beat
go
it.
back to the table, Wendy.
That's right, baby. All go back to the...
Kowalski.
Come on, Wendy.
Where you sitting? Come on over and say hello.
What'd you do that for?
Didn't want you to start anything.
Make me look like a jerk.
He was drunk.
What difference does that
Where's
make?
the table?
Over there.
Now listen to me, Wendy knows. If he comes over here, you behave yourself.
Tell him that.
I mean it.
Yeah.
Here he comes. Now remember.
Hey, what do you say we all have a little old drink, huh? Waiter.
Pipe down, chump.
Wendy.
Okay, we won't have a drink. Who's your cookie, Wendy boy? Come on, introduce you to Big Ed.
I'm Wendy's wife.
Oh, wife, huh? That's a good one. That's all right.
I am.
On the level, huh? No kidding.
On the level.
Well, what do you know about that, huh?
You got a pitch tomorrow.
Oh, I'll be all right. Always have a couple of nights before I pitch.
Yeah.
Wendy's wife, huh? What do you know?
What's so surprising about that?
I suppose you know all about Wendy, huh?
Shut up.
Of course I do.
Did you ever know old Wendy didn't used to catch?
Mary.
Yeah, used to be a pitcher, old Wendy.
Shut up.
Let him talk.
Thank you. Only he wasn't Wendy Knowles then. Nah, he was Johnny Nairn back in them days. Pretty good, huh?
Mary.
You want to know something else funny?
What?
He killed my brother.
It was an accident, Mary.
Yeah. He killed my brother.
Come on, let's get out.
No. Go on, please.
Hit him with a pitch. Saw him bending over
That
and
ain't true. It was an accident, Mary. It was batting practice. He was in the cage and I was pitching. I was just a wild southpaw with a fastball like lightning. I went into my wind-up and just then he bent over to brush off the plate. I couldn't stop. The ball hit him on the side of the head. He was dead by the time I got to him.
Pretty good, huh?
Shut up.
Accident.
Yeah, accident.
You hated him.
Sure I hated him. He was a big loudmouth jerk just like you are, but I wouldn't kill him. Didn't you ever hit no one?
Not unless I meant to.
Why didn't you tell me?
I don't know, Mary. I was gonna.
Why'd you change your name?
I blew up after that. Couldn't get the ball over the plate. They said I was kill crazy. Couldn't get a job or nothing. I changed my name, started catching.
I'm leaving, Wendy.
Mary.
Please don't come with me.
You can't,
I
Mary.
want time to think.
So long, Mrs. Knowles.
Mary.
Party's going dead.
You big...
Hey, look out.
Don't kill you.
Back off.
You loud
You jerk.
Don't get up. I'll finish this tomorrow. I went to the nearest hotel, and as soon as I was up in the room, I looked at my hand. It was busted. I felt it go when I hit Kowalski. I didn't see Mary next morning before the game, but on the way over to the field, I stopped in a drugstore and got a soft rubber sponge. Billy'd start asking questions if I put a bandage on it, so I just kept the hand in my pocket. We got away to a 2-run lead in the first inning. Kowalski was shaky, but as soon as he got the liquor sweated out of him, he settled down. Just before I went out to catch, I slipped the sponge in my mitt under the bad hand. But every time he threw one in, the pain shot clean up to my shoulder. I didn't give him an easy time either. After every pitch, I sent it back to him as hard as I could, and he came right back at me, only harder. And that's the way it went. He was mowing him down, using nothing but his fastball, and pitching the best game of his life. Going into ninth, we had our 2-hitter going. We were still ahead 2-0. We got the first 2 men out, the next one singled, and the next one walked. Men on first and second with 2 away, and the Sox sent Georgie Hartman up to pinch hit. I went out to talk to Kowalski.
Go on back and catch him, Busher.
Can it?
I'll do the pitching.
Then try getting something on your fastball.
I'll throw it right through you.
You couldn't throw it through a tissue.
Yeah?
Let's go, Wendy. Let's play ball.
And don't forget, I want to see you after the
You'll
game.
see me.
Come on, Knowles. We'll be playing this under the lights.
Yeah.
Step in, Hartman.
Okay, here we go, Pappy. This is for the marbles. Bend that big one in there. Hit it. Swing, Georgie, swing.
Right one.
That's fastball, sure damn. Got him singing, Pappy. Got him singing.
Keep him moving, Wendy.
Sure.
Step in, Hartman.
Wait a minute. Dust my eye here.
Hurry it up.
Okay, yeah. Here we go, baby. Here we go. Just float it up there. Let him cut. Swing.
Be right due.
That's a take it, Eddie, baby. Can't even say a boy.
That thing's really popping
Like
today.
a canary, Pappy. Singing like a canary.
Come on, Hartman. Keep it moving.
Take your time.
Step in.
Okay.
It's the big one, baby. That's for the money.
Hey, Dust
Look
again.
out, Dust.
Hit him on the head.
Out like a light.
Bring the stretcher.
Stay out there, Kowalski.
How is he?
I don't know.
All right. Don't let it throw you, Ed.
Couldn't stop.
What happened?
Dust in his eyes, Billy.
Couldn't be helped, Ed.
Started my
All right,
wind up.
It was an accident.
Accident. Yeah.
Keep moving that arm.
Yeah.
Now, that'll load the bases. You want me to take you out?
No, I'm okay. I'll finish.
Let's go, Wendy. Play ball.
All right. Now, don't let it throw you, Ed.
I'm okay.
Burn in that big one, Pappy. Burn in that
Stop
big
the
one.
game because the guy gets hit.
How is he?
Got a hard head. He'll be okay.
Good.
All right, step in, Sauer.
Yeah. Let's sit in there, baby. Let's see that big rainbow. Here it is. Swing. Up right, son. Stay with it, boy. Stay with it. Got it.
That's the ball game.
Yeah?
About that after the game stuff. You still want to?
No.
Let's forget the whole thing, huh?
Okay.
Shake. What's the matter with your hand?
Nothing.
Let me see.
Forget it, will you?
Looks busted.
I said it was nothing.
Hey, fellas! Wendy caught the game with a busted hand. What do you know? Busted. I let the guy play out.
Wendy, honey.
Baby.
Oh, I missed you so last night.
Me too.
Kept hoping you'd call.
I wanted to.
Why didn't you spank me? It was only my pride, you know.
Yeah.
Couldn't figure out why you hadn't told me.
Maybe.
I knew it must have been an accident.
I wasn't sure myself till I saw it happen again today. Come on, let's go home.
Wild Pitch. The story of the one great moment in a man's lifetime. The moment that has but one meaning, high adventure. And important in bringing our story to life, Jack Orrison in the role of Windy, with Joyce Gordon, Maurice Tarplin, Jim Bowles, Mort Lawrence, and Don Douglas. The High Adventure Orchestra was conducted by Lou Davies. And next week, High Adventure is proud to present the story of a man who found death in a ball of wool, in a tiny piece of rock. We like to call it Wool Over His Eyes. Until next week, when you can again hear another full hour and a half of adventure and mystery over NBC at this time, this is George Hogan saying, whatever you do, wherever you go, it's there to live. We like to call it High Adventure. Now, here's special news. Introducing new Schulten shampoo in a plastic bottle that absolutely cannot break. Even if you drop it on the floor or in the shower, you'll never need to worry about splintered glass. New Schulten shampoo leaves hair wonderfully clean, dandruff-free, easy to manage. And ladies, new Schulten shampoo actually gives your hair more glory lights. New Schulten shampoo in the unbreakable bottle bears the Good Housekeeping Guarantee seal. On sale now at drug and department stores everywhere.
Next, number 3 of 4 big new Sunday mysteries on NBC.
His hand closed on my airline as I fought for breath inside my diving helmet. The suit pressed tight against me as I used up what little air was left. I had to break his grasp. I had to if I was going to live.
This is Deep Water, a sea story of the one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called High Adventure. High Adventure, the top of the world in action drama for men, brought to you by Schulten, makers of Old Spice aftershave lotion, for that top of the world feeling after every shave. Cool, clean, and refreshing as the ocean. That may sound a little bit poetic, but I'd be willing to bet that's the way you'll feel about it when you use Old Spice aftershave lotion. You'll find there's a wake-up freshness about Old Spice lotion that adds real pleasure to your morning shave. And you'll agree with me that Old Spice lotion is the perfect finish for a shave. Uncomfortable razor burn vanishes instantly, and your face feels cool and smooth. Old Spice lotion has a clean, fresh, masculine scent that men prefer. And the handsome ship-decorated bottles are a pleasure for a man to see and to use. No wonder more men buy Old Spice than any other aftershave lotion at $1. Try Old Spice aftershave lotion when you shave tomorrow morning, and you'll use it every time you shave. Now to the high adventure story, Deep Water, written and directed by Robert Monroe, and told by the man who lived it, Mark Johnson.
I guess Liz and I were meant for each other, corny as it sounds. I never thought she'd wait for me with the war and everything, but she did. That's the kind of gal she is. Not that I didn't expect to come back. Navy salvage diver isn't exposed to terrific danger, at least not from bullets anyway. It was just that there were so many other guys that wanted her. But when I stepped off the train in Grand Central Station, there she was, and it was just like I'd never been away. We were married inside of a week, and the world looked like one big, beautiful oyster. The war was over, we were in love, and there didn't seem to be anything that could stop us. I'd done some diving before the war, and Liz had taken a crack at it, too. We'd always talked about hunting for sunken treasure in the Caribbean or someplace, and, well, we just started making plans right away. We bought a surplus PT boat, ripped out the heavy engines, and stuck in a diesel so the two of us could handle it. We got a hold of a couple of surplus diving rigs, stocked up, and took off. First month didn't net us anything, but we were having fun, so what was the difference? We've been out for a week, and we're heading back into Puerto Plata for supplies.
Take it easy.
What?
Take it easy.
Well, that's a fine way for a sailor to talk. It's supposed to say slack off.
What?
Nothing.
Well, take it easy and watch what you're doing.
What are you going to do, rewrite the book?
I can't hear you.
All right. Hang on. All right, jump up and get the forward line.
Aye, sir.
How you doing?
Got it.
All right, I'll get the aft line.
Okay. Need any help?
No, I got it.
Now, what will you say?
I said you're the best-looking sailor in the whole Navy.
Bet you didn't.
Honest.
Bet you were being critical again.
No, I wasn't.
What'd I say wrong?
Nothing.
Come on, what'd I say?
Nothing, honey.
All right, Smarty, just for that, I won't cook your dinner for you.
In the Navy, it's chow.
Dinner, chow. What's the difference? You got to take me out.
I was going to anyway.
Oh, tired of my cooking already, huh?
Get down there and put on your face.
I'm going just like this.
Oh, that's what I love about you. You're so formal.
Come on, I'm starved. Where to?
Joe's?
Perfect.
Hey, honey, look at that cruiser.
Where?
Next wharf. Isn't she a beauty?
Yeah, what is it?
Chris Craft, I think.
That's something.
Come on, let's go over and see it, huh?
Over my hungry stomach.
Oh, now,
We'll
Liz.
come back after we eat.
Hey, women.
Stop looking like an abused setter. I'm hungry.
All right. Feel okay?
Mm-hmm.
Happy?
Mm-hmm. You?
Couldn't be more. Come on. Hey, Joe! We're back.
Oh, Senor Johnson, please. Please, my name is Jose.
That's what I said, Joe.
No. Jose.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Stop it, Mark.
Well, that's what...
Stop it.
Thank you, Senor. Now dinner, see?
Ciao.
What's this?
Dinner.
Oh, see. The table in the window?
Sure, it's fine.
And now, what will you have?
I want a huge lobster and any vegetables you got.
Senor?
The same?
2 lobster and...
The way she eats, you'd never think she blew up a couple of days ago, would you, Jose?
What is this blew up?
Oh, it's nothing, Jose. I was down below, my exhaust valve stuck, and my suit blew up just like a balloon, and I popped up the surface. Now you go get our dinner, huh?
Blew up, chow.
Oh, I love that old guy.
You shouldn't tease him.
Ah, he doesn't mind.
I know,
Hey,
but you...
excuse me, but did I hear someone say something about blowing up?
Oh, yeah.
You're Mark Johnson, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm Harry Paulson.
How do you do? This is my wife.
Hello.
Mrs. Johnson. I've been waiting for you.
Oh?
Yeah, you see, when I heard you were doing some diving, well, I used to dive myself.
Oh, well, pull up a chair.
Thank you. I noticed you stopped and looked at my boat on the way up.
That Chris Craft yours?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, hey, that's some sled.
Thank you.
What did she do?
Well, I never really opened her up, but they claim she's good for 38.
Wow.
Like to look it over after dinner?
Oh, and how? Okay, honey?
Now, aren't you glad you waited?
Yeah.
Who blew up?
Oh, that was nothing. I was just kidding Liz here.
Wasn't a joke to me.
Well, what happened?
Well, her exhaust valve jammed, and before she could do anything, she blew topside.
Well, how deep?
It was only about 10 fathoms.
I've seen divers get the bends in 10 feet of water, much less 60 or 70.
Well, Liz here's tough. I put her right down again and decompressed her slowly.
It was nothing.
Yeah, you were lucky, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, I don't know.
What are you diving for?
Anything we find.
Jose said you were working Silver Shoals.
He did?
The Plate Fleet. That's what everyone's after.
Yeah, I guess so.
How much is supposed to be down there?
19 million, they say.
Oh, I made a try for it myself once.
Well, I wonder what's keeping Joe with the food.
Don't be impatient. It takes time to broil a lobster.
Yeah.
I'd like to join up with you, Johnson.
Oh, well, we really don't
I know
need...
these waters pretty well. I think I might be useful.
Oh, it isn't that.
Besides, I'm an experienced diver.
Yeah, I know, but...
What do you say?
Well, you see, this is sort of a honeymoon for us.
Oh, I understand.
Why not, Mark?
Huh?
I mean it. Mr. Paulson
Look, call me Harry, huh?
He could help a lot.
How?
Frightens me a little when you're down there, if anything should happen to you. Well, I just don't know enough about it yet.
Well, Liz, this is...
I know, but we're an old married couple now. I'd be a lot happier.
You mean that?
Yes, Mark.
Oh, let's forget the whole thing, huh? I'm sorry I brought it up.
No. It's all right with Liz. It's all right with me.
Well, I feel funny
No
about the
need
whole...
to. No need to. It's all set.
You sure?
Sure. Okay, Liz?
Sure, honey.
Well, I better get my gear together. When are we shoving off?
First thing in the morning, as soon as we're stocked.
I'll be ready. So don't forget to stop over and see the boat after dinner.
Kind of tired. Think I'll go right to bed.
Well, look, maybe...
Mark will be over, though.
You better count me out, too, Paulson.
Okay. I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah. Sure. Liz and I didn't talk much that night when we got back to the boat, but after we turned out the light, I lay there thinking, and I decided I'd been pretty much of a horse's neck to act the way I did. Maybe Liz was right. After all, she was a woman, and I guess they worry about things that never enter a man's head. Made up my mind I was going to apologize first thing in the morning. When I woke up, I looked at my watch and realized I'd overslept an hour. I looked over at Liz's bunk, but it was empty. She wasn't anywhere in the boat either. Funny. She'd never done that before. I ducked into the galley and got the coffee going. There's 1, 2, that's 3. Now a match. Yeah. Oh! Blasted little...
Did you handle all that?
Yeah, it's got it.
Pile some more on me, huh?
That's all right.
All right. Come on.
Okay, do you need fish?
And I do. Watch your step now.
Oh, I'm an old hand.
I'll help you. Anytime.
That's not coffee.
Yeah?
Come on. Morning, sleepyhead. So you finally got up, huh?
Morning, Mark.
Hello?
Don't I get kissed?
Coffee will be ready in a minute.
There's always an old grouch in the morning.
Where'll I put these things?
Oh, I'm sorry. On the bench over there.
Phew, they were getting heavy.
How's the coffee coming?
I'll take care of it.
Don't be so gloomy.
What a day, Liz.
Honey, if you think Jose's funny at night, you ought to see him in the morning. You two get on beautifully. You could grumble away at each other to your heart's content.
He wouldn't sell us everything we wanted.
Said it wasn't fit food for the sea.
Joe's only been open for 15 minutes.
Huh?
I've been up for a half an hour.
It's taking that coffee cellar.
It's ready.
Good.
I think we got everything. We can shove off whenever you say. Thanks.
How'd you make this?
2 to a cup. What's the matter with it?
Nothing, dear. It's very good.
Tastes all right to me.
Well, thanks.
What do you say? Shove off?
Yeah, I guess so.
You take it easy, Liz. I'll get the lines.
Gonna live like a queen with 2 men aboard.
Come on, Mark.
Yeah.
You handle the engine okay?
I think so.
Well, holler when you're ready, huh?
Yeah.
Ready?
Okay.
Clear on the bow. Clear on the stern. Okay, Mark, take her away. All clear. Hey, you can really handle this thing.
Thanks.
Nice takeoff, Skipper.
Yeah.
Honestly, Mark.
Well, where to?
I don't know. Thought we'd go out to the shows, just kind of look around.
Oh, that's no way to go treasure hunting.
No?
Look, according to my information, the last contact in 1935 was made at 70-10-2050. There's been a lot of dives since then, but that was the last one that really brought anything up.
Well, let's start there.
Of course, the tides have probably moved the wreck some, but it's worth a try. Okay?
Okay.
Good. Where am I going to bunk?
Up forward in the forecastle.
I'll go stow my gear.
Bring you some blankets in a minute.
I'll come up and spell you as soon as I get settled, Mark.
Really, Mark, don't you think you're being a little silly?
Am I?
I think you are.
You better go up and take care of your guest.
All right. I will.
A little more on that. There. I hope we find something today.
Yeah.
There. The belt too tight?
No.
Okay, Liz, start the pump. I still think I ought to go down.
Well, you've been down every day for a week.
And on your feet. You'd think we'd find something in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Pressure's off.
Nothing to it today, not more than 100 feet of water.
I know.
Grab the ladder.
All right. Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Here comes your lid. Intake.
Check.
Exhaust.
Check. Check. Yeah.
No, I think How you doing, Mark?
Where's Liz?
Oh, Oh, she went below. Why?
Nothing.
I'll handle you.
Uh-huh.
I'll give you your 25-foot levels.
Okay.
There's your first one.
All right.
How you feeling?
Getting cold.
You're lucky. Like an oven up here.
I know. Give me more air.
Okay. Not too much. That's 50.
Right.
How's your visibility?
Not bad.
Tell better when you get to the bottom.
Yeah. More air.
Take it easy.
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, but...
More air.
Okay. There's 75.
Right.
Want to rest a minute?
No. Start easing off.
Check. Down yet?
No. More air.
You're getting...
More air.
Yeah. You're down yet?
Nope.
You're out at 100 now.
I keep feeding.
Right.
Bottom.
Good. How's visibility?
About 50 feet.
Now, how's the bottom?
Sandy. Level. Slopes off to the south. Coral reef north. Lots of vegetation.
See anything?
No. Look, keep my lines taut. I don't want to get stuck in this sand.
Right. How's it feel?
Well, it seems firm.
Never can tell.
You got my lines up?
Yeah.
I'm moving out.
Take it easy. How you doing?
Okay. Wait.
What's the matter? You all right?
Shark. He didn't see me.
You want to come up?
No, he's gone.
I remember once off Florida.
Now keep my lines up.
Yeah.
It's tough going.
See anything yet?
No. As soon as I get out around this reef.
Take it easy. Only been down 10 minutes.
Want to get a look down the slope.
Watch your air.
Yeah. A couple of feet more. Paulson.
Yeah?
Something up ahead.
What?
I can't tell yet.
Look like a ship?
It might be.
Come on up.
What?
We'll both go down this afternoon.
You crazy?
Come on.
No.
Okay.
I'm getting closer.
See it yet? See it?
Yeah. It's a ship, all right.
What kind?
Can't tell. Topside's all gone. Hull's half buried.
Get closer.
Yeah. The high quarterdeck.
That's it.
Must be...
What's the matter?
Air.
What?
I'm losing air.
Harry, the pump stop.
What?
Give me air, Paulson.
Pump stop.
Must be out of gas, huh?
Give me air.
Harry.
Yeah.
Air.
Hang on, Mark. Hurry.
Air.
Mark.
Excitement and danger when a man is trapped in the treacherous depths of the sea, and his thin lifeline in the hands of a stranger. But excitement and danger are nothing new here, for these are the keynotes of high adventure. You know, I feel a little out of breath myself, and I'd better not be, because I have a couple of important things to say. First, I want to talk to you about the well-known importance of good grooming in every man's everyday life. That's one reason why so many men make a habit of finishing every shave with Old Spice aftershave lotion. Once you've tried Old Spice lotion, I'm sure it'll become a part of your daily grooming you'll never want to miss. But that's only one reason for using Old Spice lotion. Another big reason is the wonderfully cool and comfortable feeling it gives your face when you finish shaving. There are two generous sizes of this quality lotion, $1 and $1.75. Look for the handsome red Old Spice cartons at drug and department stores everywhere. And remember, Father's Day is June 18th. To give Dad that top-of-the-world feeling on Father's Day, give him Old Spice. Everything Dad can want for real shaving comfort and pleasure. Old Spice aftershave lotion, shaving creams, talcum, cologne, and soap in handsome sets priced from $1.50 to $6.
Now, back to Deepwater, the high adventure story of a man who found a treasure ship in danger waiting on the bottom of the ocean. And told here by that man, Mark Johnson.
They got the air down to me in time and brought me to the surface. Liz said if Harry hadn't acted as fast as he did, the accident might have been more serious. But was it an accident? I didn't know. Liz had checked that pump before I went down. If it had been empty, surely she'd have noticed it. But she didn't say anything more about it, and I wasn't going to bring the subject up. I couldn't afford to be wrong. Liz suggested that we head back to port and have a doctor check me over. I told her I'd be all right, but she wouldn't listen. It took us 2 days to get back to Puerto Plata, and they made me stay in my bunk the whole time. By the time we made port, I was feeling fine, but Liz insisted that I stay on board while she went for the doctor. A half hour after she left, Paulson said he wanted to take a look at his boat and left me alone. I waited for an hour, then I got restless and headed up to Joe's.
Johnson.
Hello, Jose.
Jose?
Huh? Oh.
You do not want to joke, eh? You are tired, see?
Oh, I'm okay.
Senor Paulson said you are sick.
No, I'm okay.
You want a drink, see?
Yeah, give me whiskey.
Okay.
You see Paulson?
See?
How long ago?
Oh, maybe half hour. He talked to the boss.
Huh?
He talked to the boss.
What boss?
Whiskey, senor.
What boss, Jose?
Manuel on the boat.
What boat?
Chris.
Chris Kraft?
See.
You mean that's not Paulson's boat?
No, senor. You do not drink?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Senora's medicamente, she's ready.
What?
Senora's medicamente.
Liz didn't order any medicine?
Si, Senor Paulson, he came this morning and wanted medicamente for Senora.
Must be a mistake.
No, not mistake. He said Senora come later.
Let me see it.
It's all wrapped.
Let me see it.
Okay. It's all wrapped.
Must be a mistake.
No. Medicamente, see? Senor, the wrapping.
Veronal. 10% barbituric acid. This is poison.
See?
Why?
Maybe.
Listen, Joe. I think this is a mistake. Liz doesn't want this stuff, but I gotta know.
No, it's not.
I want you to wrap this up again, you understand?
See?
Don't say anything to Liz when she comes in.
See.
Now hurry up. I'll prove it was a mistake.
You see, Jose is not wrong.
You all right, Mark?
Yeah, I'm okay.
When you weren't at the boat, we thought you might have gotten sick.
I just got restless.
Well, the doctor's down at the
What
dock.
took you so long?
Well, he was out on a call when I got there.
Uh-huh.
That's right. I ran into Liz outside his office.
I believe you.
Come on, Mark. I don't like to keep him waiting.
Sure. You want to pick up anything while we're here?
Can't think of anything, can you?
Nope. See you, Joe. I sure like that sled of yours, Paulson.
Thanks.
Maybe we can take a spin in her before we shove off.
Yeah, maybe.
Say she's good for about the... What's the matter?
You two go ahead.
Huh?
Just remembered I want to get some eggs at Joe's. I'll catch up to you.
Everything fell into place, but none of it made any sense unless they'd known each other before. It didn't seem possible that Liz could... Yet they say under the right circumstances, anybody is capable of murder. I had to be sure. I had to be. The doc checked me over and said I was in perfect shape. Paulson was anxious to get back to the wreck, so we shoved off that afternoon. That night, I got out of my bunk while Liz was asleep, found the poison in her locker, and threw it overboard. When I got back in the bunk, I lay there listening to the water slapping against the hull, thinking it all over. I decided there was only one thing to do. First dive I made, I'd pretend I was in trouble and call topside for help. If Liz came down, I'd know I was wrong. If she didn't, it'd be too late to do anything about it anyway. When we got out to the wreck, Paulson suggested I make the first dive. Liz was handling my lines, and I knew it wouldn't be long.
That's 75, Mark.
Right.
How do you feel?
I'm okay.
Don't rush.
Start slacking off.
Right.
Hold it.
What's the matter?
Coming down alongside the wreck. Move me over about 30 feet.
Which way?
South.
Right.
A little more.
Right.
That's got it. Now, lower away.
Uh-huh. Down yet?
Nope. I'm aboard.
Where'd you land?
Right amidships. I'm working my way aft.
Watch your lines.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm getting there. There's a hatch here. It's jammed. There, I got it.
Take it easy.
I'm going in. Now.
What, Mark?
The line's fouled.
What?
Line's fouled in the rigging.
Can you work them loose?
No. Help me, Liz.
Harry, Mark's in trouble.
Help me.
You gotta go down.
Liz.
I'm gonna leave your phone for a minute, Mark. Hang on.
Yeah. Well, that's that.
Harry's on his way.
Yeah.
I'm going to switch you over to his phone, Mark.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
I'm coming down your lines. Hang on.
Yeah.
Won't take me a minute.
I know.
I got 50 feet already.
That's 75, Harry.
Right. More here, Liz.
Hurry.
Start slacking off.
Right.
I'm over the wreck, Mark.
Yeah.
Bottom. Where are you?
Aft.
Check.
Find him?
I see him.
Over here, Paulson.
Let me help you, Mark.
Is he all right?
Let me...
No. No, you don't. Let go my line.
What?
I'll get him free.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Let go my line. It's better. Now, Paulson.
Mark.
I can't get up.
See how you like it.
Get away.
What's the matter?
Let go of my lines.
Fun, huh?
Here. Please. Here.
Stop.
How's it feel?
Stop it.
No. There.
Mark.
When I signal, bring us up. All right, help me with this lid.
Yes.
There.
Will it be all right?
He'll be okay.
What happened?
Maybe your guest will tell you. Come on, Paulson, snap out of it.
My wreck. Mine.
What?
You can't have my wreck.
Nobody wants it.
What's he saying?
Open your eyes. That's better. Now look at me. Why did you do it?
My wreck. I found it 2 years ago. No more money.
He had a boat.
It wasn't his. Well, go on.
Had to use your gear. Then when we found the wreck, it tried to kill you.
What do you mean?
Turned off the pump.
It wasn't out of gas.
No, just turned it off. But she came out.
Yeah. What about the poison?
She made me promise not to tell.
Paulson. Not to tell what, Liz?
He saw me going to the doctor's.
Doctors?
Remember the time I blew up?
Yeah?
I didn't feel well after that. As soon as we got back to port, I went to the doctor. Said I'd strained my heart badly.
Heart?
Yeah. That's why I wanted someone else along, so if anything happened to you... He said I couldn't dive again.
That's why you went off by yourself?
Yes.
The medicine was for you?
A sedative. Harry knew about it. He must have been afraid to have it on board. First night out, he stole it.
Yeah. Why didn't you tell me?
I couldn't. I knew how much you love excitement and fun, and I didn't want to spoil it.
Honey.
He said I had to be very careful. I might last 50 years or 5 minutes. That's not fun. I wanted so much
Let's
to
get this scow back to port.
No more diving for treasure.
Oh, there's nothing down there worth having. It's all up here, honey.
Is it?
Come on. We got about 50 years of rocking to do.
Deep Water, a story of one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called high adventure. As Mark Johnson, you heard John Larkin, with Connie Lemke, Maurice Tarplin, and Ross Martin. The High Adventure Orchestra was conducted by Lou Davies. Until next week, when you can again hear High Adventure as part of the new hour and a half of mystery and adventure on NBC, this is George Hogan saying, wherever you are, those around you live it. And perhaps you yourself will meet it someday. We call it High Adventure. Now, here's special news. Introducing new Schulten shampoo in the unbreakable plastic bottle. New Schulten shampoo has an up-to-the-minute formula which leaves hair wonderfully clean, dandruff-free, easy to manage. And ladies, new Schulten shampoo actually gives your hair beautiful additional luster. And here's a real shampoo first. Schulten shampoo leaves hair pleasantly scented with Old Spice. New Schulten shampoo in the unbreakable bottle bears the Good Housekeeping Guarantee seal. On sale now at drug and department stores everywhere.
Stay tuned for the third big mystery, The Big Guy, on NBC.
I could risk a strike from the rattlesnake against my hip, but if I moved, the other one would get me in the neck. I lay tensed, my body covered with sweat. All I wanted to do was stay alive.
This is Sideshow, a carnival story of the one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called High Adventure. High Adventure, the top of the world in action drama for men. Presented by Schulten, makers of Old Spice aftershave lotion, for that top of the world feeling after every shave. You know, speaking of carnivals, I'd like to sell tickets to the wild animal act that some men put on when they shave in the morning. The roar of a cage lion is nothing compared to the sound these men make about razor burn and sensitive skin. The reason this sad state of must be that they just don't know about Old Spice aftershave lotion. For you know as well as I do that when you use Old Spice aftershave lotion, uncomfortable razor burn vanishes instantly, and your face feels cool and smooth. Old Spice lotion is healing to the skin, and it has a tingling freshness that makes you feel wide awake and ready for the day. No wonder that more men buy Old Spice than any other aftershave lotion at $1. Try it yourself tomorrow morning, and you'll use it every time you shave. And now to Sideshow, written and directed by Robert Monroe, a carnival story of high adventure, as told by the man who lived it, Jack Braden.
Took me a long time to find where Carey's Greater Shows was playing. Billboard had no listing on them, and it was only through asking around in the trade that I finally got on the trail. I found the outfit near Branchville one night, and everything was in full swing along the Midway. The wheels were doing good business, and the parlays, or tent shows, were getting the usual play. But it was the ratty look about the whole outfit that got me. The tents had holes in them, the trucks were unpainted, and the shill games were so old they creaked. The local customers didn't seem to notice it, however, because maybe they didn't have any other place to... I walked along looking for the headquarters truck, taking my time.
Hey, knock him down and win a prize. Hey, you ball pitchers, knock off the bottles and take your prize. Come on.
Excuse me.
Just 2 bits, 1 quarter, knock them off and take home a prize. How about it, mister? Only a quarter?
No, thanks.
Hey, knock off the bottles and win your prize. 3 balls for a quarter. Show the little lady how you do it, eh?
Hey, can you tell me
If you
what...
don't want to play, stand aside, mister. Hey, knock him down.
I want to find Daisy Carey.
1 quarter gets you 3 balls. Hey. You want Daisy?
Yeah.
Red truck behind the snake tent.
Thanks.
Should have told me you wanted Daisy.
I did.
Win your girl a big prize, fella. Come on in here. Win. Hey, wait a minute, you.
Yeah?
What do you want to see Daisy for?
That's my business.
Maybe it's mine, too. Gina!
Thanks for the information.
You stand still. Hey, Gina!
It's all right. I'm not going to do it.
Gina can show you.
I can find it.
What is it, Gus?
Yuck wants to see the queen.
Well?
You better take him. You don't give the answers.
I gotta go on in a minute.
Will you take him? You know what she said about
All right. Come on, you.
Hey, knock him down and win a prize. 3 balls for a quarter. It's easy. It's fun.
You don't have to. I can find her.
I got time, I guess.
The fella told me that...
Over this way.
Sure. You with the show?
Yeah, I'm with it.
That's some outfit you have on.
Go on, stare all you want.
What are you, Salome?
Has she got a snake act, too?
Snake act? No, she's...
Then why'd you ask if I was her?
Well, you look like she might look.
What sense does that make?
None, I guess.
Back through here.
So you have a snake act?
Yeah, I do.
I'd like to see it.
Go in this tent right here in an hour. You'll see all you want, and it'll cost you $0.25.
I'll do that.
It's your $0.25.
Gina, the Egyptian snake woman.
You can read signs, too.
I learned at an early age.
Yeah, I bet you did.
You don't look Egyptian.
Do I have to?
No.
All right, then.
What are you so angry about?
I'm not.
All right, you're not.
This is far enough.
Is this where...
You there, Bull?
Yeah, right here.
Who's this?
Trouble?
He wants to see Daisy.
Oh, he does.
Take care of him. I gotta go on soon.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'll take care of him fine.
Look, I only want to go in...
You on your way. We don't want no trouble.
I don't want any trouble either. I just want to see Daisy Carey.
What for?
Doesn't concern you.
Maybe it does.
It doesn't.
You got papers for her?
Papers?
Hey, you don't look like a yokel. No papers, huh?
Sorry, no.
Okay.
How do I see her?
Not that fast.
Look, I don't want to do anything but see her.
That's what you said. Now tell me why.
It's a personal matter.
Personal?
That's right.
What kind of personal?
Now, listen, I told you I want to see Miss Carey, and I'm going to. If you want to get rough about it, well, I can get a little rough, too. So are you going to show me where she is, or do I make you?
You think you can?
I know I can.
All right, if you're going to take it that way.
I am.
Just knock on the door of the truck.
Thanks.
I'll be right outside.
That's your privilege.
That you, Bull?
No, it isn't.
What do you want?
I want to talk with you.
Oh, wait till I turn on the light. Never find a fool thing when I want it.
You're Daisy Carey?
Well, that's what they call me. Well, that's better. I'd like to see who I'm Oh.
Hello.
What's on your mind?
Took me a long time to find you.
What do you want me for?
I don't know until I talk with you.
Well, go ahead, talk.
May I sit down?
Sure. Sit down if you can find a place.
Thanks.
You, Carney?
What?
No, you're not. Too well dressed, too good looking.
If you mean am I in show business, no, I'm not.
I said you didn't look like it. I can always tell.
Miss Carey, I'm trying to find some information.
It's cheap to give. And nobody calls me Miss Carey. It's Daisy.
All right. Miss Carey... Daisy, can you remember your itinerary from season to season?
My what?
Where you've been.
Oh. Sure I can.
Fine. Then you can remember where you were playing 3 years ago.
Sure. 3 years ago? Yeah, I can remember that far back.
Summer 1947?
Sure. We were on one-weekers in the Midwest. We started in Weberville and worked up through...
Up through Powell.
Yeah, that's it. Through Powell.
And I have the right outfit. That's a relief. You don't know how many wrong leads I followed.
There might have been another Carney through Powell.
No, if you came up through Weberville, then you're the one.
Don't even remember the place.
I'm not surprised. It's not much to remember.
Things look alike, even people.
I suppose they do if you see too many places.
So what about this town called Powell?
Well, I live in Powell and...
Now, wait a minute, kid. If you want your money back from the wheels, you should have thought of that before. 3 years is a long time to wait before you yell. Besides, we're in another state. Nobody forces you to play the games in the first place.
Easy, Miss Carey. I don't have any complaints.
And I chase any lifter I find taking rolls off the customers, so I tell you...
I said I don't have any complaints.
Then why do you want to see me?
I better start at the beginning.
It would help.
Well, I was overseas in the Army for 3 years, and I used to get letters from Dad about once a month.
Must have been a good letter writer.
I suppose so. Anyway, in 1947, he stopped writing. I didn't get any July letter.
Have a fight?
No, he just stopped writing.
Well?
I wrote to him, but my letters came back. Finally, I wrote to friends in Powell, and they said he disappeared the first week in July.
What about your mother?
There was only Dad and me.
So your old man disappeared 3 years ago. What's that to me and my show?
Well, folks said he was gone right after your carnival left town on 4th of July weekend.
Go on.
I thought because he...
Listen, kid, just because we run show games and wheels, we're not kidnappers and criminals. Now, you better get out of here fast before I...
Let me finish.
All right.
I was about to say that Dad was always fond of carnivals for some reason, so I know he came out to yours.
Well, a lot of people came. Probably the whole town.
Yeah, I know, but Dad was just crazy enough to join up with you if he had the chance. I'd grown up, and he may have thought he could have done what he wanted the rest of his life.
3 years ago.
I thought if I found your outfit, you could tell me if he went away with you, where he went after that.
It's a long time.
I would have come quicker, but the Army wouldn't let me.
Well, no one joined up with us that I remember.
I have a picture of him. Here, see, maybe you'll remember the face.
Let me see.
Well?
Looks like you.
He was a grand guy.
You talk like he's dead.
I'm afraid he is, or he'd have written to me.
You want to be sure?
I guess that's it. You ever seen him?
What was his name?
Brandon. John Brandon.
Never seen him.
Oh. That's that. Thanks for the trouble.
No trouble.
Mind if I look around the show?
Help yourself. Your money's as good as the next one.
Maybe you should use some of it on your bill collectors.
What do you mean?
Your friends on the lot must have thought I was a process server the way they looked me over.
Yeah, they're that way.
Well, see you again.
Maybe sometime.
That got him.
Yeah, out cold.
All right, what'll we do with him?
Get him off the lot. Sheriff will find him in the morning.
We'd be gone, huh?
Yeah, that'll... Hey, wait a minute. Somebody's coming.
Roll him under the tent.
Sure.
I'd been hit on the head with a sap and hit hard, but I wasn't completely out. It was like being paralyzed. Then hands were pushing and rolling me, and wood cracked and splintered under me. It was quiet except for the crowd somewhere in the distance. I couldn't move, and I lay there listening, and out of the near quiet came another sound. It was a strange noise, and I'd heard it before, but I couldn't remember where. It was close by, close enough for me to touch if I could move my hand. And the white before my eyes started to dull and slid into blackness, and I began to see tiny rays of light in the dark. I was beginning to see again. The light rays came from holes in the canvas wall opposite me. I looked down toward my hands, and I saw what was making the noise. In a patch of light was a rope-like shape, neatly coiled with one end flattened and raised over the coil. Rattlesnake. I could see another next to my hip. I could feel something moving in my hair. I tried to move and found my arms were working again, but moving now was no good. The rattles would strike if I tried to get away. I was caught. I could risk a bite on my arm or leg, but if the one in my hair got me in the neck, I wouldn't have a chance. Just lie quiet and wait. That was all I could do. Wait until someone came in the tent and saw what had happened. I could feel the sweat coming out of my body and wondered if rattlesnakes ever slept. One arm was cramped under me, and I began to feel the pain in it. I was going to have to move it. Then there was a light in my face and someone behind the light.
What are you doing in here?
Watch. Snakes.
Oh, look what you've done.
Snakes.
Lie still. I'll take care of them. Oh, look at their cage. You broke it all to pieces.
Get them away.
I am. Gotta have something to put them in.
Hurry.
The trunk will do. There's 1, 2.
You're picking them up with your hands.
Why not?
They're rattlesnakes.
What'd you think they were?
You better be careful.
This one off your head.
Watch it. He's mad.
4. Get up now. That's all of them.
You're a brave kid.
Am I?
I couldn't handle rattlesnakes that easy.
You don't do it every day.
Oh, sure. Gina, the snake woman.
Besides, all these had their poison sacs removed. If they bite, it's like being stuck with a needle.
Why didn't you tell me?
I thought you knew. Now, you tell me what you were doing in here and why you broke my snake cage.
I didn't want to be here.
Serves you right if you were scared.
I was.
Well?
Come on, let's get out of here. I'll buy you some cotton candy.
I'd go, but not for that reason.
Funny feeling, all those snakes around me, hundreds of people outside, and I couldn't call for help.
Why not?
Somebody hit me one over the head and rolled me in the tent. Here, feel the bump if you don't believe me.
I believe you.
That's how your snake cage got broken.
Oh. You see the queen?
Yeah, I saw her.
You get what you wanted?
No.
Sometimes you never do.
Well, I ought to try anyway.
Been here before?
In the dark. Only a dime, that's all.
No.
Only a dime. You too.
Let's go in there.
Crazy house?
Come on.
I got enough thrills in the dark.
Won't cost you anything.
What do you want?
Come on.
In the dark. Going on all the time. Just put down your dime and walk right in.
Okay, Bull?
Sure, go on, Gene.
Thanks.
I thought your name was Gina.
You think I'd really have a name like Gina?
I guess not, come to think of it. I like Gene better. I'm Jack Braden.
Yeah.
I'd still like to know why I got hit in the head.
You roll in your pocket?
The money? Yeah, it's here.
Huh.
Hey, it's dark.
Yeah.
Floor's moving.
Walk to one side and you'll miss it.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I see.
You there, Jack?
Yeah, but I don't see why you wanted me to come into a place like... Gene, I never... Why did... Gene, wait! Crazy thing. Gene!
Hey, what's going on in there?
You see Jean?
Sure, I seen her. She come running out like the place was falling apart.
Where'd she go?
Back to her tent. Listen, Yank, leave that kid alone.
Sure.
Hey, you, come here, kid. Come on back. Hey.
Dangerous search for a forgotten man, and romance in the dark against a background of mystery. Danger, romance, mystery. They are no strangers here, for these are the keynotes of high adventure. Now that a touch of romance has been added to our story, here's a chance to remind you that there's nothing like romance to add spice to a man's life. I mean Old Spice after shave lotion, of course. For when romance comes into the picture, every man wants to be extra sure of his good grooming. But we all know that there's never a time in a man's life when careful attention to good grooming won't pay off in business or in social life. That's why it's so important to make a habit of using Old Spice aftershave lotion every time you shave. Once you've tried Old Spice lotion, its clean, masculine scent and bracing freshness will become a part of your daily grooming you'll never want to miss. And Old Spice aftershave lotion gives you wonderful value for your money. There are 2 generous sizes of this quality lotion, $1 and $1.75. Look for the handsome red Old Spice cartons at drug and department stores everywhere. And remember, men who appreciate real quality, men who know the value of good grooming say, for that top-of-the-world feeling, I use Old Spice lotion after every shave. And now, back to Sideshow, a carnival high-adventure story of a man whose search for the past brought terror into the present, as told by the man who lived it, Jack Braden.
I pushed through the crowd along the midway looking for the girl, Jean. I could still feel the force of the kiss she pressed on my lip in the dark of the crazy house, and I had to know the answer behind it, if there was an answer. When I got to the tent where she worked, another act was being given, and they told me she'd be back in an hour, so I went out in the crowd looking for her and to kill the hour. As I walked along, one show looked the same as the next. The common 8-man show was no different. Even the lion roar was there.
Step up and see the one and only monkey man of Borneo, ladies and gentlemen. The man whose mysterious body processes have defied the greatest of our scientists. His skin is green, yes, green, friends, an actual orange fur. Yes, that's right, lady, I said fur. It grows on his chest. Now, you don't have to believe me, ladies and gentlemen. Just step right up, put down your quarter, and see for yourself. And if the famous monkey man is not all I've told you he is, then he can come right back down here.
I paid the quarter and went in because I had time before I could see Jean again. As I went in the tent, I glanced behind the flap in the tent where the roaring came from. And as I expected, a man was sitting on a stool pulling a cord attached to a hide-covered keg. It was a good roar, and it stopped when the people came, so they never wondered about the come-on. The 8-man came in the roped-off area and was green-skinned as advertised. He had orange hair on his chest, only the hair and the skin dye was wearing thin in spots. He grunted and yelled at the crowd, made faces, and tugged at the belt holding up his shorts. The belt. The buckle. The light wasn't good, and I couldn't be sure. But I had to be sure I could never leave and go home. Before the show was over, I slipped out and went back behind the tent and waited for the monkey man to come out. Then the tent flap moved, and he was in front of me. I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
What a nice act.
Want a drink?
Notice that belt you're wearing.
Belt?
Yeah, it's a nice one.
Good belt.
More in the light, I want to see it.
Yeah, the lights hurt my eyes.
That's better.
Gotta go get a drink.
Yeah.
Want me to bite myself? Well, I won't do it.
Where'd you get this?
I don't bite and drop.
Where'd you get this belt?
Belt?
The belt.
Want a drink?
Look, mister, I gotta know.
Drink?
I'll get you a drink.
Got it hit. Right over here.
Where?
Right over here. Hey, you see? You see?
Better?
Yeah, fine. Won't by myself make it a good show they want.
What about the belt? Where'd you get it?
Good belt. Nice buckle. Silver.
Yeah, I know. Did you buy it?
Buy it?
Yeah.
Don't want to buy anything. Just get my drink.
Steal it from somebody?
Huh?
Did you steal it?
Steal. Never steal. Another drink, yeah. No more.
Look, mister, can't you tell me anything about the belt?
Belt? What belt?
The one you're wearing.
Oh, belt, sure, belt.
Where'd it come from?
I don't know.
You haven't any idea?
Idea? No, the belt was in the pants when I put them on.
What's that?
Oh, nothing about no belt. Put in the pants, the belt was in them, that's all. Belt was in them.
Where'd the pants come from?
Where did the pants come from? I don't know. I don't know. They give me them to wear.
Who gave them to you?
Bull. Yeah, Bull did.
And the belt came with the pants?
Yeah, sure come with the pants. I'll give it to you. All yours. It's all yours. Take the belt.
Thanks, mister. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for a little old belt. What's an old belt? Just all your pants up. Mucky men don't need pants in the jungle. Fight and bite yourself. That's all.
All right, Bud, that's far enough.
Oh, you.
I follow you from back of the gook tent.
So?
What's the pitch?
Nothing.
Trying to promote my gook away from me?
No, of course not.
What was you talking to him about?
You boys around here are too curious.
Yeah, maybe it's you, Bud.
I'm curious, all right.
What do you got there?
Something that belongs to me.
Yeah? That's the gook's belt.
It was.
What'd you do, give him a drink for it?
He gave it to me.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, where you going?
You have to know?
Yeah, I work here.
I'm going to talk with Daisy Carey.
Did you see the Queen yet?
Yeah, but I'm going to see her again.
That's her truck over there.
I know.
Hey, Gus.
Yeah?
Something wrong?
Nah, this young
Oh,
kid.
you again.
Sorry, I was in a hurry.
I know
but...
why. You leave that kid alone.
You better make her leave me alone.
You heard me. Now, what are you doing over on this side, Gus?
Well, I followed this young from the gook tent.
What?
Yeah, I figured he was trying to promote...
Talk with the gook.
Didn't know he was walking away with the belt, and then I figured...
Belt? What belt?
This one, Bull.
I see.
Unusual one. Especially the buckle.
Stealing a poor cook's belt.
It was
huh?
never his to wear.
No?
He got it from you with the pants, didn't he?
What about it?
A lot about it. Now, you tell me where you got it.
What's the idea?
Where'd you get it?
From the prop trunk. Where else?
How'd it get there?
Look, you hand me that belt, get off the lot.
It's my belt, mister, and I'm going to keep it. If my father left it, it's mine.
I thought you'd get on it if you poked around. All right, Gus.
Sure, Bull.
No, you... Hey, Leon taught me that one. Now you, Gus.
Hey, Rube! Hey, Rube!
What?
Hey, Rube! Hey, Rube!
What? Oh, Gene.
They after you?
Yeah.
What'd you do, break up a game?
No, listen, I've got to get to Daisy Carey.
Go see her.
Sure, with every guy on the lot looking for me.
Well,
They'll be watching a truck.
they know you're trying to get there.
I got to see her.
I thought you did.
This time it's different.
Oh,
Do you answer that riot call?
I'm Carney.
That means you do.
I didn't say so.
I'll come back later to ask you something else.
What?
Haven't got time.
Ask me now.
I got to pay you back. I owe you this.
Go out the back of the tent. I'll call him out front and you'll get away.
I'll be back.
I know you will.
Don't touch that door, Yank. I thought you'd show here.
All right, let's have it out.
Nothing to have out, kid. You tried to rob the Queen of the night's take, so you got shot.
I see.
That's all there is to it.
Easier to do the second time, isn't it?
What?
You knock out the father, now the son.
I knew you was his kid the first time I seen you.
Why'd you kill him?
Now get back. I'm not taking any chances with you this time.
Think you need a gun?
It's handy.
I still want to know why'd you kill my father.
He killed himself.
You'd never make that
I
stick.
knew you'd make trouble as soon as you showed.
You made a mistake keeping this belt.
I don't make any mistakes.
You just did. You ought to watch that belt.
You're breaking my
I'm going to break a lot more than that.
I'm going to take care of you.
Go on. You got me by 20 pounds.
Stop breaking it.
Drop the gun. Okay. Now I'll show you how.
really work over a guy like to kill, huh? Well, how?
Stop it! You kid, come in here. Let go of Bull.
Oh, no.
I worked the crack shot act once. I can place all 6 shots back of your ear. Now break it up and come in here.
All right.
Bull, you slow up the mob. Don't want to ruin the rest of the night for business.
How about the young?
I can take care of him. Get going.
Yeah, all right.
Don't bother with this Jack anymore. Let him walk off. Come on up in the truck, kid. Sit down.
Thanks.
For 3 years, I haven't been out of this truck, but I know what goes on my lot.
You said you hadn't seen my father.
I know.
Why did Bull kill him?
He didn't.
Oh, yes, he did. I found this belt, and it was Dad's.
I remember it.
The police will take care of him.
No, Jack.
Why'd he do it? Dad didn't have much money.
I told you, Bull didn't do it.
Sure he did.
No, kid. I killed him.
What?
When you showed, I even thought about killing you, too. But then I heard about what happened in the fun house.
Jean.
Yeah, she told me. She's been waiting for a guy like you.
I don't get it.
I thought I still hated hard enough to get his son, too. But I guess it's finally all burned out. Yeah. I guess it has.
You killed Dad, a stranger who'd never
He
been...
wasn't no stranger to me. He was carny, just like the rest of us. You knew that.
No. He used to talk about shows, and he liked them.
Yeah, he was carny. Him and me. He'd shoot cigarettes out of my mouth. Never missed. Only once. See this scar on my arm?
Dad never had a gun in the house.
No, he wouldn't. He was strong. When that girl wanted him to quit and settle down, he married her and walked out. Just like that. Walked out on me, too. I could have killed him.
You knew my mother, too?
Yeah, I knew her.
She died of pneumonia when I was a baby.
You could have been my kid if John had listened to me. I would have married him.
Yet you killed him.
Yeah. He walked out on me. But I waited. I knew someday he'd come to the show, so I waited. I never forgot him walking out on me.
And look what it got you.
What?
Look what it got you. Nothing. You haven't a thing but a pile of ashes in your mind. Goodbye, Daisy.
You going somewhere?
What? Yeah.
Oh.
Oh? Now I know.
You want to tell me?
No.
All right.
But I want to ask you something.
Go on.
Why did you kiss me back there in the dark?
I wanted to. Isn't that a good reason?
Yeah, that's good enough.
You have to do one more act tonight.
You're not Carney anymore. You don't have to live or die with the show.
I guess not.
Other kinds of people stick together, too.
Do they?
You need a reason?
Yes, Jack.
Because they want to.
That's good enough.
Come on, I'll show you.
Where?
To the big top. Not a sideshow. On a farm near Powell. You'll like it, Gene. Dad was Carney once, and he loved it. It's got big trees for 10 poles, the whole sky with stars in it for its spread and top lights, and the whole world is your midway.
Sideshow, a story of the one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called High Adventure. And next week, High Adventure is proud to present The Hungry Peacock, a strange story of a man and a woman who tried to take $1 million from a friend, but said friend wanted their lives in exchange. And starring will be 2 famous personalities of stage and screen, Basil Rathbun and Anna Lee.
So until next week, when you can again hear High Adventure as part of the new hour-and-a-half mystery and adventure on NBC at this time, this is George Hogan saying, wherever you are, those around you live it, and perhaps you yourself will someday meet it. We call it High Adventure. Now, here's special news, introducing new Shulton shampoo in the unbreakable plastic bottle. New Shulton shampoo has an up-to-the-minute formula which leaves hair wonderfully clean, dandruff-free, easy to manage. And ladies, new Shulton shampoo actually gives your hair beautiful additional luster. And here's a real shampoo first. Shulton shampoo leaves hair pleasantly scented with Old Spice. New Shulton shampoo in the unbreakable bottle bears the Good Housekeeping Guarantee seal at drug department and cosmetic stores everywhere.
Stay tuned for the third big mystery, The Big Guy, on NBC.
Actually, it was a very interesting choice. The money, the girl, all my life, and obviously the first two will be of no use to me without the third. Yet the price for my life might well be, to use a common expression, murder.
This is Hungry Peacock, starring Basil Rathbun and Anna Lee, a suspense story of the one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called High Adventure. High Adventure, the top of the world in action drama for men. Presented by Shulton, makers of Old Spice aftershave lotion, for that top of the world feeling after every shave. Cool, clean, and wonderful. That sounds like a pretty good way for a man to feel, doesn't it? And I'm willing to bet that that's the way you'll feel when you use Old Spice aftershave lotion with your morning shave. You'll find there's a wide-awake freshness about Old Spice lotion that adds real pleasure to your shaving. And you'll agree with me that Old Spice lotion is the perfect finish for a shave. Uncomfortable razor burn vanishes instantly, and your face feels smooth and comfortable. Old Spice lotion has a clean, fresh, masculine scent that men prefer, and the handsome ship-decorated bottles are a pleasure for a man to see and to use. No wonder more men buy Old Spice than any other aftershave lotion at $1. Try Old Spice aftershave lotion tomorrow morning, and you'll use it every time you shave. And now to the High Adventure story, The Hungry Peacock, written and directed by Robert Monroe, starring Basil Rathbun and Anna Lee, as told by the man who lived it, a man called Norman Cortlandt.
A very interesting name, Norman Cortlandt. I've used it for years, and I assure you I gave a great deal of thought as to the best name for a person such as myself. Naturally, I wasn't concerned with the legal phase of adopting a name. I've never concerned myself with legal matters. They always bore me, to put it mildly. Norman Cortlandt conveyed the precise impression I desired in my contact with life around me, and so I deliberately... I wanted to tell you of a little adventure, not of such prosaic things as names. This one, the big one, began, I believe, that day Mug and I were experiencing a small difficulty on the Shore Limited. Mug was my devoted traveling companion, and then, at times, I needed him. The situation was one that I should have been able to handle with my customary ease, a little matter of tickets.
Conductor's coming again.
Mug, you always worry about trivialities.
Well, it's a cinch we can't stay in the washroom all the whole trip.
Have I ever forced you to stay in the...
Well, hold it. Here he comes. I don't like the way he looks.
Nonsense.
You find your ticket, Mr. Cortlandt?
Why, no, it's the strangest thing. I was sure I put it in my wallet. You're positive I didn't give it to you, Mug?
What? Oh, no.
Well, conductor, you must have it listed on your reservation schedule.
We don't.
No?
No.
Oh, that's extraordinary. Miss Summers, my secretary, made the reservation a week ago.
We don't have any record of it.
Oh, most distressing.
Yes.
In that event, I suppose we'll have to take what luck with whatever you have.
lost your passage ticket with your reservation, didn't you?
Why, yes, I must have. They were together.
And you'll have to buy tickets in addition to the space. Where were you going?
Chicago.
With space, that'll be $62.50.
Very well. You make out the form and I'll sign it.
I see.
We'll be in the club car. Come along, Mug.
Sure. Just a minute.
Yes?
I think you better wait here.
What is it?
Yes, you wait right here. I won't be long.
What got into him?
Bring the bags, Mug.
What?
Quickly.
I don't get it.
We're in luck. The train's stopping.
Well, what's the hurry?
One of the secrets of graceful living is to remember faces.
Faces?
We have met our conductor friend before. It came to me not a moment too soon, did it?
Sure. What did?
2 years ago, when we took the Century West, they will always believe you once, but never twice in the identical situation.
Yeah, this was the same conductor.
Yeah, open the door.
I can't. I got the bag.
All right, I'll do it.
You want me to go first?
No, I'll make it. Hurry up, Mug. The train's only stopped for a signal or something.
I'm coming. There. Here it goes. It was a nice ride while it lasted.
These bushes will stain my trousers, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, we would have to hitch a train with the same conductor. Now what? Hey, I saw a road up on the other side of the ravine. Maybe we can,
From a ride?
Oh, it's better than walking.
Beg from someone. Plaintively hold out your hand and beg someone to give you out of the charity of his soul.
All right, boss. I should know better.
Come on. Let's see what the road you saw has to offer.
Some food, I hope.
Almost a forest, isn't it?
Yeah. I wish we could have promoted the club car before we got off. I bet they had some food if we'd asked.
Mug.
What's up?
Look.
Hey, it's a car.
Obviously.
Smashed up, ain't it?
Must have cost around $4,000.
Well, anybody who can afford to buy a buggy like that can afford to crack it up. Hey.
What is it?
Guy's still in it.
Let's see.
You bet he never knew what happened.
Certainly did.
You can say that twice.
I wish you wouldn't keep on using that expression. Why should I say it twice?
I don't know.
Get his wallet, if it's still there.
Huh? Oh, yeah. He won't be needing it, will he?
No, certainly not.
Yeah. I got it.
Well, now let's see.
How much? Is there any money in it?
Yes, I suppose so.
You suppose so. Maybe you don't know it, boss, but we don't have any. What are you reading?
It was in the wallet. Listen to this. This will introduce the bearer as our representative for any further negotiations on the Conley matter. He is empowered to make any contracts on our behalf. Signed, William Summers, National Trade Fast Corporation.
So? Is there any money in the wallet?
Addressed to Arthur Leeds, Brooklyn. Arthur Leeds? Arthur Leeds, if I remember correctly, is a wealthy eccentric. Yes, he is.
Will that stop us from eating?
Mug, one of the first rules of graceful living is to take advantage of opportunities that luck drops into your lap.
A wallet full of money, you can say that.
Mug.
All right.
We will go visit Arthur Leeds.
Yeah, well, what do you want to do that for? You don't owe him no visit.
Oh, yes, but this poor man does. This poor dead man, so we'll do it for him.
Hey.
You beginning to think, Mug? It says empowered to make any contracts on our behalf. The bearer. Contracts infer money, don't they, Mug?
Yeah, they do.
So we will see what kind of contracts Mr. Arthur Leeds will make. This may be our big promotion, as you call it.
Yeah.
If he has 10 or 11 million, he won't mind a deal involving, say, a quarter of one of those millions. Do you think so?
And you're the guy that can take it from him.
With this letter of introduction, I am the guy. You see, I'm hungry too, Mug. Exceedingly hungry. As I suspected, Brookline, where Mr. Arthur Leeds could be found, was not too far from the spot where Mug and I left the train. With the aid of our new funds, we were able to hire a local man to drive us to his estate. It was a huge castle on the peak of a hill, done in extremely bad taste. The extremely bad taste of one who, well, a man who has too much money and didn't bother to learn how to live with it. The letter of introduction served exactly the purpose I intended it to. It is always the ambition of one such as myself to effect a casual meeting with a fool with money. When I met Arthur Leeds, it looked to me my one great opportunity.
This over here, Mr. Cortland, is a little piece of art I bought down in New Mexico. I think I've discovered a truly great new artist for the world. Yes, I think I have.
Now, how much did you pay for it?
18,000. I think it was 18,000. Yes, it was 18,000. But it was cheap at that price.
Yes,
cheap.
it was, I assure you. Yes, I agree with you.
Well, I'm certainly glad to meet someone who appreciates true art.
I do, I assure you, Mr. Leeds. Your purchase of that painting was certainly the work of a great artist.
Shakedown artist.
What?
Mug is merely using an old expression. He meant he would like to shake the hand of the man who did the job.
Oh, yes. You'd enjoy talking with Andrea. She likes artistic things, too.
Your wife?
Well, not yet, but soon. Come on, she's in the studio.
Well, perhaps she doesn't want to be disturbed.
Well, you don't know Andrea. Andrea, honey.
Yes, what is it?
This is Mr. I always forget names.
Norman Cortland.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Cortland is quite an authority on paintings, I am finding out. And he... Is something wrong, honey?
No, of course not. I'm sure we'll enjoy talking, Mr. Cortland, if you enjoy artistic things.
I especially enjoy watching an artist at work.
I see.
Is Was this something you were doing yourself?
Yes, I dabble at it.
Well, Andrea's very modest. She's quite an artist in her own right.
Yes, I can see that immediately.
Can you?
Is that so strange?
No, I suppose not.
She's also a countess, but you'd never know it the way she acts, would you?
No, I certainly wouldn't.
You can say that twice.
What?
Arthur, you must put your guest at ease. Why don't you show the man where he can safely leave the bag?
Yes, I will. You just follow me.
Sure. Some dump you got here.
Cost me over $400,000, but I like it.
Don't touch that, if you please.
Pardon me. It is such an exquisitely ornate knife, and the long, slender blade. Wonderful workmanship.
I had it in a certain position. I'm going to sketch it.
Of course. Is it yours?
One from Arthur's collection.
He collects many strange things, I gather.
Yes, he does.
I should hate to have someone come at me with something like that.
It is designed to be thrown, Mr. Cortland.
Yes.
Will you be leaving tonight?
You know, I would scarcely take you for a countess.
No?
And one with a talent for painting. That is quite an unusual combination.
Is it?
I'm sure Mr. Leeds must find it very attractive.
Perhaps he does.
A kindred soul who loves the unusual and the lure of nobility. Add to that a beautiful woman. Oh, what chance does he have?
What chance does anyone have, Mr. Cortland?
To one not completely skilled in his trade. None.
But to a competent person?
It merely offers a challenge. An interesting complication.
Yes.
Must we play with words?
What do you mean?
Come now. There's no need for pretense. I realized the situation the moment I saw you. I'm a person of quick decisions. There is enough for both of us. Shall we work together?
I don't understand.
I have no intention of upsetting your promotion, as Mugg would call it. I am merely saying there's enough for both of us. I'm not greedy.
Go on.
And perhaps it will be easier for both of us if we cooperate and work together. I'm always in favor of cooperation instead of conflict. Do I make myself clear?
Yes.
Well, what you say, Countess?
I haven't the faintest idea what you mean.
Oh, very well.
I'm sorry you'll be leaving tonight, Mr. Cortland.
I'm not.
I think you will.
It is strictly against my principles to walk away from opportunity, shall we call it.
Another word for $10 million.
Or a portion thereof.
No portion thereof.
I think I will say.
I told you. What chance has anyone got?
Well, if there must be competition, good luck in the game, Countess.
Thank you, Mr. Cortland.
I'm taking a rest, Mugg.
So many rooms in this dump, you get lost.
Yeah, we'll have to work fast because we don't know how soon our dead friend in the car will be discovered. And now that you've disturbed my rest, it is best that I get started. Come on, Mugg.
Well, what do you want me for?
I don't want the clever Miss Andrea walking in on my conversation with Mr. Leeds.
Oh, you want me to be lookout?
Simply wait in the hall outside. If she comes, be sure that I've ample warning.
Sure, I get it.
And don't let anything stick to your fingers.
What?
Don't steal anything.
Oh, boss, I wouldn't.
You could ruin all my work, and this is one we don't want to miss.
Big, huh?
I think so.
The big one.
We can retire for a number of years if I'm successful.
Well, that's more like it.
But we have to work carefully. I think Mr. Leeds is in here. Now, I want you to stay out here in the hall and don't leave. Do you understand?
I'll be here, boss.
And if Miss Andrea comes, and if she starts to come inside, you come in with her.
I get it.
And if I'm lucky, we will soon have a chat. Now, look what you've done.
Yeah.
If your conception of a joke is to shove me on the floor, dust and lint completely covers my coat.
Well, I guess it's okay to get up now.
Sometimes, Mugg, your crude sense of humor baffles me.
It ain't my sense of humor, boss. Look, sticking in the door.
What?
I'll pull it out for you.
Oh, knife.
Yeah, I seen it coming. Just caught the flash of it. Would have got you in the middle of the back. There. Hey, you want it?
No. Instruments of violence always nauseate me.
They can do more than that, you know.
Evidently someone doesn't like me.
Yeah, you're cutting in on her territory.
Her?
Yeah, her.
Oh, that's absurd, Mugg. I'm sure she's not the type of woman.
Oh, I was right. I thought I heard someone knock. Come in, Mr. Cortland. Come in.
Do what I told you, Mugg.
Yeah, sure, boss.
Well, this is certainly an interesting place you have, Mr. Leeds.
Well, you haven't seen the real interesting part yet. No, you haven't?
I'm looking forward to it.
Well, sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
I suppose you're anxious to get down to business?
Well, yes, of course.
Well, so am I, Mr. Cortland, so am I. As a matter of fact, I was just going to call you when you knocked. So now that we're alone, let's get it over with, and then we both can relax.
An excellent idea.
Now, about the Conley matter, I won't pay a cent more than $100.
Only $100? Why, that's certainly not in keeping with your name and reputation, Mr. Leeds.
Well, that's my final offer. And I don't see what this has to do with my reputation. $100,000, no more.
Very well.
I don't want to argue about money.
I would like it in cash.
Yes, I know. Your National Trade Fast Corporation made that clear to me at the start. I have it here with me in the house in small bills, as you
That's
asked.
very considerate of you.
They're not considered, only I keep a bargain when I make it.
Naturally.
And I want you to leave immediately.
Now?
Yes, now.
It's rather late.
I'll have the money ready for you in a briefcase, and I'll call a taxicab for you.
But I don't know if we can catch a train.
You can drive to the next town. I don't want you here another hour. Do you understand me?
Very well.
I'll meet you at the side entrance in 10 minutes.
Thank you. Mug? 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 Oh, that's strange. I told him specifically
Are you looking for your friend?
Oh. Yes, I am.
I think I can show you where he is.
Oh, you're very kind.
If he's still alive.
I told him to meet... What did you say?
I think he's downstairs.
In the dungeon, I suppose. This castle must have dungeons.
It does. I just found
well,
them.
That sounds interesting.
You asked me if I would cooperate with you before.
You should have taken it when I made the offer.
All right. Just go through the side entrance. I think you'll find your friend.
The side entrance?
I'll make out some way.
Why don't you show me where it is?
It's not hard to find.
I'm very interested in the side entrance.
You shouldn't be.
I'll only take you to the side.
You'll have to go in yourself.
Go in?
I don't think I could stand it again.
What's going on here?
Come on. You'll see for yourself.
Danger from an unknown murderer, a missing man, and a skillful game of conquest in a house of mystery. Danger, conquest, mystery. They are no strangers here, for these are the keynotes of high adventure. You know, good grooming is an important part of every man's everyday life. That's one reason why so many men make a habit of using Old Spice aftershave lotion. Once you've tried Old Spice lotion, I'm sure it'll become a part of your daily grooming you'll never want to miss. There are two generous sizes of this quality lotion, $1 and $1.75. Look for the handsome red Old Spice cartons at drug and department stores everywhere. And now, Shulton would like to take the opportunity on this, our last broadcast of the season, to thank the author and director of High Adventure, Robert Monroe, and the members of the cast for their fine performances over the past months. We also thank our listeners for their wonderful loyalty to the program and to Old Spice aftershave lotion. High Adventure will be on the air throughout the season, and we at Shulton will be with you again early in the fall. Meanwhile, keep on listening to High Adventure for the top of the world in action drama, and keep on using Old Spice aftershave lotion for that top of the world feeling after every shave. Now, back to the High Adventure story, The Hungry Peacock, starring Basil Rathbun and Anna Lee. The story of two people who came to conquer, with money and death as a prize for the winner. It is told by the man who lived it, Norman Cortlandt.
She was a beautiful woman, and I had failed to trust beautiful women before, and this time was no different. She said nothing as I followed her down the stairs and through the hall. There was a growing fright on her face as we turned and went down a second set of stairs to the left. And it is not the practice of one accustomed to the wilds of graceful living to let one's true emotions show visibly. There was far more going on in the ugly castle than appeared on the surface, and evidently we had walked into the middle of it. I would have to play my role carefully, and that was difficult until I knew my adversary. The stakes now seemed more than a paltry 100,000. My life is the one item on which I put no price.
That's the side entrance.
I see.
You can go in by yourself.
Just one moment.
Yes?
You said we both might need some help.
I'll get away.
You're going with me through the side entrance.
No.
I was nearly murdered once tonight, and I resent it very much.
When?
A side entrance should lead outside, but you said go in.
Please listen to me. Do you want to live?
That doesn't require an answer.
Then listen.
I don't think you...
The sucker is wise. Do you understand? He's wise.
What makes you think that?
And he's not the kind to call the police.
Police never worry me when
He has his own ways, and I've seen them.
Through this side entrance, no doubt.
I thought it led out to the garden, and I went down. Oh, believe me, we've got to get away from here.
And leave a cool 100,000...
What do you think I'm leaving? He was going to buy my family estate in Spain for $500,000. Yes, he was. For $500,000.
I didn't know that old one still was in use.
It isn't funny. This sucker doesn't need the police, and he's wise.
I suppose he kills those he doesn't like.
That's exactly what he does. And it's how he does it.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, where's your friend Mug, as you call him? Where is he?
Oh, probably searching around the place for something valuable he can put in his pocket.
I'll show you. Are you coming?
Yes.
Look.
Very interesting. The old medieval torture rack.
Don't you see?
Oh, this must be the Chinese Waterstone. And there's an Iron Maiden. Very wonderful collection.
You're not looking.
What do you mean?
The stains on them.
Yes?
Well, look at them.
What? I believe that...
They're blood stains and recent.
Oh, that's absurd.
Is it? I don't want to take the chance. Look at the signs over each one.
5,000, 2 hours on the rack, 50,000 insanity by water torture, 100,000 and over, a pound of pressure on the rack for every 1,000 until death.
Now do you see?
Oh, he's insane.
He has the money to do what he wants.
The police should know this.
Are you going to tell them?
No servants.
What?
That was what bothered me. Dust and lint on the floor. He has no servants, has he?
I don't know. He just brought me here this morning.
Did you see any?
No.
A perfect trap. No witnesses, no evidence that can't be explained by an eccentric millionaire. A perfect trap. And you walked into it.
So did you?
He had no idea I was interested in... No, it couldn't be.
What?
The Conley matter. National Trade Fairs Corporation. That's the only answer. He set a trap for someone else, and I walked into it.
Oh, he's crazy. You can see he is.
I'm going to find Mug.
I heard some groaning from the room beyond. That's what frightened me.
Come on, we'll see.
Oh!
Hey.
Mug!
Hey, I've been yelling my head off till I can't yell no more.
I'll cut you down.
Floor started sinking, left me hanging by my thumb.
Oh, it's horrible.
You have to find something to cut the ropes.
Ain't got all my weight on him yet. Not all. I can still touch with my toes.
Oh, Harry, it must hurt terribly.
Yeah, you can say that twice.
What?
Yeah. An incredible piece of luck.
I hope so.
The knife, here on the ledge. Down you come, Mug.
Yeah.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
I told you to stay by the door, upstairs.
Now, you said to let you know if she comes, so I figured the best way was to watch her. I followed her down here. Then she left and went back upstairs. I turned to follow her, and I got hit on the head not 5 minutes ago. And somebody strung me up.
While you were unconscious?
Yeah.
Well, let's get out while we can.
I'm for that.
Come on.
Sure.
Aren't you coming?
What? Oh, yes, I suppose so.
I wish you'd hurry.
Please, boss, hurry.
I don't think there's any need.
Well, I'm getting out.
Well, you'd think there was a need if you got hit on the head and got strung up by your thumbs.
Our only chance is to leave while he's still upstairs, if we can.
I'm still upstairs, my dear.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Just stand where you are.
What are you going to do, Arthur?
I don't know. I thought you were going to meet me up at the side entrance, Mr. Cortland.
Sorry, I couldn't wait.
For $100,000?
You wouldn't have had it for me.
No, I treat swindlers in my own way.
So I see.
Don't you think my rate's reasonable?
Very amusing.
I'm sorry you three had to find my conference room altogether. I'd planned to take care of you one at a time.
Arthur, you mustn't believe what people say. I didn't want
I had my detectives trace your estate in Spain, my dear. The deed you offered for $500,000 is a clever bit of printing.
How can you say that?
I can because I know. And as for you, Mr. Cortland, and your friend, stand back. I know how to use this automatic. I learned just for such instances as this. Watch. 2 bullseyes in the Iron Maiden. The National Trade Fairs Corporation is the biggest swindling outfit I've ever encountered.
We didn't do nothing.
I've had my
we ain't
rates.
the national.
I've had my rates for treating swindlers, Mr. Mugg. And all of you come above the 100,000 mark, which, as you can see, means death from the torture rack for each one of you.
A pound per 1,000 for 100,000 and over.
That means each of you will be tied on the rack, flat on your back, a rope on each lip. Then we start to pull you apart. A pound of pressure for each $1,000 you tried to steal from me.
We only tried for 100,000. That makes 50,000 apiece. That means we're in a smaller bracket.
I'm sorry, I don't see it that way.
Oh, you're insane, completely insane.
Well, let's get down to business. I always take care of swindlers promptly, bring them up here.
Oh, Court, can't you do something?
I'm afraid Mr. Cortland is so dumbfounded or frightened he can't speak.
What?
You first, Mr. Mugg. Just climb on the rack, lie out flat.
Look, can't we talk this
on the rack, please.
Well, you might as well shoot me and get it over with.
I'm sure you prefer to live even a little longer. On the rack.
All right.
Andrew, you tie the ropes around his ankles and his wrists. Then we'll pull him apart. See what makes him tick.
Huh? Oh, no.
On the rack, Mr. Mugg.
Please, I didn't do
Get your bags, Mugg. I think it's time we were leaving.
Huh?
Stay back, or I'll shoot.
I don't think you will, Mr. Leeds.
I will.
We wish to leave, and we shan't bother you again.
I'll shoot.
I'm sure you wouldn't kill such a beautiful woman as Miss Andrea, or such a handsome man as myself. Now, would you?
I'm warning you.
Come on, Miss Andrea. Mugg.
Yeah.
You'll have to shoot me to hit Miss Andrea. Go get the bags, Mugg. We'll meet you outside.
Sure.
Watch out.
Go on, Mugg.
But he'll shoot.
No, he won't.
I sure will.
Mugg.
Yeah?
Go on.
But he'll drill me.
Have I ever given you a wrong steer, as you call it?
No.
Then go get our bags, as I tell you.
I'll shoot. I'll get you right between the eyes.
Boss.
Go on, he won't hurt you.
You sure?
I'm quite sure.
You're asking for it?
Go on, Mug.
All right, if you say so.
Now, Miss Andrea, shall we go?
Good
night, Mr. Lee.
Yes.
And thank you for a very interesting experience.
Yes.
I assure you I shall never forget it.
I'll shoot.
Of course. Come on, Miss Andrea.
I'll shoot. I'll shoot you so full of holes you'll never swindle anybody again.
Yes, I'm sure you will. Good night.
You come back here, or I'll shoot.
We can leave through the front entrance. My hat and cane are in the front hall.
You were wonderful.
We'll talk about that later. It's a new Homburg, and I have such trouble finding hats that suit my face.
Oh, hurry, please, hurry.
If you wish it, my dear.
Oh, please, before he changes his mind.
And that must be our train coming now. I hope Mug gets here in time.
Are you sure he's all right? Perhaps we should have waited for him.
Oh, he's quite all right, I assure you, Miss Andrea.
But you didn't tell him we were.
We have a standing agreement to meet at the nearest railroad station when we are forced to take our leave in, somewhat forced circumstances. So don't you worry your pretty little head. Why are you staring at me like that?
It's hard to believe.
Believe what?
You don't look like a hero.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You made him have to shoot you first before he could kill me.
Did I? Oh, yes.
That was very brave.
Thank you.
And such iron nerves it took to face him down the way you did.
Oh, it was nothing really.
Well, I think it was.
Yeah, do you? Well, I merely...
And it taught me a very important lesson.
Yes, my dear.
I'm going to get a job.
Oh, I see.
When even you were outsmarted, what chance do I have? I can't face down an insane killer with a gun. I always thought brains were all you needed. I don't have that kind of courage. You do.
I hope you're very happy.
I will be.
So now you can be respectable.
Yes, Court. If brains can't win over brawn and courage, then...
Oh, I was looking for you,
What
boss.
kept you so long? The train's coming.
Well, if I knew it was coming,
You've
I'd
been
have raked
drinking.
it free. Yeah, just a couple with good old Leedsy.
Leedsy? Oh, I see.
Very, very nice guy. We had a long talk. Long talk.
All right. Here's our train.
What's this, Leedsy?
Very clever guy, too. Very clever. Hey, you know why he threw the knife at you, boss?
Yes. Well, goodbye, Miss Andrea.
To scare us, that's all. Just to scare us. He was laughing so hard I thought he'd break a rib.
Laughing?
It was very funny. Hey, he's an amateur,
A psychologist?
Yeah, that's it, what you said. He believes everybody's got guilty feelings. So to know the truth about people, he takes them up to the castle and he scares them. And if they got something on their mind, it comes out.
I see.
Ain't that funny? We was scared.
Come on, Nog, come on. Goodbye, Andrea.
Hey, and you know what the blood was? Ketchup.
What?
Yeah, and he had blanks in the gun. Hey, you knew it, didn't you, boy?
Why, yes, of course. Come on.
You know when you found a knife to cut me down so convenient. It was all a fake. Leedsy said you
Of course. Now, get on the train.
Wait a minute.
You sure got brains, boss. I was really scared. But he does it to everybody, he said. Has fun scaring people into being themselves instead of phonies. But you was smarter than him. You figured it out.
Brains, Court, wait.
Yes, my dear?
It wasn't courage.
Why should it have been? I never doubted my intelligence.
And you'd let me get a job and be honest.
You had the beauty of it, not enough...
Beauty in your brains. Nothing could stop us.
What?
Work together. We could do anything. Beauty and brains.
Oh, yes. Conductor, we haven't any tickets, but at the next stop...
Just get on board. We'll check space for you in Washington.
Come on, Court.
Thank you.
We can do anything, Court. Three of us. Beauty, brains, and brawn. Right, Mud?
Washington.
You can say that twice.
Washington. Washington.
The Hungry Peacock. A story of one thrilling moment in a man's life, starring Basil Rathbun and Anna Lee. Until next week, when you can again hear High Adventure as part of a full hour and a half of High Adventure and Mystery over NBC at this time, this is George Hogan saying, wherever you are, those around you live it, and perhaps you yourself may someday experience it. That one thrilling moment of a lifetime that can only be called High Adventure. Now, here's special news. Introducing new Shulton shampoo in the unbreakable plastic bottle. New Shulton shampoo has an up-to-the-minute formula which leaves hair wonderfully clean, dandruff-free, easy to manage. And ladies, new Shulton shampoo actually gives your hair beautiful additional luster. And here's a real shampoo first. Shulton shampoo leaves hair pleasantly scented with Old Spice. New Shulton shampoo in the unbreakable bottle bears the Good Housekeeping Guarantee seal. At drug, department, and cosmetic stores everywhere.
A new kind of mystery. $1,000 reward. Hear it today on NBC.
I threw the chair at Big Boy just in time to deflect the shot. I got out the door and ran for the woods as he untangled himself and came after me. He'd catch me sooner or later unless I figured a way out, and if he caught me, I'd never come back alive.
Return Ticket, a Bigwood story of the one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called high adventure. This is High Adventure, the telling of strange stories of strong men and smooth women living the greatest and most exciting moment of a lifetime, their moment of high adventure. And on the agenda at this meeting is a story of action called Return Ticket. The author and director, Robert Monroe. And to tell it, here is the man who lived it, Jack Regan.
Well, when I first started out for the number 5 camp, what I knew about a sawmill and logging operation, you could write on the back of a postage stamp, but the boss said go, and a job's a job. The Freeman's number 5 sawmill was up in the Red Rock Mountains at the other end of nowhere, and it took me a day and a half on a jerky lumber train to make it. I didn't have to worry about missing my stop because it was the end of the line. The rattler puffed up and squealed to a stop, and there I was. All around the track were piles of lumber drying out, and the forest looked like there'd been a war going on. That's what a sawmill does, I found out. They go after the big stuff and crush the small growth getting it out. When I swung down from the train, I saw there was a store and a bar on the other side of the tracks. I was heading for the bar when a short guy with a hawk nose saw me and hurried over.
Well, you got back quick.
Huh?
Didn't expect you till maybe Thursday.
I don't get it.
And look at that mustache.
What's wrong with it?
You wait till Big Boy sees it.
Look, mister, you know who you're talking to?
Do I know who I'm talking to, he says. Where'd you get them fancy clothes? The city sure took care of you, Benny.
Say, who do you think I am?
Now, Benny, take it easy. I was just kidding you. Can't you take a little kidding?
I'm not Benny.
Not Benny, he says. Hey, let's go and lose and have a drink.
Now, wait a minute.
You got plenty of time, haven't you?
I gotta get to the mill if I'm gonna do
I
it.
know, Big Boy. Let him wait. Besides, Sal's there.
Who?
City noises make you deaf? Sal.
Oh, Sal.
Come on. Over here in the corner, huh?
What's the difference?
Big Boy wouldn't want you to get in no fights just when you come back from the city.
Maybe I like fights.
You wouldn't be Benny if you didn't.
Look, I'm not the
This
guy.
was good enough. I'll bet Big Boy will be surprised you coming back so fast.
Look, let's get this straight once for all, huh? When I got off the train, you took me for somebody you know.
No, of course I know you.
You think you do, but you don't. You don't know me. I'm a guy named
Getting
Jack.
high hat, Benny?
What?
What's this talk about knowing you?
Maybe you can explain to this guy, lady.
No, I'm lady.
The usual, Benny?
Huh?
I want soda with mine, Lou.
Oh, you gotta be fancy. Pick him up at the bar.
Okay. Well, so you got back.
I don't know what this is all about, but you
New
got...
mustache, new clothes. Too bad the city couldn't make any other improvements.
Oh, Sal, that's no way to greet a feller just back from a trip. Go get the drinks.
You may look different, Benny, but I'll bet you got the same rotten little mind.
Now, wait a minute, sister.
Get the drinks, Sal. And make it the special for Benny here, huh?
Oh, all right.
I'll get him.
You?
Sit still.
Somebody beat some decency into you down in the city?
I told him I'm not your Benny, and now I'm telling you.
Do something nice for anybody, and I'll believe you.
I'll get the drink.
No, Benny. You get him, Sal.
Well, if Benny's
I want to talk to Benny. You get him.
It's your party.
Hurry back.
I will, but not for you, Benny.
Bet you didn't find a better looker down the city, did you?
She's got what it takes.
Yeah, that's what you always say.
You work up at the mill?
Of course I do. I run the cutoff. You know that.
What's your name?
Look, Benny, this is me, Shug.
Shug.
Come off it, Benny. I've been working with you for a year now. Always you gotta think up some joke.
And you're the only one who gets a laugh.
It's about time somebody told you the jokes aren't funny. Here.
Oh, thanks.
Well, here's luck.
What do you call that stuff? It tastes like...
Rat poison.
You're not kidding.
Sure she's kidding. Ain't you, Sal, ain't you?
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Oh, tasted worse stuff, but I don't know where.
Right here. Last week.
Now, lady, I want you to tell me what
This lady business. You pick up that in the city, too?
Well, Sal. That's your name, isn't it?
That's her name, he says.
Don't start it, Benny.
I'm not Benny.
Okay, you're Jack something or other, but don't start it.
Don't start what?
You know what. Every time you get a drink and you have to fight you off.
Well, I won't bother you. This...
Yes?
It's hot in here.
Nah, it's just you and them city clothes, Benny.
Maybe so. Oh. What are you looking at me for?
What's wrong, huh? You don't want me to look at you?
It's hot out. Oh, the drink must have...
You never could hold him, Benny.
Tell you, I'm not Benny.
Want another drink, huh?
No, I... Can't lift my arm. Too heavy. What you looking at me like that for? Hey, you think...
Another drink, Benny? Another drink?
The room was beginning to spin, and I let my head rest on the table. First time out, and I fall for one of the oldest in the business. A Mickey in the drink. A couple of drops in one drink, and the room tilts up on its side. I could feel the guy's shirt going through my pockets, but I couldn't do anything about it. There was lead in my arms. The bench was sliding sideways, and I was sliding with it. Down through the brown to black, brown to black, brown to black. I could think again. First, I thought the harsh ripping and grinding was inside my head. It felt big enough. When I got clear in my head, I realized the sound was a sawmill somewhere nearby. Each time it hit a knot, the noise sent needles of pain through my forehead. There'd been a strong Mickey in that drink, and my face was wet. I thought it was sweat, but when it splashed my ears, I knew it was water. Someone was pouring a pail of it over me and slapping me in the face.
Come out of it, Benny. Come out of it, will you?
Quit.
I warned you about drinking, you little punk.
Will you quit?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Quit slapping me.
Where's the dough?
Dough?
Snap out of it, will you?
I'm all right.
Oh, sure. You'd still be on the floor at Lou's if Shug hadn't brought you back.
Yeah, Shug? Yeah, that's the guy.
What'd you do with the dough?
I haven't got any.
I know that. Been through your clothes.
Never had it.
What?
I'm Jack.
Didn't Sanders give it to you?
Who's Sanders?
What are you trying to pull, Benny?
I'm not trying...
Did you see Sanders?
I didn't see Sanders.
$20,000. Oh, where is it?
You got me mixed up with another guy.
Huh?
My name is Jack Regan.
I waited a day and a half for you to wake up, and you gave me jokes.
All right. So it's a joke.
I figured you was the one guy I could trust. I would have gone myself, but I never know when one of them punks from the home office is going to show.
I see.
They could get wise easy if they got up here with the surveyor.
Yeah, easy.
I told you they were a smart outfit. That's why I wanted you to work with me. Now, Benny, no more kidding. Didn't you get the $20,000?
No, I didn't.
Why?
Well,
I know. You hit all the bars in the city, then somebody poured you on the train.
I don't know. I don't remember.
No, I figure you wouldn't.
Never could hold my drinks, could I?
That's why you ought to leave it alone.
$20,000. It's a lot of money.
Huh?
Buy a big stack of lumber.
It bought a big stack. Big enough to... What's the idea?
I was just thinking.
Go on.
Maybe I ought to have a cut of
You'll
that.
get your cut. I told you that.
Yeah, but maybe a bigger cut, eh? Like half?
You little punk. You have got the dough.
I might have.
You're not going to get away with it, Benny.
Now, listen.
You listen to me. I'm going to phone Sanders down in the city. He says you didn't pick up the $20,000, then I'll know you never got past the bars down there.
Maybe this Benny of yours
Quit
did
playing games. If Sanders says he did give you the dough, you better deliver. And fast. I don't know what you're up to. You can kid all you want, but don't kid with me. I want that 20 G's.
Go ahead. Phone your guy, Sanders. Get your 20 G's. My head aches. Leave me alone.
Should have never sent you in the first place. I don't know better.
Let me sleep, will you?
Oh, no, you don't. Get out of here and over to the mill. You're on the rip. Sure. You blew that dough or stashed it away to cross me up, Benny. Watch out.
I'll take care of myself.
Yeah, you always do.
You want me, big boy?
Yeah, get Benny here over to the mill. Put him on the big saw. And look to see he don't fall over.
You leave it to me, big boy.
The city was too much for him.
I know. Yes, sure.
Benny, I'm talking to you.
Huh? Yeah?
Don't think up any more jokes.
All right.
Shave off that mustache.
Look, if I want to grow...
I said shave it off.
Okay.
Come on, Benny. Big boy don't like mustaches. That scar on his lip.
Yeah.
Let go.
Oh, smart guy.
Don't let me.
What was the idea to make me... You gonna tell me?
Sure.
Well?
I'll tell you anything you want to know. Sure will, Benny.
Yeah. Why, the Mickey my drink down at Lou's.
Mickey?
Don't act dumb.
I don't know about no Mickey.
You and the girl
Yeah, maybe Sal put her to you. She went after the drinks.
But you knew she was going to.
No, you was lit when you got off the train. Remember? You was planning it to make us think you was somebody else. It was some joke.
Yeah, some joke.
You even had a billfold with this other guy's name on it and a letter.
How'd you know that?
It dropped out of your coat when I carried you up here to the mill.
Where is it?
I got it right here. Was saving it to give it to you when you come around.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Money's all there. Count it. $60.
All right, where's the letter?
The letter? Well, the letter.
Give it to me.
I haven't got it. You must have lost it along the road somewhere.
Don't hand me that.
Honest, Benny, you lost it.
All right. Let's get to work. Shug led the way over to the mill where I went to work handling the big saw. Steam-driven disc, 8 feet in diameter, that gouged through the length of a log, slicing it into planks. Didn't take me long to get the trick of running it. And Shug checked off my mistakes to a hangover. While I worked that day, I had a chance to think over what happened. This guy Benny must be a dead ringer for me, or maybe I really was Benny myself, and all the life as Jack Regan was a dream. Anyway, it served very nicely and fitted into my plans for me to be this Benny for the time being. I didn't make any slip. If the real Benny didn't get back too quick, I could get my job done and go home. And I got to thinking about the girl, Sal. When we quit that night, I washed up, shaved off the mustache, and headed for Lou's place. Lou himself was behind the bar, and he didn't seem happy to see me.
You again.
That's bad, huh?
I'd pay you to stay away if you take it.
What's the matter? Don't I spend enough money?
You're trouble, and I don't like trouble.
Where's Sal?
Around. Big boy made you shave off the tickler.
Look, don't get me mad.
Sal's over there in the booth.
Thanks. Can I sit down?
You mean you're asking me? Well,
Want a drink?
no thanks.
Good. It makes two of us.
I don't believe it.
What?
You passing up a drink.
Well, a guy can change.
Not you.
I learned. I don't like Mickey's.
Oh,
You did a very smooth, baby. Very smooth.
thank you.
I suppose you tell me why.
Why?
That's right.
I don't mind telling you. For $100.
Who gave you the 100?
I didn't get it.
Shug?
Might be.
What do you need with $100?
We won't go into that again.
Yes, we will. If you wanted it that much, you should have come to me.
How many times have I asked you? And what do I get? You don't even remember.
Here. 20, 40, 50. Give you the other half on payday. Well?
This another joke, Benny.
It's no joke.
No strings?
Not a one.
I've told you what I want it for.
Yeah, sure you have.
And you're still giving it to me.
There it is.
You all right, Sal?
Lou, look. Benny just gave me 50, and he's going to give me the rest on payday.
What's the catch?
And Lou, she wanted it, so I gave it to her.
Well, you might change your mind. She's not going to have to wait till payday. I'll get the other 50 for you right now, Sal.
Lou,
You want a drink, Benny?
No, thanks.
One on the house it'll be.
I'm doing all right without it.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you wasn't. There's a train down tonight, Sal. We'll get you on it.
You're swell, Lou.
Guys just don't change, that's all. They don't change, not guys like Benny.
I'm finally gonna get out of here. Back east where I have friends and people treat you decent.
Do you good?
It'll do me a lot of good. Thanks, Ben.
Forget it.
I don't understand it.
What?
You knew I wanted the 100 just to get away. You used to laugh when I talked about it. You wanted to keep me here. Now, you hand it over, just like that.
A guy can change.
I never thought you would.
Oh, you're too good to be stuck up here in the hills.
That isn't what you said before.
Can we forget all the rest?
I wish I could.
Let's see how you got here in the first place.
What?
I said it's hard to figure why you came here in the first place.
Are you sick, Benny?
No, why?
You don't remember my dancing act? How the show broke up 6 months ago? Your promise of a job here?
Oh. Yeah, I know all that.
Then why the innocent act?
Well, Look, you got the money. What else do you want?
I'll pay it back as soon as I get back east. I'll find some of my old friends.
You don't owe me a thing.
Benny. Benny.
Yeah?
What happened down the city?
Nothing.
Yes, it did. You're different. It's almost as if you're not the same person.
Suppose I'm not.
If you were this way all the time, maybe
Maybe what?
Maybe people would like you more.
Are you people?
I thought I knew you. But it's like another side of you I've never seen before. Like meeting a person for the first time.
I know. Sal, I want to tell you
Don't
something.
tell me anything, Benny. Tomorrow you'll be your own grimy self again. Cruel and thoughtless.
Sal, I'm not the guy.
Oh, don't spit your head. Just one little moment of decency in you anyway. Goodbye.
So long, baby. I got up, walked over to the door, and went out. I didn't look back, but I knew that Sal wasn't as calm as she acted. She was puzzled, all right. This Benny must have been quite a character in more ways than one. I went back up the road to the sawmill into the bunkhouse and slept. Next morning, I was at the mill handling the big saw, slicing up the timber dragged in by the big cat tractors when Big Boy came down the trail from the office. He motioned me off the platform, and as I slid down to meet him, I saw his face was grim.
Come on up to the office.
What for?
I want to talk with you.
All right. What's on your mind?
In the office.
Well?
I talked with Sanders on the phone. Where's the dough?
I haven't got it.
Sanders says he turned it over to you 4 days ago.
He did, huh?
I'm not going to play with you, Benny. What did you do with it?
Put a rifle shot in me, you'd never get it.
I can place them so they won't kill. The first couple of times.
Nice guy.
I'm nice until I'm crossed. Let's hear you talk.
Okay.
Well?
I got rolled for it.
What?
They slipped a Mickey in my drink.
You let city punks pull an old
It
gag
wasn't
like
in
that?
the city. It was up at Lou's right after I got off the train.
Lou did it? You can't make that stick. Lou's a guy...
It wasn't Lou. It was Suge and Sal.
What?
It was onto our pitch here, and he cut himself in. Took the roll off me when I was out.
Why, that yellow...
You want the 20,000? Ask Suge. He's got it.
You're giving it to me straight, Benny?
What else can I do with that rifle in my stomach?
Suge. That little sneaking... Hey. Why didn't you come out with it before?
I was going to try and get it back from myself before you found out.
Never lived down being rolled, huh?
Yeah.
Come on, we'll take care of that little punk.
Hey, there he goes.
Listening at the door. Hold it, Chuck. Put a slug in your back. Come back here.
I'm coming, big boy. Now, take it easy.
Wouldn't think he had the nerve.
Yeah, you never know.
All right, Chug, inside.
I didn't do nothing, big boy.
I hear different. Get in.
I was just coming up to...
Did you slip Benny here and make you up at Lowe's?
Now, big boy...
Did you?
Sure I did, but...
Where's the money you got off him?
I didn't get no money off of him.
You want to slug in
He
your...
didn't have none.
Where is it?
I haven't got no money, big boy. I give him the Mickey because I was trying to help you.
More gags.
No. Look here. See, he was trying to cross you up, he was. Yes, that's it. He was trying
What's this?
It's the letter I took of him when he was out from the Freeman Company. He was posing as a fellow named Jack Regan to them. That's what he was. He was going to sell you out to them. Tell them all about those extra carloads of lumber and the...
Shut up. What's the idea, Shug?
You know what the idea is. You was going to get money from the company for telling them about Big Boy. And...
All that you're going to believe him, big boy?
You took this off of Benny the other night?
Sure I did. I figured he was up to something when he come back all dressed up and...
Who told you about those extra carloads?
I seen him. I noticed the way bills on the cars.
Yeah. Well, Benny,
You got to believe him?
this picture on the identification card is you. Only difference is the mustache.
Well, it was just a joke.
Another joke, huh?
Sure.
Well, this isn't going to be a joke.
I threw the chair at Big Boy just in time to deflect the shot. I got out the door and ran for the woods as he untangled himself from the chair and came after me. I fired from the door, and the shot clipped a tree just over my head. Big Boy was fast, and he could shoot straight. I ran deeper into the woods, going off the dirt road and plowing through the underbrush. After a minute or so, I thought I'd lost him, and I stopped. I could hear him thrashing through behind me, so I started up again. I was beginning to get tired. I wasn't used to long cross-country runs. The ground started to rise, and I went up the side of a hill trying to keep hid in the trees. And I had to rest. I leaned against a boulder and pulled air into my lungs. The bullet chipped the stone and sent splinters of rock cutting my face. I started out again. I knew I'd have to pull something or it'd be up with me. I doubled back down the hill on a diagonal, heading for the trail leading to the railroad. If I got to lose, he had a gun and it'd be more even. I didn't stop to listen. I just kept fighting my way through. Finally, I hit the trail and started toward the railroad and lose. I walked because I was too tired to run. Big Boy caught me, he caught me. I was too tired. I just turned the bend in the trail when I got the shock. There was a guy coming toward me. I stopped and looked, and so did he. It was like seeing yourself in a mirror.
Hey, you're,
Hello, Benny.
Yeah. Yeah.
You finally got back.
Yeah. I got back.
Welcome home.
Yeah. Sure.
You see Sanders?
Huh? Oh. Yeah, sure.
Good.
Who are you?
Don't you know?
I wasn't standing here sober. I'd think you was me.
Maybe I am.
Never seen anything like it.
Yeah. Yeah, it surprised me, too.
You're me. Same face, same voice, same build, same eyes. Even got my clothes on.
Yeah, they're up in the bunkhouse.
I got no brothers or relations.
I don't either, Benny.
Who are you?
Jack Regan.
Like seeing me.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
I heard about it once. Each guy's got another guy somewhere on Earth just like him. They call it a...
You're double, Benny.
Yeah. Yeah, that's us. Doubles. Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
We could make some dough. We look so much like each other.
There's a lot of twins, Benny.
No, listen. I go do something, see? And you're sitting and talking with a cop. When I come back, the cop's our alibi.
Oh, I got you, Benny!
Hey, big boy, hey, look, I got it.
Try and cross me up, huh? All right, lay there and rot.
so I brought Sal up here because she knows I didn't take no 20 grand off Benny when he was out.
Is that right, Sal?
He just took a wallet and a letter.
Big wallet?
No.
I give it back to Benny. It had 60...
Wait a minute.
Yeah, big boy?
Did Benny see you after that night?
Well, sure.
I'm not talking to you.
I saw him last night. I thought he
And
was...
he gave you the dough.
He gave me $50.
What about the rest of it?
That's all there was.
Thought you'd hold it for him.
Yeah, she was packing to catch a train.
Let's have it, sister. You want me to break your arm?
I don't know anything about...
Where'd you put it? Where's the dough?
Up to the woods, big boy.
What, you? I thought I had you.
Get him, big boy! Get him, get him! Give it to him! Give it to him! Hey, watch him!
You all right?
Yes.
I went down to Lou's, but you weren't there.
Shug came after me.
Yeah, Lou told me. I took his gun and got up here.
What about him?
Crap.
What are you going to do with him?
Let him be. There's no place he can run to. What happened to Shug?
He ran into the woods when Big Boy fell.
He'll come back. Can't hide in the woods and live. Big Boy knows that, so he won't try it.
You're not Benny.
No.
I didn't think so after last night. When Benny himself got off the train today, I could see the difference. Who are you?
Jack Regan. Freeman Home Office sent me up here to investigate lumber shortages and deliveries.
Oh.
Yeah, Big Boy and Benny had been routing extra carloads of lumber to a builder in the city, it seems. All I had to go on was low output rate. Looking like Benny offered an inside picture, so I just took advantage of it.
I didn't help, did I?
Not much.
I'm sorry.
It was a break, actually.
What?
Shug tried to cut himself in with a dope drink trick. Kind of give me time to figure the angle about Benny coming back with the $20,000 payment.
Where is Benny?
In the woods with a bullet in his head. Big Boy thought he was shooting me.
Benny wasn't good for anybody. Not even himself.
No, guess not. Still gonna catch that train?
Yes.
I got a return ticket myself. Freeman Company will want a report.
Return ticket.
Yeah. Well, we better go.
Wait.
What's the matter?
Are you really Jack Regan? Or Benny with another one of his...
Come here. What do you think?
It's afternoon. Mill's starting again.
Yeah.
We'll have to hurry if we're going to catch the train, Jack Regan.
Come on, baby. Fare's already paid. Remember? Return Ticket. A story of one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called high adventure. And heard in Return Ticket as Jack Regan was Ross Martin, with Mary Ashworth, Don Douglas, and Jack Orison. And next week, High Adventure friends, we're proud to present a story of a man who found his future behind the cold steel of prison bars. We like to call it Lockstep. So, until next week in Lockstep, look around you, wherever you are. Watch it, but don't live it. This thing we call high adventure. Remember next week, Lockstep, a high adventure story of action which, combined with Cloak and Dagger and following immediately over most of these stations, Big Guy, form a full hour and a half of mystery and adventure over NBC each week at this time. So stay with us now for Big Guy.
Today, here's Sam Spade and $1,000 reward, both on NBC.
Sharp pain. The room spun around like it had come unhinged. Then everything blurred like ink on a blotter. I tried to say something, but my tongue was a wad of cotton in my mouth. Then there was nothing.
This is The Hill, an action story of the one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called high adventure. This is High Adventure, the telling of strange stories of strong men living the greatest and most exciting moment of a lifetime, their moment of high adventure. And on the agenda at this meeting is a story of savage action called The Hill. The author and director, Elliot Drake. And to tell it, here's the man who lived it, Dave Wilson.
All the other guys said I was crazy. Said it wouldn't be the same, the war being over and everything. But I did it anyway. Yeah, they all went home to their wives and families, and I signed up again. And why shouldn't I? Staff sergeant's pay wasn't bad. It was a 5-day week, 30 days furlough a year, and retirement at the end of 20 if you wanted it. Wasn't a bad life. Maybe the Joes weren't the smartest guys in the world, but they were better than nothing. At least you could always find somebody that felt like doing what you wanted to do. Things didn't change much. A little more chicken, maybe. Had to stand an extra drill a week, but you can get used to anything. Had a couple of letters from guys I knew during the war, telling me what a tough time they were having reconverting to civilian life. Then pretty soon they stopped writing, and that was that. Wasn't like the old outfit, but it was good enough.
Hi, David.
Hello, Hillbilly.
Better hustle, boy, if you want to make retreat.
Too hot. Ought to be a regulation about not holding retreat when it's over 80.
Sure, we'll cut an order on it tomorrow.
Move over.
Sure.
Hey. You got a good sack here.
I know the supply, Sergeant.
Ought to try that load of straw I sleep on.
I'll see if I can fix you up.
That's the trouble with this army. All the time you got to know somebody to get something. Now, back in the old outfit...
There you go again.
Okay.
What'd the lieutenant say?
Nothing much.
I think you got him all figured out wrong.
Yeah?
He can't help it if he's fresh out of the point.
That kind of stuff was okay back in the States, but out here...
I know. I got to look at his 201 file today. Nothing but excellence and superiors all the way through.
I could have guessed.
Maybe after he's been here a while...
Not him.
He crawl all over you?
No, he just said all non-coms will stand retreat.
Did, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe we better get humping.
Hillbilly.
Huh?
Where do you say we take off?
Mean over the hill?
I'd like to.
Oh, cool off. You'll forget all about it in a couple of days.
It ain't that.
What then?
I don't know. Nothing ever happens around here. It's a spit and polish army if I ever saw one. Parade, rest.
You need a furlough.
Yeah, I guess so. 3 years in one place is too much for anybody.
Remember last year? Man, I thought we never would get you back to the post.
Yeah. That's what I'll do.
What?
Put in for a furlough back to the States. Yeah.
Hey, come on, you guys. Only got 5 minutes.
You can tell Lieutenant Small...
David? Oh, you got a wrong idea, Dave. We're afraid she's the same. That's the time
You've
when
been reading the handbook again.
Better leave him alone, Angelo. He's not feeling so good. Oh. Well, better you hurry just the same. He will. Lieutenant, he's a safe fallout with the rifles tonight.
What?
That's right.
That does it.
And bayonets. Is he going to inspect? I don't know. Criminy, I ain't cleaned my rifle in 2 weeks. Only got it 5 minutes. He got any oil, David?
You know the supply, Sergeant. That's the one thing a good soldier takes care of.
Come on. Where
Some
is it?
in my footlocker.
Got any patches?
Top shelf.
Gee, if you just don't inspect.
Here, give me that thing. I'll clean your rifle if you'll shine my brass.
Sure, give me a buckle.
Here.
Now, what'd that do with them?
On the bunk.
Oh, yeah. How you guys making out, huh?
We'll make it.
Wonder where Flaherty is.
Probably over at the PX drinking beer.
I could use one.
Hot enough. This thing's so rusty that...
And you ain't cleaned this buckle for a month, neither.
Buckle make a soldier.
How's that look?
It'll do.
Come on, hurry up.
There. It ain't good, but it ain't bad.
Thanks. Come on, you guys. Hey, how's my tie look?
Stinks.
Hurry up.
This joint's for the birds. Korea. That was Saturday, June 24th. I took off on a weekend pass right after retreat. The next morning it happened. Hidden by a thick ground mist, the North Koreans broke through the line along the 38th parallel and started pushing south for Seoul. It wasn't no maneuver. As soon as I heard the news, I beat it back to MAM headquarters, Military Advisory Mission headquarters for instructions. When I got there, the place looked like a cyclone had hit it. Trucks and equipment all over the place and everyone moving on the double. I ran into Hillbilly over by the communications shack.
Where you been, David?
In town? What's up?
We're pulling out.
What time?
Take it easy with that stuff. What'd you say?
When are we leaving?
You stupid jerks. I better get on them. Get over to the office, David. Lieutenant wants to see you.
Yeah. You want to see me, Lieutenant?
That the way you address an officer, Sergeant?
Huh? Oh.
That's better.
Yes, sir.
You probably heard the news.
Yes, sir.
Unit's been ordered south to Suwon.
Johnny Howard, he'll be ready to roll in 10 minutes, sir.
Good. I'll have the march order typed up by then.
Yes, sir.
March orders, sir?
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Headquarters is cutting another order, putting us on special duty.
Us?
We've been assigned to set up an observation post in the forward area.
Yeah.
You're the most experienced man in the outfit.
Yes, sir. How's it going up there?
Hard to say. Most of the lines are down. A lot of reports coming back, but they're all conflicting.
Sounds normal.
Huh? Yes. Well, it doesn't look good at any rate.
Never does.
Huh. You go down to the motor pool and sign out the communications jeep.
Yes, sir.
Then get over to the supply room and draw 2 .45 pistols.
If you don't mind, sir, I'd just as soon keep my M1 if we're going up...
Sergeant, we are non-combatants. 45s will do.
But, Lieutenant...
That's all, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Better draw some rations from the mess hall while you're over there.
For how many men, sir?
Just the 2 of us.
That all, sir?
Yes, Sergeant. Get going now.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant!
Yes, sir? Oh.
Better. On the double.
Yes, sir. We were on our way in an hour, heading north towards the fighting. The roads were jammed with civilians leaving the battle area. Some of them were on carts, a couple were lucky and had trucks, but most of them were traveling by foot. The women were carrying their belongings on their heads and their babies strapped to their backs. The men and the kids that were old enough to walk were driving their goats and cows ahead of them and dragging the few things they'd saved behind them. I saw one little fellow with a chair tied on his back and the chair piled high with all kinds of pots and pans. Funny the things people hang on to at a time like that. When we got further north, we started running into soldiers coming back from the fighting. There wasn't no panic. Most of them were calm, just retreating south in long lines down both sides of the road. Some of them were shot up pretty bad. As we rode by them, a couple of them waved. All of them smiled like the lieutenant and me was going to win the war for them. I kept looking for regrouping areas, but there didn't seem to be none. Then there were no more soldiers, and we had the road to ourselves. Ought to be getting up here now.
Yes.
How far are we gone?
45 miles.
Won't be long.
Storm coming up.
Huh?
Thunder. Storm coming up.
Yeah.
We'll set up the observation post in that town ahead.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Wilson.
Back in Europe,
I'll make the decision, Sergeant.
Sometimes you'll
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Coming up fast.
Uh-huh.
Let us start looking for...
Duck. Funny kind of lightning.
That's artillery fire.
Better get going, Lieutenant. Be more along in a minute.
What?
Always lay them down in a pattern.
Yes, yes.
Down. Be all for a while. Kind of noisy.
Yeah.
Been a couple of years since I heard it. You get used to it.
I suppose so.
I don't like it.
What?
Being inside their fire.
Just a few stray shells?
Maybe. You planning on driving right into that town, sir?
That's right.
I wouldn't if I was you.
Wilson.
Going into a town you don't know nothing about is the surest way.
They can't be this far south.
Rather be out in the open myself.
We'll be all right.
But, Lieutenant...
Besides, we're non-combatants. They won't fire on us.
Yes, sir.
Keep an eye out now, Sergeant.
Huh?
I want to talk to one of the villagers.
Oh, yeah.
They'll know how far...
Lieutenant, at least slow down, will you?
You worry too much, Wilson. No one in sight.
Nope.
Villagers must have cleared out.
They usually do.
What? Oh.
Really worked this place over.
Yeah.
Guys handling that artillery ain't no rookies. They know what they're doing.
Must
we
be
better get
someone.
out of here.
What's the matter?
They ain't far off, that's for sure.
We're 15 miles from the line.
I know, but just
Oh,
the
they
same.
couldn't have gotten this far in one day.
Listen, Lieutenant, I can smell...
Watch what you're saying,
I
Wilson.
don't give what...
I can see you...
Look out! Hang around! Hurry up. They see us. Get going. Keep down. They're after us. Go left. Go left.
Think they hit us.
What's the matter?
Foot's all the way down to the floor.
Keep it there. There they are again.
Got a tire.
And a gas can leaking all over.
Foot's all the way.
Right, go right. Now I'll get rid of that can. Lousy strap. There.
We lose them?
I don't know.
Hang on.
Head out of town.
Yeah.
Left, left, left. Now let her go. We're leaving them. Non-combatants. We didn't know which way we were headed, but it wasn't no time to be fussy. The Jeep was shot up bad, and we wanted ground between us and that tank before she broke down. When we started hitting hills, I tried to tell the lieutenant we were going the wrong way, but he said he knew what he was doing. By the time it got dark, we were up in the mountains. The Jeep was having a tougher time on every hill, and finally she couldn't take no more. Just stopped cold. We pushed her off the road, and I strapped the radio on my back, and we started off into the brush.
This is good enough, Wilson.
Huh?
We'll camp here for the night.
Suits me. This thing's getting heavy. Sea rations are going to taste like
Sergeant?
steak, yeah?
Contact headquarters first.
I wouldn't do that.
Why not?
We don't know where we are. Might give away our...
I'm responsible.
What good will it do us?
It's procedure.
You can turn it on if you want to.
Sergeant.
Look, Lieutenant, if I thought you knew what you were
Turn on the radio.
Okay.
There are too many men like you in the service, Wilson.
Yeah?
Because you've had some experience in the field, you think you're a regimental commander.
Maybe.
You need a good lesson in discipline. Contact headquarters.
Yes, sir. Baker Blue calling Sugar Able Tear. Baker Blue calling Sugar Able Tear. Come in, Sugar Able Tear. Over.
Try them again.
Baker Blue calling Sugar Able Tear. Baker Blue calling Sugar Able Tear. Come in, Sugar Able Tear. Over. The 610s ain't much good over 75 miles.
We'll get them. Try again.
Sugar Able Tear calling
There they
Baker
are.
Blue. Sugar Able Tear calling Baker Blue. We'll read you loud and clear. Come in, Baker Blue. Over.
That you, Hillbilly?
Yeah, David, where you been?
We've been busy.
Where are you?
Don't know. We ain't where we're supposed to be. What's new?
Nothing much. Things don't look good. How's it up there?
Bad. We've been
I'll talk to him, Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Howard, take this message for the CO.
Yes, sir.
Tell him that to the best of our knowledge, we are behind... What's the matter with you?
Shut up.
Wilson?
Shut up, I said.
What's that?
Someone between us and the road.
How could anybody...
Must have heard the Jeep.
But I...
Shut up. Other side.
Dark.
Get down. It's a signal.
Below us, too.
Yeah.
Put that gun away, Wilson.
Nuts.
We're non-combatants.
Yeah, they don't know that.
Give me that gun.
You're crazy.
That's an order. Give me that gun.
Are you rank-happy jerk?
Give it to me.
I'm clearing out. If they start shooting, I'm shooting back.
Wilson, if you fire one shot, I'll throw the book at you when we get back.
If we get back. You coming, you're going to stay, Sawyer.
I'll have you court-martialed.
Have to run for it.
Which way?
Up the hill, only way open.
The radio.
Leave it. Come on. Down. Now. Down. Now. Keep going. You hit?
Yeah.
Where?
I don't know. Get going.
Can you walk?
It's an order.
Give me your arm.
Have you...
Shut up. Picked him up, half carried him, half dragged him up the hill. Branches slapped at my face and chest. My back ached from the weight of them. A couple of times I tripped and fell, but somehow I got up again. My legs were like water under me, and I kept thinking, one more step, one more step. The firing was dropping away behind me, and then it started raining. I don't know how long or how far I ran, but all of a sudden I realized there was no more shooting. I fell to the wet ground. At first there was blackness. Then in the blackness I felt warmth on the back of my neck, on my arms. The ground was cool against my face, but I could feel the sweat running down my body under my shirt. I tried to turn over, but something was pinning me to the ground. Then I remembered the lieutenant and the rain and falling in the mud. I pushed again, and this time the lieutenant's body slid off me. I rolled over and opened my eyes. The sun blinded me as I sat up, and I covered my face with my hands. When I opened my eyes again, I saw him. He was standing 5 or 6 feet away from us with his hands folded in front of him. He was wearing a long white robe, and his white hair was piled up high in a tight knot on top of his head. He had a thin beard that was stained at the corners of his mouth. He was tall and thin and old. The lieutenant moved and groaned next to me.
I knew you would come.
Huh?
You are Americans, yes?
Stay where you are.
I will not harm you. I've been waiting for you.
Don't move. Lieutenant. Lieutenant, can you hear me?
Oh.
Come on, come on.
He is sick?
I'll take care of him. Smoya, this is Wilson.
Wilson?
Yeah. How do you feel?
Okay. My leg.
You were hit?
Yeah. Should have left me.
Huh?
It was an order.
Why, you...
Gotta learn discipline.
Wish I had left you.
He has need of medicine.
He don't need nothing.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Who are you?
I'm called Yi Wong Song.
What do you want?
I knew you would come.
What do you mean?
My people have great need of you.
Now, wait a minute, Pop. We're just...
You are Americans?
Well, yeah, but...
That is all.
What do you make of the old goat?
I don't know. Where are we, old man?
You are on the hill of my ancestors.
That's great.
Where's that?
What do you mean?
Well, are we in North Korea, South Korea? Where are we?
You are on the hill of my ancestors.
See?
What are you? Are you North Korean? South Korean?
I am Korean. We are all one. There are some who think there is a North and South. That is what you must do.
What?
Teach my people that we are all one.
How you doing, Lieutenant?
Where do you live?
On the hill
Don't start that again.
Have you a house?
I am building my house.
We're moving in, old man.
What do you mean?
He said we're taking over and no back...
You will do me the honor to share my house.
Yeah, and we'll also do you the...
This is as I wish. Come.
We picked the lieutenant up and carried him between us. The old man may have had white hair, but he was strong as an ox. It was tough climbing, and we had to stop and rest 3 or 4 times before we reached the top. Finally, the path leveled off, and the old man pointed ahead. There was a small hut made of stones piled on top of one another. A bomb crater was alongside the hut, and one whole wall had been knocked over. The thatched roof had been burned off. But I could see where the old man had started to rebuild the wall, and half of a new roof was already in place. We carried the lieutenant inside, and the old man went to work on his leg. He seemed to know what he was doing, so I just sat and watched. While he was working, the old man talked.
They came on the holy day with their guns and their trucks, and the people in the village ran from their homes.
Where's the village?
It may be seen from the hill. I told the people that you would come, but they did not listen.
Look, Pop, you got the wrong...
Shut up, Wilson.
But I...
Shut up.
Go on, Pop. I didn't mean to sound off.
Now there is no one in the village, and I am alone.
Where's your family?
Cinco and Sunmin lie with their ancestors. The others have gone.
You mean they left you?
It was as I wished. Someday this will be gone. I must build again the home of my ancestors.
Means a lot to you, huh?
The hill is the home of my ancestors for more years than there are flowers in the valley.
Hey, take it easy.
There is pain.
Yeah.
This too will be gone.
How long will it take?
2 days, 3 days you will walk. I go for water.
I'll get it for you, Pop.
This Pop, what does it mean?
Well, nothing.
I will go, my son.
Huh. What do you think, Smoy?
I think we'll be all right here till I'm well enough to travel.
Yeah.
He's a pretty right guy.
Who, the old man?
Yeah.
You didn't go for all that flowers and ancestor stuff.
He really believes we're here to straighten this all out.
Yeah, how? They can shoot at us and we can't even shoot back.
I don't think he's so interested in the shooting part of it.
Maybe he isn't, but I am.
Look, Wilson, we're not going to let that old guy down.
Speak for yourself, John.
Listen to me, Sergeant.
You listen to me. I'm sick of listening to you. It's time you listen to me. I told you not to go in that town, but you did, and we had to run away from a tank. I told you we was going the wrong way when we got up in these hills, but you knew what you were doing. We got pinned down by a gang of trigger-happy jerks. Well, that ain't my way to fight a war. Why should I stick my neck out for that old goat when guys back in the States are taking off for a Sunday night date and don't even know there's a war going on? The whole thing's screwy. Sergeant, you listen to me, Shavetail. He don't owe me nothing, and I owe him the same. Yeah, I know you're going to throw the book at me when we get back. Maybe we won't ever get back. Until we do, we're just a couple of Joes. No more bars, no more stripes, just a couple of Joes, see? You do what you want, I'm going to do what I want to. And if that means shooting my way out, that's what I'm going to do. Clear?
If I had 2 good legs, I'd get up and beat your face in.
I don't think you would.
You must hide. They're coming.
Who's coming?
The men from the north.
How many?
2, 3. I did not stop.
We can handle them.
You crazy? If they find us here, they'll come back and blow the old man's house clean off the map. And the hill with it.
That's his worry. Get down behind that bed, Smoyer. You go out and talk to him, Pop. If they poke their noses inside that door, I'm going to let them have it. Now get going.
I do not understand.
Go on out and talk to him, that's all.
Yes, my son.
Don't do it, Wilson.
Shut up. There they are.
I'm not going to let you.
Shut up and watch that door.
I'm not going to let you.
Room spun around like it had come unhinged, and then everything blurred like ink on a blotter. I tried to say something, but my tongue was a wad of cotton in my mouth. Then there was nothing. The next thing I knew, my mouth was full of water, and I was gasping for air. Someone was hitting my face, and way off I could hear my name.
Wilson, open your eyes.
Air.
Come on.
Name. Air.
Come on, Wilson. Open your eyes. Come on, Wilson.
What happened?
I hit you with my 45.
Yeah?
Keep them open?
Yeah.
Hurry up. Gotta get you up on your feet.
What's the matter?
They're coming back.
What?
When I hit you, you yelped.
He is better, yes.
Yeah.
What happened to those jokers?
You scared them off, but they're coming back. Whole company of them. You okay?
Yeah.
On your feet? Yeah. The old man's gonna show us the way down out of here.
Come.
Lean on me, Smoyer.
Thanks.
Where's my gun?
I've got it.
Still a lieutenant.
Come. This is the path.
Too late.
Yeah.
How about the other path?
Oh, they're over there, too.
Looks like this is it.
Yes.
Let's get back to the hut. We'll make them work for it.
No.
What do you mean, no?
We'll give ourselves up.
You're going to start that again? You got about 2 minutes to make up your mind.
Nope.
Give me my gun.
No.
Why, you jerk, you. Huh?
Plane.
Must think this is a big deal.
Yeah.
Men, machine guns, planes, for what? A second lieutenant, a lousy sergeant. Go on, you dirty... Hey, wait a minute.
What?
That's a Yank plane. Huh? It's one of ours.
It is.
Let him have it, baby.
Give it to him.
Show him how it's... Hey.
What?
You know what that means?
Well, it means...
This is a shooting war.
Yeah.
Give me that gun.
Let's go.
Get out of the way, Pop.
Look at him run.
Go on, you lily-livered devils.
Come on, down the path.
Stay with us, Pop.
Keep firing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We started down the path shooting as we went. Then all of a sudden, there wasn't nothing to shoot at. We could hear the small arms crackling and the planes diving on the other side of the hill, but our side was clear. The old man half carried the lieutenant to the bottom, and then he led us along on the path through the brush. Finally, we'd come out in a little clearing by a river. There was a boat pulled up on the bank.
The river flows to the south. It will take you to your friends.
You're coming too, ain't you?
No, my son.
But I thought that...
I must return to the hill of my ancestors.
Well, I'll...
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, old man.
It is I who thank you. My people believe what your nation has told them. They are strong because of their faith in what you say. We will wait for your return. Goodbye, my son.
Goodbye, old man. Come on, Sergeant. Hey, what's the matter, Sergeant? Keep paddling.
Yeah. Yeah. They zeroed the hill.
Keep paddling.
No house at all. Can't see the old guy.
He won't be waiting for us then.
But we'll be back. May take time, old man. But we'll be back.
The Hill, a story of one of the one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called high adventure. And heard in The Hill as Dave Wilson was Jack Orrison, with Jim Stevens, Al Patterson, and Jim Bowles. And next week, High Adventure friends, we're proud to present a story of a man who faced death in the white heat of a baseball diamond. We like to call it the Greenfield Boy. So until next week, and the Greenfield Boy, look around you wherever you are. Watch it, but don't live it. This thing we call high adventure. Remember next week, The Greenfield Boy, a high adventure story of action, which combined with Big Guy following immediately over most of these stations, forms a full hour of mystery and adventure over NBC each week at this time. So stay with us now for Big Guy.
Kay Arman sings some of your favorites tonight on NBC.
It was late by the time I left the Kowalskis, and the streets were empty. My footsteps echoed in the darkness. And I had the feeling I was being followed. Somewhere in the shadows, someone was watching me. Someone I'd been trailing for 20 years.
This is East Side Beat, a big city story of the one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called high adventure. This is High Adventure, the telling of strange stories of strong men living the greatest and most exciting moment of a lifetime, their moment of high adventure. And on the agenda at this meeting is a story called East Side Beat, the author and director, Elliot Drake. And to tell it, here's the man who lived it, Bill Harrigan. Bill?
August 16th was just like any other day. It had been hot the night before, and me and the wife had taken a mattress up on the roof. It was even hot up there, and we didn't get much sleep. Walking to the subway the next morning, there was still some heat in the sidewalks left over from yesterday, and by the time I reached the newsstand at the corner, the sweat was trickling down my back under my shirt. Mrs. O'Leary handed me my paper, and the headline said something about the hottest August 15th in the history of the Weather Bureau. The subway was crowded like it always is, and I couldn't get a seat. It was all right as long as we was moving, but every time we stopped at a station, the heat closed in like an oven. I was glad when we got to 116th Street. Up on the street, it was still hot, but at least I didn't have somebody's elbow in my back. I even began to whistle as I walked the 2 blocks to the precinct station. Hi, Solly.
Oh, must be 8 o'clock.
Right on the nose.
Lieutenant sets his watch by you. The 39th precinct is now officially open for business.
Morning, Dom.
Oh, hello, Bill.
You're in early.
Hey, got the paper?
Yeah.
How'd the Dodgers do last night?
Want to borrow a nickel?
Come on, give it over.
Why are cops so cheap?
What are you complaining about? You got more money in the mayor.
Sure.
Come on, would you?
Anything happened last night?
Nothing much.
Where's the log? I said, what? I'll get it.
Well, here it is. Lost to the field, 3-2. When are they going to get started? Means they got to win today or they're out of it altogether.
Vacancy, loitering, pickpocket. Alice Tompkins. What'd they do with her?
Huh? Oh, pulled her off for the night or something.
Do you have anything on her?
No, not much. A couple of watches, bottle. Why don't you sit down and relax? And the world knows you come on duty at 8. Everyone goes into hiding.
Ah, shut up. Wonder what kind of desk the mayor has. I said, all right, who's the funny man?
What?
What's the idea?
I don't know.
This note.
What note?
Don't give me that. You know what I mean.
Yeah, let me see it.
Get out of here.
Let me see it, Bill. Get off my trail or you'll get it. Copper. Signed, the Kowalski killer.
Somebody around here ought to be in Bellevue instead of on the force.
Hey, you better get out of town, Bill.
I'll get somebody's badge for this.
Lieutenant wants to see you, Bill.
What? Oh, okay. You leave that note on my desk, Marquetta. I'll take it to handwriting. Knuckleheads. Morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, Bill. Come on in.
Lester said you wanted to see me.
That's right. Sit down. Well, I guess you know what today is.
Well, yeah, sort of.
I want to congratulate you, Bill. 20 years is a long time to serve your city.
Oh, I don't know.
And you've done it well. Yes, I'm proud to know you, Bill.
Get off it, Lieutenant.
Oh, I mean every word of it.
Yeah, I guess it is a long time at that.
I'll say it is.
I remember when I got my patrolman's badge. We didn't even have traffic lights in those days.
You've seen a lot of changes in this town.
Yeah. Now I just want to be around for the next 20.
That's what I want to talk to you about, Bill.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
How long have we known each other? 6 years? 7?
About 7, I guess.
Been pretty good friends, haven't we?
Well, sure.
This isn't easy for me.
Come on, Lieutenant, let's have it. I flunked my last physical, didn't I?
Not the last one, Bill.
Huh?
You flunked it 3 years ago, but, well, it just kind of got lost in the shuffle.
Oh. And now that I've reached 20 years, you want me to retire. That it?
Yeah, I guess that's it.
But I can pass that physical. I wasn't even trying. Just give me a couple of weeks to get in shape.
Afraid I can't do that, Bill.
Why not?
Doc says it's the pump. Nothing to worry about, long as you're careful.
There's so much to do.
You're making it hard for me.
The Kowalski case. I always hoped I'd crack that one.
There'll be others along to take your place.
Yeah, but you know how this business is. Sometimes a case is broken just because some smart cop remembers a little detail that happened 20 years ago.
I know.
Nobody on the force knows as much about the Kowalski kid as I do.
No.
Just let me stay around.
Sorry, Bill. I'll have Lesser type up the papers for you. Meanwhile, we'll give you enough to keep you busy. Lieutenant Wade. Yes, Lesser. Okay, we'll put a man on it. And Lesser, come into my office when Bill leaves. Woman over 135th just saw a monkey on her fire escape. You want to take it? You don't have to if you don't want it.
No, I'll take it.
Sorry it had to happen this way, Bill, but you've got a lot to look forward to. Your wife, your daughter, her kids.
Yeah. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Hey, Bill, did you see the note on your...
Shut up, jerk!
Well, what's eating him?
Funny how you can go on year after year putting things off till tomorrow, and all of a sudden there isn't any tomorrow. I remember the day the Kowalski call came in. I was just a young punk, new on the force, and that was my first big case. At first, she was just reported missing, but later we found the little girl hidden in the tall grass of an empty lot over on the east side. Both her arms were broken, and her body was so brutally beaten that the father couldn't identify it. Looking down on her, I thought of my own little girl. I went off by myself and was sick to my stomach. I've seen a lot of them since then, but that was my first, and I never forgot it. We searched that neighborhood for months, questioned hundreds of suspects, turned those tenements inside out, but we never came up with a clue. Usually in cases like that, it isn't long before the killer shows himself by knocking off somebody else. But that's what made this case different. We were never able to tie it in with another killing, and the brass decided it wasn't the work of a maniac. Somebody had had it in for that little girl, and they deliberately murdered her, and then disappeared in the noise and confusion of the east side. Finally, the way work was piling up, they had to take the men off the case, and it was written into the record as unsolved. But I never forgot it. And from then on, every job I went out on, I was working on the Kowalski case, too. Got to be the stand and gag around the station, but I kept telling myself someday I'm going to show those punks what it takes to be a real cop. And now it was too late. Too late because I'd let all my tomorrows slip away. I was climbing a 4-floor walk up on 135th Street to chase a monkey they should have sent a dog warden after. 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, yeah. Phew. Joint stinks. Lights out. Must be a bell here someplace.
Yeah?
Sergeant Harrigan, 39th Precinct.
So?
You reported seeing a monkey on your fire escape.
Oh, yeah, come in.
Where's the fire escape?
What?
Turn that thing down, will you?
Oh, sure. Turn that thing down, sure. That better?
Yeah.
And your heart desires.
Where's the fire escape?
Oh, what's your hurry? Want a drink?
No.
Great big policemen don't want a drink.
Where's the fire escape?
What? Oh, yeah, fire escape. The other room, I'll show you. Place a mess. Mess? Ain't been up long, you know. Usually very neat. Knobs broke. Had to get it fixed someday. You fix knobs?
No.
Place a mess.
I know. That window?
Yeah.
It's hot in here.
Shut the window when I saw the monkey. Don't like monkeys. Like dogs, cats. Don't like monkeys. You like monkeys?
Not here now. What's your name?
Flo.
Flo what?
What do you want to know for?
I gotta make a report. Flo what?
I don't want no trouble. What do you got to make a report for?
You sure you saw a monkey?
Sure I saw a monkey.
What color was it?
Say, I don't like what you're saying. It was brown. It was yelling and screaming.
That's what I thought. Why don't you go to bed and sleep it off?
You cheap flatfoot. Tell you I saw him. I know when I see something.
Yeah.
Look again, you dumb ninny. Look again. I tell you, he's out there. I saw him.
Shut up. I'll look again. Just stop screaming. We'll have the whole force up here.
Go on, look. I don't like monkeys.
I know you like dogs, you like cats, but you don't like monkeys. I'll look.
Maybe I am getting too old.
What?
Nothing.
You see him?
No. He must have gone away.
Maybe went up the 5th floor.
What?
I said maybe went upstairs.
Oh. No, he went up... Wait a minute. Hey, there he is.
See? I told you. Told you I saw a monkey. Where is he?
On the next landing.
Well, go get him. Take him away. I don't...
Shut up. I'll get him. Come on, get up. Come on. Take it easy. Take it easy. That's it, nice boy. Take it easy. Now, come on. That's right. Don't be afraid, fella. Everything's going to be... Say, he's been hurt.
What's the matter?
He's all blood.
What? What'd you say?
He's been hurt.
Oh, poor old thing. I don't like to see nothing hurt.
Must have been somebody's pet.
Huh?
He's got a collar on.
Yeah.
Where's your phone?
Who are you going to call?
The SPCA. They'll know how to handle this.
I ain't got a phone.
Where'd you call us from?
You ain't going to leave me alone with that monkey. I told you I don't like...
Will you stop that screaming?
I'll take him over to Mr. Meek. He got lots of animals. He'll know what to do.
All right, all right.
I'll show you the way.
Just let's get it over with. Here, come on, little fella, there. Nothing to be afraid of now. When I picked the little fellow up, he was shivering and he tried to get away. I put him inside my coat and he tucked his head under my arm and stopped struggling. Then the woman led us downstairs and out on the street. The monkey's tail was hanging out of my coat, and before we'd gone half a block, a crowd of kids was yelling and jumping all around us. We went out to the avenue and up to 136th Street. Then about halfway up the block, the woman turned and went into a junkyard. A big dog jumped out from behind what was left of an old car. His barking scared off the kids, but the woman kept walking. I never saw such a collection of junk. Fenders, wheels, mattresses, old furniture thrown all over the place, and there must have been 10 or 15 cats and dogs jumping up on us and wagging their tails. The monkey started chattering under my coat, but I hung on to him. There was a shack at the back of the yard, and the woman made straight for it.
Oh, now, here, now, what's all the commotion here? Oh, good morning, Flo. Boys, girls, I'm ashamed of you. Now, that's no way to greet a guest.
Hello, Mr. Meeker.
Go on with you now. I'm ashamed of you. No, it's too late to say you're sorry now, George. I thought I'd taught you better manners than that. Go on now, go on. You'll have to excuse my friends. They meant no harm.
This is Sergeant... what'd you say your name was?
Harrigan.
Yeah, Sergeant Harrigan.
Sergeant, I hope no one has been complaining about my friends again.
No, nothing like that. You see, we thought maybe you could doctor up this monkey.
A monkey?
Yeah, he was up on this lady's fire escape, and the station sent me over to catch him.
Oh, you didn't hurt him?
No, he must have got hit by a car or something. When
Well, by all means, I'll be glad to help. Just bring him in the office. Poor little thing.
I hate to see dumb animals.
Sergeant.
Huh?
I like to call them little friends.
Oh.
What were you saying?
I hate to see little friends get hurt.
I know what you mean.
Hey, you got a regular zoo here.
Please, Sergeant.
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, my pretties, we must be quiet. We wouldn't want to disturb our patient, would we? I better cover their cages.
Ain't he cute?
He's nuts.
Sure, but he's cute. I kind of mother him along so his clothes for
Mother
him.
him, huh?
Yeah.
Who is he?
Been here for years.
Just goes to show you. I thought I knew everyone in this precinct.
You didn't know me.
Now, there we are. Now, let's take a look at our patient.
He's being awful quiet. I think he's dead.
Now, let me see. Put him on the table. No, his heart's still beating.
Did he pass out?
Probably lost a lot of blood.
Oh, your shirt's a mess, Harrigan.
That's okay.
Leave it with me tonight. I'll wash it for you.
I don't... Hey, what are you doing, Maker?
I read in a book our little friends have been known to revive each other by breathing in each other's mouths. Oh, that you see? He's breathing more regularly now.
Well,
now
I'll
we
be
can take care of his injuries.
Yeah. What do you think's wrong with him?
Well, I can't tell what else. But so far, both his arms are broken.
I waited till I was sure the monkey was going to be all right. Then I left him with Meeker and ran to the nearest call box. The streets were crowded with morning shoppers, but I don't remember even seeing them. All I could see was a picture that had been burned in my mind 20 years ago. The picture of the little Kowalski girl with her two broken arms hanging limp at her sides. shoulder. What?
Come with you, Craig.
Lieutenant Wade.
This is Harrigan, Lieutenant.
Oh, yes, Bill. Did you get that monkey?
I'll say, and listen. Had both its arms broken.
Did you call the SPCA?
Don't you see?
What?
The Kowalski girl had both her arms broken, too.
Wait a minute.
We never could tie the Kowalski case up with anything else. Maybe this is
Take
it.
it easy.
Huh?
What makes you think there's a connection between the two?
This is the repeat case we've been looking
The
for.
monkey was probably hit
It's
by a
impossible.
truck. Why?
If both his arms were broken by a truck, it'd have been hit on the head, too.
I got something there.
It must tie together.
You got any suspects?
I don't know, the woman, maybe.
What woman?
The one that sent in the complaint. She's a lush with a big mother complex. Real dog with a lousy temper. Besides, the monkey threw her.
Who is she?
I don't know. Never saw her before.
Uh-huh.
What do you say, Lieutenant? Can I follow it out?
You sit tight, Bill. I'll send Marquette over right away.
Why?
Oh, you know what the doc said. I want you to take it easy.
I'm still on the force, aren't I?
Well, yes, but...
I'll take it easy when my papers go through. Till then, let me keep on this.
Okay, Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Where you going now?
Over to the Kowalskis. I want to have another talk with them.
Well, check back as soon as you can.
I will.
And take it easy.
You worry too much. That was about noon. I went across the street to a cigar store and called the Kowalskis, but there wasn't any answer. So I went back to the walk-up on 135th Street and got Flo's last name from the janitor. It was Rusek. Polish, like the Kowalskis. Then I walked across town to 132nd Street and sat on the steps of 195 to wait for Mama or Papa Kowalski to come back. 1 o'clock, nothing happened. 2 o'clock, still nothing. 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock, still nothing. The kids were playing one-a-cat and kicked a can in the street. 5 or 6 little girls were jumping rope down the block. I wondered how Papa Kowalski felt coming home every night, walking up a block filled with kids playing games. It was a funny way to spend what might be my last day in the force. A little after 5, I saw them coming up the street. They looked older than I remembered them, and tired. But they nodded to the neighbors and talked to the kids, and one little girl took Papa by the hand and walked halfway up the block with him. Kids can be awful cruel or awful kind. I was glad this one was kind.
Well, Sergeant Harrigan.
Hello, Mama. Hello, Papa.
Oh, Sergeant, it's been so long.
Yeah, Mama. 4 or 5 years, I guess.
It's good to see you, my son.
Thanks, Papa.
But why you sit here?
I was waiting to see you.
Papa, we are standing in the street. We got to ask Sergeant Bill to house.
Attack, Mama, attack. Please, my son, huh? You coming?
Sure. Here, let me take that bundle for you.
No. It's nothing.
Hey, come on, give it here.
Always the old man. How you say?
Show off.
Attack, this is it.
So no, huh? In we go. Jackie, we have a surprise for you.
Yeah?
Do not tell him, Papa.
What is it?
You will see.
Mama has apple cake?
No, you'll see.
Oh, that's some crime, eh?
Doc.
We got 3 more to go. What are we stopping for?
You do it, Mama.
Dog shit. So,
You moved downstairs.
Step, no junk. Last year, Mr. Salzman says we too old to climb stairs. We must move down here.
come, Sergeant Bill.
Well, that's something.
So, now you sit down, and we will talk. Whew. Mama, make some coffee.
No, Mama, I don't have time.
It does not take
You come
long.
back in here. I want to talk to both of you.
There is something wrong?
No, I just want to talk to you.
Hey, sit here, Mama. So, now, my son?
I don't know how to say this.
It's about Anna.
Yeah. I wish someday we could just sit down and talk about nothing. Seems like every time I see you, I bring back memories.
We understand. You want to help.
Yeah.
We have said everything.
I know, but I want to go over it all again. Maybe we missed something.
W. We will try.
Now, Anna went to school at PS 105, right?
Tak.
That's at 138th Street.
Tak.
She had to walk uptown 5 blocks and cross town 3 blocks.
He's right.
And you said, Mama, you taught her to go over 134th Street.
Tak. There was not so many cars there. I thought she'd be safe here.
Spasiba, why we must do this?
I'm sorry, Papa. But you see, we got something new to work on.
Always it's like this, and there is nobody in jail.
I know. This time it'll be different.
He's all right, Pop. So, Sergeant Bill.
Let's see. But then you said she started going over 135th Street.
Mr. Negler opens his candy store after school. All the children stop there.
Uh-huh. Now, do you remember Anna ever talking about anyone named Rusak?
Rusak. No, this I have not here. Mama?
No.
Are you sure?
Tak. This name I do not know.
Well, that's that. I'm sorry, No, wait a minute. Maybe she called her Florence or Flo. You ever hear those names? Florence? Flo?
Florence. This I know.
What'd she say about her?
A new girl in Anna's class, yes.
Oh, Anna's class. No, that's not the one.
She live on 136th Street.
No, Mama, no. It's no use.
Then she talk about other new friend.
What?
Tak.
Other new friend? Who was it?
Yes, it was Mr. Meeker.
By the time I got to the junkyard, it was beginning to get dark. There was a light on in the shack, so I knew he was there. I hoped I could get up to the shack without being noticed, but the minute I stepped in the lot, the dog started barking. Then, when I saw Meeker come out of the door and look around the yard, I knew there was nothing else to do, so I walked right up to him.
Now, Henry, be quiet. You've really been most disagreeable all day, Henry. Now, go on, all of you. I don't want to hear another word out of you. Oh, good evening, Sergeant. Please don't think unkindly of my family. They don't realize yet that you are a friend.
Hello, Mr. Meeker.
I suppose you've come back to see that poor little monkey.
I want to talk to you.
Oh, well, by all means, please come in. All right, Lily, get down off the chair. Let the sergeant sit down, will you? Go on, scat. She's really the worst behaved of the lot. Just plain selfish, that's all. Always has to sit on the softest.
That's not what I came to talk about.
Oh, of course not. You know, I'm so used to being by myself that when I do get someone to talk to, I'm afraid I talk too much. Why, only
I want to talk to you about Anna Kowalski.
I was talking to Flo, and she said if I was...
Baker.
What, Sergeant?
What about little Anna Kowalski?
I've never heard of Anna Kowalski. Why do you want to talk to me about someone I don't know?
That's not what I heard.
What, Sergeant?
I heard you knew her very well.
My little friends will tell you that I've never...
Mrs. Kowalski told me.
I'm terribly sorry, but Mrs. Kowalski is wrong. She shouldn't have said a thing like that.
He said you knew Anna just before she was beaten to death.
That's not true. You can ask Henry or George.
Her arms were broken, just like that monkey's.
They'll tell you it's not true because they're my friends and
Where is the monkey?
Well, now, you know...
Where is it?
You see, I can't stand seeing our little friends cooped up, so I took him out to the park this afternoon.
You're lying.
No, I set him free in the park.
You killed him just like you killed little Anna.
That's not true. Why would I do such a thing? I love my little friends. You see, they don't like the way you're talking to me.
Where's the monkey?
George wants me. I have to go to see what George...
Come back here, you.
What is it, George? George?
Come back, Maker.
Where are you, George? George, where are you?
Meeker!
There you are, my good friend. Why, George, what's all this about now? You're always such a good boy. I don't understand. I just don't understand.
He's after something in that old car.
Oh, why would he...
No, you're wrong, Sergeant. There's nothing in the...
Yeah? The monkey. Dead.
I did it. I tried to make friends with him, but he didn't like me. I tried so hard, Sergeant. I gave him bananas and peanuts, but he wouldn't like me. All my other friends liked me, but he didn't. I just couldn't stand it any longer. I wanted to hurt him.
What about Anna?
I used to wait for her to come home from school.
Why?
I wanted her to like me. I didn't want to hurt her.
Go on.
Then one day she said that she wasn't coming down my street anymore. And I knew she didn't like me.
Yeah.
It wasn't fair. She should have liked me. Then I wanted to hurt her. I knew it wasn't right, but I wanted to hurt her. After I'd done it, I knew it wasn't right. But she should have liked me.
So then you didn't trust people anymore. Just animals.
Please. Little friends.
Till the monkey came along and he was smarter than dogs and cats.
He didn't like me.
No.
What'll they do to me, Sergeant? Will they hurt me?
No. I don't think so. They'll take you away and put you in a place where you'll have food and a bed.
I don't want to go away. Who will take care of my friends? There's so much to do. Do I have to go, Sergeant?
Sometimes I guess it's better that way.
The title, East Side Beat, a story of the one thrilling moment in a man's life that can only be called high adventure. And heard in East Side Beat as Bill was Don Douglas with Wendell Holmes, Ross Martin, Mort Lawrence, Linda Watkins, and Bryna Rayburn. And next week, High Adventure friends, we're proud to present a story of a man who lived a dream of hope and destruction. We like to call it Metamorphosite. So until next weekend, Metamorphosite, look around you wherever you are. Watch it, but don't live it. This thing we call high adventure. Remember next week, Metamorphosite, another high adventure story of action, which combined with a falcon and followed by Big Guy, forms a full hour and a half of mystery and adventure over NBC each week at this time. So stay with us now for Big Guy.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Most people are fast asleep in the wee hours of the morning. Most people, that is, with the exception of all-night disc jockeys, milkmen, and Charlie Wilde. Charlie Wilde is a new kind of private detective, a dauntless, debonair, and daring young man who hits his stride in the wee hours of the morning. Wilde makes his debut a little later this afternoon. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is High Adventure. Stories that have all three: danger, escape, suspense. And here is the man of High Adventure, George Sanders.
This is High Adventure.
And you have already been forewarned that I am George Sanders. Not that the possession of such an overwhelming bit of information may be of any consequence to you. However, I might say that my maternal guardian was somewhat overjoyed at the idea. My father, on the other hand, assumed a rather negative position about the business of my being George Sanders. I must confess that I've never been able to determine exactly why. Be that as it may, I'm sure you're wondering in just what way the foregoing facts relate themselves to high adventure. The answer is simple. I came alive, as did you. And so we all possess that spark we call living. When that spark is intensified into a brilliant flame by a moment of sheer adventure, we term that moment high adventure. Shall I illustrate? The tale is one of a man married to a beautiful woman, a woman who succumbed to a touch of the Orient.
You're listening to George Sanders tell you of The Bottom of the Hill, another transcribed story of high adventure. It sometimes seems that everybody is in a hurry. People dash from one place to another as though their lives depended on a fast arrival. Well, now, actually, their lives do depend on their speed, because if a pedestrian moves too fast at the wrong time, he or she may have no arrival. How many times, for instance, have you seen a pedestrian start to cross the street? He steps off the curb, proceeds just a few steps, and the traffic light changes. Instead of turning back to the safety of the sidewalk, he goes merrily across the street, ignoring the traffic that has started to move. Cars which are already in motion must come to a sudden halt to avoid hitting this careless pedestrian. Pedestrians who dash out in the street against the light are courting an accident. So when you're a pedestrian, be careful. Cross streets at the intersection and wait until a traffic light or the police officer tells you it's all right to cross. Keep your thinking cap on when you're crossing the street. This message is brought to you as a public service.
A high adventure story. This one is called Bottom of the Hill. And it is a story about two people, Henry Hunter and his lovely wife, Carol. But in one sense, it is more than a story of two humans. It's a story about a place, Borneo. Henry Hunter, you are a very successful businessman, and like most aggressive men of your type, you take only the best. So it was even with marriage. You take only the most vivacious creature you could find. Carol was all of that and more. You love her deeply, and she returns that love even more ardently. Your business, Henry Hunter, takes you to the four corners of the earth. And these trips have meant separations. They've spelt loneliness for both you and Carol. So you made a decision of the heart. Never to leave this lovely treasure of yours behind again. Unfortunately for you, a decision of the heart is seldom a good one.
Come in. Ma'am, Janet, Mr. Hunter and I are going abroad.
Yes, I know, ma'am.
I'll be closing up the apartment.
Oh.
When I come back, Janet, I won't need your services.
Please, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Janet. I'm sure you understand. That's all.
Very well, ma'am.
You were a little hard, I thought, Carol.
I don't think I was, Henry.
Oh, I think you did quite right, only...
Henry, Janet's simply not a nice girl. She has a date with a different man every night.
Well, after what we found out, naturally, she had to go.
I'm sure she'll find another position.
Carol,
Yes, dear?
you know you're very beautiful.
Why, how nice, Henry.
So righteous and so beautiful. Dreadful, devastating combination.
Oh, I didn't know I was righteous.
Pure sanity.
How droll, darling.
A little island of virtue in an ocean of sin.
Oh, don't be silly, Henry.
Talking about oceans, this time next week, we'll be flying across the Pacific.
You sure you want me to go with you?
Absolutely.
I'm really looking forward to it, of course.
You'll be the loveliest thing that ever landed in Sarawak.
This after 8 years of marriage. What sort of a place is it, darling?
Many sorts.
It's Borneo, after all.
It's fairly civilized around the
According to what standards?
coast. South China Sea standards, I'm afraid.
Sounds wild.
Oh, we'll be staying in a good hotel.
I'm glad to hear that.
It stands on top of a hill. Overlooks the town below.
How delightful.
You can see the slums. But we won't go slumming, I'm afraid.
Slumming doesn't appeal to me.
The town at the bottom of the hill is,
Off limits to nice people?
call it that.
Well, apart from places like that, is Sarawak a nice country?
Land of the blood-red dak tree. Red, yellow, and purple jungle, and rich plantations. And we should be seeing it in just 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Have a look through the porthole.
Yes, I see land.
Funny.
What is it, darling?
Same feeling I always get when I come here.
Feeling?
Desire to get away from the place.
Perhaps it was a desire to get home.
To you. I have the same feeling now, and you're with me.
You probably need your martini.
I'm getting one as soon as we get to the hotel. Carol?
Out here on the balcony.
Enjoying the view?
Yes,
That sunset. Quite a picture.
beautiful.
It'll be dark in a few minutes.
So quickly.
After a while, the moon will come up.
In the night.
Yeah.
Is that the place you told me about?
Down there. The foot of the hill, yeah.
Looks mysterious.
The dusk hides a multitude of sins and a cloak of mystery. Well, you rest for an hour.
All right.
Griff Stevens is waiting for me downstairs, so we'll get our business settled. Then plan something for the evening.
All right, Henry.
Nobody eats dinner till about 9 o'clock here. Plenty of time for us to dress.
So hot.
Hot?
Suffocating.
It's really quite cool up here.
Of course it is. I'm all right.
Are you sure?
Yes, it came over me for just a moment. I'm perfectly all right now.
Well, I'll be down in the bar if you need me. Back inside of an hour anyway. Where's my wife?
We are making inquiries, sir.
Where is she?
Please, a little patience, Mr. Hunter.
She can't have just vanished.
I'm sure she is somewhere in the hotel, sir. Excuse me, sir. Hello? Impossible. Well, thank you. She was seen leaving the hotel about an hour ago.
Leaving the hotel?
Well, she took a rickshaw.
What?
She was down the hill.
Down the hill?
The rickshaw boy took her to a place called Mellick.
All right, now, what is this Mellick, sir? A curio shop?
Well, hardly that, sir. It's run by a man named Chandra Mellick. He has an evil reputation. I would suggest the police, Mr. Hunter.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Mr. Mellick?
Mr. Mellick is a man of infinitely large proportions, weighing some 300 pounds. He's reputed to be immensely strong. Would you say I measure up to that description?
Look.
Obviously, you think I do.
Can we dispense with the games? My name is Hunter.
You come rushing into my establishment proclaiming your name as Hunter. What can I do for you, Mr. Hunter?
My wife came here.
Did she?
A rickshaw boy brought her. She was here less than an hour ago.
She was?
Where is she?
You don't rule this part of the world, you know, and you're in my establishment. Do sit down, my dear fellow.
I'd rather stand.
As you please. At least smoke one of my cigarettes.
Thanks, no.
They're excellent.
I want to know where my wife is.
Yeah, you're worried about her.
Yes, slightly.
Let me pour you a drink.
Where is she?
Let me pour you a drink.
I don't want it.
I insist. You see, I hate talking to anyone unless they drink with me. Here.
Okay. I'll drink with you.
Why not sit down, too?
Look, suppose I call the police.
Police?
I will in about 2 minutes.
Why do people like you always use the word police as a threat? The police are ordinary people like you, like me.
Where's my wife?
You feeling ill?
No air in this place.
Really?
Where is she?
Beautiful creature, Mr. Hunter. When she first came here, it was as though she melted out of the Oriental night.
I'll go for the police.
We were talking about your wife, an unusually refreshing woman for this part of the globe.
My wife. Where is my wife?
She was here, of course.
Where is she?
A moment, and then the ecstasy of her loveliness was gone.
That drink you gave me.
She was like a butterfly, having paused in its flight for a moment.
I'll kill you.
Someone has said that a woman's place is in the home. I quite agree. But woe to the man who tries to keep one there. A woman must be a butterfly and flit about. Flit, flit, flit. And when they're not flittering, they're fluttering. And between the flit and the flut, romance. Whatever that's supposed to be. I must confess I feel little compassion for Mr. Henry Hunter. Oh, well, we have a beautiful female on the loose in a strange part of the Orient. A devoted husband who has met with sudden violence. And so, we have the beginning of another high adventure.
When you set out to buy something new, like as not, you go to the store with the largest selection and the greatest variety. And by the same token, when you're shopping around for a good mystery, it pays to stay tuned to Mutual with its wide selection for all fans. Among the many packages of top mystery entertainment, you'll find some labeled suspense, some favorite fiction sleuth, some adventure, some factual. For instance, if you like stories featuring a famous detective, there are The Falcon and Mickey Spillane mystery with Mike Hammer. For a mystery that's definitely different, you might try Squad Room and a realistic glimpse inside police precinct headquarters. Or Nightmare with the master of chills, Peter Lorre. Or follow David Harding, Counter Spy. And for those who prefer mystery of the documentary type, there are Under Arrest, Crime Fighters, and Official Detective. Dial Mutual for mystery throughout the week. You can hear them all over most of these Mutual stations.
High adventure. You know, Henry Hunter, for a man of your intelligence, you're acting like a boob. I would assume you had the good sense to realize that chasing a wife is rather an outmoded form of endeavor, don't you think? Let them run if they will. And believe me, they will. So, Henry Hunter, you went to the bottom of the hill in search of your lovely wife. You are a strong and vigorous person. A man who is not used to being denied. But, Henry, you are not a match for sinister violence. And you find yourself on the hard floor, your senses reeling.
Oh, it was necessary to subdue you, Mr. Hunter.
My head.
The feeling will pass.
I must find her.
Oh, I can help you.
What?
As a matter of fact, I'm interested in knowing what became of your wife.
What became of...
You seem shocked by all this.
I can't believe it.
You could believe it if it applied to another woman.
Not a woman like Carol.
You're a very naive man, my dear fellow.
Why did she come here?
Do compose yourself, Mr. Hunter. Take this.
What is it?
An address, number 14 Soho Hanana Street. Street of the Pure White Lily. I'm told that's where your wife went.
I don't believe it.
Let me know if you find her. If you don't, come back. She might return here.
Open this door. Open it.
Yes?
I'm looking for my wife.
Your wife?
I was told she came here.
You may come in.
Is she here?
Please to come in.
All right.
Please.
All right. I'll follow you.
This is my room. Please come in.
Can't see anything.
Your eyes will grow accustomed in a moment. Here's a couch. Now be comfortable.
Was she here?
Your wife?
An American lady.
The beautiful, pretty lady. Yes. She was here.
I'm going crazy looking for her.
Hush.
Since 8 o'clock, she's been gone.
It is early yet. Sit down.
No,
One comes here for peace, contentment. Sit down.
Can't think straight.
It was so gentle.
Where is she?
Do not tremble so.
Where did she go?
I do not know where she went.
You must have some idea.
Must you worry about her?
She's my wife.
Get out. I don't want you here. Get out.
You saw her. She was here. Where did she go?
Find her. Go ahead, find her. Now get out. Get out.
Sorry, I must be going crazy.
Get out.
Oh, you.
Taking my evening stroll.
Where am I going to look for her?
Oh, any one of 100 places in this neighborhood.
I'll go for the police. I should have done that to start with.
Will the police know where to look?
I don't know.
She was at this address, though?
Yes.
Let me suggest a couple of places. I might even walk with you to them. Shall we take a stroll, Mr. Hunter?
All right. Phil, she wouldn't have come down here.
You didn't think she'd run off?
All right, all right.
Has it occurred to you the sudden change of environment might have transformed her?
What?
You flew here from your frigid North American climate to this rather beautiful trop.
Nothing of the sort.
Oh, but I think you're wrong, Mr. Hunter.
All right, I'm listening.
Surely you must have felt something of the same sort during your previous visits here?
No.
A compelling impulse to turn your back on everything in your everyday life.
No.
To simply abandon yourself, the world around
Shut
you.
up.
You evidently overcame these impulses, but some of us can't. I forsook my place in society, Mr. Hunter, to remain here. You'll find many like me. Men and women.
Not Carol. Not her. Where are we going?
To what is erroneously called the Chinese section.
Good evening, Mr. Millie.
Good evening, Shan.
So nice of you to bring a friend.
This is Mr. Hunter.
Oh, Mr. Hunter?
Mr. Hunter's disturbed over his wife.
Ah?
We've been looking for her. Your doorman said an American lady came here this evening.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Is she here now?
Oh, perhaps.
Is that her?
Oh, so sorry, no. Please, follow me.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Hunter. Despite the oriental gloom, despite the whispers and the silence, no one will put a knife in your back.
In here, please.
An empty room.
Please, be seated.
Sure.
Now, excuse me, if you please.
Now what? Tell me something.
Yes?
Why are you spending all this time with me?
Curiosity, shall we say?
Is that all?
It could be.
No, she wouldn't come to a place like this.
Are you so sure?
I'm sure, yes.
Oh, don't shout in this place, Mr. Hunter.
Carol! Carol, are you here? Carol!
Really, Mr. Hunter?
Carol! She wouldn't come here. Listen.
Don't go out there.
It's her. Her footsteps. Carol!
I told you not to go out.
Let go of me. Let go. Carol! Carol! It was her. It was her.
Only saw the silhouette, Mr. Hunter, not the woman.
Let go of me.
We had expected to wait here patiently.
While my wife gets away. Wait. Carol! Carol! Carol, where are you? Carol! Carol! Carol.
Yes?
Honey,
What do you want?
Oh, Carol, it's me.
Yes, I know.
Where have you been? What are you doing?
Don't touch me.
Carol, I'm a half out of my head. I can't stand any more of
Please
this.
go away.
Go away.
Go away, please.
Carol, the way you look at me is as if you don't know me.
I know you.
What is it, honey? What happened to you?
Please leave me.
Let's go home. Carol, let's go home.
Leave me alone. I don't want you with me. Leave me alone. Don't follow me.
Poor Henry Hunter. Hunter. Rather aptly named, isn't he? I wonder what exactly is wrong with the young woman. When they begin to act the way she's acting, I'm at a total loss to discover the cause. Of course, when it comes to the female of the species, most of us men are lost. Some few of us manage to struggle free, but we are never quite the same. None of us. And yet, the rather odd fact of the matter is we enjoy it. I use the word we loosely. I prefer not to include myself. Of late, I've been toying with the idea of severing myself from the outside world, becoming a hermit. At any rate, Carol's strange behavior and Henry's almost fruitless search go to make up the kind of story that can only be called high adventure.
One of the easiest ways to send gifts abroad is through CARE. CARE has a variety of packages for shipment overseas for either your friends or relatives or just because you want to help someone. There's a food package that is designed to meet specific needs. The contents are chosen to combine with available foods to make nationally preferred dishes. CARE also has self-help packages. These parcels provide people in Europe and Asia with the tools to help themselves. One of these is the special plow package, which is delivered to India, Pakistan, and Greece. It provides an easily assembled, simple farm implement. When used by small-holding farmers, it can bring about a crop increase of as much as 40%. CARE has an English language instruction package, too. It includes not only instruction manuals designed for the foreign student, but a half-dozen volumes of basic literature. For further information about CARE packages, contact your local CARE office. This message is brought to you as a public service.
high adventure and the rather unusual conclusion to Bottom of the Hill. So, Henry Hunter, you find yourself at a loss to know just what to do. You are unable to break through Carol's mood. Yet you're convinced that it is some kind of strange mood, some sort of hypnotic trance. Your experience tells you of the influence of the Orient with its strange ways and its different standards. And also, you are very much aware of the powers of evil, the fatal fascinations of the lovely flowers and the beautiful dreams. Yet you cannot believe it is true. Perhaps you are in a dream. She knew you, but she told you to go away. But you won't. You'll keep on following.
What audacity you had, Mr. Hunter.
She came back here to your place.
Oh, why don't you give up?
I followed her. She came here.
You're very lucky. You see, I've had to reconsider my decision to kill you.
What?
The authorities are looking for you. They know you came here.
Authorities?
But you had your nerve coming here.
I found her.
Where did it get you?
It was like she was hypnotized.
You'd prefer to think that, I suppose.
But she knew me.
A wife should know her husband.
She walked away. I called after her, but she didn't even turn around. She just walked away.
Don't you see you no longer interest her?
I don't know what to do.
Go back to America.
You're crazy.
You know I'm not?
If I had a gun.
Oh, no, come.
This was the first place she came to.
And the last one?
That's right. She's here.
But she's lost to you.
She's sick. Something's happened to her.
She merely ceased to exist for you, and for all the other things she's known all her life. She rebelled. She took another road. It's very easy to understand.
Where is she?
If I don't tell you, you'll run for the police, I suppose.
You bet I will.
Call it the tropics, Mr. Hunter. It happens to men. Why not to a woman?
What?
You came to this country with a wife. You leave without her. Let it go at that.
That's a good one, huh?
Depends on your point of view.
Just leave her here.
Of course.
And let it go at that.
Have you a choice, after all?
There's something I have a choice about.
Violence?
That's it.
I wouldn't contemplate anything like that.
You wouldn't?
Not if I were you.
You're not me.
One moment. I am tired of this gentlemanly attitude. If you so much as raise a hand, I'll break you into so many pieces, little pieces. I can do it. I've done it so many times. I'm falling. Hold me. I'm falling.
That was quite a weight to carry downstairs. You really took a fall, didn't you?
Get a doctor.
He wants a doctor. Why didn't somebody get him one?
Doctor, quick.
What's a broken back to you, or a few broken ribs?
Get me a doctor. You fool.
Carol.
Oh, hello, darling.
Carol.
I was afraid you'd miss the plane.
What are
Did you buy a magazine?
Magazine?
Oh, I so hoped you would.
Oh, no.
I suppose I should have thought of it myself, only you generally attend to those sort of things.
I've got a newspaper.
Oh, never mind, dear.
Carol.
Isn't the weather just perfect for flying?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be so glad to get home. Henry?
What?
You're so quiet, darling.
Yeah, I guess I am.
Aren't you glad we're going home? Didn't you tell me you're always glad when you leave this place?
I'm always glad, yeah.
Oh, what a nuisance.
What?
The bother of trying to find a new maid when we get home. Good ones are almost impossible to find nowadays. I certainly won't take Janet back. Well, I won't, Henry. I just won't tolerate my maid engaging in messy little kitchen romances when she thinks my back is turned. After all, I do run a respectable household. I intend to keep it that way.
Bottom of the Hill. A very strange and unusual story of high adventure. I can't help but wonder how life is going to be for Henry Hunter and for Carol. The poor dear did seem quite normal. Of course, I've never been able to ascertain just what is normal for a woman. No, really, I'm not attempting to be witty. I'm serious. Women are just not normal. I know because I met a normal woman one time. quiet, demure, intelligent. Poor girl was devoured by her own kind. Never saw her again. Tragic. She liked nothing better than to spend the evenings at home by the fire, stroking her pet boa constrictor. What about next week? I'll tell you about it in just a moment.
You can always count on Mutual's corps of newsmen to bring you outstanding coverage of the news stories of the moment, whether they're national events, international issues, or currently all-absorbing sports news. Every weekday evening, you can enjoy the dramatic and colorful delivery of Gabriel Heater as he presents his views of the day's happenings. Then there's Bill Henry with his famed capsule report. 5 minutes of information-packed listening. For more detailed analysis, you can enjoy the stimulating commentary of Frank Edwards, known for his fearless approach on controversial questions. Weekends bring you Jack Brickhouse and his sports news every Saturday, and Cecil Brown every Sunday gives you his comments on the news picture as seen from a veteran reporter's viewpoint. When you stay tuned to Mutual, you're listening to your network for news. Hear Gabriel Heater, Bill Henry, and Frank Edwards every weeknight, Jack Brickhouse every Saturday, and Cecil Brown every Sunday, all over most of these stations.
High Adventure, a meeting place for those of us who aren't satisfied with things the way they are. A place for unruly souls to get together. Those who are bored with the usual, the getting up and going to work and the coming home and going to bed, the stifling humdrum of plain existence. So these dissatisfied mortals collect themselves each week at this time to escape, if just for 30 minutes. Escape into living. Next week on our High Adventure agenda, we have a story, a tale about a young man who liked to take pictures, and who suddenly decided that there are a lot of things that can be had just for the taking. This is George Sanders extending to you a cordial invitation to be with us next week for another meeting of our High Adventure Society. Our story, focused on fortune, on High Adventure.
Featured on High Adventure with George Sanders this week were Jim Bowles, Connie Lemke, Charlie Holmes, Inga Adams, and Joe Helgeson. Remember, it focused on fortune. Next week on High Adventure. This program came to you transcribed from New York.
Adventure. Tonight's story is entitled You Can't Win 'Em All by Denver Morgan.
Air Cargo, Barton speaking. Morning, Miss Hilton. Unsuccessful, eh? Who? Yes, I see. Thanks for calling.
We didn't get the Cyprus deal?
No, we didn't. Cut our price to ribbons, rock bottom, and British Air chopped us up. I hope they go broke.
Oh, Frank, this leaves us in a delicate position.
Delicate? That's the understatement of the year. Mac, we've got one aircraft out there, a beat-up DC-3. Every minute it's on the ground, we lose money.
Oh, now calm down. Did you see the auditors?
Oh, yes, they advised us to go into liquidation if we lost the Cyprus haul. 2 years, all for nothing. I tell you, I've had it.
How much do we owe?
15,000. Give or take 1,000.
I suppose they can freeze our personal accounts and all that type of thing.
Take about 2 months to wind up. I wish we'd never bought that deck. We should have stuck with the smaller jobs.
Frank, it's no good being like that. It looked good at the time. We'll just have to get jobs and pay our creditors.
That's very noble of you. At least you'll be able to work. You know the last medical I had to slip that doctor £300 to pass me. High blood pressure. I'll never get into a big group. Probably end up flying idiot holidaymakers around Blackpool Tower on a Sunday afternoon.
Well, at least you don't have a family to support. Remember, I've got a wife and kids.
And what about me? My maintenance looks like the defense budget.
You played around and knew it. You had a good woman in Carol.
Oh, maybe. Oh, come on, let's have a drink. That all right, Mac?
That's fine. A little more water, though.
Okay.
Thanks.
A stiff one. Well, here's mud in your eye.
Cheers.
Mac, remember that dolly down at... City Morgue. Pay now, go later. Oh, sorry, I was joking. Air Cargo, Barton. Barton. That's it. Of course. Yes, we fly at night. Where? The Green Man down by the docks. Fine. 5 o'clock. Look forward to meeting you, Mr. Grogan.
And what was that all about?
Looks like we've got a job. Just Eddie wanted to meet us down at the Green Man. You know, that crummy joint on the wharf.
Where does he want us to go?
He didn't say. Tell us when we get there.
Anyway, that bird I was telling you about. You were right about this place. It is a dump. Get your throat cut in here.
You worry too much. Just keep smiling. Now, where's our man?
Right here, gentlemen. There's a private room at the back. Follow me. Sit down. Grogan's my name. Michael Grogan.
I'm Barton, and this is my partner, Alan Mackenzie.
I'll come straight to the point. Can your aircraft fly 1,200 miles non-stop?
Oh, yes. Long-range tanks were fitted 6 months ago.
A trip from North Africa to Ireland present any special problems?
None that I can think of. What are we carrying?
That's my affair.
Oh, no, Mr. Grogan. That's our affair.
You get paid 10,000 American dollars for the trip. What you carry is my business. Take it or leave it.
And when do we get paid?
25% when you leave and 75% when you arrive in Ireland. Will you take the job?
No, it all sounds...
We'll take it.
Frank, listen a minute.
Now stop worrying, Mac. Mr. Grogan, I've got a vague idea what we might be carrying, so I think you'd better up the price. Make it, $15,000.
12.5.
Fair enough. But I want half when we leave, not a quarter.
Very well. For an airline going broke, you strike a hard bargain.
Oh, how come you know we're going broke?
I've got my source of information. And let's not kid ourselves. If you weren't scratching, you wouldn't be here.
Okay, what happens next?
I'll contact you in about 3 days' time. You'll be given 4 days' notice before leaving. Is that enough?
Yes.
Very well. When I come back to you, I'll let you have full details. Maps, routes to take, weight of cargo, the lot.
You've got it all worked out?
Yes, Mr. Mackenzie. I've got it all worked out.
I'm telling you, Frank, we should leave the whole thing alone. You know what will be flying? Russian arms for the IRA. It sticks out a mile.
So what? If we don't fly it in, somebody else will. Stop trying to be a knight in shining armor. Those days are gone.
Where do we land in Ireland?
Haven't a clue.
You mean we're going to have to come in on some Irish bog?
Well, you don't think we're going to go straight to Shannon Airport, do you?
You done this type of thing before?
No, but I was involved in a murder once. It was called the Second World War.
Right, gentlemen. Your attention. Let's have a look at this map. We put down at Tripoli. Refuel, and then 100 miles east to Sidra. To pick up the cargo.
Right. Night landing?
No.
You realize we're going to file a flight plan this end. What do we say?
That's taken care of. Fly direct to Tripoli. You'll be on hire to a film company called International Cabra. Your aircraft is required for some aerial shots in a film we intend to make. At Sidra, we mask out your company name and the aircraft's registration.
And will you be traveling with us?
Yes, there and back.
How long will we be in North Africa?
24 hours. If my calculations are correct, we should arrive there about 5 p.m. Refuel and on to the disused American base outside Sidra. Loading should take about 3 hours. Takeoff will be 6 p.m. the following evening.
Who has worked out the load?
I did. Don't look so worried. Everything's all well within the limits of your aircraft. You can check it yourself.
You've certainly done your homework.
In my business, you have to.
What exactly do you do, Mr. Grogan?
I'm in the supply and demand business. My clients demand, and I supply. Any further questions?
Yes. What route do we follow on the way back?
The entire trip will be undertaken over the sea. We fly over the Mediterranean through the Strait of Gibraltar, and when we're 150 west of the coast, turn due north.
Where are we heading?
We've selected some farmland about 60 miles northeast of Shannon International near Bantry.
This a night landing?
Yes. Lighting on the strip will be provided by car headlights.
You're absolutely sure there's room for us to get in?
Positive.
One thing I don't quite understand. What about a flight plan when we leave Libya? Isn't anybody interested?
No. As far as anybody is concerned, you'll never have left Libya. Leave the details to me.
Okay, so we're clear the Africa end. What's to stop Ireland picking us up on the radar screen?
Really, Mr. Barton, you surprise me. If you fly at a height below 200 feet for the last 300 miles, the land-based radar system will never spot you because of the Earth's curvature.
You seem to forget the RAF have their early warning Shackletons in the air 24 hours a day.
That might apply to Britain, but I doubt if the RAF are going to advise Shannon of any aircraft approaching the Irish coast. And, frankly, it's doubtful if they even patrol the area.
And when we've delivered the goods to your friends, what then?
You refuel, return to Sidra, reload the camera equipment, and back to London on a normal flight plan. Nobody will be any the wiser.
Are you coming back with us to Libya?
No, I'll have enough to do in Ireland. However, I'll complete all documentation for your final departure from Tripoli well before I leave you.
Well, the whole thing sounds crazy to me. It's too dicey.
Mr. Mackenzie, at this stage of the proceedings, that's a pointless and tactless comment. You're not being paid $12,500 for 2 days' work to do a normal scheduled flight.
You must excuse my partner. He gets over anxious at times.
Very well. It's settled then. Do this job properly, and I'll have more work for you. 6 months, and you'll be out of debt. All right. I'll meet you here tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. We should be in Sidra by 5 p.m.
What's our ETA, Frank?
About 1,700, all being well.
You're not really considering going in for this business, are you?
Why not? Been honest too long. Didn't get me anywhere, did it?
I mean, this fellow Grogan, he thinks he's some kind of patriot.
Patriot? Well, you've got to be joking. He's just a low-down gun runner. He doesn't care which side he sells to.
Those arms are going to pick up. Reckon they're stolen?
No way. It's not the way the Russians work. They say they supply arms to anybody and get them to do the fighting.
What do you think is going to happen to Ireland?
Oh, I'm no politician. There's rights and wrongs on both sides.
Hey, Frank, this 12.5 we're getting, how are we going to use it?
We'll spread it around amongst the creditors. Give us a bit of breathing space until the next job. You never know what Grogan may come up with.
I didn't want to say this, Frank, but you make me. I'll have nothing more to do with Grogan. If you want to, well, okay, but count me out.
You mean you'd quit on me?
Oh, it's not a question of quitting. It's just it goes against the grain.
Goes against the grain? You make me sick.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way.
Now, look, Mac, we've been together now for 2 years. Maybe I'm getting a bit carried away. Grogan's not my style either, and I don't think I'm enjoying this. I'm not.
Okay, but stop acting the tough guy all the time, will you? I keep worrying.
Well, let me do the worrying. It should be about there.
Hey, there on the left, the old base. See it?
Yeah. Okay, let's take it down.
Oh, it's like stepping out into an oven.
I know. Leave all the talking to me. In fact, I'd prefer it if you both stayed with the plane.
Suits me. See you later.
Hey, Frank. Those trucks over there.
Yeah?
I suppose they're carrying our load?
Yeah, must be.
Only half the stuff's here. I have to go into town. Be about 2 hours. I'll bring some food back.
Is that the lot, Mr. Grogan?
I'm sorry it took so long. They wouldn't work through the night.
Made little difference. We had to stay here today anyway.
Oh, it should be dark in about 15 minutes.
Yeah. If it's okay with you, Mr. Grogan, we'll be on our way.
Aye, suits me. If all goes well, you'll be back here just before dawn tomorrow.
This is it, Mac. Let her roll. Ireland, here we come.
Aye, as long as we don't get shot down by the Arabs, the Spanish, or the Portuguese.
You're forgetting the British, Mr. Mackenzie.
My partner and I were discussing you earlier on, Mr. Grogan.
Oh, really? What conclusions have you come to?
Just wondered why you do it.
You mean gun running? I just drifted into it. I was brought up on stories of so-called IRA heroes and the brutalities of the British occupation forces. You know, the usual propaganda. I soaked it up like a sponge. By the time I was 18... I hated everything that was English.
Then what happened?
That was around 1942. You know what I did? I went to London for a look around. Got drunk one morning and joined the British Army.
The British Army?
Yes. 3 years in the infantry. Even got a medal.
Then what?
Oh, nothing really. When the war was over, I couldn't settle down. I was just another dumb Irish navvy to dig up English country lanes. So I thought the only thing I was good at was war. And war taught me all there was to know about weapons. So I decided to go in for selling and marketing of the stuff. It just expanded from there, that was all.
And the maiming and mutilation of women and children, is that all part of your proud cause?
I have no cause. I don't make the rules. The innocent and the guilty suffer together. You have no cause to criticize. Remember, both of you are as much a party to it as me. I think I'll get some sleep. Good night, gentlemen.
Go back and get Grogan, Mac. I want to talk to him.
Okay. Yeah, Grogan. Frank wants you.
You wanted me?
Yes. Let's go over the sequence of events once we hit the Irish coast. Now, this point on the map, that's exactly where we're headed?
Yes.
Light signals? If it's clear?
There'll be 4 flashes.
Well, I take it there's no radio contact?
None at all. Just coming low over the area once, just to let them know you're here. If we don't get the signal that everything's okay, we jettison the cargo and go back.
We'd have to take on fuel somewhere.
Hey, don't trouble yourself. I assure you nothing will go wrong. I've done this trip before.
Irish coast coming up. Stay at this height. We're 10 minutes from destination.
Right, Mr. Grogan. Do you recognize anything?
Can't see a thing.
Over target now.
There you are. Slightly to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the signal. They're there.
I've got it. I see somebody's used their head. Flares down on the corners of the strip.
Aye.
Mac, let's take her in.
Right.
Mr. Grogan, get in the back. Strap yourself in the flight engineer's seat.
Make it a good landing. There's enough explosives in the back there to blow us all to kingdom come.
Now, don't worry. I'm not ready for a hop yet.
Okay, we're lined up. Let's go through the checks.
Gear down.
Right wheel down and locked.
Left wheel down and locked.
Booster pump on. Flaps 30 degrees. Pitch 2700 RPM. Speed 100 mph.
Everything's looking good. What's our height?
200. 180.
Okay, there's plenty of room. Grogan's been his thorough self.
Is that you, Sean?
And who else would it be?
Everything all right?
Would I be here if it wasn't? I've got 20 of the lads in 7 trucks.
Fine. Back them up to the plane. When each truck is full, give the man his destination. Who's driving the first truck?
Me and you. If there's going to be any trouble, I want to make sure we get out first.
Aye, you're learning. Let's move.
Those leprechauns are jumping around a bit faster than the Arabs.
I'm going to check they've got enough fuel for our return trip.
Fair enough. I'll just tidy things up here. I'll be done in a minute.
You're pretty organized, I see.
In this game, you've got to be. You can bet your bottom dollar somebody is watching us who shouldn't be. Just hope he doesn't go to the police.
The fuel, is it here?
Now, of course it's here. Over there to the right. See it?
Well, let's get on with it.
You'll have to do it yourself. There's a hand pump with the drums. Get your mate to give you a hand.
Michael, it's the police. They're on their way here.
I wonder who talked.
If I knew, would I be standing here?
How long is it going to take them to reach us?
There's a precaution. We've blocked the access road. Slow them down a bit. We've got about 20 minutes to get clear.
Hey, what's happening?
Trouble. The cops. We got to move fast.
I knew this would happen.
It's the chance we took. See the fuel truck. Fill up the left-hand tanks. Get somebody to give you a hand. I'm going to see Grogan.
I'm right here, Mr. Barchin. What can I do for you?
The money. Let's have it.
I was just about to give it to you. I like the way you operate. Here's $1,000 bonus.
Thanks.
Good luck, Mr. Barchin. We're leaving now.
Number 1 won't start. Come on. That fuel we got, are you sure it was the right stuff?
I don't know. Let me try. You're losing your touch. Let's turn this thing round.
Hey, the lights come down the road. I can see them.
They'll be gone before they get here. I hope.
Frank, Soldiers coming across the field there by the trees. Let's go, Frank, let's go. Hey, they're shooting at us. Shut up! We did it. We did it, Frank.
We made it, mate. I told you we'd do it. Just think of that. 3 days work and we've got $12,500.
I nearly got killed into the bargain.
I can remember when I was in the RAF. I nearly got killed every day, and I was paid, I think, 7 shillings a day. Huh, I feel like a new man. You know what I'm going to do when I reach London?
What?
Phone up Carol and ask her to come out with me.
Yeah, that's a good idea. She's a marvelous girl. I've always liked Carol.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to take a week off, go to the Norfolk Broads with the family, hire one of those cruisers, you know the type of thing, and just loaf.
Sounds marvelous, Mac, old boy. We're on the home stretch.
Oh, I could sleep for a week after this. How much longer?
Just over the halfway point. See if you can get some music on the radio. Keep us awake.
That suits you?
Perfect. Lovely night.
Oh, it's good to be alive. Frank, number one's blown up. The prop's gone. There's a fire on fire.
Take her down. Kill the flames.
No, it's no good. It's spreading.
I'll hold at this level. Bail out. Take the dinghy with you.
No, Frank, I can't leave you. What about you?
Get going! Mayday. Mayday. This is George, Alpha, Bravo, Quebec, Tango. We're on fire. Our position...
Frank is bundling back. I can't get near the door. The extra tanks. They're gone up. Frank!
Cigarette?
Yeah.
Thanks. It's been a long night. Those flyers, what were the names again?
Frank Barton and Ellen Mackenzie.
Scotch fella, that Mackenzie?
You're very bright tonight, Sean.
What's that one? English?
Yes. You put the explosive under the right-hand engine, as I told you.
Have I ever let you down?
No. What fuse?
About 2 hours.
Very nice. So they'll be well out to sea when the thing blows up. Not a scrap of evidence to connect us with them. Or them with us.
The only thing that worried me is that all that lovely money you gave them. It's a shame to have it all scattered over the sea when I could have spent it.
I shouldn't lose any sleep over it, Sean. It wasn't the real stuff.
You two. That's a grand night, Sergeant. Tell me, who tipped you off?
You'll never know, but they'll probably have 20 years in prison to work it out.
That's a wicked thing to say, Sergeant.
Forget it, Sean. You can't win 'em all.
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
adventure.
Tonight we tell the story Madness in the Air by Alan Campling.
Ladies, now you can dress in high fashion at unbelievably low cost. Thousands of South African women acclaim Janome sewing machines, which not only simplify dressmaking, but give your work a real professional touch. Janome is a quality-built sewing machine which tacks, hems, smocks, darns, and does all kinds of fancy or plain stitching perfectly. What's more, Janome comes in a full range of models, and every machine carries a lifetime guarantee. You can do so much more with a Janome.
Every General R280 radial has 364 little safety studs between its treads. The studs are there to brace and stabilize the treads and help stop them fidget under stress. And the fact that we've reduced the fidget in our treads explains why the General R280 brakes so well, corners so well, and has the longest possible life. General R280 radials. The long-living tires.
There is madness in the air of Egypt when the Khamsin blows. Khamsin. It is the Arabic word that means 50. Some say that the wind is called 50 because it blows for 50 days. It does not. It blows as long as I need it to blow. And that may be only a minute or less. Some say the wind, my servant, is called 50 because it is a gale of 50 miles an hour. That is not true either. It may blow harder. It may blow a little less hard than 50 miles an hour. That is of no importance. It will blow hard enough. My servant, the wind, the great and deadly Khamsin. I believe it is right to call that mighty power the Khamsin, the 50. For my great wealth has come from the Khamsin, and when I have the wealth of 50 dead men, I will release my servant from its slavery to me, and no longer will the voice of the Khamsin call rich men to judgment in this way.
Good morning, Abbas Bey. It was good of you to give me this appointment.
Not at all, Mr. Travers. You have come half across the world to consult me. I will be happy to assist you in any way. I believe you are in some difficulty.
Yeah, that's right. It certainly is some difficulty, Abbas Bey. I know you Arabs like to talk all around the subject before you come...
let me come to the point. You are in difficulties to $2 million. Is that not so?
Hey, you do come to the point, don't you? Well, the fact is
that... The sum is a trifling one, I believe.
You can lend me that much? Just out of hand?
Mr. Travers, you were recommended to me by the chairman of an American company manufacturing the components of the electrical appliances you distribute. Is that correct?
Yeah. Old Dave Crossley. You certainly put his firm back on its feet.
I trust you are not yourself the head of your company. This is important. If you are, I cannot easily advise you.
No, sir. Mr. Crossley made that same point. The chairman of our board is...
I am not concerned with his name. I am only concerned that he should come to visit me here at Alexandria at the date which I shall give you.
Now, hold on here. Dave never said I had to order my boss about it. I'm not at all sure the old man would
Mr. Travers, when you call on a business consultant, you do not reject his recommendations, assuming you are in desperate difficulties. I do not merely ask whether you can get your chairman to call on me. I only tell you that this is what you must do. Is that understood?
Now, see here. I'm not accustomed to being spoken to in that way. I mean, after all...
Neither are you accustomed to being $2 million in trouble or getting rescued from such trouble. You will do as I say, or I will do nothing.
As good to see you again. May I present Mr. Harley, our chairman?
How do you do, Mr. Bay?
Mr. Travers, good to see you again. Mr. Harley, I'm delighted to make your acquaintance. It was good of you to comply with my request so promptly.
Oh, Travers here was most insistent. Claimed it was now or never. Matter of life and death from what he said.
Harley, you know the trouble the company's in as well as anyone does.
Quite so, gentlemen. And you have brought the necessary documents?
Travers has them. But before we complete them, do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Of course, you wish some ideas of how your company can be rescued.
That's right.
And this is only natural. Well, Mr. Harley, I take it that you have made out a power of attorney to Mr. Travers?
Yes, I have. It's here in my pocket. As soon as I know what it's for, I'll decide whether to hand it over.
Quite right. Secondly, please disclose to me the details of your insurance policy.
Travers, you have the policies there.
Oh, yes, sir. There's a $70,000 policy on...
If I may interrupt, just the total. Thank you.
Well, if Mr. Harley dies accidentally this year...
Yes, that is the point of the discussion.
Then just over $2 million goes to the company in respect of policies on his life. Policies covering the firm against loss of his services.
Now, there's no need to go into the depressing details, Sam. Mr. Bay is no doubt familiar with the standard policies for a company chairman. What I want to know is, how is all this information relevant?
All in good time, Mr. Harley. At this point, there is the matter of my fee as a consultant.
Travers?
Yeah. 100,000 gold sovereigns deposited with the Bank of Indochina in Paris. To your account, Apis Bay.
And revocable by me within 1 calendar month from today. That was the agreement, I believe.
Entirely satisfactory. And now you will wish to know exactly how I propose to save your company from ruin, Mr. Harley. Mr. Travers.
I didn't come all this way to play games. That's for sure.
Quite so, quite so. Well, the facts are quite simple, sir. You, Mr. Harley, will remain in this apartment until the Khamsin begins. You have heard of the Khamsin. It is the terrible, legendary wind of the East. Some say that it brings death. I find the saying is true. Should you wish to refuse to cooperate with this wind of death, Mr. Harley, you will find that Mr. Travers will force you to do so. He and I and the Khamsin can indeed save your company from destruction, but only at the price of your own life.
Look here, Miss Hemingway. I believe there's been some mistake here.
No mistake, Mr. Travers. I realize that when you called the FBI, you didn't expect a woman operative to be sent here. But I don't happen to be with the FBI. They suggested this was an overseas matter. The Bureau doesn't operate outside the continental U.S.
Oh, I see. Then you're with the CIA, in fact.
Let's say the Bureau will confirm my credentials if you check with them.
Now, look, I'm not at all sure I want to go on with this in that case.
Mr. Travers, you have no alternative. It's quite clear that some crime has been committed and that you can give us a lead. If you withdraw your cooperation now, I am authorized to hold you as a material witness.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'll go along with it.
Because you fear for your life?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that I fear for my life.
Oh, let's not beat about the bush, Mr. Travers. Perhaps I can make things easier by outlining some of the information we already have.
I'm aware of what I reported.
Yeah, but you don't know was the only one part of a very strange jigsaw. For example, your friend Mr. Crossley, and an aircraft company head in California, 2 oil company chairmen in Oklahoma, a television network chief.
What have they got to do with my inquiry?
Everything, Mr. Travers. No fewer than 6 new chairmen of important American companies have made a similar inquiry over the past 4 years.
I had no idea.
That's right. They all wanted to know what you asked. They wanted to know if they could be prevented from entering Egypt. Now, what an extraordinary request to make. Usually the FBI is asked to clear people so that they can go from one country to another.
6 of them, you say?
7, counting you.
And what's the ruling?
Frankly, the authorities are baffled. I'm baffled myself. Why would anyone want to make sure he never entered Egypt? There seems no likelihood that any of these men would ever want to go to the country. They have no business interest there. It's not even a convenient place for a holiday. Mr. Travers, I'm counting on you to tell me why these important businessmen might go to Egypt, and why on earth they should get in touch with the FBI and ask to be prevented from going there.
You might not believe it now, Miss Hemingway, but there was a time when these beaches of Alexandria were crowded with visitors like yourself from all over the world. That is why I was so pleased when you arrived here. If your travel agency and my beachfront hotels can get together...
Oh, I'm pretty sure we can work something out.
I do profoundly hope so. My father and his father before him, they were rich men, Miss Hemingway. The family hotels absolutely dominated the Alexandria holiday season. Millionaires from all over the cold gray countries used to flock here in their hundreds every year.
I know. Some of the records at my tourist agency go back a century. I came across them accidentally, as I told you, and I was knocked out to realize what a fortune we could make if only...
If only this beautiful historic city, which I love dearly, were once again popular seaside resort that it used to be.
Abastay, what do you call this part of the beach?
It is called El Maut. Not a good name to publicize for tourism.
Well, that's what I had in mind. Colorful local names always go down very well.
I'm afraid. Well, you see, there is something of a cliff here. It seems that it is easy to lose one's footing and fall on the rocks below. El Maut, that is Arabic for death, Miss Hemingway. The place of death, you see.
Oh, so that's one local name I should forget about. Say, isn't it around here that American businessman was found dead just a few months ago?
You are right to say some things should be forgotten. Let us move on.
Now, what was his name? Harbin... Harley. That's it. Irvin Harley. Quite a story back in the States. It seems his company was going through a terrible financial crisis.
As I recall, the financial crisis was purely temporary matter, and soon rectified with great success.
Oh, sure. There's a guy called Travers running the setup now, and they're going from strength to strength. Nobody believes the rumor that old Harley committed suicide.
Suicide? What an absurd idea. Well, why would an American businessman come all the way to Egypt to commit suicide?
Here, it is absurd. Sure enough. And even if he did do that for some reason, he wouldn't choose your cliff here of all places. I mean, how high is it? 12 feet or 15 feet at the most. Anybody who threw themselves over this cliff would have trouble doing more than to break a leg or fracture an ankle. It just doesn't make sense to call this place El Maut, does it?
Come, Miss Hemingway. I would like to show you the view from my penthouse. The Khamsin. The wind I told you of is about to blow. You should witness it. It is something remarkable.
How would you like to feel years younger? If you're middle-aged and troubled by forgetfulness, restless sleep, lack of vigor, and odd aches and pains, try Solusa 45. Solusa 45's remarkable formula actually helps you feel and look years younger. Solusa 45 helps give you new physical and mental energy. It can even help combat the symptoms of aging too quickly. Enjoy life. Feel years younger. Try Solusa 45.
Yes?
I've lost my gold watch.
That all?
Well, no. We've been burgled. Everything's gone.
Really?
And the burglars stole our car.
Anything else?
Yes. The dog bit the postman and he's suing us.
Fine. I'll call Standard Bank.
CANT Bank?
Well, the Standard Bank handles all our insurance, darling. We get instant cover and pay premiums monthly. Whatever happens, we're covered. What's that noise?
Darling, I think the house is on fire.
Miss Hemingway did not accept my invitation to view the majesty and terror of the harm scene from my penthouse. Perhaps this was a pity. It is my practice, when necessary, to leave open a door facing the service door. And when the glorious hum scene blows, this does not cause a disturbance in the penthouse, for the wind travels past one open door. Yet, if the service door is also opened, the wind makes its irresistible way through the penthouse, and should anyone be standing by the open service door, he will be infallibly snatched away by my servant, the mighty wind, and dashed to destruction upon the part of the beach below that is called El Maut, the place of death. When the bodies of so many other American executives were found, there was some mystery about how they got to Egypt. But then, why should they not? It is a wonderful land for a holiday, away from the madding crowds. But there was no mystery about how they died. A fall down a cliff of 12 or 15 feet can cause the death of a man. And there seemed less and less reason to doubt it, as more and more died there, and I grew richer and richer. It was not long before I welcomed another client to my apartment.
The fact is, Abbas Bey, that unless you can help us, our whole conglomerate is going to be in trouble.
Mr. Penn, there are times when I can help.
Yes, I know. I got your name.
No unnecessary disclosures, please. All discretion.
Yeah. Well, then, I heard about you from a guy in the road-making business. It seems his firm had nearly $1 billion laid out in equipment and projects.
And the stock market began to slide a little due to the ending of the Vietnam War. I recall the event. I trust the road-building people are back on their feet again.
They are, sir, thanks to you.
Now, why do you say it's thanks to me?
Well, when I spotted this trouble threatening my own company, I had a word with the chairman of the road builders. He was pretty cagey, wouldn't come straight out with it. But he did say you were the man to see.
And Mr. Penn, when you say your own company, I trust you do not mean that you are the chairman. If you are, I cannot help you.
My friend told me that. That's why I came to see you myself instead of bunting the idea upstairs to our chairman, Mr. Maggio. But I must say I can't figure why that's important.
You can't?
It's got me beat.
Good. It is the whole key to my operation here.
Well, that's the position with my company. I'm president.
I take it you have come to consult me because you foresee some financial difficulties in the near future.
That's dead right, sir. Nothing dangerous, you understand, but
But while the company is essentially very sound, it is desirable to lay hands on a few $1 million without the business world hearing that you are short of such a sum. Is that the case?
Well, it's a bit more complicated than that.
But simply, Mr. Penn, is that the case?
Okay, in simple terms, yes.
And not at all unusual. It is many years now since I first read in one of your American business magazines of a company in such difficult position. I visited the president of the company and made my proposals to him. He accepted. The company was saved. He became chairman. Mr. Penn, do you wish to be chairman of your company?
Me? Well, of course, eventually. It's only natural. Any executive wants to get to the top.
Would you let scruples frustrate that ambition?
Scruples, Abbas Bey?
If you had to kill somebody.
Hold on there. I never killed anybody.
Presuming you were in the armed forces at some time.
Well, sure, I did my duty for my country. I was in the artillery for a couple of years, but that has nothing
It has everything to do with the present discussion, Mr. Penn. As an artilleryman, you did not see those you killed. You will not see your chairman die. As a soldier, you believed death was a fair price to pay for
I'm
survival.
not going along with this. I had no idea.
As you wish, Mr. Penn.
The whole thing's unthinkable. I can't understand how my pal in the road building company...
Yes, he. The man with the private jet aircraft and the beautiful estate in Maryland. The success. The chairman.
the respected leader of industry.
I can hardly believe he'd go along with that kind of thing that you...
Grow up, Mr. Penn. Seize the opportunity. You, like him, and like so many others who have sat in this apartment on that chair, you are hearing of the way. The only way to make a triumph of your life, or to turn from that triumph.
I guess I can make my way without that sort of...
No, sir, you cannot. One of your junior executives, yes, they are younger. They will not be identified with the destruction of the company. They can start again and make their way back towards the top. But you are the president of the stricken company.
I got there with my hands clean.
And when it fails, you will be there with your hands empty. So far as any prospective employer is concerned, you as president are to blame for the destruction of the company you lead, Mr.
But
Penn.
I'm not the boss. The chairman is.
Quite so. Then it is only right and just that the chairman should be the one to pay to keep his company afloat.
Well, that's the way the old lunatic put it, Alice. For my money, he's right off his head.
Oh, Dave, how many of the real VIPs in America have got there with clean hands? In politics or in industry?
Hey there, Miss Hemingway. That's no way for a loyal CIA girl to speak. Well, anyway, not in front of her boss.
Oh, Dave, he frightens me, that Abbas Bay. He just seems to have no idea he's doing something wrong or evil.
Well, from what you got out of him, Alice, I'd say his head was turned when the Alexandria tourist industry folded. Before the Arab-Israel troubles, those hotels of his must have been like so many gold mines.
Yeah, I guess so.
I should think he'd got this murderous scheme of his into his mind when somebody was blown out of that penthouse service door accidentally.
Right. The fall from there onto that horrible part of the beach must be well over 100 feet. Sure to kill anybody. And it wouldn't take long for a legend to grow up that little cliff was fatal. Al Mawad, the place of death. And to think he invited me up to his penthouse at Kamsim time. Oh,
Alice, I was thinking of sending you back to the States before you got into any trouble.
Oh, I think so, too.
Now, hey,
Thanks.
slow down. I said I was thinking about that.
Oh, but now you've got another idea.
Right. You've got to kill Abbas Bay, Miss Hemingway. That's an order. I would do it myself, but I believe he trusts you. I believe he thinks he's got nothing to fear from a woman. These people hold women in contempt. There's no cause for delay. Tonight will be the ideal night. Ideal because tonight the Hamstein will blow once more.
It is a pleasure and honor to welcome you here again, Miss Hemingway. I trust you have reached a positive conclusion regarding our tourist ideas.
Well, there are outstanding considerations, Abbas Bay, but I'm pretty sure something can be worked out to our mutual advantage.
Oh, that is most gratifying, most encouraging. And so is your wish to look upon the Ham scene from my penthouse. There is no better place from which to view its power and majesty, its beauty.
You say it's beauty, Abbas Bay.
You are thinking perhaps that a thing of terror cannot be beautiful?
Well, it is a little frightening, you must admit.
There is some pleasure in pain, mademoiselle. There is a grandeur in that which is mighty, and even death is but the threshold to life. These are true sayings of the wise ones.
Look at the way that sea is thrashing about. You can hardly see it for the sandstorm,
But yes, the tempestuous action of the elements. If the sand is reducing your view of the sea, why not open that door over there and get a clearer view, my dear?
The door? But wouldn't the Kamsim come storming into this room and make it untidy?
Oh, not when it blows at this angle. You see, Miss Hemingway, I have for many years studied my friend, my servant, my master.
Well, what do you mean?
Oh, the Kamsim. It is more to me than the annoyance that others find it. Those others who do not understand it, do not love it as I do. If you would know the Hamsin properly, if you would understand it, then yield to its embrace. Give it your trust, your respect, your affection. Come. No, do not fight against the calling of the mighty passionate one.
Oh, let me go. Get away from me. Mr. Drew. Mr. Drew. Mr. Drew, help me.
You call in vain,
calling upon any human assistance.
Help! Get away! Let me go!
Ride upon the wings of the mighty hurricane.
Die Triumph Chicane is baie vinnig en baie weelderig en ons het dit baie stil gehou, maar die motorpers het nie. Die tydskrif K sê van die Triumph Chicane.
Ons toetspan dink die Chicane is 'n plesier om te bestuur en sê die verhouding tussen werkverrigting en maklike bestuur is magnifiek.
Die motor sê
die Triumph Chicane bied 'n standaard van motorry wat ver bo sy prysklas is.
Triumph Chicane, deur Leyland gebou. Luister na wat die kenners daarvan dink.
Announcing the complete detergent. New Dato. New Dato. It's all your whole family's wash needs for dazzling whiteness.
And brilliant brightness.
And stain removal.
And easy rinsing.
And all temperature action. New Dato. What more could a mother want for her family's wash?
Now you've got what you want for your whole family's wash. New Dato is a mom's best friend.
New Dato. The complete detergent.
It was very foolish of Miss Hemingway to think that I conducted my mission without human assistance. Of course I needed someone in her barbaric country to make contact with the presidents of companies in difficulties. My assistant was Mr. Doe, whom I ordered back to Egypt when the foolish girl thought to cause me trouble. As she had never seen her superior officer in the CIA, which is quite usual in that secret organization, she easily believed Mr. Drew was her boss when he showed her that he knew why she was in Egypt. Her interference was only minor and short-lived, yet in a way I envy her. For much as I honor the glorious Khamsin, she came to know its glory far better than I do myself.
Yes, but you left one thing out of your conspiracy with that supernatural force, the Khamsin. You never told me that you would kill the girl I had come to admire for her courage and beauty. Now that I realize the truth about her, about you, about myself, there's nothing more for me to do but to surrender to the authorities and make sure that you are hanged. And may that wind that came from hell to do your bidding take you when it returns there.
When holiday driving gets hot and sticky, watch for the most heartwarming sight on South Africa's highways, a mobile restaurant oasis. Freshen up in a well-equipped restroom and enjoy a delicious snack or meal in a sparkling clean restaurant while mobile attendants top up your tank and clean your windows. Mobile restaurant road stops, now on most major South African routes.
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
Adventure. Tonight's story by Dorothy Bennett is entitled On the Roof of the World.
The Chinese patrolled their borders and the Russians theirs. And the wind patrolled them both, sweeping down from the snows of the Hindu Kush with a fine disregard for political terrain. I wore the felt boots, the flapped leather cap, the skins and the furs that are standard dress in this part of the world. And I wondered what idiot impulse had made me bribe my way into this camel train to follow the old Silk Road across the roof of the world, just so that I could go home and write about it, if I survived. The name, by the way, is Ben Conyon. And in addition to myself, there was another stranger with the caravan. He called himself Paul Duclerc and claimed to be French, but my every instinct told me he was Russian. So what, I said. And as I said, the winds of the Hindu Kush know neither politics nor nationalities. In this part of Afghanistan, there can be energy for only one thing: survival. Oh, I never saw such whiteness. Not even a rock breaking the snow crust. Isn't this land ever green, Ali?
In the summer, below the snow line.
I'll take your word for it.
You wish to experience a camel caravan in winter? It is beyond your imagining, no?
You're right. Oh, I thought I'd experienced cold, but never like this.
Here one needs a skin like leather, and a belly like iron, and still one suffers. Even the camels, the yaks, and the mountain ponies.
Yet you spend the best part of your life here. Why?
It is our home, where we were born and bred.
But these snows
are part of my people. Here we are down to elementals.
Yes. Under a sky so blue it blinds you, and a wind so cold it freezes you.
There's a sort of purity here. It is the snow. People speak of virgin snow, but to experience this is a sort of rebirth.
Yes. For a historian, you wax poetical.
You are laughing at me?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound offensive. You know, crossing these frozen rivers, these silent passes is bad enough, but at least we know each camp is only temporary.
That there is a return?
Exactly. But to live here...
You think it would be terrible?
Yes. You agree, Paul?
Lonely, but not terrible. The small communities through which we have passed have seemed to me to be happy.
Yes, but they miss so much.
Central heating and civilized diseases, pollution and politics.
Yes, you scored a point. Ali, don't you ever wish to know something else?
I have visited the West. You have made impressive strides.
Ah, you see.
Impressive strides into chaos.
Touché. Here you're quite literally the men on a high roof. You can afford to be superior.
Not superior, my friend. Different. Allah's kindest gift to a man is to make him a member of a poor community.
On the premise that those who are loved are humble.
Rather say that those who are humble are not subject to the jealousy of others. Each nightfall you make maps, tracing the age-old routes. As a historian, that's my job.
You better make most of your time, then. I don't know about you, but it took me nearly 2 years to get permission to join this caravan.
My small country is surrounded by the great power groups. We have need to be wary.
Despite the fact that you are poor?
There is always the danger that we might be used as a corridor.
Oh, no army would survive this weather. We were spending the night in a village where I would have thought no village could survive. A cluster of half a dozen dwellings clinging to a mountain face, torn at by the eternal wind and half buried in snow. But there were women here, and children, to say nothing of the goats and the yaks. A curious smell overhung the quarters to which Paul and I had been assigned, a smell of dung and yak's wool and rancid tea. We were on the most northerly side of the Wakhan corridor, and moving ever closer to the borders of the Soviet Union, where in some remote settlement Ali intended to trade, bartering the goods he had brought with him in the camel train for lapis lazuli, the finest of wool cloth and handsome rugs.
I will leave you to sleep now. Sleep well, my friends. Tomorrow the pass takes us to nearly 14,000 feet, and there will be no rest for man or animal.
How do you like the sound of that?
Oh, sound of what? Ali exaggerates. There is only one pass at that height.
You've been through this way before, hmm?
I thought I had made that clear when we left Kabul, no? But I have studied maps.
On whose behalf?
My own. You seem surprised.
Well, I just think you're earning a living the hard way.
What about you? Would not your books be just as effective set on some balmy Pacific isle?
I want something different, even if I have to get frostbite to do it.
It seems a long time since we started out with this caravan.
It does. Another life. And that was strange enough.
Ben, had you considered waiting here and picking up the caravan on its return journey?
Not go on, you mean?
The next few days are going to be terrible. Even for men who are used to this.
Had you thought of staying here?
No.
Then why suggest it?
The sort of cold you will experience tomorrow, the lack of oxygen, is a torture to which no man should subject himself unless he is desperate.
It can't be worse than we've had.
It will be infinitely worse.
Are you desperate, Paul?
I need to complete my maps.
And I don't want to buckle in at the knees now. Thanks for the warning anyway. Good night.
Bonne nuit, my friend.
Is he asleep?
Yes. It took a long time, that's why I'm late.
Get inside the brazier. Warm yourself. It is no time for a man to be creeping from one shelter to another.
I am not cold, except with fear.
If the fates are willing for the venture to succeed, it will succeed.
The fates are not likely to take compassion on a man who has not made proper plans.
We have done our part. It is for them to do theirs now, at their end.
It is over a year since we were able to communicate, and then only through a third medium.
All the better. Where there is no constant intrigue, there is no suspicion.
The past worries me.
Others have survived it.
Until we are back at this point in our return journey, I shall not feel successful, however well it goes at the border.
The important thing to hurry without giving the appearance of speed.
You are sure your men are to be trusted?
How many times have you asked me that, Paul? No one will talk.
They don't know yet?
Not yet.
When will you tell them?
After we have climbed the pass, perhaps. Perhaps never.
You may need their help.
They take their leadership from me. If I twist the truth a little in the name of mercy, they twist it with me.
In the name of mercy or expediency?
You must not doubt me now, Paul.
How many of us journey onwards?
6. And the 4 baggage camels.
Are you counting the Englishman?
I understood that you did not wish him to come, that you were going to dissuade him.
He is determined to accompany us.
Then let him. It won't matter.
We know nothing of him.
He would not have been allowed to join my caravan had he not been vouched for.
But we know nothing of him as a man, an individual.
You are afraid of his politics?
I do not know them.
After all these weeks?
I only know what he says. He could be a first-class actor.
An actor who watches you.
That could be the case, could it not?
If he had wanted you, Paul, he would have hardly crossed the Hindu Kush to get you when he could have destroyed you in Kabul.
Ali, you mentioned that a poor country is less liable to pressure than a rich one. That applies to men, too.
You mean that a man with a poor brain is left undisturbed?
Is he not?
Like a cabbage, until he's cut off. But a man without a brain is as barren as a desert.
And as uncaring.
Men have strange fancies at altitude, and we are already high up. It will go well at the border.
The day after tomorrow.
Yes, the day after tomorrow.
And when your cameliers see a woman has joined the caravan, what then?
It is not always easy to tell the sex when a person is muffled in the furs and felts and the skins of winter.
They will have to know.
To start with, they will think I have bought myself a wife in the bazaar.
I long for the next 2 days, and I fear them.
There will be no time for worrying tomorrow, Paul. It will take all your thoughts, all your feelings, all your skill to cross the pass.
I knew nothing of this conversation between Paul and Ali. I was dead to the world, as I had been night after night on our grueling journey through Afghanistan. It was my practice to wake an hour or two before dawn and write up my notes by the light of a torch while Paul slept. But on this particular morning I had no such time. We were awakened while it was still dark.
You are still determined to come, Ben?
Why should I drop out now?
Half the cameliers are staying behind here.
And for what reason?
The past is not every man's meat. 1 or 2 are married to the women of this village. And anyway, they trust Ali to trade for them.
And some of them don't think it too healthy to stray quite so close to the Russian border.
I wouldn't know about that.
You're Russian, aren't you?
With a name like Duclerc?
Well, what's in the name? I only know what you've seen fit to tell me.
Meaning?
I don't know you're French any more than you know I'm English.
On your passport, it states you are English.
So you sneaked a look at that, did you?
One has to be wary of one's traveling companion.
Yes, I'm English, all right. But it didn't occur to me to delve into your passport.
You wish to see it?
No, I'm sure it's in order. These things can be arranged.
Just what are you driving at?
You evoke a memory, Paul. A face, a name.
What name?
I can't for the life of me remember.
I am who I say I am.
All right, fair enough. I don't give a darn about your past or your future.
What do you know about my future?
Nothing. Haven't I just said...
You have accused me of masquerading as a Frenchman. Now you speak about my future as though you had some inner knowledge.
Look, I assure you I haven't. We've had an easy slog of it through these winter snows. It's of more importance to me that a man should have endurance than nationality.
I am Russian by birth and by upbringing until I was 13. Then my mother widowed. She married a Frenchman and was given permission to take me with her to France. She relinquished her Russian citizenship.
And you took your adoptive father's name?
Precisely.
I wondered why he should think it necessary to lie. We were interrupted by a woman bringing us tea, and the water tasted smoked and it was flavored with salt. Not my favorite way to start a journey. And when Paul and I stepped outside, it was to find Ali already mounted, along with 5 of his cavaliers. The stars were still bright in the sky, the ground frozen and glittering. There was no wind, but I knew it was only in hiding somewhere, gathering strength. All day the sky remained overcast, and this added to our misery. I thought Paul had forgotten our pre-dawn conversation and his suspicions of my sincerity. I still groped to find out why his face evoked a memory, and I drew a blank. After a time, a man had no room for thought. The elements took possession of us all. Then we came to a bridge slung across a gorge, and I thought we'd come to journey's end. I rested with the others in the lee of an overhang while Paul and Ali went forward to inspect it. The wind gathered strength somewhere in the upper reaches of that gorge and rushed down with the speed of an express train, swaying the bridge, clawing at it.
You should wait before crossing. You yourself said we must hurry. The wind is no respecter of time. Is it impossible to cross now? It's not impossible, but dangerous. We must cross. My men will not expect me to give the word until the wind drops a little. Crossing now may be dangerous, but to delay near the border will be worse. Perhaps. The bridge itself is safe, is it not? It is strong, yes. So the only fear is that the wind may sweep a man from it. Only a fool does not recognize danger. Ali, cross! If we do not appear on time, the whole of this journey may have been for nothing. Oh, very well. Ali, wait. Yes? He is suspicious. Van Conyan? He would have spoken before now. Would he? Would he not think it better to take us both at the border? He has no legal rights here. But if he is what I think... An agent? I think you are wrong. I cannot take that chance. What plans do you dream up now? The bridge is dangerous. If you were to be swept off it... If anyone is with an accident crossing the gorge, my men will see the caravan is cursed, and that will be an end to it. They will go back. But if we could only take the right steps... Or take one step at a time. No more. It is all a man can do on the high roof.
The settlement where Ali had chosen to trade was on the shores of a frozen river. Remnants of a wall encircled it, though it was hard to believe there was anything here worth attacking. There was a hostelry for the caravans that came so far east, and a sense of permanence, despite the remoteness of the place. It was dark when we wound our way through the streets, and braziers glowed red with fire, while across the river, white lights stabbed every now and again at the icy sky.
What are those lights? The lights are in Russia. They man their borders night and day.
Well, even here?
As you say.
I shouldn't have thought there was much here to watch.
Some of the precious stones that are traded in this town are mined just across the border. The Russians don't like that.
I suppose there's a severe penalty for smuggling.
With the aid of nature, yes.
I think you'd better explain that.
If the Russians catch just such a smuggler, they release him in winter and beyond the town.
But a man would die of exposure.
Precisely, Ben Conyon.
But surely the Russians have no jurisdiction here?
Not legally, no. But their spies are everywhere.
And don't the townspeople help men treated that way?
Many try, or should say, have tried. Now it is better not to know. Helping such men triggered off accidents.
Shooting accidents?
Yes, for which our neighbors would apologize after the men were dead.
Well, what about your government?
Here you are a long way from Kabul.
Do you suppose there are any Russians in the place tonight?
I hope not.
You said that fervently enough.
I am not always compatible with Russians.
And what about Paul?
Paul is different. Only part Russian. And we met many years ago when he visited Kabul.
Why on earth do you come so far to trade?
Because distances are in my blood. And the stones and furs and woolen cloth here are the finest in Afghanistan.
Well, the place seems busy enough.
2 caravans came in ahead of us, and both larger than mine.
I thought I saw some Chinese.
It is probable. Russia, China, Pakistan, the borders are all around us. It is an international town.
With the Soviet floodlighting the border, who's fooling who, Ali? Ali's face darkened. He bade me an abrupt good night, not at all his usual courteous self. I found myself in a corner of the hostelry, amid the snoring cameleers. And though I couldn't see them, for there were no windows in the place, I was conscious of those Russian searchlights eternally stabbing, probing. Once, it must have been towards dawn, I went outside, unable to stand the fetid atmosphere any longer, and stood for a few seconds in the deserted street, and I wondered why it seemed so impossibly dark. It wasn't until I was back in the caravanserai that I realized why. The Russian searchlights had ceased their vigil.
Wake up, Ben Conyon. We move now.
Now? It's not even light. And what about your trading?
My trading is finished.
And Paul?
Paul already awaits with the others.
Why the change of plans?
It was necessary.
Oh, for heaven's sake, we're not even rested.
Your camel is laden already. It is time to make the return journey.
Well, count me out.
You cannot join any other caravan. It is not permitted.
Now, look.
Must I brute you to action like my other cavaliers?
You're getting tough all of a sudden, aren't you, Ali?
Come!
Ali yanked me unceremoniously to my feet, held out the thick felt boots, which I'd only just discarded, and I thrust my feet into them. I was angry and I was tired. The thought of the return journey was a joyless one. He pulled me outside, and now the street, far from being quiet, was full of shouting, and I could hear Paul's voice.
You are wrong, I tell you, wrong. I came with the caravan from Kabul.
And the woman? What is this about a woman? If I come here to seek a wife, whose business is it but mine?
We have reason to think
that... The people
in
this town have neither thought nor reason. If my wives at home cannot give me sons, why should I not seek one who can?
You move out early.
To reach the pass before dark. A woman cannot travel fast. Move! Move!
Wait!
You want a man. Take this man. Ali, for Pete's sake. He picked up my caravan less than 5 miles north, and he carries the jewels from across the border.
You lying son of Genghis Khan.
Search him. He lies in English and has the mind of a serpent, and he mines in Russian territory.
I can disprove that.
Search him.
Ali.
He is no business of ours, and my wife grows cold with waiting.
If you had not been so insistent on buying a wife here, we might not be in this trouble now.
The fairest women in Afghanistan come from this corner of the earth, and she was promised to me when she was a child.
I could hear their voices under the cold stars like voices in a dream. The reality was 3 men bearing down on me, tearing at my clothing, ripping my pockets. I'm finding a great handful of uncut gems that must have been worth a king's ransom, and not one of which I'd seen before. And I remembered how Ali had yanked me to my feet, crowded me. He must have planted them on me then. The camel train moved off, and I was left with the Russian agents, half naked, or so it felt, and chattering with the cold. It's days since the last camel caravan left the town, and no more are expected for another year. Soon it'll be my turn to be thrown beyond the walls, but I shall be alone and on foot, and no one makes a move to help. And why should they? It's better not to know about men like me. Paul was right. I should have kept to some balmy Pacific isle. Paul. I think I know now who he was.
Do you feel now that we have been successful?
Now I know that we have been.
Yes. You have your daughter out of Russia at last.
But it was a near thing. I did not think there would be so many agents in the town.
Oh, it is often so when the caravans go in.
It took years of planning, years.
And now you will seek security in the West, untroubled by conscience.
Should I be troubled by conscience?
What of Ben?
You planted this stuff on him, not I. You made him the sacrificial lamb.
I had no choice. But now...
Now?
You can journey back to Kabul and beyond. I go back to the pass and beyond.
You must be mad.
A man like you has his own loyalties. A man such as I has his. You have a great brain to bequeath to the Western world. But Allah will smile on he who saves life.
Ben will have perished long ago.
Perhaps not. He had endurance, that one.
You took your time, Ali.
I knew they would not fling you out until the last of the cameliers had gone.
Well, if you think I have the strength to ride across the roof of the world...
You have the strength, then, Konyan.
I'd like to see spring in the Hindu Kush.
You probably will.
You fixed me proper, Ali. Signed my death warrant. Why?
For the sake of Paul and his daughter. Russians, both. You were right about that.
I remember. His work on disease that could revolutionize the medical world. He tried to impart his knowledge to the West.
He escaped, and they held his daughter hostage.
And he said he couldn't speak until she was free. I thought you weren't compatible with Russians.
I'm not compatible with Russians. Only with men.
Let's go. I was a wreck when Ali picked me up. And if all that was high adventure, I thought it was for the birds. I often wondered why he'd come back for me, tough leader of men that he was. But it was weeks before I asked him. And by then, the high passes were behind us. What on earth made you come back for me, Ali?
Merely to avenge the insult you hurled at me?
Insult?
You called me a lying son of Genghis Khan.
Oh.
It angered me. I wanted you to eat those words, to become beholden to me, as you are.
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
High Adventure.
Tonight we tell the story, Where Do We Find Such Men? By Denver Morgan.
Every General R280 radial has 364 little safety studs between its treads. The studs are there to brace and stabilize the treads and help stop them fidget under stress. And the fact that we've reduced the fidget in our treads explains why the General R280 brakes so well, corners so well, and has the longest possible life. General R280 radials. The long-living tires.
The Triumph Chicane is very fast and very luxurious, and we've kept it very quiet. But the motoring press hasn't. Car Magazine said of the Triumph Chicane,
Our test crew found it a delightful car to drive, and it has magnificent balance between performance and easy driving.
SA Motor said,
The Triumph Chicane offers a standard of motoring way out of its price range.
Triumph Chicane, built by Leyland. Listen to what the experts say about it.
Hello, John. Thought you'd never get here. What'll it be?
The usual.
Barman, brandy and soda over here. Well, how does it feel to be a free man?
Be good. You?
Not bad. Do you know I met in the city? The Colonel. Looked me straight in the eye and gave me his, "This is it, chaps, look." Didn't say a word, just stalked by.
What did you expect him to say? Hello, Wade, old boy. Nice to see you out of jail. You and Smythe let the regiment down, you know, selling off army equipment. Bad show. Never mind. Come down to the club and have a drink.
Our only crime was we got caught. Where have you been, anyhow?
Walking around London trying to find a job.
Pretty much the same with me. Nora's left me, sold the house over my head whilst I was inside. My son's got hair down to his shoulders and tells me he's trying to find himself. He'll probably collapse in a heap when he does. Tell me, what happened to that girl, Susan, who used to write to you in prison? She had a bit of money, didn't she?
Yes, she's got a bit of money. I went round to see her. She's living with some foreigner.
John, you don't see me as a sort of criminal type, do you?
No? Why do you ask?
Well, the idea of going to work as a door-to-door salesman or clerk or something is quite repugnant to me. I was wondering if I could interest you in a little scheme.
Scheme?
Yes, scheme. Come, we'll catch the number 9 bus outside. It'll take us to the spot I have in mind.
Charles, it's pouring outside. Can't we go tomorrow?
Now, just stroll down the street with me and listen very carefully to what I have to say. You see that bank across the street?
You mean the North London Commercial?
Yes. If I gave you a foolproof plan for robbing that establishment, would it be of interest to you?
Me? Rob a bank? Oh, come, Charles. Flogging off army trucks is one thing, but robbing a bank? Oh, no, you can't be serious.
I'm deadly serious. I've thought very, very carefully about this. Done a great deal of research. Now, we won't talk here. Don't want to be noticed. Carry on down the street. Make a mental note of the general area. Then back to my place. You never know who's on the lookout. Let me take your coat. Now, sit down. Have a drink and hear me out.
You'll never convince me. I simply will not be part of anything criminal again.
You're going to change your mind. Now, listen. And listen carefully. There's a spate of bombs being planted around London. The Irish are taking most of the blame, but there are others. What do you think would happen if an Irish voice on the telephone advised the manager of the North London Commercial Bank that there was a bomb on the premises and it was scheduled to go off within 45 minutes of the call?
Call the police and evacuate the building, I suppose.
Exactly. then what would happen?
Well, I suppose they'd either let the building blow up or call in the Army bomb disposal unit.
And what do you think they'd do in this case?
Well, I should imagine they'd endeavour to save the property. An explosion in that area could cause serious damage. Might even start an uncontrollable fire. Oh, I don't know. I'm only guessing.
Well, don't guess. They would call in the Army. It's standard procedure. Now, the bank's empty. The area's been cleared. First, we'll acquire from one of those Army disposal places a Land Rover. We'll clean it up, give it phony regimental plates, and you, dressed as a sergeant, will be the driver. I'll travel with you as a major. After I've made the call to the bank, we'll give it 15 minutes. By this time, the bank will have been cleared and the area partially evacuated by the police. We'll drive up to the first roadblock we see and ask to speak to the man in charge. We'll pass ourselves off as bomb disposal men, sent to the scene.
Well, it's a bit early, isn't it? Those chaps aren't supermen, you know. Denford Army camp's at least an hour away. Anyway, they'd probably use a helicopter to fly them in.
We'll only do this operation if the weather is such that an aircraft can't fly. No helicopter pilot will risk flying amongst tall buildings if his visibility is nil. The beauty of the situation is that we can do the job any Thursday. So, weather permitting, it'll be 4 weeks from today.
Weather permitting? You sound like a cricket commentator. And before you go on, why Thursday?
Because on Thursdays, it makes up the wage packets of some 50 factories. And I should mention here, John, dear boy, that I'm talking about over £500,000.
£500,000?
That's right. Where was I before you interrupted?
At the roadblock, conning the constable.
Ah, yes. Now, we get to the man in charge and the bank manager. Now, this, John, is the only part of the scheme which may go wrong. But I'm assuming that the bank manager will stay on the scene. I'll introduce myself, get all the information I can out of the bank manager, and his keys to the vaults.
Why is he going to give you the keys to the vaults?
Because when I phone him, I'll tell him that the bomb is in one of the vaults. I won't say which one.
So as long as he plays ball, we're now driving through deserted streets, and we arrive at a deserted bank.
I can see you're getting interested. Now, we go inside the bank, open the vaults, and pack all the money and goodies into the toolbox which you, my dear Sergeant, are carrying. And then, old boy, my piece de resistance. We take our uniforms off and put on overalls. We place the uniforms and a bomb. Yes, a bomb. I did a course in explosives, you may remember. Well, we'll place the bomb in one of the vaults, give it a 10-minute fuse, and leave the bank by the staff entrance at the back.
And that entrance is going to be open, is it?
I'm relying on the fact that people leaving a building in a hurry are not going to stop to lock doors. Fair enough. Now, 100 yards to the rear of the bank is Victoria Street, and on the corner is a manhole cover. It leads to the sewers, and we go down.
Oh, really, Charles, it's a bit melodramatic. If the police have cleared the area, there's nobody around to catch us anyway. We could soon disappear. Down the sewers, really.
Don't be frivolous. You see, the bomb I'll have planted in the vault will level the bank building, and I'll hate by some stroke of fate to be injured by falling debris. Before you ask, by destroying the building, they'll never know what money was stolen and what wasn't. And what is brought out will be untraceable.
You know the sewer layout?
Yes. Got my hands on a London County Council map, sanitation department. We'll come out about 3/4 of a mile to the north, and there'll be a car waiting there for us. I'll have hired it earlier in the day.
And, of course, they'll assume we have gone up with a building. Yeah. Nice touch. They won't even be looking for us.
Do I take it that I can count you in?
I didn't say that, Charles. There are a few things I don't like.
Such as?
You and I are going to be standing talking to a police officer and a bank manager, neither of whom will be fools. They're going to remember exactly what we look like. The police in their plodding, methodical manner will soon pin us down.
Oh, firstly, I shall be wearing glasses and a blonde hairpiece. And I shall cultivate a moustache. I think it'll be effective.
Me? What do I do?
You wear 2 pairs of overalls under your uniform to give an appearance of excess weight. And I think perhaps a hairpiece of reddish color showing below your beret.
When we emerge from the sewer like highly odoriferous moles, where do we go?
Well, we come back here, divide the money up equally, and I'll return the car to the car hire firm. Then we part company forever. Where you go is your business, and where I go is mine.
Well, Charles, I must compliment you on your little drama. Let me think it over this evening. I'll meet you here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And Let you have my decision.
John, I'm relying on you as an officer and a gentleman to say nothing about what has taken place.
You have my word as an ex-convict and potential bank robber. Good night, Charles. Oh, one other thing. You did say earlier on that you are contemplating stealing £500,000.
Yes, John, dear boy. £500,000. A gentleman wouldn't dream of stealing anything less.
Morning, Charles. Can I come in?
Oh, of course. Please sit down somewhere. Sorry the place is rather untidy. I must have overslept.
I didn't sleep at all, actually.
Really? Well, what's your decision?
I've decided that I'll join this little venture.
Bravo. Now, it'll take us about 3 weeks to organize everything. There's the vehicle, explosives, uniforms. It'll all take time. Now, I've typed out a complete plan of attack. Now, here's your copy. First, the Land Rover. We won't buy it in London. There's a surplus army place down in South Wales. You go down there and buy a vehicle. Doesn't have to be much good mechanically, as long as it looks all right. We can clean it up. Uniforms will be easy. I think we've still got our own, come to think of it. Hair pieces, well, relatively simple. Get those from any theatrical suppliers. Toolbox, then a moustache. Yes, it'll take me about 3 weeks to grow one. Right, I managed to borrow money for the vehicle. You take it and get yourself off to Wales.
Wales? Isn't that a bit far away?
Oh, far away, but necessary. The longer it takes them to trace us, the better chance we have of getting away with it. Anyway, apparently it's the only place you're going to get surplus army vehicles. I ought to know. I sold them most of the equipment they've got.
I'll see you when I get back from Indeed to Goodness Land. Well, we got everything together. It's been a long 3 weeks.
Yes. I just heard the weather forecast. The weather tomorrow is lousy. Fog and rain, not very nice flying weather. So we can rule out helicopters.
Very well. And tomorrow it is. Tomorrow we steal £500,000.
Susan, what's the first thing your mummy would say if Daddy said, I'm taking you to Europe on holiday?
She'd say, can I go too and make a big performance?
No. I mean, if your mummy was going to Europe, what would she say?
She'd say, can the cat come too?
Anne, what's the first thing you'd do if you were going to Europe?
I'd see the Standard Bank about travel deal insurance.
You would? Yeah. Travel deal insurance, eh? Why?
Because Daddy said he won't go on holiday without it.
Ladies, now you can dress in high fashion at unbelievably low cost. Thousands of South African women acclaim Janome sewing machines, which not only simplify dressmaking, but give your work a real professional touch. Janome is a quality-built sewing machine which tacks, hems, smocks, darns, and does all kinds of fancy or plain stitching perfectly. What's more, Janome comes in a full range of models, and every machine carries a lifetime guarantee. You can do so much more with a Janome.
Evans speaking.
Is that the manager?
Yes. Can I help you?
No, you can't help me, but I can help you. Mr. Evans, there's a bomb in your bank big enough to blow your building sky high.
What?
It'll go off in approximately 3/4 of an hour.
Is this some kind of a joke?
No, Mr. Evans, this is not some kind of a joke. The bomb is carefully hidden in one of your vaults. Don't try to search for it. The slightest disturbance will set it off prematurely. Goodbye, Mr. Evans.
Hello. Hello, is that emergency? Oh, get me the police. Come on. Hello, my name's Evans. Yes, I'm manager of the Riverside branch of the North London Commercial Bank. I have just received a phone call to say that there's a bomb in my bank scheduled to go off in 45 minutes' time. That was about 3 minutes ago. An Irish voice. Yes, there's no panic. I'll arrange the evacuation of the bank. You're on your way. Your name's Dawson, Inspector Dawson, right? So I'll meet you at the end of the street, well clear of the building. Thank you. Nothing more I can tell you, Inspector.
The bank. Was it locked up when you left?
All the tellers' cages were locked, and the vaults. But the main doors and the staff entrance at the back have been left open. I saw little point in locking up. Anyway, it's too late now. What plan of action have you formulated, Inspector?
Well, the whole area within a half-mile of the bank has been cleared. The army bomb disposal boys have been called in. And if they get here in time, they'll attempt to defuse the bomb. Assuming there is a bomb.
You mean this whole thing could be a hoax?
Oh, I'm not saying that. There are plenty of cranks around.
Surely the army could use one of their helicopters to get here.
In this weather, they can't get a helicopter off the ground. Even the birds are walking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know much about these things.
Right, John. I made the call 10 minutes ago. It'll take 5 minutes to reach the first roadblock. Get moving.
Right.
A little faster, John. This is supposed to be an emergency.
This thing won't go much faster. You said to get a cheap one, I did. I'm glad we don't have to leave in it.
So am I. Now, straight ahead. Yes, you're being waved down. Pull in. Stay here. I'll go and talk to the constable. Find out who's in charge.
Come on, Charlie boy. Don't talk to him all day. Come on.
You're like an old woman sometimes, Charles. What's happening?
Calm down. See? They're opening the barrier. And Inspector Dawson and the bank manager are a quarter of a mile down the road. Now, be a good driver and take us there. Through the first hurdle. Everything is going according to plan.
Hope it stays that way.
I'm looking for Inspector Dawson.
Yes, that's me.
Cartwright. Major Cartwright, bomb disposal unit.
Ah, you got here quickly?
Yes, they raised us on the radio. We were on our way back to the camp. Been down at the territorial camp most of the morning, giving a demonstration. Huh. Now, can I speak to the person who took the call?
That's him over there, the bank manager. His name's Evans.
Morning, Mr. Evans. Cartwright. How do you do? Can you tell me exactly what the man said on the telephone?
All he said was that a bomb had been placed in one of the vaults and it'd go off in 3/4 of an hour. That was
16 minutes ago, Mr. Evans. Go on.
That's all he said.
How many vaults are there?
4.
Do you think it's possible for a bomb to have been planted in the vaults?
Well, the only time it could have happened was early this morning, when the security company delivered tomorrow's wages.
Our men are already at the security company, Major, but they haven't come up with anything yet.
Mr. Evans, which vault is used for the wage money?
Vault number 1.
The vaults are clearly numbered?
Yes.
The money, what is it delivered to your bank in?
Large metallic boxes, about 3 feet, 2 feet.
Today's delivery, has it been attended to yet?
Yes. The system is this. Vault 1 is more of a maximum security office than a vault in the true sense. 3 clerks and a senior member of my staff remove the money from the boxes and, with the aid of computer information, the wage packets are made up.
They were doing this when you got the call?
Yes.
Had they emptied all the boxes?
No, they were quarters of the way through. All the boxes are unlocked, but there's 3 which haven't been attended to.
So we could assume that if there is a bomb, it'll be in one of those 3. And the other 3 vaults?
Well, they're the normal setup. Safety deposit boxes, legal documents, spare cash.
I see. Right. Now, how do we open the vaults?
Each vault door has a key, and each door has its own combination. The combination is changed daily. I'm the only one who can open them. If you're going in, I must come with you.
I have no intention of taking you in there, Mr. Evans. That would be asking too much. Please let me have the combinations and the keys.
But this is highly irregular.
Good heavens, man. Irregular? Until I get in there, I don't know what type of bomb it is. It might be big enough to destroy everything within half a mile. Do you want to see that happen? It's only money in there, and I assure you I have no intention of stealing it.
Very well. Here are the keys, and this is today's code. The tumbler switches are very simple to operate.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Inspector, if there was any accuracy in the information the bank was given on the telephone, the bomb is scheduled to go off in 30 minutes. My sergeant and I will now leave for the bank. Under no circumstances is anybody to approach the building. I take it the area has been cleared.
Yes, it has.
Very well. I will endeavor to locate the bomb. If we can't find it, or we do find it and can't defuse it within the next 20 minutes, we leave the bank and return here. Are you in agreement?
Well, there's little else you can do. I wish you luck.
Thank you, Inspector. Goodbye, Mr. Evans. Hope to see you later. Very well, Sergeant. To the bank. That takes care of the second hurdle. There it is. The bank robber's dream. A bank empty of people and full of beautiful money.
Come on, forget the speeches. Give me a hand with the toolbox. You said the bolts were downstairs?
Yes. Over there. Right. First, the combination starting with Vault 1. 3 to the right. 4 to the left. Right. That's the last of them. Now, the keys. You have it. Open them up. In we go. Pack the toolbox full.
Didn't expect to see it lying around like this. Thought it would be locked away in some kind of box. Needn't have brought the tools. They must have been in the middle of counting the stuff or something. Anyway, who we to reason why? This is going to be a very tidy sum. What? Don't just stand there. Get your uniform off.
Certainly. Pass mine over, old boy.
Here.
Right. Oh, not a very good fit. Must have a word with my tailor. How's the time?
10 minutes to go.
Good. The bomb I'll put at the far end of Vault 1 with the uniforms. You wait here. The bomb's in there. I've set the fuse. It goes off in 19 minutes' time, which is exactly 45 minutes from the time the bank manager received the call. Quite brilliant, don't you think? Now, I tell you what. We're 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Let's go down into Vault 4. That's the one with the private safety deposit boxes. Now, bring a hammer and chisel. Let's see if I can smash some of the locks open.
Are you crazy? We've got enough already. Let's not waste time. Remember, there's a bomb in there.
I'm running this operation, John. Now, come along. Also like tubes. Must be 30 feet long. Pass me the hammer. We'll go down the end there. That's it. Now give me a hand with the safety deposit drawer.
Right. Right. Careful.
Now. Here we are.
What's that?
I don't know. Let's get out of here.
The vault door. It's closing. Run!
Announcing the complete detergent. New Darto. New Darto. It's all your whole family's wash needs for dazzling whiteness.
And brilliant brightness.
And stain removal.
And easy rinsing.
And all temperature action. New Darto. What more could a mother want for her family's wash?
Now you've got what you want for your whole family's wash. New Darto is a mom's best friend.
New Darto, the complete detergent.
When holiday driving gets hot and sticky, watch for the most heartwarming sight on South Africa's highways, a mobile restaurant oasis. Freshen up in a well-equipped restroom and enjoy a delicious snack or meal in a sparkling clean restaurant while mobile attendants top up your tank and clean your windows. Mobile restaurant road stops, now on most major South African routes.
It's closed. It's closed. I can't budge it. We're trapped in here, Charles. Trapped. What went wrong?
Something I didn't think of. When we smashed that safety deposit drawer open, it must have set the alarm system off and closed the vault door electronically. You know what this means?
Yes. There's nobody in the bank to hear the alarm. Nobody to let us out.
I'm terribly sorry, old boy.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. Have a cigarette.
Thank you, John. Tell me, where were you going?
Spain.
Really? So was I.
Do you think they got clear, Inspector?
No, Mr. Evans. I don't think so. And you know something? I can't even remember their names.
I don't suppose it really matters, Inspector. They were two very brave men. I shall always remember how they looked when they drove off to the bank. Calm, cool, and collected. Where do we find such men?
How would you like to feel years younger? If you're middle-aged and troubled by forgetfulness, restless sleep, lack of vigor, and odd aches and pains, try Solusa 45. Solusa 45's remarkable formula actually helps you feel and look years younger. Solusa 45 helps give you new physical and mental energy. It can even help combat the symptoms of aging too quickly. Enjoy life. Feel years younger. Try Solusa 45.
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
I was on my way to London via Amsterdam.
You overstayed?
Yes.
Me too. I was amazed. Such a fantastic atmosphere and the people.
Fly KLM to exciting Amsterdam.
All right, let's look ahead a little bit and find out what we have in store for you. As usual, at 9:30 on Thursday nights, it'll be the epic casebook in which Inspector Carr investigates. Then at 10 o'clock, Music of the Americas with our featured artist, Dean Martin. 10:15, The World of Hammond Innes. Then follows our late-night newscast. Right now, a time check for 9:30 here on Springbok Radio.
Westpoint ijskaste en vrieskaste. Hou alles die gekoudste.
Kos is op die tafel.
High Adventure.
Tonight's story by Ron Evans is entitled The Man Who Couldn't Change.
Marquis. This is the smoking taste you can tell blindfolded. This is Marquis. Marquis is the filter-tip cigarillo with a difference. As mild and smooth smoking as a cigarette. If you're a cigarette smoker, Marquis is made for you. Try one. You'll enjoy the difference. Marquis.
Raise your glass to Witzenberg, since 1700 the heart and home of our finest wines. Today, Witzenberg has a wine for every facet of your glass. Dry white or stein, dry red, Perle or Perle Rosé. Raise your glass to the magnificent Witzenberg range. You're enjoying true wine of the country.
What is this new kind of cleanness women are discovering for their dishes?
It's sunlight cleanness.
What's sunlight cleanness?
A fresh, sparkling cleanness you've never known before.
Why fresh?
New Sunlight Liquid has real lemon juice.
And sparkling?
Sunlight Liquid is concentrated. It's got the greatest grease-cutting power to give you sparkling dishes every time.
And new Sunlight Liquid with real lemon juice means real economy. Just 1 teaspoonful washes a whole sinkful of dishes sparkling clean. Sunlight Clean.
It was a hot summer in the sprawling Texas town of El Paso, 1895, and the wildest parts of the Wild West were now tamed by the Texas Rangers. The bad men were either dead or in jail. And that was how the embittered John Wesley Hardin found it when he returned from a 10-year stretch in Huntsville County Prison. John Wesley Hardin, a veteran of 100 gunfights, and a man with 40 notches on his guns. He'd been brutally treated in prison, and when he finally emerged, he looked 20 years older than his real age of 42. He was a legend in his own time, and started to take advantage of it. In his favorite haunt, the Acme Saloon, John Wesley Hardin's voice was the loudest. Around him always gathered a group of cronies and admirers, many of them women. His current lady love was Barbara Rose, the wife of a nasty little cattle rustler, Martin Rose, a man being hunted down by the chief of the local Texas Rangers, Captain Jeff Milton. One afternoon, Martin Rose rode up the main street, and Milton was waiting for him.
Stand right where you are, Rose. No, don't turn around.
That you, Milton?
That's right, boy. Now unbuckle that gun belt and let it drop. Make it slow and easy now.
What you taking me in for? I ain't done nothing. Yeah.
Can't say you weren't warned, boy.
The death of the cattle rustler caused quite a stir in town, and nobody was more delighted by his demise than John Wesley Hardin.
Well, I'm kind of annoyed that Texas Ranger shot Martin Rose. I was going to do it anyway. Well, now the way's clear for me to pay court to his cute little widow. You know, that Jeff Milton did the killing, maybe, but I got the prize, huh, fella?
Yeah, Wes. She's all yours now.
Well, here comes the little lady herself. Hey, sorry about your husband, Barbara.
You ain't, Wes. You're making a celebration of it, and I'll join you.
You ain't sorry, Babs?
Sorry about that little snake. Huh? He asked for it a dozen times over.
I guess it would have ended up with him and me fighting it out in the main street if Jeff Milton hadn't gotten first.
So I heard you yelling before, Wes.
I reckon it's maybe that Jeff Milton might be fancying you, Babs. I saw him eyeing you last night.
You're saying I killed Martin Rose so I could take his wife, Hardin?
Well, hello, Captain Milton. I reckon you'll have to draw your own conclusions.
Don't tangle with him, Wes.
I want to put on record before all these witnesses that Martin Rose was killed because he drew a gun and tried to resist arrest. I did my duty to this community. Wes Hardin is a damned liar if he said different.
Harsh words, Milton. Very harsh words. You wouldn't talk to me like that if I were carrying my guns.
You're lying again, Hardin. You got those guns of yours under that fancy long coat. I'm standing here giving you a chance to use them. Or tell everybody in here that you're a liar. Well, Hardin, what's it to be?
Gentlemen, I reckon I must have told a lie. Seems I got some business to attend to in Jairus.
Hey, I don't think Wes will show his nose in town again after that, Babs. Fancy Wes Hardin backing down like that.
Who'd ever believe it? After all the big talk, too.
Yeah, times had changed. 11 years before, Wes Hardin would have gunned Milton down without a second thought. The confrontation was the talk of El Paso for weeks after. Wes's cronies maintained that he'd only back down because of Milton's position. They all knew that Wes still had his famous calfskin waistcoat, which was specially fitted to carry 2 guns. In spite of having to cross-draw them, Wes was faster than most men with conventional holster, and would be sure to use them against any lesser man than Captain Milton. Their theory was to be put to the test 2 months later, when Wes rolled back into El Paso. While he was booking into the hotel, a drama was being enacted in the Acme Saloon, where young John Selman, a deputy sheriff, was having trouble with Barbara Rose.
Get your damn filthy hands off me!
I'm taking you in, Barbara, and mean it.
I've done nothing to you.
Last night you pulled out a gun and fired 4 shots down the main street. There are plenty of witnesses.
So what? I didn't hit no one.
Makes no difference. You were causing a disturbance. Now, come on. Don't make no more trouble.
You gonna lock me up for that?
Are you gonna come, or do I have to drag you out of here?
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, no?
Hey! Let go of me! Help me, somebody! Why, you big punk! Help!
Young John Selman pulled her all the way to the town jail and handed her over to the sheriff. Meanwhile, having now booked his room, Wes Hardin walked into the Acme Saloon. The English barman quickly told him what had happened to Barbara.
Yes, he was very rough with her.
Yeah, she said he wouldn't have dared done it if it had been with you around, Wes.
She did? Well, I reckon she's right at that. Well, I'm ready to venture honor. Will you take a message to someone for me, Jake?
Sure, Wes. What is it?
Tell him I'm waiting in here for him.
Yeah, do that. He'll be over at the jailhouse.
Pour me a long whiskey, Jackson. You better still give me the bottle.
Wes, you and I have been friends since you came out of jail last year, right?
That's right, Jackson. What about it?
Yeah, well, don't take it amiss if I say what I feel, all right? I think you're making a big mistake in calling out a lawman like this.
He's only a little lawman. A deputy, you said.
It isn't like the old days, Wes, believe me. Shoot even one little lawman and you'll have 1,000 or more Texas Rangers hunting you down.
Not if I make him draw first. The law ain't changed in that respect.
And if he don't draw?
Then that makes him a yellow-bellied coward. Now, don't look at me like that, Jackson. When I backed down from Milton, I knew he wouldn't draw first. He was only using the situation to get a name for himself as the man who killed Job Wesley Hardin, a privilege I'll give to no man. I made the wise move. But one day, we'll face up to each other again, and I'll blast him off his feet.
But, Wes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You can't get away with that kind of thing nowadays. It's all gone law and order, church, business.
I don't believe it, Jackson. A man with guns as fast as mine is still king.
Yeah, well, I'd hate to see you go back to jail, Wes. Or lying out there in the dust.
You won't. There'll be others who'll be lying out there in the dirt. Men like Selman Milton and a few others I can mention.
Here's Jake, coming back.
Well, You coming?
Hey, sorry, Wes, he refused. Says it ain't his job to go dueling.
He backed down?
Yeah.
Well. Well, you hear that, everybody? That big hero Selman won't come here and face me. That's because he's only fit to fight and manhandle women, like y'all saw an hour ago. Now, what kind of lawman is he?
He's scared of you, Wes. Knows your reputation.
Well, let him come here and fight like a man. He's a chicken liver coyote, and I'll shame him into facing up to me.
You got the drop of Wild Bill Hickok once, didn't you, Wes?
Yeah, that's right, boy. Tried to arrest me in Abilene. Told me to hand over my guns, and when I did, I gave him the old border roll and took him by surprise.
For 3 days, Wes Harden called young John Selman every name he could think of to make him take up the challenge. All to no effect. However, Selman's father, known as Old John, lived a few miles outside El Paso. He'd been a gunslinger in his day, but had changed to the side of the law in later life. At this time, he was sheriff of Precinct 1 of El Paso County. But now that the Texas Rangers had tamed the Badlands, Old John's job was easy. He'd run to fight, rarely wore a gun, and spent most of his time farming. He lived in a small house, alone, with his daughter, Betsy.
Hey, Pa!
What is it? You're back early from town.
There's trouble there, Pa, and John's right in the middle of it.
What do you mean?
Wes Harden's back in town, and he's trying to force John into shooting it out with him. It seems John arrested Harden's girl.
Well, better ride in and see what it's all about. Harden's got a big mouth, and one of these days some feller's gonna permanently shut it for him. Hey, Robert, bring my horse up here. You go and get my gun belt from the bedroom, Betsy.
You're not gonna talk to Harden, are you, Pa?
Oh, just a few gentle words of advice, that's all.
But he may try to fight.
No, I don't think so. He's all bluff. His argument with Milton a couple of months ago proves that. Harden ain't gonna risk prison or a noose just to settle an argument. He knows he can't get away with it in the same way he did in the old days. Now, hurry, fetch my gun belt. I don't want to be getting there at sundown.
Okay, Pa, so long as you promise not to go risking your neck against that madman.
There must be a reason why, all over the world, the swing is to Rothman's king size. It's simply this: Rothman's extra length, finest filter, and the best tobacco money can buy give you true king-size flavor. Rothman's king size really satisfies.
Call Lillian Sachs.
I can't. My nose is blocked up.
He can't. His nose is blocked up.
He can't. His nose is blocked up.
Use Tristan nasal spray.
Use Tristan nasal spray.
Use Tristan nasal spray.
Call Lillian Sachs.
It was just afternoon when Wes Harden walked down the street with some of his pals, his arm linked in Barbara Rose's. Sheriff Bronson had just released her from the jailhouse, where for 3 days she'd shouted and cussed. To relieve himself of his noisy prisoner, he'd reduced her 7-day sentence for good behavior. As the group walked towards the hotel, old John Selman rode in from the other side of town.
Bronson will be sorry you kept him for 3 days. You'll see if he ain't, Babs. One day he'll cross me and he'll end up lying in that dirt over there.
Oh, he ain't such a bad guy. Takes his job too serious is all.
Makes no difference you're pleading for him. He could have found a technicality and let you go 3 days ago. What do you reckon, Will?
Yeah, that's right, Wes. No need for him to have locked her up. Hey, you see who that is riding down the street?
Well, if it ain't old John Selman, come to give that boy of his a talking to, I'll bet.
He's coming over here, Wes.
say to you, Wes, you mind if we have a friendly chat?
Oh, come and join us for a drink at the hotel, John. Haven't seen you for years. Where you live now?
Got a spread just outside town. Now, look, Wes.
Yeah?
What I gotta say won't take long enough to last through a drink. Better I say it right here.
You want to talk about that son of yours? The one who doesn't know how to treat a lady?
Oh, he knows how to treat a lady when he meets one. Don't get too much practice in this town.
By that you mean Ma Barbara ain't a lady?
I ain't saying nothing, except this. Keep your big mouth shut about my boss.
I'll say what I like, and nothing I've said ain't true.
Look, John's a good kid, Wes.
Oh, yeah?
Times ain't like they used to be when the man with the fastest gun was the man most likely to live.
That's so.
Today's kids don't go in for this fast draw, fast shoot stuff. Now, you and me, Wes, we fought together and drank together. Oh, they were great days, great memories. Now, look, take my advice, Wes. Hang up your guns and confine yourself to telling stories in the act.
Well, the world's gone soft. It's full of lily-livered cowards, and your kid heads the list, John.
My kid's all right, Wes, so you better keep quiet. He won't fight you because he's got enough sense to know it's suicide.
Well, you just better take him back to your spread and put him in the chicken run where he belongs.
You're forcing me to make a hard decision, Wes.
I'll say it loud so as all the world can hear. Young John Selman is a yellow-bellied coward. Now, that satisfy you, John? Now, tell him to save your family pride and meet me here in the street like a man.
No drunken jailbird says that without paying for it. Go on, clear away there, folks. There's going to be lead flying.
That's all you need, Wes. Gun him down.
Old John Selman backed off into the street, his eyes fixed and hardened, and his right hand hovering inches away from the butt of his gun. The townsfolk who'd gathered around moved out of the light of fire. It was like a scene from the old days again. Wes Harden patted his long, elegant black coat. I'm waiting, Wes. Markison, you give us a signal, huh?
Okay. I haven't got my guns with me, Selman.
That ain't like you.
Never reckoned I'd need them today.
Well, go get 'em. I'll wait here.
Yeah. You wait here.
Inside the Acme Saloon, Wes Harden bought drinks all round. He was his old boastful self. While outside, an old man sat on a barrel and waited.
Pa, they just told me what happened. You can't fight Hardin.
You get back to your job, son, and let me deal with
Folks,
this.
this is my quarrel, Pa. If anybody has to stand up to him, it's me.
Look, you keep out of it. But if I come off worst, you still stay out of it.
Please, Pa. Go back to the ranch. Forget it. Folks will understand.
Oh, you don't understand, John. Since Wes Harden backed down from Jeff Milton, has been spoiling for a gunfight to bolster his reputation. Too many folks have laughed at his loudmouth boasting in the Acme, and it's hurting him. You were to be the sacrifice, boy, and I ain't going to allow it. He knows you're no good with a fast draw, so you were perfect for the part.
You're gonna be the sacrifice instead, is that it? Listen, Pa, you're so out of practice with that gun, you'd put up a worse show against them than me.
I give you that. But you got a lot of years ahead of you. I'm old and spent. The world can afford me.
Don't talk like that, please. Okay, so we can both pull out of town and forget all about it. Maybe folks will call us cowards, but we'll still be alive.
The Selmans ain't cowards, John. Just a mite cautious, maybe.
What good is your dead body lying in the street out here gonna do us, Pa?
I told you, son. Wes is spoiling for a gunfight. If it ain't us he guns down, it'll be some other poor feller who can't use a gun properly. Until he's dead or he's killed somebody, this town ain't safe. No lawman can do anything about it until after it's over. On top of that, he's got so many friends in town, he'll more than likely get off with a self-defense plea. You know how it goes.
Never thought of it like that before.
So you just go back and do your work and leave this to me.
Don't seem right, though. He started the quarrel with me, not you,
Let's
Pa.
not go into that again, huh? It's our quarrel.
Okay. Where is Hardin anyway?
Said he was going for his guns, but I saw him mosey off into the Acme. But I ain't hurrying things none. We got all day.
Hey, Wes, tell the boys about that time them Gilos tried to drown you in Huntsville Pass.
Yeah, that sure scared the pants off them when I played possum and they thought I was dead. Hey, Jackson, put up another round along the bar. Well, what do you say, boys?
Sure will, Wes.
Hey, what about the rest of that story, Wes?
Yeah. Give me a chance, Jake. Well, that's better. My throat was getting drier than a Navajo Creek. You know, those warders of the pen hated my guts. It made them feel big to have me at the wrong end of their cusses and kicks. One day, they dropped me down this hole in the ground and started pumping in water. I had a hand pump down there and had to pump it back.
It should be you out there, not Pa.
I tried to convince him of that, too. He chased me away. Said it was a matter of family honor and his duty to the town.
It don't seem right. Why should Pa have to do the dirty work? I'm going to him. Lend me one of those shotguns.
Stay away, Betsy, for Pa's sake.
Lend me a shotgun.
No, keep out of it. I ain't gonna let you get mixed up in this. It ain't women's business.
No, we'll see about that.
Betsy, come back here. What's the use? I'll soon chase her back here. She's as cussed and as stubborn as he is.
And that was another one for good health.
Say, that must be some kind of record, Wes. 3 Cook County sheriffs in a row.
Hey, say, when you gonna get your guns, Wes? Old John will be dying of old age soon.
Yeah, you're right. I guess it's time to kill that stupid fat fool out there. Well, all of you drink up and get out there in the street ready for the show.
Right.
You hear me? Everybody outside.
Well, Wes, I don't intend to miss the show either.
Jackson, you just stay here and pour me another drink. And have one yourself.
You think that's wise?
Let me be the judge, huh?
Anything you say, Wes.
Why don't you go on in and get him, John?
Pa?
Oh, Betsy, what are you doing here? I told you to stay at home.
I just talked to John. I can't let you go through with this. Oh, come back to the ranch with me. Please, Pa.
I can't do that. Now go back and leave me alone. This ain't your business.
It is my business.
Girl, you've made up my mind for me. Pete, Sam, take a hold of her for me.
No, Pa. Oh, let go of me. Let go of here. Pa, don't go in there, please.
Old John Salmon walked towards the saloon and pushed open the batwing doors. The crowd pushed forward to peer inside as he disappeared from sight.
What are you moving away like that for, Jackson?
Don't bother about drinking that, Wes.
Huh?
Look who's behind you.
Turn and face me, Hardin. I waited outside long enough.
I ain't turning, Selman. Besides, I still ain't got my guns.
You've had time. Plenty of it.
You should be glad I'm giving you extra time to enjoy before I kill you.
Somebody's got to die in this town today. Everyone knows that. Why are you so damn sure it's gotta be me?
Because you're fat, slow, and the size of a yellow-bellied kid. You deserve to die, Selman.
Turn round and face me, Hardin.
Go outside again and wait. I'll deal with you later.
You gonna turn?
Go away, fat man. Can't you see you're bothering me?
Old John was in a torment of indecision. His breathing was labored and his hands shook with pent-up fury, waiting to be unleashed. And Hardin's final remark did it.
Jackson, will you oblige me by kicking that old goat into the street where it belongs?
That's it, Hardin!
You shot him from behind, John.
Somebody had to die. Can't you see that? And who deserved it most?
Raise your glass to Witzenberg, since 1700 the heart and home of our finest wines. Today, Witzenberg has a wine for every facet of your glass. Dry white or Stein, dry red, Perle or Perle Rosé. Raise your glass to the magnificent Witzenberg range. You're enjoying true wine of the country.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows.
In your eye.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just protects you and keeps you dry, feminine, fresh. Wear Shield and the only thing you show is confidence.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows.
In your eyes. In your eyes.
There must be a reason why, all over the world, the swing is to Rothman's king size. It's simply this: Rothman's extra length, finest filter, and the best tobacco money can buy give you true king size flavor. Rothman's king size really satisfies.
Only moments after Hardin's death, Captain Jeff Milton arrived back in El Paso. Hearing the commotion, he pushed his way into the Acme saloon and surveyed the scene. He stooped down and unbuttoned Hardin's coat. It fell open.
You see that, huh? Hardin had both his guns all the time.
But he said he was going to get them. That's why he wouldn't turn and face old John. Reckon the old man wouldn't shoot him in the back.
Reckoned wrong this time, didn't he? Tried that game with me once, as you all know. Seems it didn't work so well the second time around.
Now that the feared John Wesley Hardin was dead, the crowd sided with and supported old John Selman. His plea of justifiable homicide was accepted, and he was allowed to return home to his family. This story is based on fact, and even today many historians of the old American West are puzzled why Wes Hardin made no attempt to face Selman. Could it have been his arrogant self-confidence, or had his terrible experiences in Huntsville Penitentiary turned him into a boastful coward, living in his world of past glories?
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. Tonight's story by Ron Evans is entitled Drums Along the River.
At this moment, a great road is being laid through the dense Brazilian jungle in an attempt to open up this vast territory for settlers. Before this could be done, several aerial surveys had to be made, since many hundreds of miles of road were to be laid where no civilized human had been before. My name is Ken Driver. I'm a geologist working for an international mineral exploitation company in Brazil. A female colleague, Sue Nolan, and I had been invited by Art Munro, an American surveyor, to visit a small jungle outpost near the Colombian border for a few days. The small outpost was accessible only from the air, and the three of us set off from a small town on the banks of the Amazon in a plane piloted by Rico Gomes, one of the few men who was familiar with the area and the Indian tongues.
The river looks so beautiful from up here, inviting.
An invitation to death, Miss Nolan.
It's so hard to believe.
That river's full of piranhas, and on the banks you'll find anacondas big enough to swallow a man. And not only that, Mr. Munro. There are the Indios with their poison darts. It's Havsha country. Headhunters.
Ugh, glad I'm up here. I hope it's not like that at the camp you're taking us to.
Oh, the Camp Orono is all right, so long as you don't try to bathe in the river. It's been cut out of the riverbank and is stockaded. The government has a small detachment of soldiers stationed there. No danger, so long as you follow the rules. Well, what time will we get there, Rico? About an hour, say just about 10.
I'm beginning to wonder whether it wouldn't have been better to have spent my 2 weeks leave in Rio. By now, I'd be lying on Copacabana Beach, soaking up the sun.
You told me you were the adventurous type of girl.
I am, so long as I'm surrounded by the comforts of home.
You mean like TV, restaurants, and ice cream?
You got the idea.
You won't find anything like that at Orono, Miss Nolan. I think you will find it interesting in many other ways. Rico, what's wrong? Fuel blockage, I think.
Oh, heavens, no. Do something, Rico.
Please, miss, I'm doing all I can. We're losing
We're going to crash.
Relax, Sue. Rico's doing his best. There's nothing else I can do except crash land. The river. You can do a belly flop into it. Maybe we'll be able... That way we'll end up as food for the piranha. We'll have to use the trees to soften the landing. Please fasten your belts.
Oh, what an unholy mess. Can't you send out a distress signal?
No time. Hold tight.
The plane hit the tops of the trees, spun and tore its way through to the lower branches, coming to rest a few feet above the ground, cradled between two huge trees. Rico had made a magnificent job of it, and apart from a few bruises and scratches, none of us was hurt.
Hey, are you okay, Sue?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm okay, too. Rico? Oh, just a small cut on my arm. No, Mr. Munro, don't move around. As you can see, we're balancing between two trees.
By golly, you're right. It's a miracle.
Brilliant landing, Rico. We must get away from the plane quickly, before the Indios come. This is an automatic Mayday call, but I doubt it will help much. We must get to the river and follow it westwards, and pray the Indios don't come after us.
How are we going to get out of the plane without disturbing the balance?
One at a time, very carefully. There's some rope in the back. You can go down first, Mr. Munro, and then Mr. Driver, and I will lower down Miss Nolan.
Oh, I used to be good climbing up and down ropes at school.
Here's the rope. I'll just force open this door. Oh, come on, darn you. Yeah, that's it.
Do you hear that?
What? Yes. It's a drum. That's why we must hurry. The Indians have seen our landing.
We climbed out of the plane without any trouble. Down on the ground it was damp, and our feet sank deeply into the decaying vegetable matter. Above our heads, the tall trees completely blotted out the sky, and it was as though we were standing in the nave of a vast, darkened cathedral. Rico led the way towards the river. It was hard going.
Oh, I must rest a minute. Get my breath back.
Please, Miss Nolan, force yourself.
I can't. I'm out of condition.
Oh, come off it, Rico. A minute won't make any difference.
I'm being watched right now, I'm sure of it.
Listen to those drums. They're much closer than before.
Well, I can't see anyone.
You won't see them. The Indians are masters of camouflage. You hear those bird calls? Some are genuine. But others, the Indians calling to each other.
Yeah. What the heck?
What's wrong?
Well, something stuck into my arm. Yeah, look at that. It's like a super splinter.
Let me see. Dark. A blowpipe.
Gee, it's beginning to hurt.
Shh. You hear that?
Yes, a voice from over there.
It's in Yasha language. An order not to kill any more of us.
What does he mean by that? None of us is dead yet?
Mr. Monroe, The doctor's poison.
Oh, no. You mean that I...
Here's my knife. Come on. Maybe we can cut out the poison.
It's too light. Help him sit down.
You mean there's nothing you can do? My neck. It's gone stiff.
Please, there must be something. Art?
Yes. Let me look at him. He's gone.
Ken, what are we going to do?
Nothing. Look around us.
We blinked through the jungle gloom and saw we were completely surrounded by semi-naked tribesmen, some carrying small bows and others holding 6-foot-long blowpipes. We were unarmed, helpless. With agonizing slowness, they closed in on us. One, who was wearing a tall headdress of mud and feathers, obviously the leader, was addressed by Rico.
Wasame Melulu.
What did he say?
I asked him what he wanted of us. He said he won't be hurt if we don't try to run away. He's telling us to follow.
Let's go, then. Where there's light, there's hope. You all right, Sue?
Do we have to leave poor Art lying there?
Have we a choice? Come on, lass. Whatever happens to Art now, he won't feel it. As we moved off, I was glad Sue didn't look back to where 2 of the Indians had started to remove Art's head. Rico had been right. We were prisoners of a tribe of headhunters. We walked for what seemed like miles. In the distance, I could hear the river, and soon we came into a clearing filled with rush huts. A large crowd of women, old men, and children were already assembled for our arrival. They poked and pulled at us as though we were strange new creatures, which we were to them. However, on the chief's orders, the escort formed a ring around us and kept them at bay.
What are they waiting for?
You can speak their language. Doesn't it give a clue as to what they have in mind?
Dialect is difficult to follow because they speak more quickly than the other options I've run into. Something about a priest.
Priest?
Yes, a priest of some god. No, not a god. I've heard the word Shamasa, which means doctor. But it was prefixed by Ma, which means God. So it means God Doctor.
So they're waiting for the priest to the God Doctor.
Will his arrival do us any good? That's what interests me most.
I don't think so, Miss Nolan. No white man who has come into this area has lived to return. There have been many, believe me. Missionaries, explorers, traders, who have never been heard of again.
But this is the 20th century. Things like this don't happen anymore.
Look around you and see the answer. It does.
Oh, when I think of Copacabana Beach.
Look over there. Something's happening.
It's a man. A European, too.
Oh, thank heavens for that.
Wait. No, he's not a European. Vestigio. A half caste.
But he must come from some trading post. See, he's wearing trousers and a shirt.
Yes. And the large feathered headdress. You see how they bow to him? This man must be the priest they were chattering about.
He's coming towards us. The Indians are making a passage for him.
Vima Melulu.
It is better we speak in English.
We stared at the Mesijo, and the crowd became hushed.
Where are you from?
Well, I'm English. Miss Nolan here is American.
I am Brazilian.
My name is Zambala. Or rather, that is the name I've adopted. Many years ago, I lived in Manaus. I was called Carlo then.
We're very pleased to see you here, Zambala.
Perhaps not. We shall see. I'm the servant of El Medico. For a long time, he has waited for an English and American to come by. We are lucky today. Both at once. El Medico will be very pleased.
Who is El Medico?
We'll meet him very soon now. We will go to his place. You, little fat man. What is your name?
Rico Gomes. I am a pilot for Astra.
I don't care about that. The less I know of your history, the happier I am. As El Medico has no wish to talk with you, there is no further need for you to wait.
You mean I can go?
Certainly. The Indios will help you.
Manifesto the rock. No, not that. Let me go.
Rico, they're killing him.
Who? Keep back.
Oh, awful.
Look away, Sue.
You, Zambala. Why?
El Medico does not wish to talk to Brazilians. We can catch them anytime.
For heaven's sake, man, stop them from sticking those spears into him. He's dead now.
Lashima. Consider yourselves lucky you are American, English. Your nationalities have given you a little longer to live.
A little longer? You mean you're going to kill us, too?
All strangers who come here must die. But you are privileged to live a few extra hours for the sake of my master, who craves your company. Come, we must go to him now.
Our hearts were so heavy with dread that we barely noticed the route we walked. Still surrounded by our escort of Indian guards, we passed through the village and back into the jungle, Zambala leading the way. Soon the ground began to slope upwards, and the path ended at the entrance to a wide cave mouth. Fixed to the rock outside were innumerable crude wooden figures and symbols, whilst across the entrance itself was a line of 5-foot poles a yard apart, and topping each one was a grinning human skull.
Oh, what a hideous place.
It is the home of El Medico. The outside is very misleading and meant only to satisfy the superstitions of the Indios. Look, you see the way they stare. They would rather die than pass this line of skulls.
Is this where we get to meet your boss?
Yes, but first a word of warning.
Huh?
Be polite and flattering to El Medico. He will only order your deaths when he tires of your company.
Charming. Sounds like a real nice fellow.
He is. I've been with him for many years now. Come, let us go inside.
Zambala was right. The outside was very misleading. The cavern was really a tunnel which led 50 yards under the hill to the other side. Built against this far entrance was a timber house, not very big, but substantial. Zambala opened a door and gestured us inside. I gazed around in open amazement. It was a lounge, nicely, if primitively, furnished. What surprised me most was that 2 of the walls were completely lined with fully stocked bookshelves.
Please make yourselves comfortable. My master will come soon. Don't try to run away, though. The Indios are waiting at the tunnel entrance for you to try.
Well, what do you know about that? This El Medico fellow must be a European.
With a highly sophisticated taste, judging by his literature. Most of it's in German, but there's also Shakespeare here and Suspense.
Never mind that, Ken. We've got to do something about getting away from this nut, whoever he is.
I'm very pleased to meet you. Zambala has just told me about you. May I inquire your names?
I'm Kenneth Driver, and this is Susan Nolan.
Very good. Miss Nolan is American, I presume.
Yes.
I'm known here as El Medico, but my real name is Heinrich Steiger. Welcome to my humble home. As you can see, I've tried to make it as comfortable as possible.
Steiger was an old man, 70 if a day. He was dressed smartly in white, clean and sprightly, a man very much out of place in this green wilderness. He smiled at us, but his thin lips were cruel, and needed but a slight change of expression to change the smile into a snarl.
Please sit down. Zambala is bringing us some drinks. Then I trust you join me in the light lunch.
That's very kind of you, but hadn't you better explain to us what all this is about?
Yes. Why did the Indians murder Art and Rico?
This man, Art you call him, he was killed in error. As for Asa, he was only a Brazilian. I didn't need him.
Look, are we your guests or prisoners?
Both.
But why? I can't understand your motive.
First, tell me about what is happening in the outside world. I get very little news here, you know. Zambala has been my only contact with civilization for many years. Tell me about Europe and America, the political climate, all the scandals, troubles. Are the Russians still aggressive?
Steiger pressed Sue and me with questions for over an hour. Then Zambala, who was now playing his part of the butler, announced lunch. We went into a dining room and were served an excellent meal. That our host was quite mad became obvious. Not a raving lunatic, but it could be read in his eyes, in his jerky movements, in his neurotic manner. There came a lull in the conversation while he digested some of the facts Sue and I had told him.
That was a nice meal, Mr. Steiger.
Dr. Steiger, Miss Nolan.
Oh, of course.
Hence your local title of El Medico.
I treat the natives for their aches, pains, and diseases. In return, they think I'm a god and give me their absolute loyalty and protection. Zambala is my high priest and mediator. By the way, I told him to speak your language. He does it well, don't you think?
Tell me, if you will, what you are planning to do with us.
Have you killed? But later, no hurry.
But why?
I could wring your scraggy little neck.
That would be a foolish thing to do. The Indians would spend a week killing you both. Very, very slowly. At least, when you die by my hand, it will be quick, I promise you that.
But this is sheer madness. Why can't you just let us go?
Yes, Sue's right. We could get a canoe from the Indians and paddle upriver.
I cannot permit you to leave here alive. Don't you recognize me? Or my name? Does Heinrich Steiger mean nothing to you at all?
Nothing at all. Should it?
Oh, has it been so long that I'm now a forgotten man?
You're a wanted man. Is that it? You're wanted by the police.
I shall tell you. But first, let us have a drink. Zambala, bring us all another drink.
The time is before, Senorita Nolan.
Please.
Senor Driver?
Yes, the same, please.
So, the world has forgotten Heinrich Steiger. That is good.
What did you do?
I was the doctor in charge of the experimental unit in Rosebank concentration camp.
A war criminal.
Yes, that is what they called me. But they exaggerated by saying I killed 10,000 prisoners. It was not so. 8,000 would have been more accurate.
You murdered 8,000 people.
It was my job. War is war. These people were the enemies of the Reich.
It's monstrous.
Put down the drink, Zambala. Then go and wait at the cave entrance.
I see. There's nothing else you want?
Nothing. To continue. First, the British, Russians, French, and Americans hunted me down. When they gave up, I heard that the Jews tried to take up the search. All these years I've lived here, safe. It was hard at first, but I soon became accustomed to the isolation. Now you see why I dare not let you go. If the authorities know that a white man lives here alone, they will suddenly get very nosy.
What can they do now? The war finished 29 years ago.
Revenge for my so-called crimes. I'm an old man, but I've no wish to die yet.
But there was an amnesty. You're a free man. There's no need to hide out here anymore.
An amnesty, you say? You mean I'm not wanted now?
I didn't know about that, Ken.
You should read your papers, Sue. Yes, 3 years ago. Was it 4? It was decided no longer to charge war criminals.
If this is true,
then there's no point in killing us.
No! Don't drink that!
What's wrong?
Don't touch your drink either, Mr. Driver. They're both poisoned.
You were going to kill us. Now?
Yes. But as you can see, circumstances have changed. I want to go back to civilization, just to see what it is like. Zambala can guide us. It is 5 days' march from here to an old Indian trail. Zambala knows it well. We come out of the jungle at a small Colombian town and...
You're not going to kill us now?
No. We're all going together. We are friends.
The sudden change in Steiger's manner astonished us. It was painfully obvious that he'd longed to be able to leave his jungle retreat. We don't know what he told Zambala, but the next morning we left the cave and started the long march westwards into Colombia. It was an arduous journey, through alternating rocky and dense jungle terrain. As we drew closer, Steiger's excitement grew until he was like a small boy at a picnic. On the morning of the 5th day, we stopped on the brow of a hill. Ahead of us was a wide path. Zambala pointed to it.
There is the road. It leads into Contapa. We can reach the town by noon.
So, you have done well, Zambala.
Do you want me to go back to the tribe or stay here until you return?
Zambala, I have decided not to go back to the tribe. I'm going to rejoin my own people. I have no further use for you.
Steiger was the only one of us armed, and he pulled out his revolver.
You're going to kill me? After I have served you for so long?
Steiger, don't!
You two keep away. This is my business.
Why'd you do that, Steiger?
Why not? There's no future for him. It was nothing but a nasty little pickpocket in Manaus before I took him under my wing. Come, let us go.
You have no respect for the value of human life, have you?
Oh, please do not moralize to me, Miss Nolan. People who have no value should be destroyed. Too many are parasites. But we cannot stand here arguing.
Look, Steiger. Zambala's still alive.
He is still...
As the old man turned to look, I jumped forward and grabbed for the gun.
Oh!
I managed to wrest it from his grip. He stood back and looked reproachfully at me.
I see. So you're going to kill me?
No, Steiger. I'm not a killer.
Why are you taking out the bullets?
All but one. I'm leaving you a choice. Kill yourself or go back to your Indian tribe.
I cannot go back. Without Zambalas, they will kill me.
That's your problem.
I'm going into Cantapa with you.
Once they know who you really are, you'll be arrested on sight.
But amnesty!
What amnesty? I was only telling you that to play for time, and you swallowed it. The world would never forgive your crimes in 1,000,000 years. You're a dead man, Steiger, and it's up to you how you want to go out.
So you tricked me. Traded on my need for company. Civilized company.
You see that rock over there? Midway between here and the road? I'm going to leave this gun on top of it. Don't try to chase us and use the one bullet. It wouldn't do you any good. Merely ruin your one chance of taking the easy way out. Now stay here, Steiger, until you see me wave. From then on, it's up to you. Come on, Sue. Goodbye, Dr. Steiger. Have a nice trip to hell. I left the pistol on the rock, and we walked away down to the road, where I waved my hand to Steiger. Then Sue and I carried on walking. A few minutes later, I looked back and saw the lonely figure standing silhouetted on top of the rock where I had left the revolver. It was all over. The nightmare had ended.
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
Adventure. Tonight's story is entitled HMS Suicide by Alan Campling. It was well into 1943 when I got my orders at Brooklyn Navy Yard to report at Scapa Flow off the north coast of Scotland to a vessel called S-54. I made the crossing in a very uncomfortable aircraft and landed to find that S-54 was a British craft, which was bad enough, but also a submarine, which was worse. Still, Lieutenant Commander Dougie Haig and his boys eventually got over the shock of meeting an American. And by the time we were pulling into Gibraltar Harbor, everybody was relaxed and friendly. We were really buddies by that time. Or so I thought, anyway.
All right, pilot. Left hand down. Save the juice. Take her in.
Aye, sir. 3 degrees to 4 percent cockpit, sir.
Say, Captain, I think your boatswain's pulling your leg.
Gracious me, Yank. When are you going to learn to call him bosun like every other human being in this sub?
You're a great one to talk about using the proper terms. What's this left-hand down stuff, anyway?
Well, I thought it would help a landlubber like you to feel more at home. We don't often have a soldier aboard, you know. Seamen traditionally think that's bad luck. And from the way you've been going through my whiskey ration, I'm inclined to agree.
Okay, I get it. The fact is, the only other time I was on a boat was when we...
boat? In a ship, if you don't mind.
If you say so, Skipper. Anyway, that was a U.S. vessel, and they're dry.
They're dry? I just think they would be. They never go to sea, do they?
Oops. I should have said teetotal.
Yes, I don't wonder the American fleet takes so long to get into war if they don't get a rum ration.
I promise to replenish your liquor supply just as soon as we land in Gibraltar. I must admit I'll be glad to stretch my legs on dry land. That Atlantic sure can throw a ship around.
Well, it'll be more peaceful for you in the Mediterranean. We've only got the entire combined Italian and German fleets to throw us around there. And if you don't count their air forces, which personally I do...
Just my luck. I was hoping we could travel on the surface for a while after all that underwater stuff.
You'll get used to that if your mission with us lasts much longer. Whatever that mission may be.
Now, don't let's start that again, Dougie. I keep telling you, I don't know my ultimate mission any more than you do.
Right, and I keep telling you that as captain of this submarine, I ought to know your mission, whether you do or not. Well, there's the flag lieutenant of the Admiral's barge. I suppose I'll be wanted up at Government House. Maybe someone up there will know what this little trip's all about. And maybe I'll wish I'd never been told when I find out. Lieutenant Commander Douglas Haig reporting, sir. HMS submarine S-54.
Oh, good afternoon, Commander. Oh, do take a chair. Have a fair trip.
Middling, thank you, sir. I was told to see the Admiral here, sir.
Yes, that's all right. I'm using his office. Wanted to give you a personal briefing. I'll have to be briefed, too, if I'm to catch my plane back to London tonight. Don't want to take off after dark and run into any opposition.
You're from London, sir?
Yeah, flew in this morning to talk to you. Now, don't mention that to anyone, will you? In fact, everything I say to you here is top secret. And I mean top secret. Your crew isn't to hear your orders, not even your, what do you call your second-in-command?
First lieutenant, sir.
Oh, very odd, you Navy people. You're a lieutenant commander, they call you captain. He's a second lieutenant, and you call him first. Oh, well, I suppose the Admiralty know what they're up to.
You're not from the Admiralty, then, sir?
Oh, gracious, no. I'd be obliged if you didn't ask where I am from, or indeed any other questions. I'll tell you what you need to know, and Major Lee will get his orders separately. How are you getting along, by the way? That American Army officer you brought out.
Will he have orders that I don't know about, sir?
Oh, now then, my boy, I did warn you against interrogating me. But I don't mind telling you he will. And where they appear to conflict with your own orders, you will obey his instructions. Is that clear?
With respect, sir, that isn't possible. In the Navy, a captain is wholly responsible for everything and everybody in the vessel which he commands.
Yes, never mind that now. Everything will be cleared with your Admiral. You'll find it's all cut and dried. Now, I understand your boat has 5 ballast compartments instead of the usual 3. Is that so?
I beg your pardon, sir. But you'll appreciate I don't know you from Adam. It's more than my job's worth to discuss naval architecture.
Yes, quite right. Forgive me. I'm afraid I can't tell you my name, but here's my authority. I wouldn't want you to think I was a spy or something. Leastwise, not an enemy spy, what? Does that letter satisfy you?
Well, it certainly gives you carte blanche, sir. But I don't recognize the signature. I don't believe I've ever heard of an Admiral George. And while I don't want to appear to be uncooperative...
That's not an admiral's signature, my boy. That's the king's.
Oh, I see, sir.
Yes, quite so. And you can rest assured that what I tell you in his name can override any routine matter of naval procedure. What? I mean, it's his submarine, isn't it? And he's paying your salary, too, so perhaps you won't object if some of my instructions on his behalf were, well, all of them, as it may be, are a little, shall we say, unexpected.
Hurry that work along, Swain. We're shoving off tonight.
Tonight, sir? The lads was looking forward to night in the town, sir.
Well, they're not getting one. Send the master-at-arms to get them back here on the double.
Yes, sir. That Yankee officer, too, sir.
Oh, yes. I'd almost forgotten about him. Ask him to come back as soon as he can make it, will you?
Take him on to Malta, are we, Skipper?
Who said anything about Malta?
Well, nobody said anything about it, sir, but anybody could guess that from what we're loading.
I see. And what are we loading?
Well, don't you know, sir?
If I knew, I wouldn't have asked you.
Well, yes, of course, sir. Well, mostly petrol, sir.
Aviation fuel? High-octane stuff?
That's right, sir. And there's only one place around here that's got to get its aviation fuel by submarine.
I should think so, too. Using my ship as a tanker.
Well, they can't use tankers, sir. Surface vessels can't get through the enemy air cover from Italy and France.
I don't need a lecture in contemporary strategy, thank you. Where's it all going?
Ballast compartment, sir. And the dockyard workmen took out one of our batteries to make room for more petrol, sir.
Have they, indeed? I wonder they didn't offload the torpedoes as well. Oh, that's all I need. Half my electrical storage gone, so I can only stay under the surface half the usual time. That's just great.
Sir, they did offload the torpedoes and sealed up the tubes, sir.
Oh, that's really going too far. I'm not using my torpedo tubes for petrol storage. And I'll tell the Commander-in-Chief, sir.
Well, they've not put petrol in them, sir.
Haven't they? What then?
Shells, sir. HE.
High-explosive shells, for Pete's sake.
That's right, sir. Anti-aircraft shells, big ones, for the Malta defences, I suppose.
Don't keep talking about Malta. That's the way rumours get spread.
Hi there, Douglas. I got you some scotch. Hey, say, you guys are certainly in a mess around here.
Well, there's one man we'll have to fetch from the pub. Now, don't talk about Malta in front of him. You hear me?
Aye, aye, Skipper.
Say, that Gibraltar of yours is someplace. Like a little bit of old England straight off the calendar, except it isn't raining. Douglas, I want you to have dinner with me tonight in the best restaurant in town. And there's a couple of girls I met who...
You won't be here long enough, Major. Huh? Now that you're aboard, you can stay aboard until we sail.
I do, Douglas? But look, I promised this girl and her
You're under my orders, Major.
Hey, what's with this major stuff? I was yanked this morning, Douglas.
Well, now you're Major Lee, passenger, and I'm captain to you.
What? Hey, Bosun, is something wrong?
You will not address my crew except through me. As long as I have command here. When you usurp my command, when you take over, then...
Taking over, sir? Is that what you said?
Look, I don't propose to say everything twice, Bosun. It's bad enough having to say once that another officer, a soldier, not even a British officer...
Yeah, you on the level.
Major Lee, it appears that for the first time in the history of the Royal Navy, a history that goes back several hundred years further than your entire country's existence, a vessel of His Britannic Majesty is about to fall under the strategic and technical command of an ignorant and unseaworthy foreigner.
I could see why Commander Haig would be sore, and it was tough to have him sore at me when I didn't know what he was talking about. Whatever he'd been told at his briefing on the Rock was a secret from me. I had my orders in an envelope in my jacket. They were sealed, and the idea was that Haig would be told by radio when I was to open them. He was mad enough to spit. From his attitude towards me, as much as by what he said, I could see that he bitterly resented the idea that he wouldn't be master in his own ship once my orders were opened. I stayed away from the command center all I could from then on, lying in my hammock and trying to figure what was going on. But when Dougie Haig eventually took a nap, I tried to pump the bosun, without distracting him from his job of conning the submarine, of course. Hi there, Swain. How's she going?
Evening, Major Lee. Everything under control, sir.
Don't you start with that spit and polish, Swain. Call me Yank and make me feel like one of the family again.
Sorry, sir. The skipper's order, sir. No fraternizing.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Now, look, tell me one thing anyways. How come we're spending so much time submerged, I mean, when we were in the Atlantic, we surfaced at night to recharge the batteries or whatever.
Can't surface, Nemed, sir. Too many enemy aircraft about. And sub-chasers could detect us and blow us out of the water.
Oh, okay, I was just asking. But I thought somebody told me you had to come up every so often or your batteries would run dry.
Quite right, sir.
Well, haven't you already passed the limit for underwater running?
Nearly halfway to the official limit, sir.
Oh, only halfway. Well, that's okay then, isn't it?
Well, not really, Major. You see, we've only got one battery at the moment instead of the usual two.
Only one? Is that enough to get us to Malta submerged all the way? Oh, come on. I've guessed it's Malta, of course.
Well, I can't say whether it is or it isn't, sir, but I can tell you that if it is Malta we're heading for, no, we can't make it under the water all the way.
And if we surface to recharge the batteries from the diesels, we'll be a sitting duck, crammed full of high-octane petrol and high-explosive ammunition.
Ah, but that's crazy.
Major Lee, I've confined you to your quarters because you're using up oxygen unnecessarily by standing up, walking around and talking. There is a limited supply of breathable air in a submarine that's running submerged, and it's my responsibility and my duty to conserve it for essential purposes. Now get back to your hammock and stay there until I send for you.
Or else what, sailor?
Or else you'll continue this voyage in irons. Do you hear me? In irons. Chained to a stanchion. And don't think I won't do it. You may be going to take my ship away from me before this voyage is over, but until your orders are open, you will obey mine to the letter.
Boy, I just hope my sealed orders include dumping you over the side. I'll obey that one to the letter, all right, and with pleasure.
Beg pardon, Skipper. Battery capacity reading is coming up to the red line, sir.
Oh, that's great.
The red line? What's that all about?
Well, if you're going to be in control of this vessel, Buster, you may as well know. As soon as that pointer reaches the red line, we have to surface in the world's most heavily patrolled sea lane, right under the noses of all the anti-submarine fights the enemy can put up. Well, I hope you know where to find enough power to keep us underway then, because you're going to need it.
Excuse me, Skipper. Radio message.
Right, thank you. Well, here it is. I am formally ordered to instruct Major Lee of the United States Army to open his sealed orders, and thereafter to accept any orders that he may give as to the disposition of my vessel and my crew. Well, she's all yours, Admiral Robert E. Lee.
I opened the sealed envelope with a certain relief. Fortunately, the first paragraph was fairly straightforward, and more Commander Haig's business than my own. Captain, I have a course correction for you.
Well, don't tell me. I'm just part of the furniture around here. Tell the bosun.
Well, it's kind of hard to figure, but just north.
Just north.
Beg pardon, sir. Battery's almost exhausted.
Number one.
Sir?
Prepare to surface.
Aye, aye, sir. But that's ridiculous. Everything to the north is enemy-held territory, isn't it?
Well, I'm glad you know that much anyway. Yes, under your new and, I should think, short-lived command, Major, this submarine is going to be sailing to the surface towards Italy. And it's my guess they'll not only be delighted to see us, but they'll welcome us with open arms and a salvo of armor-piercing shells.
This is Torpedo Boat 27 calling base urgent. There is a vessel ahead of me now. A small one due south and heading right after me. I will investigate. Over and out. Torpedo Boat calling base. Request airstrike. The vessel is a submarine. Over.
Request denied. Investigate further. Most unlikely a submarine is heading towards Italy on the surface unless it is friendly. Repeat. Investigate further.
Ship on starboard bow, Skipper.
Where? Ah, yes, I've got it. Oh, kicking up quite a bow wave, too, for a little one. All right, Admiral. I'd say you have a torpedo boat coming to pay a call. Do your orders cover that situation, too?
They do, Captain. Train your Oerlikon, your 4-inch gun, and all other deck-mounted weapons to the stern.
The stern? Are you off your head? The torpedo boat's on our bow.
Those are the orders, Captain.
Well, that's insane. What else do they say? Run up the white flag?
Funny you should mention flags, Captain. There's a further order here, and you're not gonna believe it, I can tell. And when you do, you're not gonna like it.
Torpedo Boat 27 calling base. Confirming that vessel is a submarine. I'm close enough to fire. Request permission to attack. Over.
Hard to believe your report, Tenente. Are you sure they're close enough? Over.
Of course I'm sure. I could hit her with a rifle bullet. Wait. There is activity around the deck. Yes, they're training their deck armament. Permission to open fire. Urgent. Over.
Confirm and amplify nature of the deck activity. Over.
Hello, base. Hello, base. They've trained their guns aft. Repeat, aft. I'm off their bow. Repeat, bow. Instructions, please. Over.
Understand the submarine is training its armaments away from you. I'm reporting for higher orders, Tenente. Report any other activity. Over.
They're hoisting a flag. One moment. Yes, it's a white ensign. This is a British submarine. And wait. Hello, base. The white ensign is upside down. Repeat, upside down. Over.
Upside down? Mamma mia, Tenente, do nothing hasty. The CNC will have to figure out this one himself. Keep them under observation. But whatever you do, do not open a fire until we know what the devil is going on there.
You in the submarine have orders to take you under arrest. Do you understand me? You will obey my orders or I will blow you out of the sea. You hear what I'm saying?
Well, Admiral Lee, it seems you're not giving orders here anymore. Now the Italian Navy's taken over. You didn't last long in command, did you? Or do your secret orders cover this situation, too?
They sure do, Captain.
Tenente! I am Major Robert E. Lee of the United States Army. Do you hear what I say?
I hear you, Senor Major, but I do not understand. Who is commanding that submarine? Is it British? I do not understand.
I have a message from my president to your Mussolini. A personal message.
A message for Il Duce. Is that what you say, Major?
That's right. I have taken possession of this British submarine. I have to deliver an urgent message. What are your orders?
Momente, wait a momente. I will report what you say to my admiral and get his orders. Give it to and await my reply. If you attempt anything foolish, I will put a torpedo into you. Stand by for orders. My machine gunner has everyone on your bridge in his sights. Do not make one false move, or you are all dead men.
Oh, my dear chap, you don't imagine that even a thick lieutenant in the Italian Navy is going to swallow that load of nonsense, do you? A message from President Roosevelt for Mussolini.
It doesn't matter what he thinks, Captain. Neither he nor his admiral at the base is going to stick his neck out and decide it's nonsense, just in case it isn't. All he can do is ask us to come into harbor and talk it over. And as you can see, that's just what they have done.
Inviting a British submarine into a harbor full of warships. They must be as crazy as you are.
Not really. They've ordered your deck guns unloaded. They've sent an officer aboard to confirm that you have no torpedoes. You're harmless. And you can bet that once we've got past their entrance boom, we'll be right under the guns of every warship and shore emplacement. What do they got to lose?
Well, I don't know why you're so proud of yourself. You surrender my ship to the enemy without firing a shot. You calmly propose to walk into their trap like a fly into a spider's web.
I think you once said, Captain, that doing your duty without questioning orders is part of the grand old tradition of the British Navy. Well, how's about doing just that without all the complaining, huh? Say, look, there's the outer defenses of the harbor now. I think you'll admit they're running no risk by asking us to drop in for a little chat together.
Base calling torpedo boat 27. Tenente, I have the commander-in-chief's orders for you. He has checked with Rome, and the British submarine is to follow you into the harbor. If there is any sign of trouble, you're to fire the signal rocket. Over.
Message received and understood. But what happens when I fire the signal rocket? Over.
Oh, Tenente, there will be the greatest bombardment since Alamein. And I'm very glad I am not sitting in the water a few meters from where it will all come down. I wish you good fortune. Over and out. Avanti. Come in, Tenente. And you too, gentlemen. For you, the war is over. Please be seated. I'm Base Commander Sforza. You can give me the message from your President Roosevelt for El Duce.
Well, go on, Yank. Give him the message.
Admiral Sforza, the message is, if Signor Mussolini will eat more lettuce and cut down on the spaghetti, he'll live long enough to be hanged for war crimes.
Admiral de Armada, what can be the meaning?
Tenente. Major Lee, I suppose you have some reason for this insulting and ridiculous performance.
Admiral, I wouldn't assume anything reasonable from this officer.
Thank you, Captain, for your loyal support and understanding. Admiral, I'll appreciate it if you will kindly order your boom defense controller to remove his anti-submarine nets, surface boom, and other obstructions so that the submarine S-54 can leave here tomorrow morning without any difficulty.
Major, I'm trying to control my impatience.
Good heavens. I think I'm beginning to see. Look, Yank, I think I owe you an apology.
That's okay, Dougie. I was baffled there for a while myself.
You demand that we let you go free tomorrow?
Tenente, I shall not tell you again to be silent. Gentlemen, I'm waiting for your explanation. How can you make these ridiculous demands as if you expect me to comply with them? You're caught in this arbor like a fly in a spider's web.
Funny thing you should say that, Admiral.
Sir, with all due respect, we're more like a tiger that you have by the tail.
Explain this, please.
That's quite simple, Admiral. That submarine is crammed full of high-octane aviation fuel and high explosives. You dare not fire on us. The explosion would damage every warship and every merchant ship within a mile and more, and wreck your harbor installations.
Oh, no.
That's perfectly true, Admiral. And if I were you, well, the first thing I'd do right now is order that helicopter to get right away from that sub and stay away. He could have an accident. Crash under the sub and send it sky high. And your entire command with it.
I do not believe what you say. If this is true, why then the explosion would destroy your vessel and wipe out your crew. It would destroy this room we are sitting in and you with it.
And you, sir.
Admiral, I believe you have no choice. My orders are to sail from here tomorrow, escorted by any vessel of your choice. You, sir, will be kind enough to sail in that vessel as a hostage. It'll remain within 10 meters of the submarine, and you'll give orders that we're not to be attacked. If we are, you go down with us. Or up, as the case may be.
And if I refuse?
You can't refuse, sir. You're sitting on a bomb of unimaginable force. Your fleet will remain in this harbor for 24 hours, because if even one vessel attempts to leave, my men will fire on it and sink it. It will not dare to fire back, because if it does, the explosion will destroy it and everything else in range. Well, cheer up, Admiral. It's no disgrace to bow to the inevitable. I'm afraid you've been defeated by the Major's new secret weapon, HMS Suicide.
The next day took its place in military history as the day of Operation Torch. Under the Supreme Allied Commander, General Eisenhower, American, British, French, and other Allied troops landed in North Africa. It was the biggest and most bloodless mass landing that had ever taken place. It would have been a costly failure if the Italian and German navies had interfered. But all their Mediterranean ports had received an unexpected visitor the day before. A single British submarine under the command of an American Army officer with a cargo of certain doom that was also his free ticket out of there again.
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
High Adventure. Tonight's story is entitled Whirlpool.
by Terence Kerwin. Motor vessel Durban Star, carrying 10 passengers, is 300 miles from Cape Town. She is ploughing through heavy seas and a strong wind. The captain turns to his chief officer.
We seem to be moving off course again, Chief. Can't account for it.
Neither can I, sir. It's as though a giant magnet were pulling us northeast all the time. Shall I alter course 2 degrees west, sir?
Yes. And check with Mac how that shaft bearing is behaving.
Aye, sir. Mac, we're off course again. We're altering to 2 degrees west. How's that bearing?
Not good, Lenny. Tell the captain I think we should slow speed by 5 knots.
Oh, that'll please him. We're behind time with this odd pull we're getting without you suggesting we slow speed. Down it, Mac, we'll be more off course. We'd better make it 4 degrees. That should hold us steady.
Of course I will, Lenny. I'll let you know if the bearing gets any worse.
You do that, Mac, and quick.
You didn't need to worry about that, Chief. I'll be like the saying goes, greased lightning. I didn't fancy drifting. Too really dangerous.
The bearing's giving trouble, sir. Mac's having to reduce speed by 5 knots.
What a time to do it. Pity we didn't discover it when we were in Cape Town.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Chief?
Look over there, sir, on the starboard bow.
I see it. I'll check it through my binoculars. Good heavens. The sea's foaming and twisting like a live thing. Steer 10 degrees west. It could be a whirlpool. Get on to Cape Town. Ask them if they've any reports of one.
Aye, sir. Sparks, get on to Cape Town. Check that there's been any reports of a whirlpool in this area. Hurry, man, it's urgent.
Right, Chief. Durban Star, calling Cape Town. Durban Star, calling Cape Town. Do you read me? Over.
Hear you loud and clear, Durban Star. What's the trouble? Over.
We think we've sighted a whirlpool in this area. Any reports of one? Our position is roughly 300 miles northwest of you. Over.
No reports as yet. I'll arrange for a plane to check. We'll keep you informed. Over.
Make it soon, because there's something pulling us off course for hours. Over.
Will do. Over and out.
Better hurry, Sparks. It is a whirlpool. It's only about 8 miles off. We've just sighted the fringe of it.
Oh, my blood's running cold at the mere thought of it.
Mine's frozen. No reports of a whirlpool in this area or anywhere else, sir. Cape Town's sending out a plane to check. We should know pretty soon how bad it is and what it is.
It's a whirlpool, all right, Chief. We've moved off course again while you've been away. Look at that compass.
Good heavens, sir. The pull must be terrific even from here.
I know. Tell Mac to increase speed by 5 knots, bearing or no bearing trouble. We'd better alter course, too. Another 10 degrees west this time.
Right, sir. 10 degrees west it is.
Engine room. What's the trouble now, Chief?
You're to increase speed again by 5 knots. We think the pool is being caused by a whirlpool. It's about 8 miles away and must be a real beauty. We're still being dragged slowly towards it.
Can I increase speed? The bearing won't take it.
You have to, Mac. Captain's orders. We're still not keeping a steady course.
She'll break down, I tell you, man. The bearing could seize if I put any more strain on it.
Prefer being sucked down and no trace left, Mac?
Don't be tough, man. All right. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'll take the risk and increase speed.
Good man. Mac says there's a risk that prop bearing will seize if he increases speed, sir.
Blast! He must risk it.
He is, sir.
And it can't be as serious as he portrays. I know, Mac. He'd never risk breaking anything.
I hope you're right, sir.
I am. Now let's see how our heading is.
It's holding, sir, but only just. Let's hope it'll keep that way. I've no experience of whirlpools.
Neither have I, Chief. Although I knew a captain who lost his ship that way. Ship, the lot went. At least that's what the official report stated. Couldn't say much else. Nothing left.
Not even some debris, sir?
Not a thing to mark her passing.
Let's pray we keep our present course.
We shall. Let me know the moment you hear anything from Cape Town.
Of course, sir. At once. Cape Town says it's a whirlpool, all right, sir. A huge brute, too.
How far away?
9 miles now, sir.
Well, keep her steady on her present course, Chief.
Aye, sir. Chief here, Mac. Go ahead.
I'll have to stop for a while. That bearing's overheating. Something shocking.
Not now, Mac. We'll drift towards that whirlpool, too deep for the anchor.
Can I help that, man? Unless we stop that bearing, we'll seize. It'll take hours to fix him at all. Tell that to the captain.
Hold on. Mac says unless we stop now, sir, the bearing will seize.
We can't stop now, Chief. Tell him to keep her going somehow. We'll be out of danger in another hour, maybe less.
Aye, sir. Mac?
Aye.
Captain says to keep her going somehow. We'll be out of danger within the hour.
All right. Be it on your own head, laddie.
We're off course again, Chief. Tell Mac he must increase speed.
No need to, sir. We've stopped. I'll get onto the engine room. Mac, what's happened? The bearing?
Aye, laddie. It's seized.
Then unseize it, man. We're turning and drifting towards that whirlpool already.
I'll do my best. And if I stay talking to you, we'll never get started.
Get to it, man, and hurry.
Aye, all right. I'll do that. And don't worry.
The bearing's seized, Captain.
Then send out a mayday. We'll have to be towed if we don't want to be sucked down. Now look, we're drifting faster.
I know, sir. Shall I arrange for distress rockets?
Yes. Now get going. Every minute's vital.
Aye, aye, sir. Sparks, a mayday at once. We're drifting towards that whirlpool.
I'm ready to send off, Chief. I knew there was something wrong when the ship stopped. Mayday. Mayday. Durban Star calling. Our position is as follows. 310 miles northwest of Cape Town. Mayday! Mayday! No one's answering, Chief. I'll try again. Mayday! Mayday! Durban Star calling. Are you receiving me? Over.
Here, Durban Star. Naval frigate Swallow here. Got your bearing. What's the trouble, over?
Propeller shaft seized, and we're drifting towards a whirlpool. How far away are you? Over.
About 30 miles. We'll try and reach you within an hour. Over and out.
Will they reach us in time, Chief?
Certainly hope so. We're drifting at about 6 knots. I expect we'll soon be revolving like water in a plug hole. We'll be all over in half an hour.
Oh, nice thought. But if we get out of this, I'll have showers in future. Baths will remind me of just too much. But seriously, Chief, it doesn't leave us long to play with.
No, it doesn't.
About the passengers, Chief. Should we tell them anything?
Good heavens, no. There's nothing to be done. We've only got one boat with an outboard motor, and as you know, that's not working properly. The rest would be useless against the pull. A few hours ago would have been different. I'll see the crew keep the dangers to themselves and inform the passengers we're overhauling a minor fault. They won't believe it, but it should keep them quiet for a time.
Let's hope that frigate Swallow reaches us before they do find out the truth. We'll have a panic on our hands then. Shocking thing when that happens on board.
I know, Sparks. Keep sending a mayday. We may get an answer from someone nearer to us.
Aye, aye, Chief. Mayday! Mayday! Durban Star calling. Mayday! Mayday! Mayday!
Come in. Mayday received from Durban Star, Captain. They're drifting towards a whirlpool. Their props seized.
I see. Alert the engine room. I'll join you on the bridge just now.
Right, sir. Engine room. Full speed ahead. They're answering a Mayday call from the Durban Star. She's dead ahead of us, about 30 miles away.
Right, number one. Full speed ahead it is. What's the trouble?
Whirlpool.
Whirlpool? I'll get it moving.
Think we'll make it on time, Captain?
I doubt it. There's a strong swell on and the wind's increasing. Poor devils, what a way to go. Boats and every means of saving life useless, utterly useless.
I know, sir. Thank heavens we don't get many whirlpools.
You say that again, number one. You can really say that again.
How far is Swallow from us now, Chief?
About 20 miles, sir.
Nobody nearer to us than that?
No, sir. Swallow was the nearest.
I see. How are the passengers behaving, Chief?
Not too good, I'm afraid, sir. I suspect it's more than a simple engine failure, especially as we're going round in circles. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a panic on our hands before long. In fact, I think it's started. They're coming out of the lounge now, looking pretty wild.
What are you doing on the bridge, madam? And you, sir? Kindly return to the lounge at once. That's an order.
Why are we going round in circles?
You know why, madam. We've engine trouble and we're drifting. Too deep for the anchor.
But why in circles?
It's bound to happen in heavy swells like this, madam. It's nothing to be alarmed about.
A whirlpool's causing it, isn't it? The sea's foaming and twisting out there.
Would you know what a whirlpool really looks like, sir, if you saw one?
No, I suppose not.
Then I suggest you leave the handling of this ship to me, sir. Now, kindly return to the lounge. I'll escort you both and talk to the rest of the passengers. Carry on, Chief.
Aye, aye, sir.
This is your captain. Will you please remain quiet and listen? That's better. Now.
We're all going to drown. I know it.
Be quiet, madam, and pull yourself together. Nobody's going to drown. As you all know, we have propeller shaft trouble. It will soon be repaired. There's nothing to get alarmed about. Everything is under control. Help is on its way. A naval frigate is rushing towards us. You will all be taken on board as soon as she gets alongside us. This unusual swell won't last much longer.
When will this frigate be here, Captain?
Very soon now, sir. Please remain calm and you will all be safely put aboard this frigate. In the meantime, please do not listen to rumors. That is all. I have to return to the bridge.
Did the rest of the passengers accept the story of an unusual swell, sir?
I wouldn't know. Possibly not. They were still pretty edgy when I left. I can't say I blame them. This swell's increasing in strength.
The wind, too, sir.
So I've noticed. Nearly blew me over out there. You know, Chief, I hate lying to my passengers, but what else could I do? In fact, in spite of all my soothing words, I still think they're at near panic.
I'm not surprised, sir. We'll be glad to get them off our hands.
I couldn't agree with you more. Now, you go and mix with them. Drop a few more soothing words here and there.
I'll be like a mother to them, sir.
That's the spirit, Chief. It might help to keep them quiet a bit longer.
How are we making, number one?
Good time, sir, in spite of the heavy swell, which is increasing.
The wind, too. It's darn near blowing a gale. What's the distance now?
About 15 miles, sir. We'll be sighting them soon.
Keep me informed, number one.
Aye, aye, sir.
Any sign of them, Chief?
Can't see anything, sir.
Wait!
There they are. I'm making good speed.
Pass me the binoculars. Yes, you're right. They'll be here soon. Alert the crew to be prepared for being towed and the passengers to be transferred.
Right, sir. There's the captain of the Swallow, sir. He's going to hail us through a megaphone.
Ahoy there, Durban Star. Are you ready to be towed?
Yes! Can you take on 10 passengers first?
Sorry, no time. If we don't get you hitched on within the next few minutes, it will be too late.
Darn it, man, you must take them on. They're panicking now. Can't you hear them? They've heard you.
I'm sorry about that. I should have signaled. I repeat, there's no time if we are to save you all. Now prepare to take on tow line. Over and out.
far do you reckon we're from the centre of this whirlpool, Chief? Half a mile?
About that, sir. Going round in ever smaller circles and increasing speed all the time.
That leaves us no choice but to take Swallow's advice. I'd better go and explain to the passengers, or they'll think anything could happen, which it could. Please be quiet, or you won't hear me. Thank you. You all heard the captain of the frigate Swallow. There's no time to have you transferred, especially in seas like this. Now, please remain calm. The tow line will be fixed very soon. You there, sir. Kindly go and put on your life jacket. That's an order. And it doesn't mean we're in danger. It's just a normal precaution at sea. So I repeat, remain calm. There is nothing to be gained by panicking. Now, that's all for now.
Let's pray the tow line holds, sir.
They'll soon know. It's fixed now. The Swallow's starting to take the strain.
It's holding, sir. But we're not making much headway. The pull of that whirlpool must be something to be reckoned with.
My compliments to Swallow's captain. Tell him to increase speed or we'll both be sucked down. Now, don't use the megaphone. Signal. Can't have the passengers knowing what we're saying. The last lot was bad enough. This time they'll really go mad with fear if they know for certain what they undoubtedly suspect. We're maybe losing the battle.
Aye, aye, sir. They say they're already at full speed ahead, sir.
I see. Bearing. Any luck?
No, sir. Max says he's had it. But you know him, pessimistic blighter.
Not this time, Chief. And we are finished if we don't overcome this pull. I want that tow line cut if that happens. No point in dragging Swallow down with us.
I think we've gained some ground, sir.
So we have. Signal to them again, Chief. Tell them if they can increase only by a couple of knots, we will have won the battle.
Aye, aye, sir.
Durban Star's signaling again, sir. They say a couple of knots more and we'll be out of danger.
Get on to the engine room, number one.
Right, sir.
What's the trouble? Tow line parted?
No, and don't even mention it. I want more power, John.
Can't be done, number one. She's already screaming with the strain.
Try, man, try.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Not your best, John. Beyond it if we're to save this ship and ours. A couple of knots and we've made it.
Okay, you don't have to spell it out.
Well, number one?
John will go over the safety limit, sir.
Good. By heavens, I can see the hole in the center of that whirlpool. The water's boiling and foaming like a demented thing. A few more minutes and it'll be all over. If the tow line doesn't part, we'll all be sucked in anyway.
Even then, sir, it could be too late. If the line does part, the drag will be colossal by then.
Maybe it won't come to that, number one. We appear to have gained some ground suddenly. Small, I grant you, but something.
Thank heavens for that, sir. Maybe the whirlpool's easing off.
A slim chance of that, number one. But miracles can happen, I suppose.
Anything new from Swallow, Chief?
They've increased speed to over the safety limit, sir.
It's working too, by thunder. We're gaining ground. Signal to them that we're winning and the tow line still seems secure. While you're doing it, I'll arrange for the passengers to be told we're safely on tow and winning the battle. Can't leave the bridge now.
News has cheered the passengers up, sir. They're going wild with joy for a change.
Then let's pray they keep it that way, Chief, and let us keep winning the battle.
We are, sir. Swallow confirms that we're still gaining ground, and suddenly. They can't understand it, neither can I, sir. We were nearer to the whirlpool.
Ours is not to wonder why, Chief. Just be thankful it's happening.
Don't worry on that score, sir. I am thankful. By heavens, I am.
We're still draining ground, sir. A little at a time, but it's increasing.
Splendid. Now all we've got to worry about is the tow line holding and our engines. You'd better check with Mr. York.
Aye, sir. How's it going, John?
Ruddy marvellous, number one. Give it another few minutes and we'll be joining the Durban Star. Drifting and ruddy useless. I hope you've made your will.
A cheerful bloke, aren't you? Keep at it.
Nothing else I can do, is there, except pray. Let me know the moment I can slacken off.
You can bet on it the moment I'll let you know to the second. In the meantime, keep up the good work.
Good. Matter to my engines, you mean?
All right, Mr. York, that's enough. The engines are still taking the extra strain, sir.
Excellent. Mr. York can ease off a very little soon. I think the...
Oh, the cable's gone, sir.
Then heaven help him, number one. We can't. There's nothing we can do now except save ourselves. Cut the end loose. Hard a starboard. Full speed ahead.
Cut the cable, starboard tiller. Full speed ahead it is, sir.
The cable's parted, sir.
Then we're finished, Chief. This is the point of no return. Unless Mac can unseize that bearing. Get onto him, Chief.
Aye, sir.
What's up, Chief?
The cable's parted, Mac. We're drifting again.
What speed do you reckon we make it now?
About 3 knots at present, but it will increase. Why do you ask?
Give me a few more minutes to unseize the bearing, laddie. Come back to me in a few moments. I'll force the bearing in the meantime. It's do or die now, laddie, as the saying goes.
Do that, Mac, and hurry.
Then have no fear, laddie. I'll work like a man possessed, which I've been doing anyway. Must go now.
Mac's going to force the bearing, sir. It'll either come free or cease completely.
Let's hope it does come free, Chief. I don't fancy having to tell the passengers we're doomed to a watery grave.
Mac'll do it, sir, if anyone can.
Let's hope you're right, Chief.
Well, Mac?
Going to try the engines now, laddie. Hold on.
Mac's going to try the engines now, sir.
Then hold your breath, Chief.
No go, Mac?
No, laddie. It's ceased completely. Goodbye, laddie. Nice knowing you.
Same to you, Mac. No go, sir. The bearing's completely seized.
And that leaves me no choice but to tell the passengers the painful truth. Carry on, Chief, for what it's worth.
Aye, aye, sir.
Your attention, please. This is your captain. I have the painful duty to tell you that the cable has parted, and there is nothing else that can be done to save us.
Sir?
What is it, Chief?
Outside, sir, quickly. Look, sir, a gigantic wave is coming towards us.
Dear heavens! It's heading straight for our stern!
We're riding this wave like a surfboard, sir.
Then hang 10, as they say, Chief. Keep your fingers crossed, too. The wave's taking us away from the whirlpool and towards that frigate Swallow. She'll be able to save us now if we survive this wave, as she's missed the brunt of it. How many dead, Chief?
None, sir. A few broken limbs, that's all. It was a miracle that wave landed us gently.
I'll second that, Chief. By heavens, I will.
So will the passengers and crew, sir, by the sounds of them.
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
Adventure.
In tonight's story, we present The Snakes.
Lock up when you're finished here.
Okay. Good night, Grace. See you tomorrow.
Oh, my watch has stopped. What's the time?
Oh, let's see. I make it about 11:10.
Thanks. Will you be much longer?
Oh, just a few more minutes. You know, I'm glad this is the last night we'll have to work overtime, at least for a while.
Oh,
anyway.
You're telling me. We'll be turning into bats at this rate. Good night.
Cheerio. Well, now, let's see. Let's get these files put away, and I can start winding my own way home. Yeah. Glad to see the last of you lot. Oh, well, the overtime pay will come in useful. Grief, what was that? The blazes is going on. It sounded like Grace. Grace, is that you?
Oh, get back inside and shut the door quickly.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, don't argue. Get back in the room.
All right.
Oh.
What's the matter? What did you scream for?
There's a snake out there.
What?
A snake. A huge thing. It's at the top of the stairs.
There's a snake at the top of the stairs?
But don't look at me like that. I saw it with my own eyes. It's a huge thing, and it's coming down the corridor.
There aren't any snakes in here. We're in the middle of town.
I'm telling you, there's a huge snake out there. Do I look like I'm playing the fool? Well, don't open the door.
I want to see this for myself.
Oh. Well?
There's just a snake out there. There's two of them.
Oh.
I think there's a third at the end of the corridor.
Oh, where did they come from?
I'm not sure. The question is, are they dangerous?
Tiptronic tuning from Germany gives the best power reception you'll ever see. There's a tint control and Blaupunkt has got more than 400,000 extra color dots. That's high fidelity. You get perfect color and clarity. Blaupunkt TV pictures high fidelity. High fidelity.
Peugeot 404 Automatique relieves traffic headaches. They're real value for money, incredibly reliable, have minimum maintenance requirements, low running costs. Whatever your motoring problem, the 404 can cure it. Peugeot 404, more than a sugar-coated pill.
We can't just sit in here like this. Call somebody on the phone.
The phone's connected to the switchboard in an office on the other side of the warehouse. At this time of the night, the board's closed. Do you know that?
You mean we can't get an outside line?
That's precisely what I mean.
Well, what are we going to do?
For a start, let's not lose our heads.
Well, you saw the size of the snake out there. I'm not going to try and get down the corridor.
Two of the snakes are pretty big. But the one at the far end of the corridor looked much smaller and a different colour.
Well, don't you know anything about snakes? What sort are poisonous and so on?
All I know about snakes is that they haven't got legs.
Oh, for heaven's sake. But what are the creatures doing here?
I think I know the answer to that.
Well?
Look, Dave was down at the harbour this afternoon. He was collecting something for the zoological gardens in Marydale. Something that was going to be kept here at the warehouse overnight and transported tomorrow morning.
A consignment of snakes?
Well, I didn't see the documentation. It could have been snakes. They keep them at Marydale, don't they?
Oh, I've no idea.
Look, maybe the snakes were in a container that got damaged and Dave didn't notice it. Now the slithering chums have got free.
You mean the whole warehouse may be full of them?
No, let's not exaggerate. Those three out in the corridor may be the only ones there were.
And on the other hand, maybe there's dozens of them.
We've got to get out of here.
Well, wouldn't it be safer to stay where we are?
This room's got an open ceiling. A snake may think the rafters are a good tree substitute.
Oh, I don't think I could stand it if a snake appeared in the rafters over my head.
I'll try to keep calm.
Oh, Norman, the door.
Well, what about it?
Oh, there's a gap between the bottom of the door and the floor.
Yes. Oh, it's not more than an inch wide.
But snakes can get through small openings, can't they? They make themselves flat or something. Well, don't they?
I told you I don't know anything about snakes.
Well, we'd better stuff paper under the door. Oh, come on.
All right, we can use some of the stuff in the bottom of the filing cabinet. Give me a hand. Here, take these.
Right.
Fold the pages.
There's something on the other side of the door. I can hear it.
Look, I'll put the paper.
Oh, be careful.
I will be.
I think one of the snakes is thinking about trying to come under the door.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can discourage him.
Oh.
If I fold a few sheets of paper in half, they make a nice wedge.
Well, mind your fingers. Oh.
Sounds like a storm's brewing outside.
Only this room had a window.
That wouldn't help. We're on the second floor.
Oh, I think I'd risk jumping.
Yes, and you'd probably break your neck. Anyway, there isn't a window, so the question doesn't arise. That's got the paper wedged under the door.
We can't sit in here all night. We've got to attract someone's attention. Well, what about the night watchman?
Yes. It's a bit after 11 now. He won't be making his rounds of this part of the warehouse until about 12.
Well, maybe he'll see the snake somewhere else in the building and raise the alarm before 12.
Maybe.
Well, if he sees the lights burning here, he may come and investigate.
He knows we've been working overtime all week. He won't think it's suspicious that the lights are on, though.
But the later it gets, the more unlikely it is that anyone's working here.
Yes, true. He knows we always let ourselves out about 11. I reckon we'll get help in about an hour.
Oh! That thunder wasn't very far away. The storm's going to break before long.
I'll try to relax. You want a cigarette?
Oh, yes, thanks.
Hang on. Here we are. You know, we could probably go down the corridor without being attacked. I mean, if we move quietly and slowly, why should the snakes bother us?
Oh, they give me the creeps. I feel weak at the knees just thinking about them.
To tell you the truth, they scare the daylights out of me as well. If only we knew something about them. That's what bothers me, my ignorance about them. The little blighter I noticed at the far end of the corridor looks like the strike now, ask questions afterwards type.
Oh, that's the trouble. We don't know a thing about snakes. We could be sitting here making fools of ourselves. And on the other hand, going out into the corridor may be the stupidest thing to do.
Look, I'm going to get a look over the partition into the corridor. Maybe our chums have gone.
Well, stand on this chair.
Oh, thanks. I'll just put it against the partition. And then, up we go. Now, let's see.
Well, are they still there?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. There's 7 of them.
What?
There's 2 really big ones, and the rest are medium-sized, if that's the right expression.
Oh, what are they doing?
2 of them are slithering. The others aren't moving.
Oh!
What's that for?
Oh, look up there! In the rafters!
Where?
Oh, to the right over there.
Oh, I see what you mean.
One of them is going along the rafters. He's going to pass right overhead.
Yeah. As long as he keeps going, that's fine.
I've never been so scared in my life.
I can't say I'm overjoyed myself.
Oh, I wish that night watchman would get here.
I wish we could phone out.
Perhaps the switchboard left a direct line through here.
Maybe.
She knows we've been working overtime. She may have left us on an outside line.
Yeah, there's not much hope of that, really. She's a creature of habit. And every night before she knocks off...
try the phone anyway.
All right.
Well?
The line's stone dead.
The snake in the rafters has stopped moving.
So I see.
It's on a beam right over this room.
Now stop worrying, will you? It's up there, not down here.
Oh, I can't stand to have a big snake a few feet above my head.
There's nothing we can do about it.
Suppose it decides to try and come down here.
Why should it want to do that?
Well, how should I know? I don't know how snakes think.
Oh, look, it can't get down here. There's nothing for it to climb on.
I've seen pictures of snakes stretching down from a branch to the ground. And that one up there is long enough to reach the floor.
Well, it isn't trying to do anything of the sort. It's just sitting there. Lying there, whatever you call it.
It's watching us.
Well, stop waving your arms around. I don't think snakes like sudden movements.
Where are my glasses?
What do you want your glasses for?
I read somewhere that snakes spit in your eyes. Haven't you heard of that before?
Yes, I think I have. Well, maybe the snake up there isn't that sort.
They're all that sort, aren't they?
He may not even be poisonous. For all we know, he's more frightened of us than we are of him.
Oh, don't talk rubbish. He doesn't look frightened.
How do you know what a frightened snake looks like, anyway?
I don't think snakes get frightened. I don't think they've got those sort of feelings.
I'm sure if we just ignore him, he won't do us any harm. And for heaven's sake, keep still.
Oh, that nearly made me jump out of my skin.
Oh, dear me. The rain's starting, listen.
Why doesn't that infernal night watchman come here?
It's another 30 or 40 minutes at least before he starts heading this way.
Something's pushing on the papers you jammed under the door.
I wedged them in tight. It's all right.
The big snakes I saw in the corridor looked like... What are they called? Pythons. Was it a python?
I told you I don't know anything about snakes. Maybe it was a boa constrictor.
Well, they
Maybe...
crush you to death, don't they?
Yeah, something like that. But he can't get in here. I don't think they go around looking for people to crush anyway. At least I don't think so.
Oh, I can't handle this. I think I'm going to be sick.
No, you aren't. Now, come on, sit down in this chair. Come on, sit down. That's right.
Fire. That's it. Fire.
What?
Snakes don't like fire. I read that somewhere. Snakes and all wild creatures, they're frightened of fire.
That's true. But we can't start a fire in here.
Well, can't you throw some burning papers over the top of the petition into the corridor?
It's a wooden floor. We could set the warehouse alight.
We can't just sit here.
Look, so far we're perfectly safe. We've just got to be patient.
I told you I can't take this. I'm terrified of snakes.
And I admitted that they scare me as well, but we aren't going to start making fires in here.
Well, think of something else then.
We've just got to be patient, Grace, until the night watchman shows up. When he does the rounds in this part of the building, we'll call out to him.
It's moving.
What?
Up there. The snake, it's moving.
You're right.
It's coming down. Look at it. It's starting to come down.
Oh, that was close.
The lights are dimming. They're going out. The lights are going out.
Now, Grace, steady on, will you? Steady.
Oh, it's pitch black now. We're in the dark and that snake is going down.
All right, Grace, I'm with you. I'm right here.
We're in the pitch black, surrounded by snakes.
Pour out the coffee pot taste. Pour out the instant coffee haze.
Instant Coffee Haze's unique process actually traps that delicious taste and aroma of percolating coffee. So you get that coffee pot taste in every can of Instant Coffee Haze.
Coffee haze traps the taste that's too good to waste. Pour out the coffee pot taste. Pour out the instant coffee haze.
Choose from Instant Coffee Haze Medium Roast Powder and Instant Coffee Haze Full Roast Granules.
Peugeot 404 Automatique relieves traffic headaches. They're real value for money, incredibly reliable, have minimum maintenance requirements, low running costs. Whatever your motoring problem, the 404 can cure it. Peugeot 404, more than a sugar-coated pill.
Tiptronic tuning from Germany gives the best power reception you'll ever see. There's a tint control and WHIRLPOOL has got more than 400,000 extra color dots. That's high fidelity. You get perfect perfect color and clarity. Blackroom TV pictures high fidelity. High, 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 high fidelity.
I'll get some light from my cigarette lighter. Just a second.
Oh, hurry up.
Yeah, that's better. Where's the snake?
It's just hanging there. It isn't moving. What's the matter with it?
I don't think there's anything the matter with it. It's just decided to stop moving.
But it's hanging halfway down from the rafter.
I think that's how some snakes behave.
Oh.
This lighter won't last long. We need something else for light.
Well, if we make a small fire in the waste paper bin, there shouldn't be any danger of it spreading. Not if we're very careful.
Get some more paper out of that cabinet.
Right.
Take the stuff from the bottom drawer. It isn't important. I'll get the metal bin. I don't like this idea at all. If we set the building on fire, we'll be in even worse trouble.
Oh, look what I found.
What is it?
Well, you remember Mrs. Castle's birthday last week? She bought a cake. Do you remember?
What's that got to do
Well,
with
there were a few little candles on it, and afterwards somebody must have put them in here on top of this cabinet, see?
it? They aren't very big, are they?
Well, it's better than nothing. If we use them one at a time, they should last until the watchman gets around here.
We can use this ashtray as a holder. Give me one of the candles.
You are.
Right. Let's light it. Just run a little wax into the ashtray. Then stick the base of the candle in it before it's hardened. And hey, presto.
The snake hasn't moved again. It's still just hanging there.
Listen, do you hear that?
It's somebody whistling.
Ah, the night watchman.
Oh.
I'll give him a shout. Hello there!
The thunder was too loud. He didn't hear you. But call again.
Confound this infernal weather. Hello there! Do you hear me?
Oh, the rain's making a terrible racket on the roof.
No, I heard the corridor exit door open and close. He's gone.
Well, call again.
Hello there! Hello!
You're right. He's gone.
He must have just passed through the corridor without checking this far. The lazy fool. He won't come back for another hour at least.
I can't stay here another hour. Not with that thing dangling like that. I won't be able to stand it.
Maybe we should just try to get to the end of the corridor. The watchman didn't seem to see anything out there. He must have swept his torch around, surely.
It doesn't seem as though he was being very methodical. He was apparently just crossing at the end of the corridor without paying any attention to this direction.
With the electricity off, he probably thinks we've gone home.
I'm not going out into the corridor in the dark. There's boxes and things stacked out there. The snakes could be behind them or on top of them, anywhere.
I'll tell you what, I'll chance it. I'll bolt down the corridor and get her.
I'm not staying here by myself.
All right, well then come with me. We'd probably get out perfectly safely.
I'm not going out there.
Listen, you can't be any more frightened of snakes than I am. Believe me, they really scare me. If I wasn't so blessed scared of them, I'd have gone out long ago. But we can't hang around in this room all night.
I'll faint before I get 2 steps away.
Well, I can't stay here with that snake dangling from the rafter.
What do you think? I like it. But at least we can see it. Going out through the warehouse in the dark is something else.
We're acting like a couple of silly children. Look, if we go out slowly and carefully...
No! Think of something else.
Wait a minute. I've just thought of something.
Well, what?
Mr. Rowland goes to the bank tomorrow, right? It is Friday tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes, it's Friday tomorrow, but so what? What are you talking about?
Well, he collects wages for the temporary staff.
Oh, yes?
And he takes a gun with him, a revolver.
Oh, yes. Oh, but he keeps the gun in his office, and that's on the other side of the building.
No. On Thursday afternoons, he puts the gun in the safe in here, because he stops in here first thing on Fridays and then goes directly to the bank.
You mean there's a gun in the safe? In here?
Well, there should be.
Well, do you know the combination?
Yes.
Well, don't just stand there. Get it open.
Right.
Well, why didn't you think of this before?
I don't claim to be perfect.
Oh, it'll be our luck that the gun isn't in the safe.
Well, it should be there. What's the snake on the rafter doing?
Nothing. It's still just hanging down like a piece of cable. Oh, hurry up with the lock.
I'm going as fast as I can.
Is the gun in there?
It should be in this drawer.
Well? Well, isn't it there?
Yes, here it is.
Oh.
See?
Thank heavens.
Oh, There's a problem.
What problem?
It isn't loaded.
But it must be loaded. What use is an empty gun?
Oh, you know what a fastidious character Mr. Rowland is. He probably thinks it's dangerous to leave a gun around loaded.
Well, it isn't lying around. It was locked in the safe.
Well, either he keeps the ammunition somewhere else and brings it with him to load the gun on Friday mornings before he goes to the bank, or the bullets are somewhere separately in the safe.
Well, look for them.
I am looking for them.
The snake's moving.
What?
Look, it's moving. It's making for the top of the petition.
So I see.
It's going to come down in here with us. Oh, for heaven's sake, find the ammunition.
All right. Keep your eye on the snake. Maybe the bullets are in one of these other drawers.
Oh, the candle's gone out.
It was just a little birthday candle. Light another one.
Well, you've got the lighter.
Oh, just a second.
Hurry up.
Oh, I left the lighter on the desk.
Oh, you idiot.
Take it easy, I'll fetch it.
You can't see a thing in this darkness, and the snake's coming down.
I left the lighter on the edge of the desk. I'll just feel around.
Well, can't you find it?
Oh, yes, here it is. Oh!
Oh, now what?
I knocked it on the floor.
Oh, are you crazy or something?
Relax, I'll find it. It's here somewhere.
Oh, please, find it.
Oh, got it. There. Where are the other candles?
Here, I've got them.
Right, let's get another one burning. Thanks. Now, hold it steady.
Right. Oh, hurry up.
Relax, will you? I'm just as scared as you are. There's no point in panicking. I can't keep my hand still. There. The candle's burning.
Look. The snake's gone. It came down in the dark. Oh, where's it gone?
Maybe it went down the other side of the partition.
And maybe it came down on this side. Oh, find the ammunition for the revolver.
All right.
Oh.
If we're lucky, it's in one of these drawers.
Well, isn't it there?
Apparently not. I wonder if he puts it in this firebox at the back of the safe.
Oh, I can see the snake.
What? Where?
In the corner. Over there. It's moving along the floor next to the petition.
Yes, I see him.
Norman, we're trapped.
All right. Oh, I found the bullets. Oh. They were in the firebox.
Well, load the gun.
Oh, that's funny. I can't get the cylinder open. Oh, there must be a trick to it.
Oh, don't you know anything about guns?
Oh, no, I don't. At least not this sort of revolver.
Oh, you're marvelous. You know nothing about snakes and you know nothing about guns. Not how much use are you?
Oh, this is no time to point out my weaknesses. Please lay off. Where's the snake now?
He's reached the corner. He's going to start coming this way.
What are we going to do? Let's get on the desk.
Oh, right.
Now be careful with the candles. Oh, blast, it's gone out.
Oh, light it again, quickly.
All right. There. Now, climb on the desk. Don't wave the candle about or it'll go out again.
For pity's sake, load the gun.
I'm trying my best. Look, I can't help it if I don't know how the thing opens. It must be a blooming antique. Trust Roland to have a revolver that came out of the Ark.
Well, it looks in good condition. You know what a fusspot he is.
Yes, I know. Where's the snake?
Oh, it's going into the safe.
What? Well, we can shut him in there.
Well, he isn't properly inside yet.
He will be in a few minutes.
Still all the snakes out in the corridor. Are you sure you can't load that gun?
I'm trying.
Well, try harder.
You're hardly a pillar of strength yourself.
Oh, it's in the safe. Oh, shut the door. Go on.
All right.
Oh, hurry before it gets out.
Oh, don't push me.
Well, hurry up.
Well, that's taken care of him.
Oh. Help me down from the desk, please.
Here, take my hand.
Thanks.
Oh, blast, the candle's gone out again.
Oh, the electricity is working.
Oh, good.
The lights have come on.
Oh, that's a big help.
Well, now maybe the watchman will see the lights and come here to find out what's going on.
Ah, I've got the gun open, look.
Well, load it.
All right.
I'll get on the chair and take another look in the corridor. Now then, take a look.
Anything there?
Corridors? All of them. And there's a giant right in front of the door. Oh, you'd need a machine gun to fight your way to the end of the corridor.
You know, if you and I weren't a couple of bachelors, we could have expected our families to report us missing by now. But it looks as if we're going to have to wait for the watchman to come to our rescue.
At least we haven't got any more of the snakes in here with us. Mind, I'm coming down.
Now, If any do somehow get in here, at least we've got Roland's revolver now.
Norman, I'm sorry I shouted at you earlier on.
It's all right. I think we've both been a little rattled, to say the least.
To say the least.
You know, Grace, when we get out of here, I'll buy you a present. Nice snakeskin handbag, hmm?
Oh, Norman. I'm not sure I think that's funny.
All right, maybe not. Now, look, we'd better listen for the watchman. He didn't notice the snakes when he crossed at the end of the corridor last time, but now that the lights are on again, he's in for a nasty surprise.
Waspoeier het 'n unieke wasdagformule. Die ensiem-aksie week die ergste vuil en vlekke uit en die skoonmaak-aksie was dit weer skitterwit. Ja, Punch was al jou wasgoed vlekloos skoon en wit.
Week vlekke uit, wasbetyd in met ensiem-aktieve Punch.
Oh no, look at that frying pan. I'll never get it clean.
Say goodbye to elbow grease. New Lemon Swift is here, the grime-busting scourer.
Add water to new Lemon Swift and it goes green, releasing a grime-busting scouring power that cuts right through baked hard, stuck-down dirt. New Lemon Swift leaves nothing behind but a sparkle and the fresh smell of new picked lemons.
Lemon Swift goes green and grime is gone.
Peugeot 404 Automatique relieves traffic headaches. They're real value for money, incredibly reliable, have minimum maintenance requirements, low running costs. Whatever your motoring problem, the 404 can cure it. Peugeot 404, more than a sugar-coated pill.
What's the time?
Oh, let's see, it's just...
Oh, the phone's ringing.
So I noticed.
But the line was dead when we checked it earlier. The switchboard had disconnected.
Somebody must be phoning from the switchboard itself. Hello? Yes, speaking.
Who is it?
It's the night watchman. He saw the lights were still on in here.
Well, tell him to call someone to get us out of here.
Hello? Yes, I'm still here. I was talking to Miss Griffith. She's with me. No, listen to me carefully. We're trapped by snakes. Yes, I know it seems unbelievable, but snakes. I don't know where they came from, but we think they might have escaped from one of the containers in the warehouse. There was a delivery from Maryland, remember?
Well, tell him to call the police.
Please, telephone Mr. Dave Watson at his home and then call the police, please. Yes, that's right. And in the meantime, you'd better keep away from this part of the building. It will probably be dangerous. There are snakes all over the corridor. Yes, and connect this phone to an open line, please. Thanks very much. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, Norman, why did you tell him to phone Dave Watson?
Well, Dave will get in touch with someone at the Marydale Zoological Gardens.
Oh.
Do you realize we'll be out of here before much longer? Snakes alive. But it's been quite a night, hasn't it, Grace?
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal.
adventure.
Tonight's story by Norman Partington is entitled The Redwood Tree.
Well, there it is. Straight in the line of sight. Unavoidable. Want to take a look-see through the theodolite, Mr. Harris?
I wouldn't dispute the word of the surveyor, Wilson, but I'd like to see for myself. Now, where's the focusing knob?
No, it's already in focus. All you have to do is look through it.
Yeah? Yeah, I've got it. Just where the shoulder of the road would come. Devil of a size, ain't it? Hey, Fletcher, you seen this?
Yeah, I've seen it, Mr. Harris. Not to worry. We'll take it down all right. A day to lop the tops off, and 2 days for the base cutting, and, 4 days to saw up the carcass and clear it away. It might take a few days to get the roots clear.
Seems a pity. That tree must have stood there for hundreds of years.
2,000 years would be a fair estimate, Mr. Harris.
Huh. So speaks our landscape gardener, eh, Smith?
Landscape designer, though gardener at heart. And I agree with you. It would be a pity for
Pity nothing. We got a contract to push this road through Northern California up into Oregon, and no redwood, giant or otherwise, is going to stand in the way. Swish, and down it'll come.
Your heart is like your machines, Fletcher. Just a metal pump. You see in your path a tree, a redwood as you call it, but actually a Sequoia sempervirens. The oldest living things on Earth, plants where Cleopatra was a little girl. And this particular one looks like the granddaddy of them all. I'd say it's 200 feet high and probably 28 feet in diameter at the base.
So right. Then I'll tip my hat to it before I cut it down.
Assuming it will let you cut it down.
Assuming what? Are you off your nuts, Smith? It's just a tree, isn't it? And we got axes, power saws, bulldozers, dynamite if need be. And what gives? Just 2 little days and that dear old redwood will be lying prostrate, ready for trimming and carting away.
Maybe. But the Indians consider it a sacred tree with strange powers. Used to be worshipped at one time. Made a mild objection 3 days ago, and one of the loggers nearly had his fingers taken off when he was trying out a new accident.
Man, you get the nuttiest ideas. It was an accident.
You're an Indian too, aren't you, Smith? 4/5. Plus 1/5 enterprising Anglo-Saxon. Actually, my ancestors came from around these parts, between Northern California and Oregon.
Well, how come Tom Smith? That's no Indian name.
Forked tongue of pale-faced, no get-round Indian name. Hence, my parents decided that even the Americans would have no difficulty with Tom Smith.
Right, that's enough jawing. Let's get moving. We've a road to build.
Right.
Fletcher, collect your equipment and start work on that tree.
Okay.
We should reach that point in 2 weeks from now. You other two come with me in the trailer caravan.
Right, you are.
We can manage 3 at the front. Come along now. Let's get going. As a surveyor, Wilson, do you think it's possible to make a slight shift to avoid cutting down that tree?
Not a chance, Mr. Harris. You'd probably need an act of Congress for a couple of inches deviation. I shouldn't let Big Chief Tom Smith worry you too much.
This Big Chief isn't worrying. Just made.
I think me too. And the tree's been standing there for 2,000 years. Well, seems a crime somehow to think of cutting it down.
I never thought I'd hear construction chief Gregor Harris getting sentimental. I heard you once blasted a mountain apart to put a road through.
Earth and rocks are not trees. Just pull over there.
There we are.
There it is, Fletcher, in its full glory. How are you going to tackle it?
Well, I'll send up a couple of tree jacks, and they'll take the top 50 feet off. And then they'll move down and take off another 50 feet and so on.
Lop off 50 feet up there with a tree that thickness?
You know, the trouble with you surveyors is you ain't got no practical sense. Tree jacks don't use axes and something this size. They got portable power saws. We just haul them up to the top, set them in position, and switch on. Takes less time in cutting through than in getting them into position.
Mr. Harris, in all seriousness, I wish you would reconsider. This kind of tree has a mystique for Indians. They're not going to take its destruction any too kindly. And there's an Indian village near here.
Sorry, Smith, but it's got to come down. Go ahead, Fletcher.
Right, Mr. Harris. Okay, boys, get that stuff over here.
Right.
You two tree jacks, shinny up the tree. You got your spike-nosed boots on?
Yeah.
That's good. We'll get up there and make an inspection. Throw down a light cord when you've found a spot, and we'll haul up the power saw. You just watch that first one, huh?
Hold it.
Where did you spring from, mister? Hey there. I don't take kindly to having a shotgun pointed at me.
Have no fear. The gun will not be used unless you try to harm that tree.
Harm that? What goes on here? Who are you? Are you one of the locals?
He's a full-blooded Indian, Mr. Harris. Take him at his word.
That tree belongs to us, and you may not harm it. Too many big trees have already been cut down. Our land is bare of them, but this one shall stay.
Now, don't try anything crazy. You're not going to risk murder just for the sake of a tree. Now, why don't you put down that gun and push off back to your village, and we'll forget we ever saw you.
Yeah, the Americans would like to forget they ever saw the Indian. Look around you and see what you have done to our land.
Oh, now, this is getting ridiculous. It's like something out of a bad movie. Well, okay, then. If you want to keep it as a bad movie, then we signal for the 7th Cavalry. Smith, get over to my caravan, transmit a call to road headquarters, and ask them to get a squad car up here.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, it's been half an hour since we made that call. The police will be here soon. Now, let's settle this thing before they come. Now, you know I've no authority to take the road anywhere except where the plans say. We don't like the idea of cutting down that redwood, but for Pete's sake, it's in our way, and it's got to come down. So, are you going to kill me?
Take an axe to this tree and you will know the answer to that question, road boss. This tree belongs to my village, my people. It is the last of the...
Hey there, Indian boy, take it easy with that gun. What in tarnation goes on here?
Policeman, come no closer if you want this boss man to live.
You darn fool, you want to commit murder? Well, take a look at my patrol car. 2 of my boys got Winchesters aiming straight at you. You'd be dead the minute I give the word. Now be sensible and drop that gun.
I do not mind dying, but the boss man here will not like to die.
Oh, this is crazy. You want to kill somebody just for a tree?
Just for a tree. And for a principle.
Heck, Mr. Harris. This has got me beat. I could have this guy killed with a snap of the fingers, but think of what the press would... Oh, boy, and here they are now. Cameras to the front. Look, hey, you guys, look, get out of here. Hey, can't you see we got trouble over here? Now, please,
Hey, Smith, while they're distracted, get behind the tree. There's a bullhorn there that Fletcher used to talk to the tree jacks when they're up the tree. Yeah? Switch it on full and boom something out.
Beat it, you guys. This is a private argument.
The police seem to fear the press more than they do the criminals, Mr. Bossman.
I don't think that any publicity this gets is going to save that tree or your neck if you use that gun.
Right. Hey, I got him. Now, grab his gun now. Oh, okay. Hold him down. I'll get the cuffs on him.
So, you think that once more a trick has defeated the Indian, but you think wrong. It has defeated only me. The sequoia still stands, and there are no tricks that you know powerful enough to defeat it.
Well, take him away. A few months in jail will cool him down.
Thanks, Sergeant. That was a near thing, but I'd rather not press charges against him. Especially now the press have got hold of the story.
Oh, you don't need to press charges, Mr. Harris. The police will do that. We can't have gun-toting Indians threatening to blow people's heads off each time they cut down a tree.
The holy sequoia will defeat you in the end, bossman. You will never cut it down. It has power you will know about. Leave it before it destroys you all.
Thanks, Smith. That was a bright idea of yours and Wilson's. And I never want to come so close to death again.
I just hope you're doing the right thing, Mr. Harris.
Now, look, Smith, I'm getting a bit tired of this. Fletcher, get on with the job.
Right, Mr. Harris. Okay, you tree jacks, start climbing.
Yeah.
When you get to the top 50 feet, drop your cord to hold up the power saw.
Power saw rig? Yeah. Hey, watch those electric cables. Don't twist too much. Drag it over the branch on your left, huh? To your left, right? That okay? Yeah.
Poor old Sequoia. They are indeed spirits inside you. Now is the time to accept your fate with calm resignation.
Saw in position. I'm switching on power now.
How long for the first topping, Fletcher?
Oh, about half an hour. It's so thick, even up there, they'll have to take 3 cuts at it. Redwoods aren't so easy to cut, but we should, Oh, for Pete's sake! Quick! One of the tree jacks!
How's that other tree jack?
He's all right. We got him down.
The ambulance should be here soon. Now let me lace that coffee with a bit of brandy. You look as if you need it. Here, steady on. Your hand's shaking like the devil.
Well, I just can't believe it, Mr. Harris. I had checked the motor, the dynamo, the whole machine. I inspected the power cables and the saw. They were perfect. Perfect.
I suppose there'll be an inquest, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, there'll have to be, Wilson. Has Smith come back yet?
Hey, just coming in the caravan now. How'd it go, Smith?
I've just been talking to the other tree jack. He said there was nothing wrong with the machine. They'd set it up and started sawing. Things were going quite normal when suddenly his mate slapped at his face just as if a wasp had stung his cheeks. He'd upset his balance of the saw he was holding. Well, it slipped down onto the power cable. It had cut through it in a second. It shorted. He was electrocuted. Dead, even before he fell from the tree. The Sequoia seems to have claimed its first victim.
Now, don't talk such rot, Smith. Next thing you'll be claiming there's a juju on it or something.
That's what my ancestors have believed for centuries. And it seems it's what the local Indians still believe.
You're a man with a college degree, Smith. Surely you don't subscribe to this kind of superstition?
You know, Wilson, I'd like to scoff and put it down as so much primitive nonsense. But that 4/5 Indian blood in me warns me otherwise.
Do you realize what that Sequoia's cost us so far?
Yeah.
One man with a finger lopped off. Another man dead. An Indian facing several months in jail. $3,000 in broken equipment. 2 days lost work. Don't you think I'd be justified?
No, you wouldn't. You'd simply be fired and returned, and another construction boss would come on the job and rip out the tree. You'd be cutting your own throat for nothing.
I know. We're having another go at it in the morning. Fletcher's decided to abandon the technique of topping, and he's going to attack the base of the trunk direct.
I've moved up the big bandsaw, Mr. Harris. It's going to be a long job to get through 28 feet. We're making 4 cuts, 1 from each side. Because no bandsaw could ever get through that thickness with 1 cut.
I won't ask if you've checked the equipment, Fletcher.
Checked and double-checked. There isn't a screw on the big machine I haven't examined.
All right. Go ahead.
Generator, start up! Well, that's working all right. Start up tractor motor. Raise saw blade to height of 6 feet. Right. Now take it easy now. Tractor move forward to take first bite. Slowly. Easy does it. Right. Pressure on saw. Into tree.
Well, it seems to be biting all right. How long do you think, Fletcher? An hour?
An hour. More like 3 hours for the first cut. And then we'll move all the equipment to the side. Hammer in wedges and start the second cut.
There's 30 minutes sawing, and it's only cut in 9 inches. Sequoia's hard wood, Wilson.
Harder than that, Smith. These bandsaws will cut through them. I've even tried them on lignum vitae, the hardest wood in the world. And you know... Cut the power! Cut the power! Johnson!
Mr. Harris, I beg you. It's claimed its third victim. That bandsaw cut through Johnson, the operator.
I saw it, Smith. You needn't go into details.
I apologize. But as the man responsible for redesigning the landscape adjacent to the road, I could easily make a feature of the tree if you'd only deviate a mere 80 feet to the west. And at this stage, that's not impossible.
Darn you, no! Fletcher!
Yes, Mr. Harris?
Is the ambulance gone?
Yeah, a few minutes ago.
But what in tarnation caused that accident?
Smith will probably say the tree's evil spirits. But the real cause was a fluke. When the tree jack was electrocuted and fell down from the top... You know those long metal spikes they wear in the toes of their boots? Well, in falling, this was jammed into the base of the tree and torn off. It wasn't noticed because it had happened after I'd made my first inspection of the tree trunk. And when the bandsaw cut into it, zing! A blade snapped and whipped around on the operator.
Can't you see the omens, Mr. Harris?
For the last time, keep your darn mouth shut, Smith. Fletcher, I want that tree down tomorrow. Blast the base of it with dynamite and blow it over.
Ouch. I'm gonna need about 15 sticks, Mr. Harris. And then we'll have to notify the police and get them to clear the immediate area.
Then notify the police and get the dynamite prepared. A ring explosion around the trunk will kill once and for all Smith's superstitions. Hey, what goes on out there?
40 of them at least, women and children as well, all patiently sitting in a ring round the tree. Must have taken up positions before dawn broke.
Oh, heavens, not again. I just couldn't face it. I'd better notify the police and have them shoo them away. Yeah, that coffee, Wilson.
Yeah?
Nip of brandy in it, please.
Yeah, that other Indian was a tough one. But I got a feeling this is going to be tougher.
Why? They're not armed, are they?
Well, not so far as I can see. Yeah, let me borrow your binoculars.
Huh? Here.
Thanks. No, they ain't armed. About 4 men and the rest women and children. Just sitting there impassively all around the tree. Hey, you know something? 4 cars of reporters drawing up. TV news cameras as well.
Oh, no, what have I done to deserve this? All I want to do is get on with my job and build a road. Oh, wait till I get my pants on and I'll go out and have a powwow with them. Oh, you better get on the radio telephone, notify headquarters. It'll have to be the blasted police again. All right, Smith. I know what you're going to tell me. I've seen your Red Indians on the ruddy warpath. I'm just setting up my Gatling gun.
It's more serious than you imagine, Mr. Harris.
Now, look, Smith. In a few minutes, the police will be here, and your dear Red Indian squaws and whatever will be gently moved on. Nobody's going to hurt them.
We are not going to hurt them. But they're going to hurt themselves to save that tree.
Oh, boulder dash. If they don't go when they're told to, the police will just pick them up and gently move them away.
Come outside, Mr. Harrison. Bring your binoculars with you.
Let me tie my boots first.
How do you see her, Mr. Harris?
No, not yet. There's some leaves and branches. Yeah, there she is. Halfway up the tree.
Now focus very sharply and tell me what you see.
Huh? I see a young woman. An Indian woman, she looks like. Standing on a branch halfway up the sequoia. She's got a... Smith! What the heck?
Now you can see her quite clearly.
There's a rope around a branch above her. She got a noose around her neck. She's not dead.
No, she's not dead. But with the slightest movement, she soon would be.
Oh, they're crazy, the whole lot of them.
I've been up to them, and they won't say a word to me. They just sit there looking into space.
They all speak English, don't they, Smith?
Of course. The national language of America. Didn't you know, Mr. Harris?
Now, don't be flippant, Smith. Now, look. Do you still speak their local lingo?
Yeah, quite fluently. Are you deputizing me to powwow with them?
Yeah, and don't be so darn smart. See what gives. And tell them to get that woman down. Wilson, do you think we ought to summon a fire brigade or something?
It'd take half an hour for the nearest one to get here, and that woman only needs half a second to walk into space and into eternity. Now it's up to Smith to see what he can do.
Try to keep back the reporters and photographers, Mr. Harris, and I'll go alone to them. I'll try to persuade them, but knowing my people, they won't be persuaded.
please, not again. My great-granddaddy fought in the Indian Wars, but I thought we'd smoked the pipe of peace since then.
Here's the binoculars, Sergeant. Here, take a look. Halfway up the tree.
Right. Morning, Sergeant. Mr. Harris, I've had a word with the leader of them. And we have two options.
Go on.
First, we take our road round the tree and leave the sequoia untouched.
And the second?
That we move on them and on the tree, and the young woman will step into space and hang herself.
Man, if she did that, we could never get up that tree fast enough to save her.
True. And they know it.
Did they tie her up there?
No. She climbed up quite willingly. You can see she's not tied up. Just the noose loosely around her neck.
A woman willing to commit suicide for
a tree that means something to the people. And the woman, incidentally, is the wife of the Indian you arrested. She feels she has nothing to lose except her life.
There's about 40 cameras up there focused on the tree. And they got 2 television crews. Well, Mr. Harris, the ball's in your court. What are you going to do?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Sergeant. I'm going to order you to shift those people, and then I'm going to blast that tree down.
And then now hold on there, Mr. Harris. This thing's kind of getting over my head. I think I'm going to have to report back to the station and get some clearance before I start making rushes on them Indians. I ain't hankering to have a suicide on my conscience.
The sequoia is now out for blood, Mr. Harris.
If you mention that kind of pulp again, Smith, I'll just about strangle you.
It'll be unnecessary, Mr. Harris. For the person your actions are about to strangle already has a noose about her neck. Use some sense, Harris, and some humanity.
Sergeant, remove those people. I've got a job to do.
Then let the responsibility be on your head, Mr. Harris. Come on, boys, move on the reds.
That's the radio telephone. I'll answer it. Yeah, Wilson here. The surveyor. No, he's just left. What? They who? Hold on, I'll try and get him. Hey, Mr. Harris, urgent. Is the governor on the telephone?
Coming. Yes, sir. Harris here. Yes, sir. No, we were going to... Yeah, she's still in the tree. No, we haven't... Yet... Yes, sir, I understand. Yes, sir, right away. About 100 feet west. Yes, sir. Bye, sir. Smith! Sergeant! Hold everything! Hold it! Sergeant!
Here's the loud hailer, Mr. Harris.
Smith! Sergeant! Stop! Don't do anything! The governor has told us to divert the road. The tree will be left alone. Smith, tell them that. The tree will be left alone.
That was a near squeak. The police had started moving forward when we heard you.
The girl, did they get her down safely?
She's down. And she's safe, Mr. Harris.
And you told her?
Yeah, I told her that the governor had ordered her husband to be freed, and that no charges would be pressed.
Wow, I must have been out of my mind. Anyway, let's get this road built. I must admit, Smith, that sequoia's got some pretty powerful spirits looking after it.
Plus 1/4 Indian with crest enough to alert the state governor.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal.
Take one man with a hidden hate. Then add footsteps in underground darkness where no man has walked before. The total reads, High Adventure. This is High Adventure. Here now is the meeting place for those who like stories of hard action, hard men, and smooth women. Welcome, members, new and old. For on this meeting's records is a new story with a problem as old as man. It's titled Barrier, and it's written and directed for the High Adventure Society by Robert Monroe. It concerns a man called Ward Delcamp. And here's Ward himself to tell it. Ward?
I suppose all men find themselves going in the wrong direction at one time or another in their lives. I suppose, too, that a lot of them never find out they're wrong until it's too late to do anything about it. It has something to do with the way you think. At least it did in my case. I'd worked with John Rockwood for 3 years at the university, but it wasn't until we took the trip to Dry Ridge that I found out the truth about myself. There were 3 of us on that trip. John, myself, and Grace.
Certainly wonderful to have a piece of luck like this fall into our hands. Why, I believe I'm actually excited.
I know I am.
There's no telling what we'll find. A cave that's been closed for thousands of years, maybe never opened before. It'll be good for the prestige of the university, any discoveries we make.
It'll be good for your prestige, John.
Too bad Doc Evans couldn't come. This is more in his department.
You'll do even better.
You know, maybe I will at that. I used to play around in caves down in Boone County when I was a boy. Now I'm going back to do it scientifically.
I may get claustrophobia, I don't know.
You will when you have to crawl on your stomach through a 2-foot tunnel for a quarter of a mile.
Sounds rough.
You didn't expect a picnic, did you?
No, I guess not.
A large part of the cavern is almost a mile into the side of a cliff. You have to work through the small passage to get there. And that's fine as far as I'm concerned.
Fine?
We'll be pretty sure mobs of curious people haven't been tramping in and out.
Oh, I don't think they have if it's that far underground.
That's what I mean. We ought to be in pretty soon. I'll ask the conductor.
Bring me a drink of water, will you, John?
Glad to. You too, Ward?
No, thanks. He's as happy as a kid on a vacation.
It is a vacation for him.
Yes, I suppose it is.
John's needed one, too. Haven't you noticed it?
Did you need one, too?
I am on vacation. This is my quarter off. Just started.
Oh, no freshman English.
No, thank goodness. You never seemed like a teacher to me, Ward.
Well, it's all right, I suppose.
I always thought you'd come back from the war and be a big man in some industry.
Well, you know how it is. John offered me the instructorship in chemistry. I wanted to rest a while, so I took it.
I wondered. It's nice country. I like riding along, watching the fields roll past.
Yes.
Don't you?
I'm happy.
I'm glad you are. I guess we're happy, too.
We?
John and I are going to be married.
Married?
At the end of this quarter. We haven't told anyone yet, but you're such a good friend of John's, you ought to be among the first to hear about it.
Yes, I suppose I should.
Don't you think it's a good idea?
Why, yes, I do. I'm happy for both of you.
I'm sure. If this cave exploring gives John a little more prestige with the university, which it should, well, he'll be more secure, and they might even give him a full professorship.
Just last night.
Sounds rather sudden, but actually it isn't.
Oh, excuse me.
Don't let John know I told you, Ward. I'm sure he wants to break the news himself.
No, I won't say anything.
You know how he is.
Of course.
Well, I spilled most of it, but here's what's left. Half cinders, half water.
I like it that way.
Watch you don't spill it, too.
I probably will.
We'll get there in about an hour. Then for the big adventure, deep underground where no man has been before. We'll have to get some equipment first thing. You didn't forget the list, did you, Ward?
What?
The list of supplies. Don't you have it?
Oh, yes, I have it.
What's the matter? Aren't you excited? In a couple of hours, we'll be examining what may be a great geological find.
Sure, it's fine.
Well, don't look so serious. This is going to be fun.
Yes.
Come on, snap out of it.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking of something.
What?
Nothing important. Here's the list. I think you'll find everything but a bulldozer carefully itemized.
Maybe we'll need that, too, before we're through. We'll need lights, electric, if we can get them. String wire into the cave, and then...
day too late. Day too late, just one day. 3 years of war, then 3 years of teaching the same flow sheets. Just for one opportunity. Then when I get rid of enough shyness to make a decision, it's a day too late. One day. We got off the train at Dry Ridge, bought supplies and rented a car and drove up the road along the river until we came to the cave. The rock fall from the cliff face had exposed the opening, a crooked hole about 2 feet in diameter. While Grace made camp, John pulled electric lanterns from the car and wormed his way through the opening. I followed, scraping along on my stomach, his boot heels in my face. It was dark, and it was hard going.
You notice? We're following the line of the fault, Ward.
Well, all I can see is dust.
A lot of it, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's getting larger now. I think we can almost stand up.
It's about time.
Yes. Watch your head. Wonderful place.
Like a tomb.
You mean you don't like it?
Why, I guess it's not what I expected, John.
You thought a cave would be like what you see in pictures, with beautiful stalagmites and stalactites all over the place. Beautiful stream of clear water. Well, this could be like that. You can't tell what we'll find.
There's water somewhere out here.
We won't bother with it now. We're almost into where the big room is supposed to be.
Isn't this far enough for today?
You're not tired.
Oh, a little, but the mud, damp rock all around.
Disillusion?
I suppose so, yes.
I should have told you it wasn't a picnic. We'll go back.
No, as long as we've gone this far, I'm still with you.
I'm glad you are, Ward. I don't know of anybody else I'd rather have along.
Let's see what's up ahead.
Yes.
Dust on the ceiling. Mud under your feet.
Can you imagine going in here without lights? You'd bump your head at every step.
Be pretty lonely.
Reno, here. Watch your head.
I see it.
I don't think you have to be in the dark of the cave to be lonely.
No, you don't.
It's widening out now.
The wider the better.
Not like over there, is it?
No.
Look. Flash your light out that way.
It's big enough.
Still have claustrophobia?
I don't know.
Must be 100 feet to the roof.
Whole army could hide in here.
I think it has both Mammoth and Carlsbad beaten. I'm sure it's larger.
Well, now what?
It'll take months to explore it.
Yes. Well, let's go back.
You're always in a hurry, Ward.
I just want to get out in the sunlight again.
To see Grace?
What?
I beat you to it.
Beat me to what?
Grace and I are going to be married, so she's my territory now.
Yes, she told me.
Grace told you?
Yes.
When?
On the train.
Well, now you know.
Yes, I do. Let's forget it.
I never thought she'd take me instead of you.
I said let's forget it, will you?
I know how you felt. I haven't been blind, but I had feelings too, Ward.
Well, I wish you all the luck in the world.
I suppose I would be as bitter as you. Listen.
What is it?
From the roof.
Something's falling.
Gotta get out of here.
Look at the roof.
Quick!
Coming down.
Watch it! Whoa!
Coming around now.
Ward.
Did the doc say how he was?
Just that it wasn't bad. Scalp wounds.
This one was lucky.
Ward.
What made him stay out so long?
I don't know.
Well,
My head.
he's finally making sense.
What's the matter?
How do you feel, Ward?
Headaches.
The doctor said you'll be all right once you came out of it.
What happened? Oh. Yeah. How'd I get here?
When I heard the noises from the cave, I got worried and went for the state police. They went in and pulled you out.
You guys had no business in there without somebody to look after you.
What? Oh, police.
You've been unconscious for over a day.
Roof came down on us.
They'll do it. Limestone caves.
Just started to fall in.
Noise you made started vibrations. Nobody had been in there before.
Yeah, I suppose that's what it was.
You or your friend Rockwood should have known that.
Where am I now?
Hospital.
Yes, Ward, in Dry Ridge.
Oh.
Feel well enough to get up?
Yes, I think I can. I'd like a little rest.
Sorry, but you don't have much time.
Much time?
The cave is closing up. We tried to shore up the roof, but we can't stop it.
Well, that's an engineering job.
You won't be able to get in if you wait much longer.
Get in. I'm not going back in there.
John's still in the cave. He wants to see you, Ward.
Still in there? Doesn't he know when he's had enough?
He's had enough, all right.
Please.
I'm not going in there again. John wants to see me. Let him come up here. Who does he think he is? I get hit.
Please, Ward. John can't come.
Oh, he can't.
No, mister, and you couldn't either if you had a couple of 100 tons of rock pinning you down.
What?
His right leg is caught under the fall. They've been trying to get him loose, but there's not enough room to work. They've been drilling around him, but it hasn't done any good.
Even in the papers from the city, they're making a big story out of it. I don't know why.
I see.
I wanted to go in and see him, Ward, but they wouldn't let me.
Too dangerous. Somebody else will get trapped in there if we can't stop that seam closing.
John sent word out for you to come in, Ward.
Well, can't they pry up the rock and pull him out?
You can't pry up a whole cliff. You better come if you feel you can, or you won't have a chance. The tunnel roof is slipping an inch every hour. Think you can make it?
An inch every hour.
That's with the shoring we put in. Be more than that if we let it alone.
But why does he want me to come in? What can I do?
You're his friend, aren't you?
Yes.
It's pretty serious, Ward.
We got food into him, water, strung an electric line in to keep him warm.
It was dark in there.
Got the lights around his chest so we'll get the heat. Needs heat more than light.
Well, isn't there anything you can do?
We're doing all we can. We were going to amputate his leg, then we could have brought him out. Had the surgeon ready to go in, everything, but he wouldn't let us. If we don't stop the roof, nobody will get in.
And John won't get out.
Feel strong enough to come along?
Yes. Yes, I'll come.
Ward!
Yes.
You finally came.
I was in the hospital.
They told me. How's your head?
It's all right.
Come over closer. I can't come over where you are.
How do you feel?
Leg hurts a little.
Did they give you anything for it?
Yes, but the pain's still there.
Doctor said to take these pills.
Put them in my mouth, will you?
Sure.
I hope they help. It'll be nice to get outside again. Is the sun shining?
No, I think it's going to rain.
That's too bad. Will you pull the blanket over my shoulder, Ward? It slipped off.
Sure.
That's much better.
Anything you need?
No, I'm quite comfortable. Food, water. You'd be surprised how much heat you can get from electric light bulbs.
John, I
They asked you to get my permission about the leg, didn't they? Isn't that what you were going to say?
It's a quick way to get out of here.
Well, I'm not in that much of a hurry. I can stand a little inconvenience if it means saving a leg. One of the workers even brought in a newspaper so I can read.
You're famous.
Well, not exactly that, Ward. But it's strange seeing my name in headlines.
Everybody wants to know if you'll be saved.
As if there was any doubt about it.
Makes a good story.
I suppose that's it. I'm glad you came, Ward.
They said you wanted me to.
I did.
Was there something you wanted me to do?
Oh, no. I just wanted to finish our conversation, the one we started when the roof came down.
It's not important.
Yes, it is. A great deal more so now. Ward, I'm not a youngster that has to be lied to.
What do you mean?
I know I'm not going to get out of here. I can talk as if I am, but I'm quite sure I won't.
You will if you...
It may be better this way after all. And don't try to be optimistic with me. I heard what some of the men said when they were working on me. I can read the newspaper, and I certainly have a sense of logic.
All right.
Of course, I'll be just as cheerful if anyone else comes in again, but at least with you I can be truthful, can't I?
If that's what you want?
As I said, it may be better this way. A great deal better than living, Ward.
How?
Well, I suppose eventually I would have lost Grace to you, but this way I won't. I won't ever lose her. And I won't ever be forgotten.
Go on.
She'll always remember me as a great man, the man she should have married. She may even turn away from you because of it, so I'll never lose her to you. It's very simple, Ward.
What about her?
I just told you about her.
You want her tied to the memory of a man she didn't love.
She'll never know that she didn't, Ward. I know you must have thought that everything will be solved for you with me buried in a cave, but believe me, it isn't. I'll have her, and you won't. She'll honor my memory. She'll be sure she loved me, which is more than I'd be sure of if I lived.
What happens to Grace the rest of her life, you don't care. Whether she's happy or not doesn't matter. It's fine that she'll mourn for you, and you smile about it.
Of course I can smile. That's what I want.
John, you're insane.
Oh, no. I thought about it for a long time. The opportunity came, so I simply took it. Perhaps they'll erect a monument to me. That's more than I'd get as a chemistry professor.
She won't waste her life away for you. I'll see to that.
You won't be able to stop her. Goodbye, Ward. Give my love to Grace, will you?
Report from Dry Ridge is that little hope is seen for Professor John Rockwood.
Listening to police calls?
No, it's a regular broadcast. They're talking about John.
Well, if the state trooper will let you sit in his car, I suppose he
Please,
won't
Ward,
mind.
I want to listen.
A picture of courage. Reports say he is completely sure he will be saved. As one rescue worker put it, and I quote, "I was overseas and I saw men under fire, wounded and dying. But I never saw a man who faced almost unendurable pain and certain death with a calm smile that John Rockwood has. He is a brave man." And to that, we can only add, the heart of the nation is with John Rockwood. In other parts of the world tonight, violence again flared in...
Will they save him, Ward?
I don't know.
They can't take any more food into him. The entrance is closed up too much.
I was just over by the cliff. They're drilling holes around the scene.
How will that help?
I don't know.
John sent word out to me with the last man who went in. He said to wait for him, that we'll be married when he gets out. There isn't any hope, is there, Ward?
No, Grace. Grace.
Yes?
You don't love John. Look at me.
Ward, please.
You knew I came back to state because of you.
Oh, You never said anything.
I know I didn't, but you knew anyway.
Ward.
You can't let this throw you. You can't let it get us mixed up.
You didn't come to see me or phone.
I had to get myself straightened out.
John asked me to marry him, and I said I would.
I know you did, but that's over now.
I can't.
You never loved John. All this doesn't change it. Even his death doesn't.
No.
He's not the man you think he is.
He's the finest man I know. He isn't going to die.
That's the way he wants you to think, Grace.
I thought you were his friend.
I am, but he isn't.
I'm not giving up hope. You can, but I'm not.
Grace, will you listen?
Don't touch me.
You're acting just the way he wanted you to.
If I am, I'm glad.
Something happened to him in there.
Something happened to you.
You don't love him.
Maybe I do. Maybe I do now more than I ever thought I could.
Grace, you've got to understand.
I'm sorry, Ward. That's how I feel. I think I'll wait forever for it.
Yes. That's what he said you'd do.
Go,
Exactly what he said.
We're making one last try. I thought you two might like to watch.
What is it?
We've set some charges on the side of the cliff. All we can do is dynamite and see what happens.
Isn't that dangerous to John?
He can't live if we don't get food to him. We have to try something, and it won't be any worse, that we're sure of. You coming?
Yes.
You want to watch it till camp?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Over by the river. I don't think we'd better go any closer than that. Well, now we'll see.
John will be all right.
I hope it works for your sake. You were going to marry him, the paper said.
Yes. Yes, I am.
All ready, Fred?
Wish your pal luck, Del Camp. If you want him saved, this is his last chance, so start praying.
I am.
Goodbye, Ward.
You won't come with me?
No. I want to stay here in Dry Ridge for a while. After that, I'm not sure.
All right.
One of the newspapermen is planning to promote a collection throughout the country. I'd like to stay and help with that.
Collection?
They thought it would be nice to erect something in honor of John.
A monument.
Perhaps. Something on top of the cliff to show where a brave man fought for his life and lost. We haven't decided yet just what it will be.
I see. I'll be at the university if you want me.
John, I mean, Ward, I want to say something, but I can't.
You don't have to say anything, Grace.
I do, but it's like there's something in the way.
I know.
Do you understand, Ward?
Yes. When it's gone, let me know. I'll wait.
I'm not sure it ever will be. You better get on.
Yes.
Goodbye, Ward.
Goodbye.
Barrier, another drama of men and women living the greatest emotional peak in their lifetimes, their moment of high adventure. Thank you, Ward Delcamp, and we'll place your story in the archives of the High Adventure Society and mark it hold for future publication. And at next week's meeting, friends, we're going to a quarter-mile of oil-soaked track for our moment of thrilling action, and we're proud to present one of the most famous of the High Adventure tales. It's called Hot Runaround and concerns a man who carried a grudge on one shoulder and death on the other in the cockpit of a racing car. Sound exciting? It is. Hot Runaround, next week on High Adventure. Featured tonight in the High Adventure role of Ward was Lawson Zerbe, with Charlotte Lawrence, Don Douglas, and Ogden Miles. Broadcast engineer was Dick Quatermine. Sound was by Ronnie Harper, and the High Adventure Orchestra was under the direction of Sylvan Levin. Remember, next week, Mutual presents Hot Runaround, an auto racing story of high adventure. Carl Caruso speaking. This program has come to you from our New York studios. We invite you to stay tuned now for Billy Rose Pitching Horseshoes, which follows in just a moment. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 480 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting